Today marks a momentous occasion for the second young master of the Karen family as he prepares to unlock his genetic potential. Within the Karen family, guests are streaming in, extending their congratulations to the family patriarch, Karen Clarence, with smiles and well wishes. In the grand hall stands a young boy, approximately 16 years of age, possessing a remarkably handsome visage, distinguished by his black hair and dark eyes, setting him apart from those around him. Curiously, this young lad's expression is marked by a certain foolishness despite the presence of the Empire's elite. He casts not a single glance in their direction. His gaze remains fixated on a mechanical component in his hand, suggesting that the only object of his interest in this entire grand hall is that very piece of machinery. This boy is none other than Karen Sumin, the protagonist of today's genetic unlocking ceremony. At the age of 16, he stands at the threshold of unlocking his genetic potential, the optimal time to witness the culmination of his efforts and talents over the past 16 years. The more solidly laid the foundation and the greater the innate gifts, the more formidable the energy produced during the initial unlocking of the genetic potential. As the progeny of a transcendent-level powerhouse, even though many perceive Karen Sumin as somewhat dim-witted, they still harbor immense expectations for his potential. After all, his elder brother, Karen Surue, shattered the Empire's record 2 years prior when he unlocked his genetic potential, achieving a genetic energy level of 13 and a cerebral domain level of 15. The genetic energy level denotes an individual's combat prowess, wherein a typical person's level upon their first unlocking ranges from 5 to 8, marking them as a genius. Yet, the firstborn of the Karen family astoundingly reached a genetic energy level of 13. More astonishingly, Suru's cerebral domain level hit a staggering 15, which signifies one's capacity to pilot mechs. The higher the level, the more powerful mechs one can command. Although past a certain threshold of combat strength, one might not necessarily be inferior to a mech. However, in circumstances where levels and combat prowess are equal, a mech pilot is undeniably invincible. A scion of a martial lineage, Surue has already demonstrated that the offspring of a transcendent-level powerhouse are no fools. Without a doubt, Karen Surue is destined to become a pillar of the Empire. Meanwhile, today, as Karen Suru's younger brother, Karen Sumin is poised to astonish the world once more. It is no wonder that Karen Clarence has returned from the battlefield specifically to witness his son's ascendance. As the moment approaches, Clarence cheerfully addresses an elder nearby, saying, "Mr. Isaac, let us begin." Isaac nods, producing a syringe filled with a dark green liquid, which he injects into Sumin's arm. This is the genetic serum, a product of the pinnacle of technological civilization, designed to unlock the genetic potential within the human body, allowing one to transcend genetic limitations. Upon receiving the serum, a sensation of revival courses through Sumin's body. Clarence gazes at his second son in the center of the hall, slowly nodding with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. At this juncture, success in unlocking the genetic potential seems nearly assured. All that remains is to await the revelation of Sumin's 2 metrics. Standing beside Karen Clarence is an exceptionally handsome young man, his gaze directed towards Sumin in the hall, revealing a flicker of shadowy disdain in his eyes. This young man is none other than Sumin's elder brother, Karen Surue, heralded as the Empire's greatest talent in a decade. However, his look towards Sumin lacks the warmth of a brother. Instead, it is imbued with the wariness and rejection one might reserve for a rival. Just then, a surge of energy emanates from Sumin, as if breaking free from constraints. "Congratulations, Lord Clarence. Your son has successfully unlocked his genetic potential. The Empire shall soon boast 2 new pillars." The guests around burst forth with congratulations. A flicker of amusement dances in Clarence's eyes, yet he maintains a humble demeanor, stating, "My son has yet to ascertain his metrics. We must not jump to conclusions. Mr. Isaac, please determine Sumin's energy levels." Isaac smiles and nods, promptly applying a device to Sumin's arm. Instantly, 2 metrics appear on the device. The crowd's eyes eagerly shift to the figures, curiosity brimming as they observe the numbers 1 and 3 flash upon the screen, leading to a collective gasp of disbelief. 1 and 3 signify that Sumin's genetic energy level is a mere 1 point, and his cerebral domain level is even lower than that of an average individual. Could it be that the testing apparatus is malfunctioning? Let us try another. Isaac hurriedly retrieves a different device. Yet the result remains 1 and 3. After several attempts, the outcome remains unchanged. The guests exchange bewildered glances, realization dawning. Karen Clarence's second son, Karen Sumin, is deemed a failure. A genetic energy level below 3 points upon the first unlocking nearly guarantees that an individual possesses no potential for cultivation. How could this be? The illustrious firstborn stands unparalleled, while the second is but a wastrel. I suspected that Sumin's foolish demeanor might correlate with his level of ability, yet I never imagined it to be this dire, one guest remarks. Now we have a spectacle to behold. The progeny of a transcendent powerhouse is not only a failure, but a simpleton. Another chimes in. Karen Clarence's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at Karen Sumin, abruptly rising in indignation, pointing at an attendant and demanding, "Has Sumin not engaged in cultivation over the past decade? Surely, a modicum of practice would yield different results." The attendant trembles, kneeling in trepidation. "Forgive me, my lord. The second young master is utterly absorbed in mechanical components. He cannot be separated from them, lest he wail inconsolably. It is impossible for him to cultivate normally." Witnessing this, Suru's eyes gleam with satisfaction as he exchanges a furtive glance with a companion in the guest area. The individual rises, addressing Karen Clarence, Lord Clarence, according to imperial law, during wartime. Citizens over the age of 16 without any cultivation aptitude must serve for 5 years on the logistical front. As a distinguished marshal of the empire, I trust you would not exploit your position to evade this obligation? Karen Clarence's gaze narrows with icy intent as he regards the speaker, a bureaucrat from a rival faction. To have such a challenge posed in front of the empire's elite is audacious indeed. Even if Clarence wished to leverage his authority to spare his son, such attempts now seem futile. However, Clarence is no ordinary man. He is unperturbed by the threats of a mere official. He disregards the bureaucrat, turning his attention back to Sumin, and gently inquires, "Son, please assure me that you will commit to your cultivation and not remain ensnared by your mechanical pursuits?" Imperial law dictates that those lacking cultivation aptitude are to be conscripted. Yet, if Clarence is willing to pour resources into Sumin's training, there remains a glimmer of hope for his son that he merely awaits Sumin's response. However, upon hearing the mention of someone curtailing his exploration of mechanical components, Sumin grows agitated, exclaiming, "No, I'm merely one part away. Allow me to finish." Sumin's exclamation triggers a wave of laughter throughout the hall. At such a pivotal moment, the second young master is still preoccupied with his mechanical toys. He is nothing more than a hopeless fool. Clarence's fury simmers as he regards his son, realizing that even his efforts to shield him may come to naught. Given Sumin's apparent disinterest in serious cultivation, what justification does he have to protect his son before the eyes of the empire's elite? Very well, the Karen family has no need for an intellectually deficient young master. He would be a liability. Let him serve on the logistical front for 5 years. Disappointment floods Clarence's eyes as he waves dismissively at the attendants, instructing, since he wishes to indulge in mechanical components, take him to the maintenance department and let him play to his heart's content. The Karen family does not require wastrels from this day forth. Revoke Sumin's Karen surname. Now, escort him away. Clarence's voice is steady, his gaze never returning to Sumin, as if the boy before him is a source of shame for the entire Karen family. Hearing Clarence's decree, an attendant rises to support Sumin and leads him toward the exit. Just as they approach the threshold, Sumin's eyes remain glued to the mechanical component in his grasp, and with a decisive click, he successfully disassembles it into 2 independent parts. The final piece. It is finally complete. Sumin's foolish laughter echoes from beyond the door, igniting another round of raucous laughter within the grand hall, deepening Clarence's scowl. Yet, unbeknownst to all present, an extraordinary electronic voice suddenly resonates within Sumin's mind. Beep! The achievement of analyzing 1 million mechanical components has been accomplished, unlocking the Mecha martial sovereign system. Beep! Activating the system, the sealed consciousness is returning. Beep! Altering genes, transforming carbon-based life forms into starlight entities, acquiring the physique of the 9 radiant star same body. Beep! Acquiring the technique celestial boundless art of the stars. Chapter 2. Journey to the planet Nopu. Alas, this wretched system has finally released me. Upon departing from the Grand Hall, Su Ming found himself ushered into a vehicle that sped towards an interstellar teleportation station on this planet. Unbeknownst to the others, Su Ming, seated alone in the car, gradually shed his facade of confusion and ignorance, his gaze becoming increasingly lucid. A glimmer of divine light flickered in his eyes, and he promptly voiced his grievances. Su Ming was not of this world. He was a traveler from Earth, specifically from the land of Huaxia. Unlike other travelers, however, upon his arrival, his consciousness was imprisoned by a system known as the Mecha Martial Sovereign in an independent space. For the past 16 years, he had been compelled to cultivate a technique called the Stellar Boundless Heavenly Art. Meanwhile, his physical form remained in a state of stupor, required to dismantle 1,000,000 mechanical components to complete the task and liberate his consciousness from the system. However, a cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Colin Su-Rue, was it? And his supporters lurking in the shadows. Although Su Ming's consciousness had been unable to return to his body during this time, he had witnessed all that transpired with his physical form in that isolated space. While his body remained in a state of ignorance, Colin Su-Rue, purportedly Su Ming's brother in this life, had employed various underhanded tactics against him. Over the past 16 years, Su Ming's body had hardly engaged in any cultivation. On one hand, it was indeed sluggish by nature, solely focused on dismantling mechanical parts. On the other hand, this fellow named Su-Rue had secretly instructed his attendants to deny Su Ming any opportunity for cultivation. Furthermore, the news of Su Ming's lack of training had been suppressed by Su-Rue, who ensured that their father, Clarence, remained oblivious. "Just wait, when I return. I will tear that foul face of yours apart," Su Ming thought to himself. At that moment, Su Ming sensed a peculiar energy surging from the system, flooding into every part of his body. Under the influence of this energy, a series of transformations began to occur within him. At the deepest genetic level, significant changes unfolded. Originally a carbon-based life form, as this energy coursed through him, Su Ming gradually transformed into a bizarre hybrid of energy and flesh. Ding, genetic alteration successful. Host has acquired the 9 radiant stellar sacred body. Physical constitution matched, activating starlight point function. Ding, for every mechanical component dismantled, the host automatically gains 1 starlight point. Starlight points can be used for cultivation, healing injuries, or converting into offensive power. If someone had been standing beside Su Ming at that moment, they would have undoubtedly noticed that the energy level emanating from him was rapidly escalating. Initially, his physical energy level stood at a mere 1 point, but with the system's automatic conversion, it skyrocketed to 21 points. Simultaneously, as his consciousness returned, years of cultivation of the stellar boundless heavenly art had forged his awareness into an extraordinary strength, elevating his brain domain energy level to an astonishing 25 points. This was an incredibly formidable energy level. Tio put it into perspective. The so-called genius Su-Rue, who had been the top talent in the empire for a decade, had only reached 13 to 15 points upon unlocking his genetic lock. Yet Su Ming's energy levels had surged to 21 and 25, leaving Su-Rue far behind. In a certain sense, Su Ming had already transcended the limits of what humanity could achieve with his first genetic lock. Ding, below are the host's attribute panel. Host, Su Ming physical energy level, 21 brain domain energy level, 25 genetic lock unlock level, intermediate level 1 physical vitality, 100 body refinement level, level 1, next level body refinement requires 100 starlight points owned, 0 amidst this series of transformations. Su Ming felt the vehicle carrying him come to a halt. The door swung open, revealing an attendant who regarded him with a mix of disdain and indifference. Such a waste of resources. If I had half of your background, you'd be groveling at my feet right now. But look at you, the so-called second young master of the Colin family, cast out like a stray dog. This attendant grumbled. In truth, within the Colin family, when no one else was around, both maids and attendants held Su Ming in contempt. Some particularly resentful servants, harboring grievances from their own masters, would take pleasure in unleashing their frustrations on Su Ming, who was perceived as a simpleton with no understanding beyond disassembling mechanical components. As long as they did not confiscate the mechanical parts in his possession, this fool would remain passive, indifferent to beatings and bullying. Su Ming's gaze turned icy. He vividly recalled the vile deeds these attendants had committed against his unawakened self. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Su Ming descended from the vehicle and addressed the attendant before him. his eyes devoid of warmth. Witnessing the previously unresponsive second young master of the Colin family now speak with such clarity, devoid of his former foolishness, only cold indifference radiating from him, left the attendant momentarily taken aback. "What is going on? The fool is speaking," the attendant muttered to himself, only to erupt in fury a moment later. "What nonsense is this? Do you truly believe you are still the second young master? You are being assigned to work in the border star regions, where you are worth less than a dog, and you dare raise your voice at me?" The attendant sneered at Su Ming. Extending his hand, prepared to slap him, he was well aware that Su Ming's physical energy level was merely 1 point, not even reaching that of an average human. His own energy level, at 3 points, though still unworthy of unlocking a genetic lock, was more than sufficient to leave Su Ming with a bruised face. Yet, just as his hand was about to strike, Su Ming reached out and seized the attendant's wrist. With a subtle exertion of force, a sharp crack echoed as the attendant's wrist was crushed, likely beyond repair even with immediate medical attention. The attendant cried out in agony, gazing at Su Ming with incredulity and terror. Wasn't the second young master of the Su family supposed to have only 1 point of energy? Such tremendous strength. How could it possibly belong to someone with just 1 point? Before he could ponder further, Su Ming swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap that rendered the attendant unconscious, his face swollen beyond recognition. Were it not for the laws against murder on the main star, your fate today would have been far worse than just a shattered wrist. Su Ming spoke coldly, then bent down to retrieve the attendant's currency card and pass from his possession. Straightening up, he made his way towards the teleportation station ahead. According to Imperial law, a 16-year-old youth without cultivation talent must unconditionally serve 5 years on the front lines of logistical planets. With his exclusion from the Colin family now a reality, Su Ming had no qualms about embarking on his own journey to carve out a world of his own. Chapter 3. Monty who goes there? Where do you intend to go? Su Ming, this is my identity card. I am to work on Nopu planet for 5 years. Su Ming addressed the staff at the teleportation station with a calm voice. Upon receiving the identity card, the staff member perused its contents, particularly startled to see the notation indicating Su Ming's previous status as the second young master of the Colin family, now stripped of the surname. The staff member's expression morphed into one of astonishment as he glanced at Su Ming, remaining silent as he handed him a card. Insert the card into the station's apparatus, and it will naturally teleport you to Nopu planet. The staff member informed Su Ming. Thank you. Su Ming replied with a light smile, proceeding towards the teleportation station. However, as he passed through the testing area, the energy level detection apparatus suddenly displayed 2 conspicuous numbers, 21 and 25. Upon witnessing these figures, the staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. Did I just see that correctly? Just today, he unlocked his genetic lock and possesses such energy levels. This is a genius not seen in a millennium. Why would such a talent have their surname revoked? Why send him to work on a border planet for 5 years? Does the Colin family not realize they have lost a once-in-a-millennium prodigy? Yet before the staff member could regain his composure, the teleportation portal whirred to life in an instant. Su Ming's figure vanished from the teleportation station. Whoosh! With technology having reached its zenith, teleportation technology was exceptionally advanced. The nation Su Ming hailed from was one of the 5 cosmic superpowers in the human realm, known as the Monopolizing Empire. It stood at the pinnacle of teleportation technology, ensuring a seamless transition. Without experiencing any discomfort, Su Ming found himself transported to a planet reeking of industrialism. Nopu planet. Approaching him was a robust man with an imposing presence, who, upon seeing Su Ming emerge from the teleportation, grinned broadly. Youngster, here for work, are you? Su Ming nodded slightly and promptly handed his work ID to the burly man. In truth, Su Ming could have easily disregarded the arrangements of the Karen family and sought a leisurely existence elsewhere. However, upon hearing that his work location was a logistics mechanical repair factory, Su Ming's interest was piqued. With each mechanical component he dismantled, he could earn a bit of starlight. Where else could one find a more abundant source of mechanical parts awaiting disassembly than in a logistics mechanical repair factory? Moreover, throughout the years of his aimless existence, Su Ming had consistently disassembled various mechanical components, even the most obscure ones, all of which the Karen family could procure. After a staggering 16 years and over 1 million disassembled pieces, this extensive experience had endowed Su Ming with a wealth of knowledge and expertise in mechanical components, He gazed at the logistics base in the distance, steeped in an industrial atmosphere, a glimmer of inexplicable excitement flashing in his eyes. Mechas were the dream of every gene warrior. Having disassembled a million distinct mechanical parts, who could say he would not one day assemble a mecha of his own? The burly man received Su Ming's work ID, then scrutinized Su Ming's physique, noting the luxurious attire he had yet to change out of, and frowned slightly. Kid, your work ID indicates a technical position? I assumed you were merely a janitor or statistician. Non-technical roles. Are you one of those so-called scions from a prominent family here to gild your resume? Let me tell you, the front of this logistics line leads directly to the battlefield, a place where one fights for their life. You, a rich kid, should refrain from causing trouble. The man glared at Su Ming with an unfriendly demeanor. Su Ming smiled and calmly replied, I have practiced mechanical assembly and disassembly at home. I am capable of handling this work. Mechanical assembly and disassembly? The burly man sized up Su Ming, then scoffed, saying, all right, let us see if you can deliver. I'll give you a few mechanical parts, if you can disassemble and reassemble them. I'll allow you to work in mechanical repairs. If not, you'll stick to being a janitor. Don't create chaos. Su Ming chuckled, no problem. Follow me. The burly man led Su Ming to a vast mechanical production room. Newcomer, huh? Monty. Within the mechanical room, several individuals were engaged in disassembling machines. These machines, damaged in frontline battles, had been sent to the logistics mechanical repair factory for refurbishment. Upon seeing the burly man enter with Su Ming, the workers began to jest among themselves. What a joke of a newcomer! Look at that pretty boy. He is probably just some gilded disciple from a prominent family. Vank, bring a few mechanical parts over. Let us see how this kid holds up. Vank, a lean mechanic, laughed heartily upon hearing the burly man's words and retrieved several ordinary-looking mechanical components from the damaged machinery before him. Newbie, start with these simpler ones for a test. Clank. The mechanical parts were tossed onto the workbench before Su Ming. The surrounding mechanics, weary from their monotonous tasks, turned their attention to the newcomer's trial with keen interest. All right, Su Ming, was it? Begin the disassembly and assembly. The burly man spoke coolly as Su Ming surveyed the mechanical components. He momentarily froze, not because he was unfamiliar with them, but because, enhanced by a system interface, he could discern intricate details within the components. It was as if his vision had transformed into something akin to X-ray vision, allowing him to see through to the internal damages. Various metrics appeared before his eyes: torque strength, damage extent, hardness, and more. That it felt as if he had donned glasses that revealed the hidden intricacies of the mechanical structures, making the task at hand exceedingly manageable. Su Ming could hardly contain his excitement. Understanding the internal structure and functions of mechanical components was essential for effective disassembly, allowing one to avoid damaging critical areas. With technology having reached astonishing heights, many circuits were measured in microns and nanometers, minuscule and densely packed. A moment's inattention could lead to total failure, resulting in the destruction of the entire component. Now, with this newfound ability, the disassembly became remarkably straightforward. Amidst his astonishment, the burly man, Monty, displayed an impatient expression. He derisively remarked, well, kid, if you can't handle it, don't waste our time. Go fetch a task in the cleaning department. Hearing Monty's voice snapped Su Ming back to reality, he smiled at Monty and calmly replied, no need to rush, just watch closely. Chapter 4. Restoration with confidence. Su Ming picked up a somewhat battered mechanical component from the table and prepared to disassemble its parts directly. The bystanders gasped at this audacious approach. Aren't you going to scan it first? What if there are hidden damages? Opening it up recklessly could exacerbate the damage or lead to outright failure. One mechanic exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Su Ming paid no heed, continuing to dismantle the component with his hands. Another mechanic shook his head, saying, the strength in your arms is uneven. Without mechanical arms, it's exceedingly difficult to control the force. You could easily damage the internal circuits. This kid doesn't even know that basic principle. He is clearly just a pretender. Monty, hearing the remarks of the other mechanics, glared at Su Ming with increasing hostility. If Su Ming ruined the component, he would certainly teach him a lesson about the absence of a remedy for foolish actions. At that moment, a soft click resonated from the mechanical part in Su Ming's hands. Crack! Everyone leaned forward, straining to see. Soon, Their eyes widened in astonishment as the component was flawlessly disassembled into two independent parts, resting neatly on the workbench. How is that possible? It's a perfect disassembly, and he didn't even use a scanner. A nearby mechanic exclaimed in disbelief. However, Su Ming remained unfazed, fully engrossed in the mechanical components laid out before him, retrieving another piece and continuing to dismantle it. Crack! Another soft sound followed, and once again, the onlookers were amazed to find that the parts he disassembled bore no signs of secondary damage. Secondary damage referred to the potential harm inflicted on these components by careless mechanics after they had already sustained battle damage. Because secondary damage typically showed much fresher signs than the initial damage, it was easily recognizable. It was quite common for a mechanic to achieve a damage rate of 40 and still be considered competent. Now, witnessing this fair-skinned youth flawlessly dismantling the second component, the crowd watched as he picked up yet another part to disassemble. Crack, crack, crack. The rhythmic sounds echoed throughout the repair workshop, and the initial shock on the faces of the spectators gradually transformed into disbelief, numbness, and eventually reverence. Su Ming had now successfully disassembled 9 mechanical components, with a secondary damage rate of 0. What a terrifying feat! Gasps of astonishment resonated throughout the mechanical workshop. Not only did he forego the use of a scanner, but even seasoned veterans could achieve that. Yet, dismantling by hand required an intimate understanding of every minute detail within the mechanical components, with precise control over the applied force. Too much or too little could lead to damage. The fact that this young man had achieved a secondary damage rate of 0 implied that his experience and mastery in mechanical disassembly far surpassed everyone present. Did this boy practice from the moment he was born? One mechanic muttered, his eyes filled with incredulity. No, not just from birth. He must have practiced frequently, at least 10 hours a day, fully focused, to reach such a level of skill. Another mechanic quickly countered, shaking his head in denial of the previous assertion. In their minds, it seemed nearly impossible for anyone to dedicate themselves solely to mechanical disassembly from such a young age. Yet, little did they realize that, in a certain sense, Su Ming's experience mirrored their assumptions. Since childhood, he had been inseparable from mechanical components, only stepping away for sleep and meals, constantly disassembling and reassembling. This relentless practice had imbued him with an almost unnatural familiarity with each mechanical part. A mere touch could reveal the issues within. With one final click, the 10th mechanical component was successfully disassembled. The workbench was now cluttered with an array of individual mechanical parts. As this scene unfolded, the entire mechanical workshop fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. Mont, witnessing this spectacle, was on the verge of speaking. However, Su Ming paid no heed to the onlookers. He casually dragged over a precision engraving machine from the side, promptly picked up one of the components, and began to intricately carve micro-level circuits onto it. He was intent on repairing the part. One of the mechanics, observing this, couldn't help but exclaim, with such formidable disassembly skills, could he possibly repair it too? Another mechanic widened his eyes, fixated intently on Su Ming's hands. Mechanical repairs involve numerous distinct steps: cleaning, disassembly, repair, and reassembly. Among these, the cleaning stage is undoubtedly the simplest, requiring minimal technical expertise. However, disassembly, repair, and reassembly each escalate in complexity, with many mechanics specializing in just one phase, ultimately passing the task to the final individual for reassembly. Yet here stood this young man, not only disassembling but also aspiring to repair. The crowd refrained from interrupting Su Ming. His earlier performance had already captivated some of the mechanics present. Now, as they witnessed his determination to continue the repair, they collectively held their breath, eagerly watching him. His hands are remarkably steady. One mechanic murmured. Mont, curious, inquired, what is Su Ming's brain domain level? With such steady hands, it must be impressive. The steadiness of one's hands is governed by the mind, where the physical capability denotes explosive power, while the brain domain level signifies control and skill. Mont retrieved Su Ming's work ID, intrigued to take a look. Upon seeing the conspicuous -3 in the brain domain level section, Mont's eyes widened in disbelief. His brain domain level is -3? This must be a mistake. Even Mont felt somewhat bewildered. Wait, that's not right. The component Su Ming is repairing is the X3 circuit board of the N265 energy rifle. But the engraved circuits do not match the standard design, with many discrepancies emerging in his carvings. At that moment, one of the engravers squinted, rose, and spoke with a serious tone. Chapter 5. A startling revelation. Upon hearing this, the mechanics in the workshop were taken aback. His carvings are incorrect? A disassembly technician frowned and questioned. Although he lacked knowledge of engraving, he understood a fundamental principle. If the engraved circuits were contradictory, it could lead to catastrophic electronic collisions, resulting in the circuit board's self-destruction. In such a case, forget about defeating the enemy. Merely surviving would be a stroke of luck. An engraving error is a grave taboo in mechanical repairs and manufacturing. The potential consequences of such a mistake are beyond imagination. Should we call a halt to this? Mott furrowed his brow and asked. The engraver attentively observed Su Ming's technique, watching him recreate the circuits on the already damaged circuit board. A glimmer of confusion flashing in his eyes. Strange. Though his carving paths seem contradictory, they harmonize remarkably when connected. The engraver murmured to himself. But is there any danger? Mott inquired, his brow knit. The engraver shook his head and replied, I can't comprehend it, but to discern the final outcome, we shall wait until he completes the engraving and then conduct a reassembly test. After hearing the engraver's words, the crowd redirected their focus to Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming had commenced the repair of a second component, again utilizing the precision engraving machine, meticulously etching patterns onto the part. However, unbeknownst to those around him, a series of subtle notifications echoed in Su Ming's mind. Ding, disassembly successful, gain starlight points 1 ding. Disassembly successful, gain starlight points 1 ding. Repair successful, gain starlight points 1. What delighted Su Ming was that successfully repairing a component would yield starlight points. This meant that if he could successfully restore a weapon, he might directly acquire dozens of starlight points. This logistics repair workshop is truly my paradise. Su Ming felt elated, his hands moving swiftly as he repaired several components, amassing a total of 20 starlight points in an instant. Gazing at the repaired parts in his hands, Su Ming wasted no time and began the assembly process. The surrounding mechanics were left in a state of shock, staring blankly at Su Ming, who had just completed the repairs and was now preparing to assemble. All right, you can also do mechanical reassembly. Is there anything you cannot do? Reassembly is the most challenging step in repairing mechanical components. It requires connecting each micro-level circuit and ensuring the gaps between the two parts are less than 1 micron. This is an arduous task, demanding high precision from the mechanics. Even Su Ming, during the reassembly, remained fully focused, meticulously piecing together the parts before him. After an arduous effort with over 10 components, he finally succeeded in assembling a complete mechanical unit. As Su Ming completed this assembly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the entire mechanical repair workshop. Everyone had been fixated on Su Ming's actions, and upon witnessing the successful assembly of the components, they all silently wiped their brows in relief. It worked! The circuit system of the N-265 energy rifle has been restored. Su Ming gazed at the mechanical component in his hands, filled with a sense of accomplishment. The ability to repair a damaged part and restore its functionality embodies the essence of mechanical repair. What's wrong with you all? It was at this moment that Su Ming noticed he had unwittingly become the center of attention, with everyone fixated on the mechanical component in his hands. Su Ming, right? Why does the circuit engraving in this component differ from the original? The engraver asked, swallowing hard, his voice barely above a whisper. Su Ming's recent performance had already left him astounded, and despite sensing the discrepancies in the circuit engravings, he struggled to ascertain whether the mechanical component had genuinely been restored. Su Ming replied nonchalantly, I felt some aspects of the original circuit were rather unreasonable, so I made a few casual adjustments. Unreasonable? A casual adjustment? The engraver couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Such a statement sounds simple, yet executing it is challenging, akin to creating anew on an existing foundation. Is there a test rifle for the N-265 energy rifle? I'd like to try this circuit system, Su Ming inquired. The moment his words fell, the crowd snapped back to reality. Indeed, regardless of whether Su Ming's repairs were successful or not, the best way to verify was to substitute this component into the original weapon. If it achieves at least 75 of the original power, it is deemed acceptable. Over 90, and it can be considered a perfect repair. The crowd hurriedly searched the warehouse for a test rifle and handed it to Su Ming. Accepting the test rifle, Su Ming promptly replaced it with the mechanical component he had just repaired. He then walked to the testing area and fired a shot at the target. Zing! Intense energy instantly coalesced within the rifle. Swiftly discharged through the muzzle, bang! A resounding explosion echoed as the test target swayed violently. However, being constructed of super composite materials, the target remained unharmed despite the violent shaking. Soon, the testing results were announced. Ding! The testing result for the N-265 energy rifle is power at 130 of the original value, shooting energy storage time reduced by 20, projectile speed increased by 20. Overall assessment. The repaired component boasts an effectiveness of 130 compared to its original. Component quality. Excellent. Upon seeing the lines of figures displayed, every mechanic present felt a shiver of excitement. The very essence of mechanical repair lies in the notion that even when a weapon is restored, its power will invariably fall short of its original pristine state. Yet now, the energy rifle repaired by Su Ming is even more formidable than its pre-repair condition. This transcends mere repair. It is creation. A new circuit design has been conceived for this energy rifle. The crowd turned their gazes towards Su Ming, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Achieving such a feat is the hallmark of a master in mechanics. This seemingly unassuming young man, appearing as if he had merely come to pass the time, possesses extraordinary mechanical prowess. Mont's breathing quickened. He had begun to realize that his repair workshop might have struck gold. Chapter 6. Starlight points young master Su Ming. This will be your residence. Mont beamed, addressing Su Ming with a smile. Indeed, strength and value are the most effective means of earning respect. Initially, Mont had shown little favor towards Su Ming, but now he had reserved the finest employee quarters for him. Su Ming surveyed his surroundings. While the employee accommodation may not rival the grandeur of the Kellen family's living quarters, it was nonetheless quite commendable for a logistics planet like Nopu. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and then asked, Captain Mont, what work will I be expected to do regularly? Mont's face was adorned with a radiant smile as he addressed Su Ming, saying, It's quite simple. Disassembling 20 components constitutes a day's work, and each component earns 1 star coin. Any components beyond 20 can still be compensated. Of course, repairs and reassembly also come with rewards, 2 star coins for repairing a component and 3 for reassembly. After a brief pause, Mont leaned closer and spoke softly to Su Ming. With your remarkable skills, young Master Su, you will undoubtedly accomplish the task with ease. Therefore, he glanced around furtively, lowering his voice further. If you wish to earn more star coins, you might consider taking on some side jobs. I can help you secure those opportunities, and we could split the earnings evenly. Upon hearing Mont's proposal, Su Ming remained non-committal, smiling slightly before responding, If I find the need for such endeavors later, I shall certainly seek out Mr. Montana. For now, however, I believe it prudent to first stabilize my situation. Mont chuckled amiably, replying, Indeed. Let us allow you to acclimate to your new surroundings first. I shall take my leave for today, but feel free to ask me anything you might need clarification on. Thank you, Mr. Mont. After Mont exited the room, Su Ming promptly immersed himself in his system. That moment, he was astonished to discover he possessed 32 star points. Being his first acquisition of star points, he was eager to explore their capabilities. According to the system's description, star points could facilitate numerous activities: training, attacking, repairing the body, and enhancing physical strength. Clearly, at this juncture, they were most suitable for training and physical enhancement. Without hesitation, Su Ming selected the option for training, Stellar Limitless Technique. This was a martial art he had diligently practiced in solitude for over a decade, mastering it to perfection. With effortless grace, he began to channel the Stellar Limitless Technique. Soon, ethereal strands of starlight descended from the heavens into Su Ming's chamber, where he absorbed them into his being. Whether day or night, starlight existed abundantly. The light from distant stars was a form of starlight, and sunlight, too, counted among its kind. As the starlight infused his body, it began to circulate in a specific direction, following an enigmatic rhythm that fortified Su Ming's physique, rendering it increasingly resilient and powerful. Opening his eyes, Su Ming's gaze reflected deep contemplation. If he maintained his current pace of training, it would likely take him 2 weeks to ascend to the rank of an upper-level genetic warrior. The hierarchy of genetic warriors comprises 10 levels, corresponding to the number of genetic locks activated within the human body. Each time a new genetic lock is unlocked, vast amounts of energy must be accumulated, and upon reaching a certain threshold, the next genetic lock can be activated. With the unlocking of each genetic lock, The genetic warrior gains greater strength. Presently, Su Ming was an intermediate-level genetic warrior, meaning he needed to amass energy within his body to reach the upper level before unlocking the next genetic lock and transitioning to a secondary genetic warrior. Su Rui, being 2 years his senior, had also unlocked his genetic locks 2 years earlier. Within these 2 years, Su Rui had ascended from a level 1 genetic warrior to a level 4, showcasing an astonishing rate of advancement, rare even within the Empire. If Su Ming continued at this pace, he might not be able to catch up to Su Rui, and by the time they met again, he might even find himself unable to compete with him. After all, beyond the typical training environment, Su Rui had access to resources provided by the Colin family, significantly accelerating his training speed. Even if Su Ming possessed superior talent compared to Su Rui, surpassing him without such resources appeared an unlikely endeavor. This was something Su Ming could not accept. True to his nature, he was one to repay grievances. Su Rui had wronged him since childhood, and he was determined to reclaim what was his in the future. With this thought in mind, Su Ming resolved to utilize 5 star points within the system for his training. Immediately, as the points were consumed, 5 strands of exceptionally pure starlight surged into Su Ming's body. Sensing the immense energy of this pure starlight, a glimmer of realization crossed Su Ming's eyes. His 9 radiant stellar body was a unique constitution, composed of both starlight and flesh. The reason star points could aid in his training and physical enhancement was that his body was fundamentally constituted of starlight energy. As a substantial influx of starlight energy flowed in, it indeed facilitated his endeavors. Without hesitation, Su Ming activated his technique, absorbing the exchanged starlight into his body. The vast starlight flooded every corner of his being, becoming an integral part of him, strengthening his physique. As he opened his eyes, a flicker of joy shone within them. Each star point contained enough starlight to equal an hour's worth of energy absorption. This meant that by exchanging 24 star points, it equated to a full day's worth of training. Su Ming meticulously noted some characteristics of the star points, then proceeded to exchange the remaining points for starlight energy, gradually absorbing it into his body. By the end of the night's training, his physique had become increasingly robust. Early the next morning, Su Ming awoke promptly, completed his morning routine, and made his way to the mechanical repair workshop. "Good morning, Master Su. You've arrived," greeted the mechanics, their faces still alight with the awe from Su Ming's impressive display the previous day. Su Ming, maintaining a humble demeanor, smiled and nodded at the mechanics before approaching his workstation. With practiced ease, he retrieved a basket of mechanical components and commenced disassembly. Chapter 7. The Marketplace. Clack, clack, clack. Su Ming immersed himself in the task, skillfully disassembling the mechanical components one by one. While disassembling mechanical parts might seem a tedious task to others, for Su Ming, it had become a daily ritual over the past decade, a part of his very existence. Without the act of disassembling mechanical parts or engraving circuits, he would feel an unsettling sense of disquiet. His hands moved with increasing speed, effortlessly identifying the hidden seams in the components he had previously dismantled. Time and again, Su Ming found no trace of annoyance. Whether it was disassembling mechanical parts, engraving circuits, reassembling machinery, or even delving into the intricate assembly of entire machines, culminating in the construction of formidable mechas, each step demanded a significant expenditure of mental focus. This process provided an excellent opportunity to hone his mental acuity and concentration. As he engaged in this endeavor, Su Ming's cognitive capacity gradually improved, inch by inch. There were no shortcuts to enhancing cognitive ability, nor were there any star points to serve as nourishment. Progress was achieved through gradual accumulation and persistent effort. Even Su Rui, who had access to a wealth of superior resources, had to diligently advance step by step. Su Ming focused intently on the mechanical components in his hands, clearing his mind of all distractions. He sensed that although he was currently engaged in fundamental tasks, these efforts would eventually lead to a remarkable transformation. It was at that moment he would be capable of assembling his very own, the world's most powerful mechanical equipment, his mecha. Before long, Su Ming had successfully disassembled the 20 mechanical components into a heap of spare parts. Observing Su Ming's extraordinary efficiency, the nearby disassembly technician gazed at him with admiration. "Master Su, do you plan to undertake repairs and reassembly as well?" Mon inquired with a smile, having witnessed Su Ming complete the disassembly of 20 components in under an hour, a pace 4 or 5 times quicker than that of other disassembly technicians. Having seen Su Ming's swift completion of the task, Mont was eager to witness his repair and reassembly techniques. He understood that if his workshop could consistently produce such high-quality mechanical components, word would quickly spread among the frontline soldiers. This would lead to a surge of requests for repairs, drawing the attention of superiors to the workshop's capabilities, an undeniable boon for Mont's future prospects. Thus, Mont recognized that Su Ming's true value lay in his repair and reassembly skills. However, to Mont's surprise, Su Ming shook his head, setting aside the mechanical components, and said, "Captain Mont, I've completed my tasks for today. After collecting my wages, I would like to explore the nearby shops." Although the logistics planet differed significantly from the residential one, the individuals working there also required normalcy in their lives, entertainment, and shopping. Thus, the planet boasted a variety of shops, taverns, and even gaming lounges. Since Su Ming's rebirth in this world, he had lived within the Collin family's estate, oblivious to the joys of leisurely strolling through the streets. This truly left Su Ming without a proper opportunity to explore this world. With a chance now at hand, he naturally wished to wander about and behold the various wonders of this realm. Having received his wages, which amounted to over 40 star coins including yesterday's earnings, he found himself in a favorable position. Star coins serve as the circulating currency in human society, universally accepted across different nations. While 40 star coins may not seem substantial, Su Ming possessed far more than that. Previously, he had acquired a considerable sum from a servant, totaling a remarkable 200,000 star coins. Tio put this into perspective. An ordinary servant of the Cologne family would possess around 200,000 star coins, equivalent to the expenses of an average household over the course of 2 to 3 years, thereby illustrating the family's affluence. After collecting his pay, Su Ming departed from the mechanical workshop and made his way toward the nearby commercial district. Although this planet primarily functions as a logistical and mechanical repair hub, catering mainly to the needs of frontline warriors, approximately 60% of its area is dedicated to commerce and residential purposes. Now recruiting mechanical apprentices, with meals and accommodation included, plus a monthly stipend of 50 star coins. Behold the latest firearms produced by Nopu Technology Company, Limited. The merchants in the bustling shops called out enthusiastically. Most of the establishments here specialize in machinery and weaponry. At that moment, Su Ming's attention was captured by a proclamation from a neighboring shop. The ZX-30 Leopard mechanical arm is on sale today. Purchase one and receive 3 energy bars for free. Intrigued, Su Ming stepped into the store. "Excuse me, could you show me the mechanical arm?" he inquired directly. The owner, a human with blue skin, evidently not a native of the Monkolid Empire, brightened at Su Ming's request. With a cheerful demeanor, he retrieved a mechanical arm from behind the counter. The ZX-30 Leopard mechanical arm is equipped with an anti-gravity system, making it feel virtually weightless and exceptionally agile. The owner beamed as he handed over the arm. Elaborating animatedly, Su Ming accepted the mechanical arm and, utilizing his system-enhanced penetrating vision, scanned its components. Every part was laid bare before him, revealing no secrets. Clearly, this was a standardized mechanical arm produced by a technology company, with each piece exuding a sense of industrial uniformity. Although Su Ming was not particularly fond of such mass-produced machinery, he could not deny that certain aspects of this mechanical arm showcased notable craftsmanship, making it a valuable asset for him at present. Feeling a surge of excitement, Su Ming continued, "What is the energy level range of this mechanical arm? Does it include a built-in anti-modification system?" The owner, taken aback by Su Ming's knowledge, regarded him with newfound respect and replied, "A true connoisseur. It seems you are considering modifying this arm. This model supports modifications with an energy level range of approximately 20 to 80. Su Ming, increasingly enamored with the arm, inquired, "How much does it cost?" "A flat price of 13,000 star coins." The figure startled Su Ming. 13,000 star coins was no trivial sum, sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for several months. Yet, he understood that the pricing of mechanical weapons often reflects their true value. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at several mechanical components displayed on the counter and proposed, "All right, I'll take the mechanical arm for 13,000 star coins, but could you throw in a neural amplification component?" "A neural amplification component? Young man, are you a gene warrior?" The owner was taken aback. Neural amplification components are specifically designed for gene warriors, enabling a connection to the neural domain to enhance the energy level of the mechanical weapon itself. If this mechanical arm has an energy range of 20 to 80, with Su Ming's own 25 points of neural energy, it could potentially unleash an energy level of 40 to over 100, significantly amplifying its power. After contemplating Su Ming for a moment, the owner hesitated, then resolved, "All right, though I won't profit much from this. Forging a good relationship with you is worthwhile. I'll sell it to you for 13,000 star coins." Chapter 8. A threat approaches. After acquiring the mechanical arm, Su Ming felt no desire to continue his exploration. He shouldered the hefty mechanical arm and returned to the workshop. However, instead of heading directly to his dormitory, he carried the mechanical arm to his workbench. The day had begun to wane, and most mechanics had already left to enjoy their evenings. Only a handful remained engrossed in their tasks. Su Ming discreetly arrived at his workbench, but a nearby youth caught sight of him, his eyes widening with curiosity as he observed the mechanical arm in Su Ming's possession. The boy immediately ceased his work, his full attention drawn to Su Ming. Ignoring the boy's gaze, Su Ming placed the mechanical arm on the workbench and, taking out the neural amplification component gifted by the owner, began to meticulously disassemble it. Despite the fact that these components were relatively complete products, Su Ming felt little attachment to such mass-produced mechanical parts. Even though this component was assembled in a refined manner, it still lacked the depth he sought. In a flurry of swift movements, he disassembled the neural amplification component into its individual parts. As a piece intended for neural developers, the complexity of this mechanical component's parts far surpassed that of ordinary pieces. Nevertheless, Su Ming's extensive experience enabled him to dismantle even far more intricate devices with ease. The boy watched in rapt fascination as Su Ming's fluid motions resembled a beautiful art form to the other disassemblers. This was a formidable task, and after completing the disassembly of the neural amplification component, Su Ming meticulously erased the circuits of each part before carving new micro and nanoscale circuits into them. Time slipped away, and nearly 3 hours passed before Su Ming stood, feeling a hint of fatigue. Shaking his head, he recognized that he could not complete the subsequent assembly in his current state. His attention would likely falter, risking errors even for him. Stowing the mechanical arm and components in the storage cabinet below, Su Ming rose, preparing to depart. To his surprise, he noticed the boy still lingering nearby, gazing at him with admiration. "Are you not off work yet? It's quite late," Su Ming remarked. The boy, caught off guard by the question, hesitated, appearing somewhat socially awkward. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "Your disassembly and carving techniques are incredible. I couldn't help but watch." Hearing the boy's words, Su Ming smiled and replied, "All right, it's getting late. I need to head back for some rest. You should do the same." With that, Su Ming turned to leave the workshop. The boy stood rooted in place, torn between wanting to speak and feeling tongue-tied. Finally, as Su Ming was about to push open the door, the boy summoned his courage and called out, "Su Ming, could you teach me mechanical techniques?" It seemed the question had drained the boy of all his strength, his voice growing softer with each word. Su Ming turned, surprised, and curiously asked, "You wish to learn mechanical techniques?" Seeing that Su Ming did not immediately reject him, the boy's hope reignited, and he nodded vigorously. "Yes, I want to learn. You can teach me, right? I want to ask for it for free. I can assist you with your disassembly tasks." After considering the proposition, Su Ming nodded. "All right, while I'm carving and assembling, you can observe. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask." The boy beamed with joy, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Su Ming found the display amusing. "It's no trouble at all. No need to thank me. Oh, by the way, what is your name?" "My name is Warren," the boy quickly responded. "Warren?" Su Ming repeated, committing it to memory. "Got it. For now, rest well. Feel free to ask me any questions tomorrow." With that, Su Ming pushed open the door and stepped outside, leaving Warren standing in the workshop, his face alight with immense joy. He glanced at Su Ming's retreating figure, not following him but instead returning to his own workbench. From a nearby scrap bin, he retrieved a discarded mechanical part. Imitating what he had observed, he began erasing the original circuits from the component, his mind replaying Su Ming's actions. Cautiously, he began to carve circuits into the part. However, as it was his first attempt, every effort ended in failure. Yet, determination shone in Warren's eyes as he continued to practice Su Ming's carving techniques, tirelessly working late into the night as flickers of circuit light ignited and extinguished within the mechanical workshop. What Warren perhaps did not foresee was that it was precisely due to this inquiry today, coupled with his tireless efforts each day, that in several years, within the vast expanse of the cosmos. An invincible powerhouse named God of Machinery Warren would emerge. Of course, that is a tale for another time, and we shall set it aside for now. As for taking Warren as an apprentice, it posed no disruption or inconvenience to Su Ming. Warren possessed a remarkable sense of propriety. He would only pose his previously held questions during Su Ming's breaks, ensuring that he did not intrude upon Su Ming's work. In fact, with Warren as his assistant, Su Ming was able to delegate some of the basic disassembly tasks to him. For Su Ming, these tasks had become less beneficial, and continuing to engage in them felt somewhat like a waste of time. Thus, Warren was able to take on part of the workload, leaving Su Ming quite satisfied with his assistant, prompting him to invest even greater effort in his teachings. Days passed in this manner, with Su Ming diligently repairing and reassembling the damaged mechanical components on the battlefield during the day, earning numerous starlight points from the system. After work, he devoted himself to modifying his mechanical arm, transforming it into a circuitry design with an augmented brain domain component installed. His days were both fulfilling and orderly. However, unbeknownst to Su Ming, at this very moment on Claire's star, one of the 5 major stars of the Mongolid Empire, a young man bearing a striking resemblance to Su Ming exhibited a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Excellent. Father has finally departed, allowing me to discreetly eliminate some of the family's liabilities. Chapter 9. The mechanical arm Claire Star, renowned for its prosperity and extravagance, stands as one of the 5 principal stars of the Mongolid Empire, holding significant status within the empire. Although this planet does not excel in technology or military prowess compared to the other major stars, it has reached unparalleled heights in luxury, entertainment, and indulgence. This has led numerous esteemed families and powerful clans to establish themselves on Claire's star. Despite its lack of military strength, the star is teeming with formidable individuals, including founders of families, prodigies, and prominent political figures. The Corlin family is a notably large clan on Claire's star, led by its patriarch, Corlin Clarence, who is one of the 99 invincible awakeners of the empire. In a universe-level empire of such vastness, even a trillion could scarcely describe a fraction of its population. Yet, amid this staggering demographic, there exist only 99 invincible awakeners, underscoring the terrifying weight of such individuals. At this moment, within the Corlin family, the eldest son, Surue, gazed with a smile at a man before him dressed in casual attire. Once the task is complete, the subsequent star coins will be deposited into your account, and I have prepared the gene modifications, cosmetic alterations, and a new identity card for you. As long as you remain incognito, rest assured no one will trace it back to you, Surue said, playing with the cup in his hand. Upon hearing Surue's words, the man in casual clothes nodded impassively and replied, "Rest assured, young Master Surue, with my intervention, Su Ming shall perish." Surue glanced at the man, a third-tier low-grade gene warrior. Although he had not activated his brain domain energy level, his physical energy level had surpassed 400 points. Such physical prowess seemed excessive for eliminating a fool, yet Surue felt utterly reassured. Even if the man stood still while Su Ming swung at him, it was unlikely that Su Ming could even scratch the surface of this man's skin. The energy level disparity rendered any unexpected outcomes improbable. "Go forth," Surue, in high spirits, stood and cheerfully addressed the man in casual attire. The man nodded slightly and, with a swift movement, departed from the Corlin family, heading directly towards the spatial transfer station. "Please present your pass." "Where are you headed?" The man in casual attire glanced at the staff member and, with a gentle smile, slowly uttered 4 words, "NOP planet." Meanwhile, Su Ming was busy working in the mechanical workshop. After a week of continuous modifications, his mechanical arm had undergone a complete transformation. The revamped arm was more solid and appeared far more formidable. Most importantly, this mechanical arm could amplify its power through brain domain energy levels. What does it mean to amplify through brain domain energy? Essentially, if a normal individual using this mechanical arm wields a power of 5 points, then a brain domain developer with a 5-point energy level could elevate the arm's power to approximately 10 points by utilizing the amplification system. The brain domain energy could essentially translate into tangible combat strength for mechanical weapons, enabling them to unleash tremendous force. Of course, it is important to note that this amplification is not guaranteed to be absolute. Factors such as energy loss from the amplification system must be considered, and the actual amplification could only approach the brain domain energy level but would not achieve a perfect match. Additionally, The material of the mechanical arm itself imposes limitations on the energy level it can accommodate. For instance, if a mechanical arm has a maximum energy level of 100 points, a user with a brain domain energy level of 10,000 points would merely cause the arm to rupture. As Su Ming gazed at his newly modified mechanical arm, a flicker of joy illuminated his eyes. Warren, standing nearby, eagerly approached, admiring the arm as if it were a work of art. Warren was immensely passionate about machinery, and the more intricate the design, the more he adored it. Su Ming, what is the energy level of this mechanical arm? Let us measure it right away, Warren exclaimed excitedly. Su Ming shook his head and smiled at Warren, saying, "We won't measure it here. Follow me outside." Not measuring it here? A hint of confusion crossed Warren's face. The workshop had the appropriate measuring systems. Why not utilize them? Warren felt perplexed but chose not to voice his questions. He suppressed his curiosity and followed Su Ming outside. The two of them walked until they arrived at an exceptionally desolate area. This wasteland was devoid of any structures, barren and empty. However, Su Ming appeared quite content with this environment. Once they arrived, he stood still, beginning to calibrate the mechanical arm he held. Warren became increasingly puzzled and finally couldn't resist asking, "Su Ming, what are we doing here? There's nothing around to test." Su Ming chuckled softly, offering no response. Then, before Warren could utter another word, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the mechanical arm as Su Ming equipped it to his right hand. With no hesitation, he launched a punch forward. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated as Warren's slight frame was sent tumbling backward by the shockwave. As he groggily rose to his feet, Warren's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. A deep pit had formed. This pit was approximately a meter deep, and it was evident that the stones at its center had been pulverized. Just moments ago, there had been no pit here, yet it had suddenly appeared before Warren's eyes. The only explanation was that this crater had been created by Su Ming's recent strike. Warren suddenly realized something and turned to Su Ming, exclaiming, "You are a gene warrior?" A gene warrior. An idea that felt both distant and profoundly coveted by Warren. He couldn't have imagined such a being standing right beside him. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then caressed the mechanical arm, murmuring to himself, "Not bad. The arm's inherent energy level has reached 130 points. And the power of my recent attack should be around 350 points, 130, 350. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Warren couldn't help but murmur, but soon, his eyes widened as he gazed at Su Ming. "You are also a brain domain developer?" Chapter 10. Danger approaches. The mechanical arm originally possessed an energy level of 130 points, yet it delivered a strike with a power of 350 points. This left only one explanation. Su Ming before him was indeed a brain domain developer, with a brain domain energy level exceeding 120 points, enabling a mere 130 points mechanical arm to unleash 350 points of power. Now, as Warren looked at Su Ming, words escaped him. He felt that Su Ming was shrouded in an aura of mystery. His foundational skills and mechanics were astoundingly solid, coupled with being a brain domain developing gene warrior. This was nothing short of impossible. Moreover, this energy level, exceeding 120 points, fell squarely within the realm of second-tier gene warriors, implying that Su Ming had ascended to the status of a second-tier gene warrior. It would be an arduous task to cultivate both simultaneously, even from infancy. Warren felt disoriented. It is important to note that gene warriors are classified into two categories: those who have developed their brain domains and those who have not. The former can pilot mechs, significantly enhancing their combat prowess, while the latter relies solely on their physical strength, which, while capable of competing with mech warriors, ultimately falls short of the augmentation provided by brain domain energy levels. Su Ming looked at Warren with surprise, shaking his head and exclaiming, "How peculiar!" Warren, with a serious demeanor, nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, "You are undeniably a gene warrior, exempt from legal constraints to assist the front lines. Why then, do you choose to squander 5 years of your time here?" After a moment of silence, Su Ming shook his head and replied, "I am not here to waste time." Warren was taken aback, glancing at Su Ming, sensing that there might be something unspeakable lurking beneath the surface. He then smiled and quickly shifted the topic. "I envy you. I wish to become a gene warrior as well." "But, Su Ming looked at Warren with curiosity. Warren sighed with a rueful smile and explained, "My family lacks the financial means to afford the medication necessary to unlock the gene lock. The optimal time for activation has already passed." This is my predicament. A shadow of disappointment flickered in Warren's eyes. However, Su Ming promptly shook his head, disagreeing. The gene lock merely represents a barrier. The timing of its unlocking is inconsequential, as long as you persist in your training. The genes within your body will continue to accumulate energy, which will erupt all at once when the lock is eventually opened. Warren paused in surprise, then asked skeptically, "Is that really true?" Su Ming nodded earnestly. This perspective starkly contrasted with the mainstream beliefs of interstellar society, which held that only after unlocking the gene lock could one truly reap the benefits of training. Prior efforts were merely foundational. Yet, having practiced an unconventional method, Su Ming now viewed the issue of genes through a different lens. The gene lock is merely a lock. Its existence does not hinder the body's capacity for continued training. In that case, starting today, I shall resume my gene training. Once I save enough money, I will purchase a dose of gene serum to unlock my gene lock. Hope flickered in Warren's eyes, invigorating him with newfound vitality. Su Ming smiled and nodded. "Let us go. Time to head back." Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Ming placed the mechanical arm beside him, wearing a satisfied expression. He was quite pleased with the arm, especially in such a tumultuous environment as this logistical planet, where having a mechanical arm for self-defense was a source of reassurance. He then immersed himself in his body, observing the changes in his internal energy. Warren's assumptions were correct. After a week of training, Su Ming had ascended to the ranks of a level 2 gene warrior. With the enhancement of starlight points, Su Ming's training speed had accelerated to more than 10 times its previous rate. What once took him a month or two to achieve now took merely a week. His physical energy level and brain domain energy level now stood at 131 and 124 points, respectively. Ultimately, the advancement of his brain domain energy level remained comparatively slow. Despite his robust mechanical skills facilitating a quicker improvement, it still lagged behind the gains in his physical energy level derived from starlight points. Shaking his head, Su Ming settled his mind, preparing to enter his daily training regimen. The day's tasks of disassembling, carving, and reassembling had yielded him over 40 starlight points, which would support another night of training. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of vigilance flashing within them. "What is happening?" Su Ming wondered, feeling an unusual presence drawing closer. His training in the Starless Infinite Heavenly technique had honed his sensitivity to aura and danger to an acute degree. He distinctly sensed an ominous energy approaching, and no longer daring to continue his training. Su Ming grabbed the modified mechanical arm and warily eyed the door. The unsettling feeling emanated from beyond it. Though he couldn't articulate the source of his discomfort, his instinctive wariness remained unyielding. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from outside the door, akin to the click of a trigger. The noise was exceedingly subtle. Had it not been for the quiet of the night, Su Ming might have missed it entirely. Almost instantaneously, a wave of terror surged through him. Without hesitation, he swiftly darted to the side in the next instant. His bed erupted in an explosion, flames engulfing the room. With no time to spare, Su Ming equipped the mechanical arm and smashed through the window, rolling to a steady landing on the ground. Behind him lay a sea of flames. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have surely been shot dead, leaving no trace. A shiver of fear coursed through Su Ming as he quickly dashed toward the mechanical workshop. Just then, he heard a soft exclamation reach his ears. Emerging from the shadows was a man in plain clothes, his expression calm and collected. He regarded the fleeing Su Ming, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Isn't this Su Ming supposed to be a fool? Could it be that the young master was deceived by him? Fortunately, the young master had been cautious enough to assign me to deal with him. Today, I shall eliminate this lingering threat on behalf of the young master. The man muttered to himself before vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 11. Pursuit and Mechanical Arm. Su Ming sprinted forward with all his might. Striving to evade his pursuer, he had no intention of seeking help from the mechanics in the workshop, for most of them were ordinary individuals with no training, merely skilled in mechanical repair. If they had undergone training, they would not have been relegated to this labor by the Empire's laws. What assistance could they offer? Only self-rescue was possible. Su Ming's mind was remarkably clear at this moment, and he cast a glance over his shoulder. The darkness was impenetrable. Nothing was visible, yet he sensed a presence tightly locking onto him, never wavering. The assassin behind him was still in pursuit. In an instant, Su Ming deduced the identity of his pursuer. It was undoubtedly that old schemer, Su Rue. sent to eliminate him. After all, for over a decade, he had lived in a daze, having not offended anyone. The only one who would wish to eradicate him was his own brother. Su Rue? A cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Damn it. Though he initially felt conflicted, with the future not necessitating Su Rue's demise, it was evident that Su Rue had other intentions, seeking to eradicate him now. If that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? Once the opportunity arises, Su Rue shall meet his end at my hands. Bang. Whoosh. Another faint gunshot rang out behind him, accompanied by the sound of a bullet slicing through the air. Reaching Su Ming's ears, instantly, he pivoted sharply, employing an unusual footwork technique to narrowly evade the bullet fired from behind him. The breakwind pistol had an effective range of 300 meters and held 6 rounds. In an instant, Su Ming deduced the make and specifications of the weapon based on the sound of the bullet and the resulting explosion. 4 rounds remained. The assassin trailing him still had 4 bullets left. Little did the assassin know, Su Ming had swiftly discerned that only 4 rounds remained in his firearm. Like a ghost, he trailed behind Su Ming, his eyes devoid of emotion. He raised his pistol once more and fired at Su Ming's back. As a professional assassin, he relied on firearms for long-range kills, never engaging in close combat. He possessed utmost confidence in his marksmanship. Although he simply fired a shot, each bullet was meticulously aimed, anticipating Su Ming's movements and minimizing his escape options. However, to his astonishment, this fool of the Corlin family, the second young master, had once again evaded his third shot. If the first 2 dodges were mere luck, evading the third shot indicated something more troubling. Narrowing his eyes, the assassin replayed the earlier scene in his mind, a glimmer of realization flashing in his gaze. This second young master is no ordinary fool. Although it seemed like a simple twist of the body, he had precisely found a gap in the assassin's aura, causing the bullet to miss its mark. If he were an ordinary person, such a remarkable reflex and evasive ability would be unfathomable. This second young master, everyone had underestimated him. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ming's series of actions were purely instinctive evasions, driven by muscle memory. For 16 years, his consciousness had been confined within a closed space. Compelled to train relentlessly, however, training was not limited to a single technique. Otherwise, Su Ming's mind would have succumbed to boredom. The system not only guided him in cultivating his technique, but also taught him various footwork and evasion strategies. Honing his dodging skills, even his marksmanship had been subjected to the system's rigorous training. For an entire 16 years, each day was consumed by 8 hours of relentless evasion from the barrage of bullets set by the system. Particularly in the later stages, the challenges became increasingly perverse. At the most extreme point, Su Ming once managed to dodge attacks coming from a staggering 10,000 different angles for a continuous 5 minutes. This is an extraordinarily terrifying achievement, and it is estimated that within the entire empire, only a handful could accomplish such a feat. This signifies that through 16 years of relentless training and continual learning of new techniques, Su Ming has transformed into a formidable warrior capable of effortlessly evading all assaults, even amidst an onslaught in the cosmos. In his mind and consciousness, he has long developed a terrifying muscle memory. At this moment, the assassin behind him, despite possessing exceptional marksmanship, finds it nearly impossible to strike Su Ming. The young man bore a resolute expression, his mechanical arm unwavering. He sprinted forward with fervor, seizing the opportunity to evade the presence locking onto him from behind. Su Ming awaited a chance, a decisive opportunity for a lethal strike. When a hunter fixates on their prey, how could the prey not also cast a glance at the hunter? Finally, after a series of gunshots, the assassin clad in civilian attire ceased firing. He realized that no matter how many bullets he discharged, unless employing large-scale weaponry, the youth ahead would invariably evade them. It sounded almost unbelievable, yet at this moment, he could not help but accept the reality before him. Shaking his head, he holstered his pistol and, with a sudden burst of speed, lunged towards Su Ming. Since long-range firearms proved ineffective, he opted for close-quarters combat. As a third-level genetic warrior, his physical capability reached a staggering 400 points, while Su Ming, in his assessment, barely exceeded 100. The disparity of 300 points in capability promised a terrifying, overwhelming force. However, what he did not know was that Su Ming was precisely waiting for him to close the distance. Su Ming calculated that the individual behind him was now less than 20 meters away. he halted abruptly, pivoting around. His mechanical arm whirred into action, circuits coursing with energy, generating a formidable impact. Upon seeing Su Ming raise his mechanical arm, the assassin's pupils constricted in alarm. He sensed a grave threat of death emanating from it. Yet, due to immense inertia, to halt abruptly would surely result in injury from the mechanical arm. Reluctantly, he unleashed all his strength and hurled a punch at the mechanical arm. A third-level genetic warrior clashed with a second-level genetic warrior in the vast wilderness. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, and simultaneously, both figures were thrust backward. Su Ming fell to the ground, experiencing a searing pain coursing through his body, realizing he had likely sustained severe injuries from this clash. However, the assassin was faring even worse. He too was sent reeling, and upon rising, one of his arms hung limply from his shoulder, utterly devoid of strength. His arm had been shattered in this confrontation. The assassin gazed at Su Ming in shock, his eyes fixated on the mechanical arm in Su Ming's grasp. You are not a brain domain level -3. So why are you capable of such tremendous force? Confusion flickered in the assassin's eyes. He had never imagined that Su Ming had elevated his brain domain level, becoming a genetically enhanced warrior with developed brain capabilities. The outcome of a second-level warrior confronting a third-level warrior, resulting in the latter's arm being broken, was indeed astonishing. But this era is such. While personal martial prowess holds significant importance, the fusion of technology and brain capabilities can also unleash dazzling brilliance. A second-level genetic warrior, utilizing a mechanical arm with a capability of 130, could indeed contend with a third-level genetic warrior. Physical strength is no longer the sole determinant. Various factors such as machinery, materials, technological advancements, and brain domain levels play increasingly crucial roles in combat. A third-level genetic warrior, no matter how physically powerful, without a developed brain domain to interface with machinery, would ultimately find themselves evenly matched with a second-level warrior who had enhanced their brain capabilities. This realization struck the lesser third-level assassin profoundly. Just then, Su Ming furrowed his brow and suddenly spat a pool of blood. Observing this, the assassin's expression shifted, and he quickly grasped the situation. I thought you had the upper hand, but you merely leveraged the material of your mechanical arm to avoid a fracture. Yet the tremendous recoil has undoubtedly inflicted significant damage upon your body. Your internal organs must be ruptured, and your arm is gradually losing strength. The assassin's face lit up with delight, his expression cold as he charged towards Su Ming once more. Although he had only one arm left, so what? So long as he could eliminate his opponent, modern medical technology could easily facilitate regeneration of severed limbs. Why would he concern himself with a broken arm? Su Ming regarded the assassin with a grave expression. He spoke the truth. Despite appearing unharmed, Su Ming's internal organs had indeed been severely damaged. While a second-level genetic warrior could withstand a third-level warrior's power with the aid of a mechanical arm, the disparity in levels remained immense. Indeed, if Su Ming had not modified his mechanical arm to a capability of 130, the original 80 capability would likely have resulted in a fracture from such a blow. You possess no means to threaten me anymore. Even if you struggle with your mechanical arm, you cannot pose a significant risk. Ultimately, you shall perish by my hand. The assassin brimmed with confidence. He had taken countless lives. Witnessing Su Ming's current state, he was assured that the youth had little capacity to resist. As he approached Su Ming, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, at that moment, a brilliant starlight erupted from within Su Ming's body. Illuminated by this celestial radiance, Su Ming's injuries healed instantaneously. Ding, biological vitality at 45. Full recovery requires the consumption of 30 starlight points. Would you like to proceed? Consume. An unspoken dialogue transpired quietly within Su Ming's mind. Following the starlight, Su Ming's physical condition returned to its peak. He cast a cold gaze at the charging assassin, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Ding, ding, ding. The mechanical arm reactivated, electricity coursing wildly in the next moment. Su Ming raised his mechanical arm and, with a fierce punch, struck at the assassin, whose eyes widened in abject terror. Boom! With a single blow, the assassin, left with only one arm, was utterly obliterated, his body torn asunder by the overwhelming force, eyes bulging, lifeless beyond measure. Su Ming detached the mechanical arm, breathing heavily. The final strike also bore considerable recoil, yet fortunately, Much of it had been absorbed by the mechanical arm, leaving little impact on Su Ming. Thus, he did not expel blood as he had before. Dragging the mechanical arm, Su Ming approached the assassin's corpse and began to rummage through it. A spatial watch? After a thorough search, having found nothing else, Su Ming's attention was suddenly drawn to a severely damaged watch on the assassin's arm. He swiftly retrieved it. This was a spatial watch. One of the finest inventions of the new cosmic era. Despite its small size, it housed an independent spatial system, likely containing over 10 cubic meters of space, capable of storing a vast array of items. Moreover, it was conveniently portable, ideally suited for illicit activities, however. Su Ming examined the watch closely. No matter how he adjusted it, it remained unresponsive. With a wry smile, he concluded that the watch must have been damaged during their earlier confrontation, rendering it inoperable. Nevertheless, as long as the core of the space remained intact, the contents would not be lost. Once he repaired the watch, he could access the items within. Su Ming glanced at the assassin's corpse, contemplating, ultimately deciding to use his mechanical arm to dig a large hole and bury the body. As for whether it would be discovered, or if it would cause trouble, such concerns were trivial. Nopu planet, positioned perilously close to the front lines, was a non-residential world, inherently chaotic. Given its proximity to the front lines, law enforcement could only maintain order in commercial zones and factory areas, in these wild outskirts. It was entirely normal for a few individuals to die each day, who had the time to intervene. As long as one refrained from killing others in plain sight, trouble would seldom find them. Were it not for the fear of Su Rue uncovering evidence and concocting schemes against him, Su Ming would have been too indifferent to bother burying the body. The next day, under the arrangement of Monty, Su Ming moved to a different dormitory. Yesterday, your dormitory was besieged by an unidentified assailant, yet you emerged unscathed. What a stroke of fortune! Monty grinned widely as he addressed Su Ming. He then led Su Ming to another dormitory, allowing him to temporarily reside there. Naturally, Su Ming had no significant objections. He cast a glance around the new accommodation. Well, it is not much different from the previous one, and Monty's efforts are commendable. What transpired yesterday? Is anyone investigating? I happened to be out for a stroll, and upon my return, I found the dormitory in such disarray. Su Ming felt relieved that the dormitory area had not installed surveillance cameras to protect the privacy of the employees. Had this incident occurred in the workshop area, where cameras were omnipresent, it would likely have been discovered that they were genetic warriors. Although this matter bore no substantial consequences, it was prudent to maintain a low profile on the logistics planet. After all, Su Ming had heard tales of genetic warriors being discovered on logistics planets, only to be forcibly conscripted to the battlefield and meet their demise. While Su Ming considered himself significantly stronger than the average person, once on the battlefield, personal prowess paled in comparison to mere luck at present. He had no desire to engage in combat. Monty scratched his head and then shook it, offering a wry smile. Who can say for certain about such matters? Although the logistics planet is not as perilous as the front lines, it is still rife with chaos, and accidents can certainly occur. Su Ming nodded in understanding. Monty glanced at Su Ming, then lowered his voice to speak. Young Master Su Ming, have you given any thought to what I mentioned earlier? Su Ming paused momentarily. Monty continued, to be frank, the mechanical components you repaired previously caught the attention of some soldiers once they reached the battlefield. Now, everyone knows there is a highly skilled mechanic in my workshop. Recently, many have inquired whether I would take on private jobs. Upon hearing Monty's words, Su Ming pondered briefly before nodding and replying. It is not out of the question. But I have 3 conditions. Monty's face lit up with joy. Speak, speak. Su Ming smiled and said, First, I desire a private dormitory equipped with an independent workbench. After all, I cannot undertake private jobs in public areas, as it would not reflect well on you if others were to discover them. Su Ming had longed for a dormitory with an independent workbench. Otherwise, working alongside regular mechanics in the production workshop was not inconvenient during work hours. But whenever he wished to pursue personal projects, such as assembling mechanical arms, it became cumbersome. Hearing Su Ming's request, Monty grinned broadly. That is no problem. With my authority, arranging such accommodations is quite simple. Su Ming nodded and continued. Second, please make every effort to conceal my identity. I do not wish for too many people to be aware of my skills. Monty nodded in agreement. That can be arranged. Third, I want half of the profits from the private jobs. Monty pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. You shall receive half." Upon hearing Monty's assurance, Su Ming smiled in satisfaction and said, "Very well. It is settled then. Just let me know whenever there are private jobs." Monty beamed with delight and nodded eagerly. Young Master Su Ming is a man of his word. If you wish to accomplish anything on Nopu planet in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. I still possess some influence here. If all goes according to plan, the private dormitory can be applied for tonight. For now, you may temporarily stay in this dormitory. Monty laughed heartily. Su Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. During the day, Su Ming continued his routine, working diligently at the workshop, repairing and reassembling machinery. By nightfall, Monty had indeed managed to secure the promised private dormitory for Su Ming. At last, Su Ming had his own private workshop. Aside from needing to visit the workshop during working hours, he could now create his mechanical weapons in his own space. That evening, Su Ming retrieved the spatial watch obtained from the assassin and carefully began its repair on the workbench. Before long, he successfully isolated the spatial core from the watch. He then took out an unremarkable pendant, hollowed it out, and placed the spatial core into a circuit he had previously crafted in no time. The original spatial watch transformed into a pendant around Su Ming's neck. Satisfied with his creation, Su Ming connected his mental domain energy and, under his command, activated the pendant. Inside the pendant were numerous items, various bank cards, a brand new identity card, a single-line contact phone, and an assortment of mechanical weapons. Su Ming's gaze brightened as he discovered a standalone star coin card among the bank cards. The other cards were useless to him, as only the assassin could withdraw the funds within. However, the independent star coin card was anonymous, allowing anyone to withdraw star coins from it. Su Ming's expression shifted as he retrieved the single-line contact phone from the spatial core. Upon opening the phone, he found a message within. "How are things progressing?" This message was anonymous, but the single-line phone indicated that it could only communicate with the sender. After reading the message, a flicker of intrigue crossed Su Ming's face. He swiftly typed a reply. "The target is deceased. Do not contact me again." In his past life as a citizen of Huaxia, Su Ming had become well acquainted with various undercover operations and police dramas. Now, recognizing the single-line contact phone, the new identity card, and the context of the message, he easily deduced that this phone was used by the assassin to communicate with their employer. After sending the message, Su Ming promptly destroyed the phone and carefully inspected its components for any tracking devices before disposing of the remnants in the scrap bin. Once he completed these tasks, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, it was highly likely that Su Rue now believed he was dead. Even if there were lingering doubts and they attempted to investigate further, it would likely take a considerable amount of time to uncover the truth. By then, he would have developed sufficient self-defense capabilities. Chapter 14. Planet-level mechanical components. The arrival of the assassin seemed merely a minor interlude in Su Ming's otherwise normal working life. He appeared unaffected, continuing his daytime tasks in the workshop and spending his evenings either researching machinery, reading, or working on private jobs that Monty brought him. After confirming Su Ming's stance, Monty began to introduce him to various private jobs, repairing mechanical arms, sniper rifles, and more. These private jobs were far more challenging than his daytime work and allowed Su Ming to enhance his mechanical skills significantly. After all, the daytime tasks typically involved repairing standardized mechanical components for frontline soldiers. These components often contained repetitive modules, making the work monotonous and offering little in terms of skill development. In contrast, the modifications stemming from private jobs were exponentially more varied and innovative. As the days passed, 2 weeks swiftly elapsed. Su Ming's life returned to normalcy, and his abilities continued to grow. He progressed from being a low-tier genetic warrior to a mid-tier one, now only one step away from becoming a high-tier genetic warrior. His physical and mental energy levels increased to 260 and 225, respectively, almost double what they had been 2 weeks prior. Overwhelmed with joy at such rapid progress, Su Ming remained unaware that, despite his desire for anonymity, Monty's continued acquisition of private jobs for him, coupled with the impressive modifications he completed, gradually elevated his reputation. Word spread that within Monty's workshop was a remarkably skilled mechanic. This newfound notoriety, however, would soon bring both favorable and unfavorable consequences for Su Ming. At that moment, in a certain star domain near Nopu planet, a spaceship raced through the vastness of space. Though it was moving, it seemed somewhat frantic, as if pursued by an unseen danger. Inside the vessel, Several powerful high-ranking individuals sat solemnly around a large round table, engaged in earnest discussion. It was unexpected that the aquamarine people would prove so troublesome. This time, we have underestimated them, a middle-aged man sighed and spoke. They were a band of intergalactic mercenaries hired to carry out tasks for a fee. This time, they were to execute a mission to seize a certain energy crystal, but they misjudged the combat prowess of the aquamarine people and were forced to retreat in disarray. Have we shaken them off? Someone nearby inquired. The middle-aged man shook his head. The ship's detection system has been damaged, and we cannot currently ascertain whether they are still pursuing us. However, based on the sensations of the past few days, we should have evaded them by now. At that moment, a middle-aged man beside him furrowed his brow and spoke. The pressing issue is that the spacecraft has sustained significant damage, and many of its mechanical weapons suffered catastrophic harm during the last conflict. We must urgently find a place to conduct repairs. Otherwise, we cannot continue like this. Upon hearing his words, the others seated nearby instinctively nodded in agreement. The predicament he described was indeed the awkward situation they all faced. If they persisted in their flight, not only would they risk encountering dangers in the vastness of space, but the spacecraft itself might also disintegrate due to the damage in such a scenario. The lives of everyone aboard would be under threat. The middle-aged man nodded and then addressed the group. Harriet, please search for nearby logistical repair planets. Upon hearing this, Harriet promptly nodded, activated his electronic device, and soon his brow creased in concern. Captain, there are 2 nearby logistical repair planets, Nopu, a first-level repair planet, and Zhonghai, a third-level repair planet. The crew visibly relaxed at Harriet's report. The proximity of a third-level repair planet was indeed good news. Logistical repair planets are graded based on various criteria, such as technological standards, the competence of mechanics, and the equipment available, with first being the lowest and fifth the highest. Given the classification of their spacecraft, a visit to a third-level logistical repair planet would suffice. However, Harriet's expression remained less than optimistic. With a wry smile, he continued, although Zhonghai is nearby, it is still about 2 light-years away. Our spacecraft's space jump function is inoperable, making it impossible for us to jump through space. Conversely, the planet Nopu is merely hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. In fact, you can see its celestial body from here. The crew gasped in surprise, and their expressions grew grim. The captain pondered for a moment and then addressed the crew. In that case, let us first head to Nopu and hope for the best. Perhaps we will find a mechanic there capable of repairing the space jump function. Once that is restored, we can then make the jump to Zhonghai. After hearing the captain's words, the crew exchanged glances and slowly nodded in agreement. Given the current circumstances, this was their only option. With a command from the captain, the spacecraft altered its course and set off toward Nopu. However, unbeknownst to both the captain and the other crew members, shortly after their departure, another spacecraft swiftly emerged. Appearing in the very spot they had just vacated, detected a change in course by the enemy. Shall we pursue? An electronic voice announced within the spacecraft, soon followed by a deeper voice that echoed. Chase them! Whoosh! The spacecraft sliced through the sky and soon landed on Nopu. Under the guidance of the personnel on Nopu, it gradually docked in an industrial area. As the captain disembarked, he sought out the person in charge of the planet. Excuse me, sir, is there a mechanic on Nopu who can repair a planetary-level space jump system? The captain inquired politely, adding, rest assured, we will compensate Nopu and the mechanic accordingly for the repair costs. Planetary level? The staff member of Nopu was taken aback by the captain's request. Finding a mechanic capable of handling planetary-level components at a first-level logistical repair planet is quite challenging. Perhaps you could order a replacement from elsewhere and have it sent to Nopu for us to install? The staff member offered with a wry smile. Just as gene warriors are categorized by levels, mechanical parts and weapons are similarly stratified. Most of the mechanical components that Su Ming and his companions had repaired previously were of the lowest tier. Known as surface level, suitable only for warfare on the ground, with ordinary functions and performance in contrast, planetary-level parts refer to those designed for interplanetary conflicts, considerably more complex and intricate than their surface-level counterparts. The requirements for mechanics to handle such components are exceptionally high, and ordinary mechanics lack the capability to repair them. Upon hearing the staff member's words, the captain's expression turned to one of disappointment as he shook his head and replied, We do not have the luxury of time to wait. We cannot afford delays. The staff member, displaying a hint of difficulty, suggested, Why not seek out Monty? I've heard there's a remarkably skilled mechanic in his workshop who might be able to assist you with the repair of planetary-level components. Chapter 15. Assembling the Sniper Rifle. Knock, knock, knock. Monty rapped on Su Ming's dormitory door. Captain Monty, what brings you here? Su Ming asked curiously. Monty grinned widely and replied, We've got a job, little brother. During their previous collaborations, Monty and Su Ming had grown familiar with each other, often exchanging banter at a job. What kind? Su Ming inquired, intrigued. Normally, Monty would leave the mechanical weapons needing modification at Su Ming's doorstep without direct contact. So his visit today hinted at the significance of the task at hand. Planetary level. Are you confident? Monty asked mysteriously. Planetary level? Su Ming was taken aback but pondered for a moment before responding. I can handle it. What component needs repair? Monty's face lit up with joy. I knew you could do it. Follow me. It's the space jump system of a spacecraft that's malfunctioned and needs fixing. Upon hearing Monty's words, Su Ming exhibited a look of intrigue, setting down his work as he walked alongside Monty outside. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the spacecraft. The crew aboard were curious, especially when they laid eyes on Su Ming, who appeared remarkably young, barely 16 or 17. Doubt flickered in their expressions. He is so young. Can he really accomplish this? Harriet whispered skeptically to a nearby crew member. The other crew member scrutinized Su Ming and shook his head. He is too young. Even if he practiced from birth, he wouldn't necessarily possess the skills to repair planetary-level machinery at this age. Even the captain frowned, uncertain, and addressed Monty. Mr. Monty, is this truly the mechanic you mentioned? Monty flashed a proud smile and nodded affirmatively. Observing Monty's demeanor, the captain hesitated before finally saying, Mr. Monty, it's not that I doubt you, but this mechanical component is critical. If this young master inadvertently damages it beyond repair, it could lead to... The captain left his sentence unfinished, but the skepticism in his tone was unmistakable. Hearing the captain's concerns, Su Ming shook his head and calmly stated, If you're worried, you can first provide me with a planetary-level weapon to repair. Then you can decide whether to proceed with the repairs. Su Ming was not particularly concerned about the reward. He had accumulated considerable wealth and had little use for it. The compensation was merely symbolic. Had it not been for the allure of working on a planetary-level mechanical component, he would have been disinclined to leave his dormitory to assist others. Upon hearing Su Ming's proposition, the crew exchanged glances. And the captain smiled. Please, don't take offense. It's only natural to have reservations since we Haven T collaborated before. However, coincidentally, we have a damaged planetary-level sniper rifle aboard that requires repair. Young master, would you be willing to assist with that? Of course, the compensation will be generous. The captain then retrieved a sniper rifle from the ship's storage space and placed it on the central workbench. Upon seeing the sniper rifle, Su Ming's eyes brightened, his focus immediately shifting to the weapon. The Tianqing Sniper, a planetary-level sniper rifle, boasted an effective shooting range exceeding 100 kilometers, with an energy level of 2,000 points. He felt a deep fascination with machinery, and upon encountering the planetary-level sniper rifle, he cast aside the earlier doubts of the crew, his expression now one of intense concentration as he examined the weapon in hand. Without hesitation, he commenced disassembling the sniper rifle. Repairing planetary-level mechanical weapons required a certain finesse and expertise, given the intricate nature of their components, which far exceeded that of surface-level weapons. A moment's inattention could lead to damage of the internal parts. However, endowed with the system's X-ray vision feature, Su Ming was able to perceive the inner workings of the sniper rifle with clarity. Without resorting to any scanning devices, he began the disassembly process with his bare hands. Observing Su Ming's unorthodox approach, the crew exchanged glances, a shared discontent evident in their expressions. As a genetically engineered warrior, it is only natural for him to possess a modicum of understanding regarding machinery. He is acutely aware of the considerable risks associated with Su Ming's decision to forego the use of a scanner. At this moment, the onlookers perceive Su Ming as somewhat amateurish and hasty. Ignoring the expressions of disapproval from the crowd, Su Ming remains fixated on the sniper rifle, meticulously disassembling its components piece by piece. It is evident that this sniper rifle has sustained significant damage, with over 80 of its energy propulsion system rendered inoperative. Su Ming observes this with clarity, gradually formulating a corresponding repair plan in his mind. Each component is flawlessly dismantled under his deft hands. As Su Ming continues his work, The expressions of those aboard the spacecraft shift from initial dissatisfaction to astonishment, ultimately leading them to hold their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound might disrupt Su Ming's delicate disassembly process. Even the captain, at this moment, stares in disbelief at the scene before him. Though well-versed in the intricacies of mechanics, he has never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. Someone disassembling a planetary-grade sniper rifle without the aid of a scanner. And doing so flawlessly. The young man's technique resembles a graceful dance on a piano, imbued with an artistic flair that leaves onlookers in awe. Upon completing the disassembly, Su Ming does not rest. Instead, he reaches out to dissolve the original circuits and energy systems of each component. No! A crew member instinctively exclaims upon witnessing this. If he were to dissolve the circuits and energy systems within these parts, not only would the workload for repairs increase, but the sniper rifle might also fail to retain its planetary-grade weapon strength. However, before he could voice his concern, the captain swiftly silences him with a glance. The captain's eyes, laced with an unusual glimmer, fixate on Su Ming, a fleeting expression of inexplicable significance crossing his features. He recalls having encountered skilled mechanical masters who, when repairing machinery, would dissolve all markings, circuits, and energy systems, ultimately re-engraving their unique signatures. This mastery reflects a distinctive understanding of the mechanics involved, resulting in one-of-a-kind engravings that are beyond imitation. Furthermore, such repairs necessitate complete dissolution to allow the newly inscribed markings to form a cohesive system. Typically, machinery restored in this manner possesses capabilities that far exceed their original power, evolving into even more formidable mechanical weaponry. Could it be that this young man intends to inscribe his own unique system upon this weapon? Chapter 16. The arrival of the invasion. The captain's heart begins to race with anticipation. Should this young man indeed possess such capabilities, then the value of this sniper rifle would undoubtedly increase alongside its power. Retaining it would be wise, for with the young man's current mechanical acumen, he has a significant probability of becoming a renowned mechanical master in the future. When that time comes, this sniper rifle could very well be considered one of Master XX's early works, its value skyrocketing beyond tenfold. Mercenaries prioritize profit above all. In the captain's eyes, if this sniper rifle can indeed be successfully modified, it will be treated as a treasured possession. Indeed, after Su Ming dissolves all the markings, circuits, and energy flow systems, he does not linger idly but instead moves the engraving apparatus from the nearby workbench. One by one, he begins to slowly re-engrave the markings onto each component. This is a complex and monumental task, akin to providing Su Ming with mere parts and expecting him to independently assemble a planetary-grade sniper rifle. Should he succeed, it would signify that this mere 16-year-old possesses the capability to create a planetary-grade mechanical weapon at such a young age, a rarity in the annals of the Empire's history. The onlookers hold their breath, quietly observing as Su Ming diligently wields the engraving tool, meticulously inscribing the markings onto each component. Time passes, and nearly an hour elapses. Throughout this period, Su Ming remains unwaveringly focused, his work uninterrupted. The expressions of those watching transform into reverence, for even among the most mechanically knowledgeable members, comprehension of Su Ming's intricate markings and their corresponding functions is utterly elusive. Su Ming's arms remain remarkably steady, comparable to the precision of the most advanced mechanical instruments. Nano-level. He is capable of engraving at the nano-level. One member murmurs in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. The intricacy required to engrave at the nano-level far surpasses that of the micron level, presenting a challenge exponentially greater. A mechanic capable of such precision would easily surpass the requirements of a level 2 or 3 logistics repair planet. It is utterly inconceivable that they have encountered a mechanic capable of engraving nano-level markings on a level 1 logistics repair planet. As the final component is engraved, a collective sigh of relief washes over the onlookers, as if a heavy weight has been lifted from their hearts, and they simultaneously exhale deeply. The tension had been palpable. They had scarcely dared to breathe, fearful of disrupting this young mechanic's intricate engraving process. However, they soon noticed Su Ming's forehead furrowing in concentration. A wave of unease ripples through the crowd, fearing he might declare the engraving a failure. Yet, to their relief, Su Ming stands upright and addresses the captain. Do you have a nebula-grade brain domain amplification component? Based on the markings I've engraved, this sniper rifle can easily withstand nebula-grade brain domain amplification. What? The captain is taken aback by Su Ming's words. Nebula-grade mechanical components are a tier above planetary-grade components, representing a more advanced level of machinery. Typically, a planetary-grade sniper rifle can only accommodate planetary-grade brain domain amplification. Exceeding that threshold poses a risk of self-destruction. Yet now, Su Ming expresses a desire to install a nebula-grade brain domain amplification component onto a planetary-grade sniper rifle. This implies that once successfully installed, the sniper rifle could endure even greater brain domain energy levels, potentially allowing it to exert nebula-grade energy while retaining its planetary-grade classification. The captain's breath quickens. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieves a brand-new nebula-grade brain domain amplification component from the ship's storage space. This component, while not prohibitively expensive in isolation compared to a complete mechanical weapon, is kept on hand due to its high-grade nature. The captain deftly hands the nebula-grade component to Su Ming. Eager to avoid any delay that might disrupt his repair efforts, Su Ming accepts the brain domain amplification component and, employing his unique approach, promptly alters its markings to reflect his own distinctive engravings. He then resumes the reassembly of the other mechanical components, gradually shaping the sniper rifle within his hands. As he embarks on the modification of the sniper rifle, a spacecraft suddenly breaches the void of space above Nopu planet. Materializing in the starry expanse, beep, target detected on the planet's surface, an electronic voice announces from the ship. Assess the planet's defense level, the low, resonant voice commands once more. After a brief interval, the electronic voice reports, beep. Planetary defense level assessed as level 1, indicating a surface-level defense system, risk level, low. The surface-level defense system refers to the planet's overall defensive capabilities, which are limited to a mere surface-level threshold. Upon hearing the electronic report, the low voice seems to carry a hint of amusement. Excellent. These individuals have stolen our vital energy crystals. Such an act cannot go unpunished. Given that this planet's defense system is merely surface level, we shall invade, locate those responsible for the theft of the energy crystals, and eliminate them to reclaim what is ours. As this directive resonates, the spacecraft gradually approaches Nopu planet, and soldiers clad in cosmic battle suits leap from the ship. Utilizing the planet's gravitational pull to descend freely, the mission to invade Nopu planet is clear. Eliminate 30 of the planet's inhabitants and retrieve the energy crystals. The cold electronic voice echoes in the communication systems of every soldier. Unbeknownst to the mercenaries who are engrossed in watching Su Ming assemble the sniper rifle, the invasion is underway. Moreover, Su Ming remains entirely focused on the task at hand, his mind wholly absorbed in the assembly of the sniper rifle. Oblivious to the unfolding events around him, piece by piece, he meticulously assembles the components of the sniper rifle, culminating in the successful creation of a weapon radiating potent energy reactions. Beep, assembly of complete weapon achieved. Host awarded 30 Starlight points. Chapter 17. The Aquamarine Star People. Upon receiving the system's notification, Su Ming wipes the sweat from his brow and smiles with satisfaction. Clearly, the sniper rifle has been completed, and in addition to the substantial system reward for its successful assembly, each completed modification of a component has earned him additional Starlight points. Together, the assembly of this planetary-grade weapon has garnered him over 80 Starlight points, a far greater yield than that of assembling a surface-level weapon. Su Ming smiled faintly, grasping the sniper rifle in his hands, and addressed those around him. The modifications have been successfully completed. This sniper rifle, which originally had an effective shooting range of approximately 100 kilometers, should now reach 200 kilometers. Furthermore, its energy level has increased from the original 2,000 points to a staggering 2,500 to 5,000 points. Of course, the precise values still require professional testing instruments for verification. This is merely an estimation. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the spacecraft. According to Su Ming's modifications, the performance of this sniper rifle had doubled. How terrifying! Even a master of mechanical modifications might not achieve such a remarkable enhancement. Could it be that this young craftsman surpassed even the greatest of mechanical engineers? Unbeknownst to the crowd, Su Ming possessed a system that allowed him to discern the connectivity within the engraved patterns, enabling him to identify the optimal solution and directly elevate the performance of the sniper rifle. At that moment, the captain was utterly astonished. An energy level of 5,000. What did that imply? Such a level had already entered the realm of Nebula-class capabilities. However, this was merely the maximum energy range. The reason for Su Ming's estimation of such a vast discrepancy in energy levels stemmed from the enhancements made to the brain domain augmentation components. The potential output of a sniper rifle could differ nearly by a factor of 2, depending on whether one possessed a weak or strong brain domain energy level. Nonetheless, this was still quite astonishing, as it meant that this sniper rifle could be wielded effectively by individuals with significantly enhanced brain domain capabilities. It was almost akin to a semi-nebula class weapon. What a windfall! If one were to hire a master of such caliber in the outside world, it would undoubtedly require an exorbitant price. Yet now, all the crowd needed to do was pay a modest modification fee to acquire such a formidable tool. The captain suddenly felt as though he had unearthed a hidden gem in the form of a mechanical genius. Just as he prepared to speak, a tremendous roar erupted from outside the spacecraft. Boom! A massive wave of energy surged, momentarily threatening to overturn the vessel. Though it did not capsize, the occupants within were violently jolted, stumbling and collapsing in disarray. Beep, 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 a warning sounded. The spacecraft has come under attack, activating the energy shield system. Remaining energy, 64. An electronic voice soon filled the cabin, and a pale blue shield enveloped the spacecraft, encasing it within. Damn it, it's the aquamarine aliens! Harrod exclaimed in alarm after glancing outside. What? We thought we had shaken off the aquamarine aliens. How did they follow us? The captain's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed out the window of the spacecraft. There, he beheld numerous extraterrestrial beings clad in cosmic battle gear, surrounding the vessel, over 200 of them. These aliens bore no resemblance to humans. They appeared akin to centaurs, despite their relatively small numbers. The captain was acutely aware that, given the current defensive capabilities of Nopu planet, they would struggle to contend with even this small force of 200 aliens. It was a crushing disparity in technological prowess and physical capabilities. The aquamarine aliens before them were all at least level 3 genetic warriors, with some possessing the might of level 4 genetic warriors. One among them even led as a level 5 genetic warrior. Such formidable strength meant that, far from being able to resist, Nopu planet's weapons would likely pose no threat to the strongest of the enemy. A level 5 genetic warrior's energy level exceeded 3,500 points, and only weapons with energy levels above 3,500 could pose a threat to them. This was dire. When had they been implanted with a tracking system? Now that the enemy had caught up, what would they do? The energy shield could only sustain itself for approximately 10 more minutes. Once depleted, the spacecraft would possess no defensive capabilities. The mercenaries wore expressions of anxiety, their eyes filled with urgency as they looked to the captain. His expression was grave. Among the mercenaries, he was the strongest, a mere level 4 superior genetic warrior. Yet among the enemy's 200 soldiers, there was one level 5 genetic warrior. With only a little over 100 men on their side, a confrontation would surely result in a one-sided disaster. As for calling for help from Nopu planet? Ridiculous. Nopu planet lacked the capability to defend itself against such a level of invasion, let alone assist them. With no options left, the captain steeled himself and inquired, "How many functional firearms do we have left?" Reporting, "Captain, there are still 58. The captain gritted his teeth and commanded, "Let us utilize the cover of the ship's energy shield to take out as many of them as we can. Once the shield's energy is exhausted, we will engage them directly." There was no alternative. Cornered within the spacecraft, their only slim chance of survival lay in a desperate resistance. Seeing the mercenaries busily preparing, each seizing their weapons and stepping outside to shoot at the aquamarine aliens using the shield as cover, Su Ming and Monty exchanged glances, both sharing a bittersweet smile. Yet again, they found themselves swept into the chaos of war. A scenario not unfamiliar to them in a logistical planet. They had not anticipated encountering such a situation today. Now, it was evident that Su Ming and Monty had been unwillingly bound to this battle alongside the mercenaries. The aquamarine aliens would not care whether they were merely there for repairs or were part of the fighting force. Why, sincerest apologies, Mr. Monty and young craftsman Su Ming. It appears we have dragged you into this mess. The captain, named Hyman, turned to them, his face etched with deep remorse. "I promise, if it comes to the last moment, I will ensure that you both reach a safe zone." Hyman then extended his hand towards Su Ming. "Young craftsman Su Ming, please hand me that freshly assembled sniper rifle. It may be the key to our turnaround." To Hyman's surprise, Su Ming did not immediately pass the sniper rifle to him. Instead, he firmly held onto it. He then looked at Hyman and calmly stated, allow me. I have no habit of entrusting my life to others." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hyman was momentarily taken aback, then laughed helplessly, saying, "Young craftsman Su Ming, this is not the time for jokes. Hand it over quickly, or it will be too late. I respect your mechanical expertise, but matters of combat should be left to those trained for it." Hyman's voice gradually took on a serious tone. He shook his head in disbelief, unsure how this mechanic named Su Ming could be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation. His mechanical skill was undoubtedly impressive. Yet this was war. War was not merely about fixing machines. It was a matter of life and death. One moment of carelessness could lead to demise in battle. How could a mere mechanic take such risks? In Hyman's view, Su Ming seemed to have lost sight of the reality at hand. Nevertheless, Su Ming stubbornly clutched the sniper rifle, looking at Hyman earnestly, saying, "I am also a genetic warrior, and I can fully unleash the potential of the sniper rifle I assembled. Now, open the hatch and let me out." Hyman was momentarily stunned. For reasons he could not fathom, there was a convincing authority in Su Ming's words that compelled him to comply, and he opened the hatch. Without hesitation, Su Ming darted out through the opening. Once he saw Su Ming emerge, Hyman snapped back to reality and, in a state of urgency, followed him outside. "Give me a weapon. You go back to the ship," Hyman called to a nearby soldier. The mercenary hesitated for a moment but ultimately handed over his planetary-level weapon to Hyman. With the firearm in hand, Hyman's brain domain energy surged forth, instantly connecting with the weapon and dramatically enhancing its energy level. Bang! A single shot rang out, and a level 4 superior genetic warrior unleashed an energy level that was nothing short of formidable. The power released was more than double its normal capacity. In an instant, one of the level 3 genetic warriors among the aquamarine soldiers was obliterated, leaving a massive crater in the earth. Setting down the weapon, Hyman realized that such terrifying power required a moment for the weapon to recover. Otherwise, continuous fire would likely lead to its destruction. At that moment, Hyman heard a tremendous thud nearby. Buzz! The sound was profoundly resonant. It was the attack from a sniper rifle. Hyman's heart raced as he turned his gaze towards the young man. The shot that had just been fired came from the rifle in Su Ming's hands. The energy level unleashed in that brief moment exceeded 2,800 points. Hyman was left utterly astonished. Su Ming? Could it truly be that he is a genetic warrior? Moreover, judging by the energy levels he has unleashed, he must be on the verge of becoming a level 3 genetic warrior. At such a tender age? How has this youth achieved such remarkable prowess? Before Hyman could collect his thoughts, a low hum resonated as yet another shot rang out, claiming the life of another level 3 soldier from the aquamarine star. Hyman's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gazed at Su Ming, particularly at the sniper rifle he wielded. This weapon, it seems, requires no time for recoil. Such firearms do exist, yet they are invariably those with formidable and scientifically advanced energy systems. This falls beyond mere energy levels. Possessing such attributes significantly enhances the value of a firearm. The sniper rifle modified by this youth evidently requires no recoil. How terrifying is that? In his moment of stupor, a third shot thundered forth. The oppressive sound echoed like the harbinger of death upon the battlefield, effortlessly taking down yet another level 3 genetic warrior. The consecutive gunfire had thoroughly captured the attention of the aquamarine commander, who furrowed his brow and peered into the spacecraft. However, the energy shield obscured his view, preventing him from discerning the source of the attacks. Be cautious. There is a skilled sniper aboard their vessel. Implement a solo strategy, spread out, and seek blind spots for cover. This level 5 genetic warrior, seasoned in battlefield experience, swiftly assessed the situation and directed his subordinates to execute appropriate tactical maneuvers. Given the presence of such a formidable sniper aboard the enemy spacecraft, a frontal assault was evidently unwise. They sought cover and continually altered their positions, making it increasingly difficult for the sniper to ascertain the locations of their soldiers. Soon, the soldiers behind him began to scatter. The aquamarine soldiers, with their horse-like lower limbs, moved with remarkable speed, causing considerable trouble for the mercenaries within the spacecraft. The enemy began to reposition, escalating the difficulty of shooting and making it even harder to hit their soldiers. Yet, at that moment, a muffled sound broke the tension once more. A level 3 genetic warrior, swiftly changing direction, was instantly reduced to mere fragments, completely evaporated. Upon witnessing this shot, The level 5 aquamarine commander felt his pupils constrict sharply. He had seen it clearly. This level 3 warrior was in the midst of a rapid maneuver. Soldiers in such transitional phases have erratic auras, making them exceedingly difficult to lock onto. Yet, just moments ago, that powerful sniper had managed to lock onto the enemy soldier within a mere 0.1 seconds and decisively fired. Such formidable locking ability, such remarkable marksmanship, such unwavering confidence. This sniper may not possess an exceedingly high energy level, a fact he could discern, but the opponent boasted an astonishing shooting prowess. Every shot found its mark, 1 bullet per head. Another shot rang out, and once again, a soldier was reduced to a bloody pulp. "Take cover behind obstacles to create a blind spot," the commander exclaimed, furrowing his brow. Yet, before long, a soldier who had taken refuge behind an obstacle, now concealed from view, was once again taken down by the sniper. Along with the cover. What? At this moment, the commander was genuinely shocked. Did the enemy's sniper not require aiming? Did he not need to visually lock onto a target? How could he still deliver a precise shot that obliterated their soldier while he was hidden in a blind spot? Little did he know, Su Ming's extensive training in mechanical assembly and disassembly had honed his ability to predict trajectories within blind spots to an extraordinarily terrifying degree. The moment an aquamarine soldier entered the blind spot, Su Ming's mind instantaneously conjured the trajectory of the soldier's movements. With a casual pull of the trigger, he executed a swift kill. As for Su Ming's marksmanship, it had been forged through years of rigorous training. Confined within a small space by the system, the combination of these two elements birthed an exceptionally fearsome killing capability. Not to mention, at this very moment, within Su Ming's line of sight, augmented by the system's capabilities, even the aquamarine soldiers hiding behind obstacles were rendered clearly visible. Chapter 19. The elimination of a level 4 genetic warrior. A series of low, thunderous sounds reverberated across the battlefield. With each reverberation, a life of an aquamarine soldier was precisely extinguished. No amount of evasion proved effective. Who is it? Does our mercenary group boast such a formidable sniper? This precision is extraordinary, Herite exclaimed with fervor. Glancing around as he felt invigorated by the sniper's performance, each shot rang out with a steadiness that instilled a sense of security. With such a teammate, anyone would feel reassured. Herite, that is Su Ming's young apprentice. A teammate pointed out, directing attention to a youth not far away. What? Su Ming's young apprentice? Isn't he a mechanic? Herite gasped in surprise. Just then, Hyman slowly interjected, the roles of mechanic and genetic warrior are not mutually exclusive. In fact, some exceptionally powerful genetic warriors pilot mechs that they have personally modified. Mechs are weapons far beyond the capacity of their current tier. It is said that powerful mech warriors are also adept mechanics. As energy levels rise to a certain threshold, the competition shifts to understanding and adapting to the mech itself, as only a self-modified mech can truly fit the pilot. What? Herite and the others were taken aback as they turned their incredulous gazes towards Su Ming. Murmuring, could it be that Su Ming's young apprentice has a chance to become a mech warrior? Hyman shook his head and addressed the group. These matters remain uncertain, but it cannot be denied that Su Ming's shooting ability seems poised to help us turn the tide of battle. Though he spoke thusly, Hyman was acutely aware that the true linchpin of the opposing force was undoubtedly that level 5 genetic warrior. Even if Su Ming's aim was astounding and his firearm skills remarkable, the sheer might of the level 5 genetic warrior was overwhelming. Even a sniper's bullets would not inflict significant harm upon him. Unless the level 5 genetic warrior was dealt with, should their energy shield be breached, they would face a fierce battle ahead. How much energy remains in the energy shield? At that moment, Su Ming, who had been silently sniping, suddenly inquired. Upon hearing his question, the others wasted no time and quickly checked the energy reserves within the spacecraft's energy shield. Su Ming's young apprentice, there is still 27 remaining. Herite replied gravely. The attacks from the level 5 genetic warrior were overwhelmingly powerful, having depleted a significant portion of the energy shield. Upon learning that only 27 remained, a sense of urgency welled up within Su Ming, and he turned his gaze toward the aquamarine soldiers besieging the spacecraft. This was untenable. Even after his relentless onslaught, he had only managed to eliminate over 30 level 3 genetic warriors. Such a feat would be deemed extraordinarily impressive for a level 2 elite genetic warrior. Any normal person would feel satisfied with such an accomplishment. Yet, Su Ming felt none of that satisfaction. He understood all too well that despite having directly killed over 30 aquamarine soldiers, the true core of this aquamarine squad consisted of the level 5 genetic warrior and the 20 or so level 4 genetic warriors, with the remaining level 3 warriors being of lesser importance. Their mercenary force numbered just over 100. From the beginning until now, including Su Ming's kills, they had barely reached 50, even if they exhausted the remaining energy shield. They could only take down another 50 soldiers at best. This group of mercenaries was still no match for the enemy. To truly alter the course of battle, the level 4 and level 5 genetic warriors were crucial. Su Ming inhaled deeply. At this moment, he made a significant decision. Su Ming raised his sniper rifle but hesitated to pull the trigger. In this moment, he was focusing on adjusting his breath, attempting to lock onto one of the level 4 genetic warriors amidst the swift movements. Level 4 genetic warriors possess energy levels ranging from approximately 1,000 to 2,500 points. Such energy levels would likely result in severe injury if hit directly, but they would not be easily dispatched with a single shot. Nevertheless, Su Ming steeled himself and made this choice. He was determined to eliminate a level 4 genetic warrior. Narrowing his eyes, Su Ming endeavored to lock onto the aura of one of the level 4 genetic warriors within the chaotic fluctuations. Just then, Su Ming's eyes snapped open, filled with a piercing intensity. His mental acuity surged forth, and in less than a second, he once again fired his sniper rifle. The low hum that followed seemed to resonate with a distinct finality, echoing across the battlefield with an unwavering resolve and clarity. Upon hearing this shot, the Aquamarine commander's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed it immediately. This shot was aimed at their level 4 genetic warrior. Instantly, he halted his actions and directed his gaze toward the level 4 genetic warrior. The 4th level gene warrior appeared to have realized that he was being targeted. Despite his frantic movements, his aura remained firmly locked on. In an instant, a terrifying bullet struck him, sending him staggering backward. Ack! The 4th level gene warrior screamed in madness as his body's energy surged explosively. The veins beneath his skin seemed on the verge of bursting. Ultimately, amidst the clash of energies, although his body was battered and bloodied, he managed to withstand the lethal shot from the Reaper-like sniper. Well done! The commander of Halangsing's forces, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Exclaiming in praise, he had long noticed that while the sniper's shooting skills were astonishing, his own energy level was somewhat lacking. Even a direct hit on his own soldiers was mitigated. Just as he began to relax, a second muffled sound rang out almost immediately after the first. The interval between the two shots was minimal. Scarcely had the first bullet been fired when the second followed suit. Upon hearing this sound, the commander of Halangsing felt his pupils constrict sharply, watching in disbelief as the sniper's second shot accurately hit the same spot as the first. Both attacks landed precisely in the same location, without a hair's breadth of deviation. Though he had managed to endure the first strike, it was impossible that he remained unscathed. Some of his cellular tissues had already succumbed to damage. The second shot, however, would find no obstacle in the dead tissues. In an instant, the 4th level gene warrior was shattered into pieces by the second bullet. At this sight, both the commander of Halangsing and the mercenaries felt an unsettling chill rising within them. The onlookers gazed at Su Ming in disbelief. Could such marksmanship truly belong to a normal human? Chapter 20. The terrifying Su Ming. No, this sniper is utterly terrifying. Such shooting prowess is beyond that of any ordinary human. How can he maintain such a strong lock on his aura? The commander of Halangsing felt a chill enveloping him. The death of a 3rd level soldier did not stir his emotions, but each 4th level warrior represented a vital resource for Halangsing. Losing one would deeply wound him. The opponent's energy shield was waning. We must shatter that damned energy shield. I will personally eliminate this sniper. His eyes burned with rage as he gazed at the protective barrier of the spaceship. As if he could pierce through it to see the formidable sniper within. As the Halangsing forces pressed their attack, the energy shield's reserves plummeted. 20 buzz. Buzz. 2 shots fired, claiming yet another 4th level gene warrior's life. 15 buzz. Buzz. 10 buzz. Buzz. The energy shield dwindled rapidly, and 4 4th level gene warriors had already fallen to Su Ming's hands. Su Ming tightened his grip on the sniper rifle, his gaze unnaturally calm, as he resolutely steeled himself. Crouched within the spaceship, he maintained his shooting posture, unmoving at the spacecraft's forefront. 5. The energy shield's power had dropped to 5. Yet this time, Su Ming refrained from pulling the trigger, instead directing his aura toward the 5th level Gene Warrior. The commander of Heilangsing seemed to sense the shift in Su Ming's focus, his brow furrowing slightly as a hint of scorn flickered in his eyes. Did he think to attack him? The opposing sniper was utterly deluded, believing that after taking down a few 4th level warriors, he could audaciously target a 5th level warrior. Such naivety. If anyone had been beside him at that moment, they would have noticed the commander of Heilangsing subtly swaying. The movement nearly imperceptible. Yet, it was precisely this subtle sway that allowed him to effortlessly evade Su Ming's attempted lock. His form seemed to oscillate, but at any moment, he could dodge in any direction, rendering Su Ming's sniper aim exceedingly difficult. At this moment, Su Ming remained still, but beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. In that instant, every ounce of his mental effort was put to the test. There was no alternative. The disparity in energy levels was simply too vast. Even with his full mental capabilities unleashed, it remained incredibly challenging to lock onto his opponent's aura. If he failed to establish this lock, it meant that any shot he fired would inevitably be evaded. If he couldn't even land a hit, how could he inflict any harm? Yet, Su Ming showed no signs of surrender. 16 years of training had ingrained in him the understanding that the struggle between locking and counterlocking was not solely a contest of energy levels. It was a battle of endurance, strategy, and psychology. Until the final moment, no outcome could be determined. He continued to strive, seeking every possible means to lock onto this 5th level Gene Warrior. Just then, alarms blared from within the energy shield. Only 3 remaining, 2, 1. The relentless beeping echoed like the harbingers of death, inducing a suffocating tension. The mercenaries around him instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions grave as they stared at the energy shield. Only Su Ming remained in his unwavering pose, akin to a stone statue, showing not a flicker of change. In that moment, he felt as though he had entered the focused state he adopted while dismantling and assembling mechanical equipment. Concentration, stability, and an undistracted mind. The accumulations of the past would ultimately erupt one day. And today was that day, unbeknownst to him. As he confronted this 5th level Gene Warrior, his mental energy surged wildly, skyrocketing to an almost unbelievable level. Beep! Energy shield depleted. At that moment, an alarm sounded from the energy shield, and in an instant it shattered. In that very moment, Su Ming's eyes widened, a fierce glint igniting within them. Now, as the energy shield fractured, the 5th level Heilangsing warrior experienced a fleeting shift in his psyche. This slight change allowed Su Ming to successfully lock onto him. Beep! Consuming 100 starlight points. Starlight conversion successful. A torrent of starlight surged into Su Ming's sniper rifle, causing it to radiate an extraordinary brilliance. The light illuminated the entire battlefield, leaving everyone awestruck. The next moment, buzz again. A low rumbling sound resonated. But this time, the sound reverberated within the very souls of the listeners. Merely hearing this sound sent shivers down their spines, causing their souls to tremble. The commander of Heilangsing felt an overwhelmingly terrifying aura engulfing him. A resolute force locked onto him with unwavering precision. No matter how he attempted to evade, he was destined to be hit by this shot. How could this be? His pupils constricted sharply. In that instant, he felt a fear emanating from his very soul. Sweeping through his mind. In the next moment, the commander of Heilangsing found himself surrounded by a dazzling sea of starlight, as if submerged beneath a cosmic ocean. After the starlight faded, darkness enveloped him. And he could no longer think. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated throughout the industrial district, felt even by those several kilometers away. As the echo subsided, the 5th level Heilangsing Gene Warrior was reduced to ashes, utterly obliterated. Su Ming, sensing the instantaneous disappearance of the 5th level warrior's aura amidst the starlight, breathed a sigh of relief, only to be immediately assailed by excruciating pain coursing through every corner of his body. The starlight points he had just exchanged from the system far exceeded what his body could endure. Such immense energy threatened to tear him apart. Gradually, he felt himself growing dizzy, his head heavy. Summoning his last vestige of strength, Su Ming addressed the system in his mind. System, allocate the remaining starlight points to restore my vital organs. Beep. Remaining starlight points. 12 points. Beep. Initiating restoration of internal organ damage. Upon hearing the system's response, Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. But soon after, darkness consumed his vision, and he collapsed before the spacecraft. Quick, Mr. Monty, take Su Ming to the hospital for treatment. We will escort you out. He was now overwhelmed by energy beyond what his body could withstand, causing cracks to form all over him, his body riddled with injuries. Be cautious with your movements. Even a slight misstep could cost him his life. Enough of this. The opposing commander is dead. We must break through with Master Su Ming. Upon seeing Su Ming collapse, the mercenaries were immediately alarmed. Rushing to carry him out of the battlefield, Chapter 21. Awakening and advancement light gradually penetrated the darkness enveloping Su Ming's world. Su Ming gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and then glanced at his own body. At this moment, his physical injuries had largely healed. According to the medical standards of the cosmic era, it would take less than a day to fully recover from such injuries. Moreover, Su Ming had previously used the last remnants of his starlight points to protect his damaged internal organs. However, while his wounds had healed, his body felt exceedingly frail. Additionally, his head throbbed as if it were filled with a durian. Swollen, painful, and exceptionally heavy, Su Ming couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He had indeed taken too great a risk. He had directly exchanged 100 starlight points as a means of attack. When the energy from those 100 starlight points surged through his body and was unleashed, it caused tremendous damage. Yet, the massive energy nearly tore Su Ming's body apart. He had no doubt that with just a few more starlight points, his body would have been utterly ripped apart, blown to pieces by the energy. It seemed that in the future, he would need to consider the maximum energy level his body could withstand when using starlight points as an offensive tool. Nevertheless, the results were undeniably impressive. This strike exceeded Su Ming's expectations in terms of power, astonishingly immense. Even a level 5 Gene warrior with an energy level of around 5,000 points was eliminated by his single shot. Just then, Su Ming heard a voice nearby. You're awake. He turned his head to see Mr. Monty. Monty stood up, smiled at Su Ming, and then complained, who would have thought you were such a formidable Gene warrior? Capable of taking down a level 5 Gene warrior. Who would have imagined that such a powerful expert was hidden on Nopu planet? Su Ming let out a wry smile. I did kill him. But I nearly died myself. Monty nodded thoughtfully and then headed outside. Wait a moment. I'll call a doctor to check on you. But you really are lucky. You were brought in with only half a life left. Fortunately, your internal organs weren't too severely damaged. Otherwise, you might not have made it. Upon hearing Monty's words, Su Ming internally sighed in despair. It was not that his internal organs weren't severely damaged. When he fired that shot, he felt excruciating pain from within, likely caused by the energy shock tearing them apart. If he hadn't used the system to treat his internal organs first, he would have truly died from that shot. Shortly after, Monty brought a doctor into the room, accompanied by the mercenary Hyman. Mr. Hyman, how is the aquamarine person? Su Ming inquired curiously upon seeing Hyman. Hyman first confirmed that Su Ming was in good condition, then smiled and said, what else could happen? You've killed their leader. The remaining soldiers are nothing more than a scattered bunch. They were already terrified by your marksmanship, unaware that you had fainted. And we easily wiped them all out. After speaking, Hyman pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, Master Su Ming, I wonder if you would be willing to join our mercenary group. Su Ming was taken aback and slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Hyman, but I have no intention of joining the mercenary group at this time. Although Su Ming could avoid certain mandatory requirements of the Empire's laws with his current abilities, leaving Nopu planet was also quite easy. However, he was not yet prepared to depart. This place offered him ample opportunities for mechanical repairs, and given his current capabilities, while he could indeed take down a level 5 Gene warrior, it was under specific circumstances. At that time, the level 5 Gene warrior was hindered by the spaceship's energy shield. In a direct confrontation, Su Ming would be killed in an instant, with no chance to lock on or snipe. Leaving Nopu planet would be extremely perilous. Without a certain level of self-preservation ability, putting himself in danger would be an exceedingly unwise decision. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hyman could only sigh in regret. Su Ming's value far exceeded that of anyone in the mercenary group. Not to mention his exceptional sniping ability, just his remarkable mechanical modification skills would greatly enhance any team's overall strength and mechanical supply capabilities. A person who can both repair and fight is a sought-after asset anywhere. Despite having an inkling of the rejection, Hyman still felt a deep sense of regret when Su Ming actually turned him down. He put on a wry smile and self-deprecatingly said, "Indeed, Master Su Ming could easily find a more formidable team. I was being overly ambitious." Shaking his head, Hyman handed Su Ming a card. "Master Su Ming, this is the fee for the modifications. I added some of my own, as a token of gratitude from our team. My contact information is included. Feel free to reach out if you ever need anything." Su Ming accepted the card and nodded slowly at Hyman. "Very well, our mission deadline is approaching. Since you've confirmed that you are well, we shall take our leave." Hyman smiled. In fact, Su Ming had been unconscious for 3 days. During this time, Hyman had already procured a complete space jump component elsewhere and had replaced it on the spaceship. After exchanging farewells with Monty, Hyman took his mercenary team and departed from Nopu planet. Su Ming then proceeded to handle his discharge paperwork with Monty and returned to his dormitory. Upon arriving back, he eagerly opened his system panel. Host: Su Ming muscle level, 410 brain domain level, 570 gene lock opening level, level 3, lower, muscle vitality, 92 body refinement level, level 1. Next level body refinement requires 100 starlight points, current starlight points, 0. Seeing that he had advanced to a lower level 3 gene level, Su Ming was not at all surprised. During his confrontation with the level 5 gene warrior, he had felt his brain domain level rapidly increase. And his muscle level had also experienced a breakthrough due to the stimulation of his QI.IT. Could be said that he had turned misfortune into fortune. The substantial increase in his brain domain level exceeded Su Ming's expectations. Now it seemed that his brain domain level had surpassed his muscle level for the first time, leading the way. However, what made Su Ming bitterly smile was that he now possessed 0 starlight points. Having witnessed the power of starlight points, Su Ming was now eager to acquire more. It seemed he needed to find a way to obtain additional starlight points. Su Ming muttered to himself. Chapter 22. Warren's Evolution. Just as Su Ming was discharged and redirected his energy towards mechanical disassembly, a significant yet subtle upheaval occurred in a distant star system, one that would have far-reaching consequences. The Banished star system, located on the fringes of the Busa Free Federation, is a member of this federation. The Busa Free Federation ranks among the top 5 hegemonic forces in the human world, a supercluster-level power. It stands on the same level as the Monopolizing Empire in terms of superhuman power. What is a supercluster? It refers to a colossal organization of star systems formed by multiple galaxies. A group of superclusters is termed a supercluster. The classification of cosmic powers is based on the vastness of the star domains they occupy. The hierarchy includes planetary bodies, planets, star clusters, galaxies, galaxy clusters, and finally, supercluster-level powers. Within the entire supercluster, there are tens of thousands of star systems. Among them, the Banished star system is merely an inconspicuous edge system. However, at this moment, the Loser Party within the Banished star system united the forces of over a dozen surrounding star systems to launch a coup. Leading the charge, the Banished star system questioned the free will of the Busa Free Federation and declared that if the Federation did not adjust its democratic structure, the Loser Party would lead the surrounding systems to break away and establish an independent supercluster-level power. Such coups occur periodically within the cosmic human forces. After all, the larger the force, the wider the area it occupies, making it difficult to cater to many peripheral star systems. Moreover, the Busa Free Federation is different from the other 4 major supercluster-level powers. The core spirit of the Federation is free will. Thus, governance within the Federation is managed by multiple political parties. This leads to a situation where, although the Free Federation is a complete entity, there are numerous independent autonomous star regions beneath it. The coup in the Banished star system is nothing new for the Busa Free Federation. They have long been accustomed to it, even feeling somewhat indifferent. The core party of the Federation, as per usual, began to take a rather perfunctory approach, employing conciliatory measures, and assured the Loser Party of their rightful political benefits in the future. However, the Loser Party remained unresponsive, and even the officials dispatched by the core party were detained in the Deban star system. This immediately provoked dissatisfaction from the core party, a typical case of giving face but receiving none. Compared to the power of the core party, the Loser Party's influence was likely less than 1/10,000th. In the face of such a stark disparity in power, the core political party exhibited a palpable impatience, gradually exerting pressure on the Loser Party. Both sides displayed a resolute demeanor, creating a tense atmosphere within the Free Federation. Initially, none of this had any bearing on Su Ming. However, serendipitously, the planet where Su Ming resided, Nopu, was in close proximity to the Debong star system of the Free Federation. Merely a distance of less than 5 light-years. 5 light-years may seem a considerable distance, yet even a standard planetary-level space jump system could traverse it within an hour. This implies that should any unrest occur in the Debong star system, it is highly probable that individuals from Debong could utilize spacecraft to directly leap across the void into the territory of the Mongoli Empire. Such an eventuality is strictly intolerable for the Mongoli Empire. Whether it be the outbreak of war or clandestine crossings, the Empire must take measures to prevent such occurrences. Otherwise, a moment's inattention could foster unnecessary misunderstandings with the Free Federation. Presently, these matters had yet to affect the inhabitants of Nopu, and even Su Ming remained oblivious to the situation. At this moment, Su Ming gazed seriously at Warren and softly stated, "All right, there's no one around now. You may proceed with the gene serum injection." Warren, visibly anxious, held in his hand a gene serum he had just acquired. Having saved enough money for the purchase, he now requested Su Ming's assistance in safeguarding him prior to unlocking his genetic potential. Warren, nearing the age of 17, had long surpassed the optimal age for gene serum injection, causing him to feel a unique trepidation during the process. Casting a glance at Su Ming, he took a deep breath, encouraged by Su Ming's presence, and injected the serum into his arm. Exhaling softly, Warren closed his eyes and sat down on the ground. Soon, a faint green glow emanated from his body, and the energy within him began to surge uncontrollably, as if it were on the brink of breaking free from some form of restraint. This was the typical manifestation associated with the unlocking of genetic potential. As the moment intensified, Su Ming felt an increasing urgency to remain focused. The peculiarities encountered during the unlocking process were numerous, and the gene serum carried inherent risks, especially those procured on Nopu, where the safety of such substances could not be guaranteed. Su Ming had mentally prepared himself to rush Warren to the hospital at a moment's notice. Fortunately, after enduring an initial period of pain, Warren's body stabilized. Subsequently, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him. Although this energy was considerably weaker than Su Ming's, it was immensely stronger than Warren's level before the injection. Upon sensing this surge of energy, a flicker of joy appeared on Su Ming's face. Success. Warren had successfully unlocked his genetic potential. Moreover, according to Su Ming's perception of Warren's physical energy level, it now stood at over 30. Typically, an individual unlocking their genetic potential would only reach around 10 points, and Su Ming himself had only achieved 25 points at the time. However, given that Warren was almost 17 and had trained for an additional year compared to the average person, it was not surprising that his awakened energy level was higher. This situation also validated Su Ming's prior theory regarding the relationship between unlocking genetic potential and training. Effective cultivation could still manifest in physical energy levels even before unlocking genetic potential. Su Ming himself might not fully realize that this seemingly inconspicuous theory would, in the unfolding cosmic narrative, fundamentally transform humanity's approach to genetic evolution. Chapter 23. Physical Refinement. Warren opened his eyes, brimming with joy. Su Ming, I have become a genetic warrior. Oh my, does this mean I can pilot mechs in the future? He exclaimed excitedly, gesturing with his hands, managing to convey a semblance of authority. Su Ming chuckled softly. This is just the beginning. Mechs possess at least stellar-level combat capabilities, and you are merely at the surface level for now. Take your time to improve. Warren responded with a grin. No worries, there's plenty of time ahead. Genetic warriors have lifespans significantly longer than ordinary people, and as I am also a mechanic, the probability of becoming a mech warrior in the future is quite high. Hearing Warren's enthusiasm, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. The combination of a mechanic and a genetic warrior almost guarantees a future as a mech warrior. The reason not every genetic warrior becomes a mech warrior is not only due to the brain domain energy factor but also significantly tied to whether the genetic warrior is a mechanic. Powerful mech warriors must assemble their own mechs for compatibility and to prevent vulnerabilities from being exploited by others during assembly. Unless they are standardized mechs, most formidable mech warriors are indeed mechanics. Conversely, if one is a skilled mechanic, Warren's chances of becoming a mech warrior are exceedingly high. As Su Ming observed Warren's excitement gradually tempering, he contemplated before addressing him. Warren, I intend to leave Nopu. Warren, who was lost in the joy of becoming a genetic warrior, was taken aback. What? You're leaving Nopu? Why? He looked at Su Ming with a perplexed expression. Su Ming chuckled lightly before responding. Nopu is simply too low tier. Classified as a surface-level planet. The mechanical components available here are also surface-level, offering minimal advancement for me. I wish to explore planets of planetary level or even higher. Su Ming was not lying. The incident on Hylon's star had ignited a desire within him to depart from Nopu. The catalyst was not the Hylon people, but rather the sniper rifle he had assembled. Only after constructing the sniper rifle did he truly grasp the extent of advancement that planetary-level mechanical components could provide. Furthermore, the rewards from assembling planetary-level weapons were substantial. The star points gained from crafting a single planetary-level weapon could rival those from assembling 5 surface-level ones. With the enhancement of Su Ming's energy levels, his demand for star points during training had also significantly increased. Previously, assembling surface-level components sufficed for his needs, but now, it evidently no longer met Su Ming's requirements for cultivation. Thus, he found himself harboring such thoughts. After a moment of silence, Warren raised his head and suggested, Su Ming, why don't I accompany you? Now that I am a genetic warrior, according to Imperial law, I'm not obliged to serve on logistics planets anymore. I can just go with you. Su Ming was taken aback by Warren's unexpected choice. After observing the resolute determination in Warren's eyes, he recognized that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. After pondering briefly, Su Ming nodded in agreement. He indeed needed an assistant to help manage some mundane mechanical tasks, and he had come to regard Warren as a friend. Naturally, he would not refuse Warren's request. Then it's settled. Let us tidy up a bit. We shall leave Nopu together in 3 days, Su Ming said with a smile to Warren. That evening, back in his dormitory, Su Ming stored various mechanical parts he had purchased for practice into his spatial pendant and then sat cross-legged on his bed. It had been over a week since the Hylon Star incident, and during this time, Su Ming had been more diligent than usual in dismantling and reassembling mechanical components. This was not merely for work. It was primarily to accumulate star points. Having depleted his star points in one fell swoop, Su Ming had quickly recognized their immense value, and now, as he prepared to leave Nopu, he had amassed a significant reserve of star points for emergencies. 400 points. This was the result of Su Ming's fervent mechanical assembly efforts, sufficient for an extended period. However, today, aside from his usual training, he glanced at his system panel, and a contemplative expression crossed his face. Star points, aside from being used for training and combat, had another function that Su Ming had previously overlooked: physical refinement. Previously, due to his relatively low energy levels, he had focused his star points and energy on cultivating techniques. However, now that a qualitative leap in energy levels was unattainable in the short term, he gradually began to pay attention to this aspect of physical refinement. Post physical refinement level, level 1. The star points required for the next level of physical refinement are 100 points. This was the information regarding Su Ming's progress in physical refinement within the system. A hint of confusion appeared on Su Ming's face. In the current interstellar society, the concept of physical refinement was virtually unheard of. He had never even heard of any master practicing such a discipline. This discrepancy may stem from the overall framework of genetic evolution and cultivation systems prevalent in interstellar society, differing significantly from that provided by the system. The interstellar society widely believes that as one's energy level increases, both the body's resistance and the hardness of its cells will also enhance, rendering body tempering unnecessary. Indeed, numerous detection instruments have long confirmed that with the elevation of energy levels, various qualities of the body improve correspondingly. Much like a surface-level weapon, it is impossible to inflict harm upon a genetic warrior of level 4 or above without infusing brain domain energy. Given that the enhancement of energy levels can similarly lead to bodily improvements, one might wonder why body tempering is still necessary. This has been a persistent source of confusion for Su Ming. Without hesitation, Su Ming exchanged 100 starlight points for the body tempering option from the system. Beep. Host has exchanged for body tempering option, consuming 100 starlight points. Body tempering in progress. Shortly thereafter, Su Ming felt a surge of rich starlight emanating from a deep recess within his body, swiftly flowing to every corner of his being. A slight expression of anxiety crossed Su Ming's face. 100 starlight points were no trifling matter, as they contained enough power to obliterate a level 5 genetic warrior in a single strike. Previously, merely releasing this energy had nearly caused him to burst. Now, as it flooded into his body, he wondered if he would face a similar ordeal. However, at that moment, Su Ming sensed a sudden feeling of devouring within his cells. Gradually absorbing strands of starlight into their depths, Su Ming's expression shifted. Now, as a 9 radiant star saint body, half of his being was composed of starlight. Therefore, his cells contained corresponding starlight substances as well. The cells began to absorb this starlight, much like a human drinking water, replenishing their vitality. The principle was the same. Soon, an intense craving sensation resonated within his cells, to the extent that starlight absorption occurred autonomously without the need for circulation. Su Ming was stirred, and following the primal yearning emanating from his cells, he began to slowly operate the stellar infinite celestial art. Under the influence of the technique, vast quantities of starlight were absorbed at an accelerated rate. An abundance of starlight was assimilated into Su Ming's cells. Before long, he felt a sensation akin to being overstuffed, a feeling of fullness gradually enveloping his entire body. Su Ming frowned slightly. The discomfort was palpable, as if every part of his body were swelling. Yet, as the technique continued to operate and starlight was absorbed, these cells that had taken in a significant amount of starlight seemed to desire to create more space for it. As if they had gained the energy for evolution. In any case, every single cell within Su Ming was undergoing rapid changes at that moment, becoming more resilient and vibrant, while their capacity for energy absorption significantly increased. This process lasted for approximately 10 minutes. Soon, Su Ming observed a layer of dark impurities emerging from his skin. With the expulsion of these impurities came an exceptionally refreshing sensation, akin to a person who had not bathed for 16 years suddenly undergoing a thorough cleansing. This feeling stemmed from the very core of life itself. Without hesitation, Su Ming stood up and made his way to the bathroom, washing himself from head to toe. A considerable amount of dirty water flowed down the drain, and the grime upon his body vanished. With a gentle exhale, Su Ming closed his eyes to savor the changes brought about by the body tempering. He felt his body had become increasingly resilient, with overall enhancements in recovery ability, stamina, resistance, and adaptability. Additionally, his bodily energy level had directly increased by 100 points during the tempering process. Although elevating the bodily energy level could achieve similar effects as body tempering, the two processes were entirely distinct. The enhancement from energy level elevation was passive and gradual, accompanying the increase in energy levels. In contrast, tempering with starlight was active and could be performed rapidly, yielding results far superior to those derived from mere energy level elevation, with effects exceeding those of standard body tempering by more than double. This meant that after tempering, Su Ming's resilience and capabilities were more than double those of other warriors at the same energy level. A look of joy appeared on Su Ming's face. While the differences may not be immediately apparent in the early stages, the gap would inevitably widen as time passed, ultimately leading to a significant disparity with others of the same rank. Beep. Host's body tempering level has increased to level 2. Required starlight points for the next level of tempering. 500 points. A prompt soon echoed within the system, and upon hearing it, a hint of regret surfaced on Su Ming's face. 500 starlight points exceeded his current total. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that he would need to earn more starlight points before contemplating further advancement. 3 days later, Monty gazed at Su Ming and Warren, his eyes filled with reluctance. Alas, even that lad Warren has silently unlocked his genetic lock. You two. I could tell you wouldn't linger here for long. Very well, you may depart. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. Su Ming and Warren exchanged smiles with Monty, then proceeded to the official office of Nopu Planet. To leave Nopu Planet, they needed to prove their status as genetic warriors at the office. According to the Empire's laws, this exemption would allow them to avoid compulsory labor service. Following the staff's instructions, they stood atop an energy level detection device. Beep. Detector. Su Ming. Beep. Su Ming's bodily energy level, 510. Brain domain energy level, 570. Beep. Su Ming is classified as a low-level 3rd-tier genetic warrior. Qualification confirmed. Beep. Detector. Warren. Beep. Warren's bodily energy level, 35. Brain domain energy level, 37. Beep. Warren is classified as a mid-level 1st-tier genetic warrior. Qualification confirmed. As they stood upon the detection apparatus, the respective energy levels of both were swiftly measured. Huh? Low-level 3rd tier? The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Su Ming. 16 years old. And yet a low-level 3rd tier? How could that be possible? The staff member was taken aback, staring blankly at Su Ming until they regained their composure. while a low-level third tier was not particularly remarkable. A 16-year-old achieving such a status was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the records indicated that Su Ming had only turned 16 2 months prior. This meant that he had ascended from the state of merely awakening his genetic lock to a low-level third tier in just 2 months, a pace of advancement that even the Empire's most gifted youth would struggle to match. Sir, per the Empire's regulations, I must request that you keep my personal energy level and genetic grade information confidential. Su Ming cast a glance at the staff member. Had it not been for his desire to leave Nopu planet, he would not have come to measure his energy level. His rate of cultivation was simply too astonishing. Few could rival his speed within the Empire. He was reluctant to broadcast such matters, as attracting attention before his wings had fully developed would be unwise. The staff member swallowed hard before offering a wry smile and addressing Su Ming. Rest assured, Mr. Su Ming, we will certainly keep your information confidential. However, the staff member shifted their tone, looking directly at Su Ming, and continued, might I inquire if you have any interest in joining the temporary military? Rest assured, it is not a mercenary force, but a temporary military organized in the name of the Empire. Currently, the situation in the Bandle star system is tense, causing concern within the Empire. We are forming a temporary military to address the chaos resulting from the Free Federation's coup, and we are in need of genetic warriors skilled in machinery. Would you like to participate? Chapter 25. Temporary Military Number 32. Temporary Military? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, ready to shake his head in refusal. However, upon seeing the expression on Su Ming's face, the staff member quickly added, the temporary military is not as you might imagine. The benefits and treatment are quite favorable. By joining, you will enjoy the same military merit system as regular troops, and once your term is complete, you may leave at your discretion. Upon hearing this, Su Ming did not rush to decline but instead asked in surprise, military merit system? The staff member replied with a smile. It means that when calculating military merits, you will be treated equally to regular soldiers, allowing you to exchange military merits for various rewards. The staff member paused, aware that recruiting soldiers was likely part of their performance metrics, and thus exerted extra effort in persuasion. I see both of you are genetic warriors knowledgeable in machinery. You will undoubtedly wish to assemble your own mechas in the future, within the military merit system, as long as you meet the military merit requirements. You can exchange for knowledge and blueprints for mecha assembly. The more military merits you accumulate, the higher the quality of mecha assembly blueprints available for exchange. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, both recognizing the spark of temptation in each other's eyes. Mechas. For genetic warriors well-versed in machinery, the allure was boundless. Even the most skilled mechanics could not create mechas from thin air without the necessary knowledge. After all, many of the intricate markings and patterns found within mechas are exceedingly complex. A single misstep could result in a complete failure, even considering humanity's vast history of interstellar development spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Mechas were only created in later stages through the collective wisdom of countless individuals. It is unquestionably impossible for a solitary person, lacking knowledge of mechas, to conjure such a sophisticated system from thin air. The understanding of mecha technology and blueprints is an indispensable process for both individuals aspiring to become mecha warriors. At this moment, the prospect of joining a temporary military force to acquire knowledge and blueprints related to mechas holds immense allure for the two. Su Ming pondered for a moment before curiously inquiring, is it challenging to earn military merit while serving in the army? Upon noticing the keen interest reflected in Su Ming and Warren's expressions, the staff member's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly elaborated. There are numerous ways to earn military merit, by defeating enemies, assembling machinery, repairing equipment, and so forth. I see that both of you are mechanics. Once you join the temporary military, your opportunities to earn merit will undoubtedly surpass those of others. You should definitely consider it. After hearing the staff member's words, Su Ming contemplated for a moment and then glanced at Warren. Noticing Warren nodding repeatedly, Su Ming addressed the staff member, saying, all right, we are willing to join the temporary military, but could you ensure that we are assigned to the same team? The staff member's face lit up with joy, and he promptly nodded, saying, rest assured, that will not be a problem at all. In fact, a temporary military unit comprising 1,000 personnel will be passing by Nopu planet in 2 hours, and I will register both of your information with this unit. After hearing the staff member's response, Su Ming nodded and, along with Warren, found a place to sit and await the arrival of the temporary military. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. If he were still the second young master of the Colin family, he would have had access to an abundance of mecha knowledge. As one of the Empire's premier families, the Colin family likely possessed tens of thousands of documents on mecha technology. The foundation of such a prominent family could even rival some of the major powers at the galactic level. Moreover, should Su Ming wish to delve into more advanced mecha knowledge, the Colin family had the channels to procure it for him. However, now that he had been disowned by the Colin family, all the benefits that were rightfully his as a scion of a prestigious family were exclusively enjoyed by Su Ming shook his head, harboring no feelings of indignation. These advantages were never truly his to begin with. The Colin family had disowned him, and in the future, the ones who would truly regret their decision would undoubtedly be the Colin family. Not him. Approximately 2 hours passed before a colossal starship landed precisely in front of the office building. Su Ming gazed out, feeling a slight jolt of surprise. A star-class spaceship. It was undoubtedly a tier above the vessels used by previous mercenaries. No wonder it was an Imperial official military unit. Even the hardware alone established a stark contrast with ordinary mercenaries. Soon, an officer sporting a distinctive mustache descended from the ship. He wore military insignia on his chest, clearly labeled Lieutenant Walker. Although it was a temporary military force, the higher echelons, or decision-making body, were undoubtedly comprised of regular military officers. The Empire would never appoint someone without formal standing as the commander of a temporary military unit. After stepping off the ship, he surveyed Su Ming, Warren, and the staff members standing at the entrance. "Are these the two mechanics joining the temporary military?" Lieutenant Walker asked directly. The staff member nodded, smiling as he handed Su Ming and Warren's identification documents to Lieutenant Walker. 16 years old, a third-tier substandard genetic warrior? Lieutenant Walker exclaimed in surprise as he scrutinized Su Ming's information, casting him a look of incredulity. He then shook his head. While this revelation was hard to believe, it was, in strict terms, a personal matter for the soldier, and he had no authority to question how Su Ming had progressed so rapidly. For him, the temporary military was not the regular army, and it was impossible for every soldier to be thoroughly vetted. As for your mechanical proficiency, both classified as planetary level? Quite impressive. Lieutenant Walker continued to examine the documents, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Discovering 2 planetary-level mechanics on Nopu planet felt like striking gold. Although their spacecraft was star-class, the majority of mechanical weapons still fell within the planetary category. If these two joined the military, they would certainly prove invaluable. Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared delight in each other's eyes. Under Su Ming's guidance, Warren's mechanical skills had improved dramatically, and he could now undertake repairs on planetary-level mechanical components. While he was still somewhat unrefined, he could indeed be considered a planetary-level mechanic. As for Su Ming, he glanced at the star-class ship before him and confirmed that he could likely repair it as well. In reality, Su Ming might already be a star-class mechanic or even higher, but due to the lack of any star-class tasks or components on Nopu planet, he had never operated on star-class mechanical repairs. Thus, he had temporarily classified his level as planetary. Nonetheless, this was certain to bring Lieutenant Walker great astonishment. Every military unit was in dire need of mechanics, and those with substantial capabilities were especially rare. The sudden arrival of 2 such talents greatly pleased Lieutenant Walker. "All right, comrades, mechanics, stop dawdling and board the ship. Welcome to the Imperial Temporary Military Unit 32, Chapter 26. Lock." Thus, Su Ming and Warren were invited aboard the starship of the 32nd Temporary Military Unit by Lieutenant Walker. "Zhongli, we have 2 new planetary-level mechanics. Please assist with their arrangements." Upon boarding the ship, Walker addressed a nearby young woman. This young woman, named Zhongli, possessed a sun-kissed complexion, and her neat, short hair gave her a refreshing appearance. She approached, her eyes gleaming as she beamed at Su Ming and Warren. "Fantastic! We are currently in dire need of mechanics. Your arrival is perfectly timed. Follow me, and I will show you to your accommodations." Su Ming and Warren nodded in agreement and followed Zhongli into the interior of the ship. Before long, they felt a slight tremor within the ship, and Su Ming turned his gaze to the window, observing the buildings of Nopu planet gradually receding in size. Clearly, the ship had taken off and was departing the planet at great speed. "This is the task hall. Feel free to take a look." At that moment, Zhongli's voice rang out. Upon hearing her, Su Ming and Warren directed their attention to a large hall nearby. In the center stood a massive LCD screen, flanked by a multitude of tasks scrolling across it. Zillion Star has encountered a pirate attack. Task: eliminate the pirates. Suggested personnel: 10-20. Suggested level: Tier 3 genetic warriors and above. Military merit: 100 points person. Repair 20 planetary level weapons. Requirement: complete within 10 days. Personnel limit: none. Suggested mechanic level: capable of repairing planetary level and above. Military merit: 400 points item. Suspicion of interstellar black merchants passing through the eastern wilderness star domain. Task: capture the interstellar black merchants and escort them back home. Suggested personnel: 5-10. Suggested level: Tier 4 genetic warriors and above. Military merit: 300 points person. These were just a few examples. There were likely tens of thousands of similar tasks. The sheer volume was astonishing. The entire hall was filled with soldiers wandering about, seemingly deliberating on which tasks to undertake. Su Ming and Warren stared at the multitude of tasks in a daze. Zhongli smiled as she clarified. The temporary military operates with relatively loose management. If one can earn over 200 military merit points in a month, that suffices. These tasks represent the total sum of all assignments across the entire star system. Not only can we undertake them, but other temporary military units can as well. Whoever completes a task first will be the one to settle it. There are small spacecraft available for soldiers to use in task execution. When you have a task, you can borrow a small ship from the task center and then depart alone to complete it. Zhongli explained with a smile. Su Ming and Warren suddenly wore looks of enlightenment. They had been puzzled as to how a temporary military unit of 1,000 could possibly handle over 10,000 tasks. Now, it made sense that the tasks were available for the entire star system to compete for completion. Just then, a man's voice interrupted their thoughts. Zhongli, I heard that 2 mechanics have joined us again. Are these the 2 young gentlemen? The 3 turned to see a man in military attire striding towards them. His face lit up with surprise as he looked at Su Ming and Warren. Locke? Zhongli exclaimed in astonishment. Are you 2 the new mechanics who just joined? Locke smiled and nodded at Zhongli before turning to Su Ming and Warren, asking with a grin, is that so? Yes. Su Ming felt somewhat overwhelmed by the man's enthusiasm. Upon hearing that Su Ming was a mechanic, the man's face instantly lit up with delight. Wonderful, the temporary military unit No. 32 finally has another mechanic. After exclaiming, the man, brimming with excitement, produced a mechanical battle knife and eagerly addressed Su Ming, saying, Esteemed young masters, this is a planetary-grade superheated blade. Could you assist me in repairing it? Both Su Ming and Warren were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation with such an overly eager requester so soon after their arrival. Noticing the peculiar expressions on Su Ming and Warren's faces, Zhongli let out a wry smile and explained, Please don't mind, gentlemen. Previously, there was only one planetary-grade mechanic aboard the ship, and all planetary-grade weapons needing repair had to be queued for his attention, often resulting in several days of waiting. However, with both of you joining us, it will significantly alleviate the pressure on that mechanic, allowing everyone to avoid the queue. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, the man named Locke nodded vigorously. Then, with a rueful smile, added, Esteemed young masters, please don't take offense, I am simply too anxious. Without repairing this battle knife, I cannot undertake my missions, which is why upon receiving their explanation, Su Ming and Warren exchanged looks of realization. Su Ming then inquired with astonishment, Are mechanics really that scarce? It's not that there are few mechanics. It's that planetary-grade mechanics are rare, Zhongli clarified. While there are plenty of surface-level mechanics, they rarely have the opportunity to work on planetary-grade machinery, often spending their entire lives repairing only surface-level equipment, which contributes to the scarcity of planetary-grade mechanics. Locke interjected, It's not entirely that simple. Typically, planetary-grade mechanics come from affluent backgrounds, allowing them the financial means to practice mechanical disassembly extensively, thus nurturing their skills. After hearing their words, both Su Ming and Warren felt a peculiar sensation. Interestingly enough, Su Ming hailed from a prominent family, and although he had been cast out midway, he had indeed disassembled a considerable number of mechanical components. Warren, too, had been fortunate. During his time on Nopu planet, he inadvertently became Su Ming's assistant and reaped immense benefits in acquiring knowledge about planetary-grade mechanics. Thus, neither of them had fully grasped the rarity of planetary-grade mechanics until now. All right, Locke, Since these esteemed young masters have just joined the regiment, it is customary for you to wait until their military merit system is activated before you can spend military merits for their assistance. Asking them to repair your weapon now would be rather unfair. Zhongli stepped forward to help Su Ming decline Locke's request. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, disappointment washed over Locke's face as he sheepishly remarked, "I was too hasty. My apologies for the intrusion." He picked up his battle knife and prepared to leave. Yet, at that moment, Su Ming suddenly spoke up, "It's all right. Repairing the battle knife won't take much time. I'll do it for you now." Both Zhongli and Locke were taken aback by Su Ming's words. As Su Ming smiled at Locke, however, "You'll need to take me to the workbench. I'm not yet familiar with this place." Locke quickly regained his composure and eagerly replied, "Of course. The workbench is this way. Follow me." With that, Locke led Su Ming and Warren to the mechanical repair room aboard the ship. As Su Ming surveyed the room, he noticed it was filled predominantly with surface-level mechanical components undergoing repairs. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Locke quickly explained, "Planetary-grade mechanics each have their own dedicated studios. You will have yours in due time. This is a public repair room for surface-level mechanics." Upon hearing Locke's clarification, Su Ming's expression shifted to one of understanding. Without further ado, he approached a workbench and took Locke's battle knife. This heat-energy battle knife from the Warriors Company was a planetary-grade weapon, with a power level of around 2000, considered an entry-level model. With a single glance, Su Ming assessed the condition of the battle knife and murmured to himself. Locke nodded along, but Su Ming, having focused his mind entirely on the mechanical repair, did not intend for Locke to respond. With deftness, Su Ming began disassembling the mechanical battle knife piece by piece. However, he became so absorbed in the task that he failed to notice several soldiers wandering around with damaged weapons. Hoping to strike luck upon seeing the newly arrived mechanics, upon entering the mechanical repair room and spotting the unfamiliar face disassembling the battle knife, alongside Zhongli and Locke watching intently, the soldiers quickly realized that this mechanic was indeed the newly joined planetary-grade mechanic. Their eyes brightened, and they hastily gathered around, quietly observing Su Ming as he repaired the battle knife. The blade was warped, and the reinforcement system of the hilt had sustained damage, rendering the weapon exceedingly fragile and unable to withstand significant energy levels. Otherwise, it would shatter upon use. With just a glance, Su Ming identified the issues with the battle knife. The reinforcement system was crucial for melee weapons, enabling them to endure various levels of energy application. For gene warriors without brain domain energy, melee mechanical weapons were most commonly utilized. The reinforcement system determined how much physical energy a weapon could withstand. Now that the reinforcement system was compromised, based on the original material of the battle knife, it could likely handle no more than 200 energy points before breaking apart. Locke's energy level, as Su Ming estimated, should be around 800 or 900 points, categorizing him as a high-tier gene warrior. Without a functioning reinforcement system, the battle knife would likely snap with a single swing, explaining why Locke found it challenging to undertake missions after the weapon was damaged. Without hesitation, Su Ming swiftly and efficiently disassembled the battle knife into its individual components. A multitude of parts was arrayed on the workbench, hundreds in total, 5 or 6 times the number of a surface-level weapon. Planetary-grade mechanical weapons were inherently more complex than their surface-level counterparts. However, for Su Ming, this complexity posed no challenge. The disassembly of the mechanical battle knife took him less than 10 minutes. As the onlookers exchanged astonished glances, they recognized the extraordinary speed at which Su Ming had disassembled the weapon. This pace was likely unattainable by the other mechanic aboard the ship. Zhongli, in particular, had frequently witnessed the original planetary-grade mechanic aboard the ship take nearly half an hour to disassemble 100 components, often encountering multiple cases of secondary damage in the process. But here was Su Ming, not only working without a scanner but also completing the task in under 10 minutes, all while maintaining a zero damage rate. Observing this spectacle, Zhongli's gaze towards Su Ming was imbued with a mix of strange surprise and admiration. Unperturbed by the attention, Su Ming continued engrossed in his mechanical repair. Soon, he followed his usual procedure and meticulously dissolved all the markings and engravings on the battle knife. Locke's eyes widened in astonishment, yet recalling Su Ming's swift movements, he dared not speak. Once the engravings were erased, Su Ming picked up a carving tool and focused on etching his unique markings onto the battle knife. As the number of carvings increased, Su Ming had developed a distinct style of engraving. He worked with ease and familiarity, Approximately half an hour later, he had inscribed special markings on over 100 components. Next came the critical step, reassembly. However, after scrutinizing the components of the battle knife for some time, Su Ming raised his head to look at Locke. "Is something the matter?" Locke asked, sensing the change in Su Ming's expression and tightening his heart. Fearing there was an issue with his battle knife, "You have a stellar-grade blade?" Su Ming inquired curiously. "Huh?" Locke was taken aback and responded with confusion. "A stellar-grade blade can be procured, but pairing it with planetary-grade components wouldn't that waste the quality of the blade?" Su Ming shook his head. "In my hands, there is no waste. Simply acquire it." Though Locke was perplexed, he recalled that Su Ming was offering his assistance free of charge. Thus, he reluctantly nodded and promptly spent a considerable amount of military merit to purchase a stellar-grade blade as per Su Ming's suggestion. "Here, Master Su Ming." Moments later, Locke emerged from his storage space. Brandishing a stellar-grade blade, Su Ming was taken aback. You acquired it so swiftly?" Upon hearing Su Ming's words, both Zhongli and Locke erupted into laughter. "Master Su Ming, this is a compact spatial transmission device provided by the Empire for the soldiers. Anything exchanged for military merits is promptly transmitted to their storage spaces. It's remarkably convenient." Su Ming was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but marvel at the Empire's financial prowess in forming an official army. The cost of just this spatial transmission device could easily exceed 100,000 star coins, and each soldier had one eye. In contrast, mercenaries were truly the unloved stepchildren, reliant solely on their own means for everything. "All right, you've brought the blade. I shall assist you in installing it right away." Without delay, Su Ming took Locke's stellar-grade blade. Chapter 28. Greatly popular with confidence, Su Ming meticulously began reassembling the components in his hands. The atmosphere in the repair room was so tense that not a single breath was dared to be uttered, as the onlookers gazed at Su Ming in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a swift and seemingly effortless assembly. Su Ming casually grabbed a component, piecing it together like a child's toy, effortlessly connecting it with the other parts. Would this method truly work? One soldier swallowed hard, his heart racing as he observed Su Ming's actions. Each step of the assembly required utmost caution and precision, yet Su Ming appeared remarkably relaxed, even shifting his gaze to other components on the workbench before the current piece was fully assembled. It was as if he were playing house, and those watching couldn't help but worry that he might fail in the next step. However, amidst the anxious suspense, the mechanical components were successfully assembled time and again. Upon witnessing this, the crowd exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of astonishment. Achieving this level of proficiency indicated that Su Ming's mechanical skills likely surpassed even those of a planetary-grade technician. Such a casual demeanor suggested a mastery that was otherworldly. Approximately 15 minutes later, the mechanical battle blade was fully reassembled. At this moment, the blade emitted a potent energy signature, its edge composed of stellar-grade materials. Su Ming had flawlessly integrated planetary-grade components with stellar-grade blade materials. As everyone beheld this scene, their eyes glimmered with admiration. Master Su Ming's expertise was astonishing. Locke's face radiated sheer joy as he seized the battle blade and swung it with fervor on the testing apparatus. To his amazement, it unleashed an energy level of 1,400 points. It was important to note that Locke himself had an energy level of just under 900. Suddenly being able to inflict 500 points of damage through the mechanical battle blade was extraordinary, representing a remarkable boost of 500 points. This energy range was typically reserved for 4th-tier Jin warriors. Locke's heart swelled with elation. Previously, he could only muster over 1,000 energy points with the battle blade. Now, with a single swing, he achieved 1,400 energy points. Only he understood the true extent of Su Ming's mechanical reassembly prowess. Upon witnessing the outcome, Su Ming nodded slightly and remarked, "Not bad. You should test the battle blade's specific data yourself when you return. It shouldn't be lacking." While Su Ming had roughly estimated a value, specific measurements were best left to the system for accuracy. After completing the mechanical battle blade, Su Ming exhaled softly and stood, preparing to leave the workbench. However, upon raising his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Around him stood approximately 40 to 50 soldiers, encircling him in a tight formation. These soldiers gazed at Locke with envious eyes before turning their eager glances towards Su Ming. Su Ming was startled. He had been so engrossed in the repair that he hadn't noticed how the crowd had gathered. "You are?" he instinctively inquired. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, the soldiers forming the human wall looked at him with fervent expressions, as if beholding a rare beauty. They then hurriedly pressed forward. Master Su Ming, I have a planetary-grade ray gun. Could you assist in its repair? What do you mean by Master? You should call me Grandmaster, Master Su Ming. My anti-energy battle armor is damaged. Could you help me fix it? Do you think you can get something for nothing? Master Su Ming, I possess a stellar-grade mechanical arm. Could you assist in repairing it? Just tell me how many military merits you require. I'm not short on merit. I'm not lacking in military merit either. I'm willing to pay. I also have several stellar-grade mechanical components. Perhaps you could help me install them as well, Grandmaster Su Ming? Although these soldiers were not mechanics, their discernment was not lacking. They had just witnessed Su Ming directly produce stellar-grade mechanical components for modifications and realized that even if Su Ming were not a stellar-grade mechanic, he was undoubtedly on the cusp of it. Such mechanics were rare gems. Even being able to assist in modifying mechanical components constituted a favor. The crowd had clearly observed the entire repair process. What was termed a repair was hardly distinguishable from reassembly or creation. Seeing Locke's ecstatic expression, the soldiers understood that the results of the modifications would likely far surpass what a typical planetary-grade mechanic could achieve. Their initial expectations had been merely to restore the equipment to its original state, but Su Ming had exceeded those expectations, igniting a fervor among the soldiers. Acquiring an enhanced piece of equipment not only bolstered their combat effectiveness, but also ensured that the equipment would serve them well into the future. Remaining relevant even as they grew stronger, such a fortuitous opportunity was enough to excite these soldiers. At that moment, Su Ming found himself besieged by the throng of soldiers, and he could only smile wryly at the wall of bodies before him, wishing to find a gap to escape. Fortunately, Zhongli noticed Su Ming's predicament and promptly intervened, raising her voice to disperse the crowd. Step back, everyone. Master Su Ming hasn't even received his military ID. You can't offer him any military merits yet. Please wait until I escort Master Su Ming back to his quarters to handle the paperwork before seeking him out. After saying this, Zhongli impatiently parted the crowd, then turned to Su Ming and Warren with a smile, saying, Let me take you both to your dormitory. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Su Ming and Warren sighed in relief, hastily moving to her side. Eager to avoid being surrounded again, Su Ming was drenched in sweat, finding the earlier scene overwhelmingly challenging. He would rather face the high blue people again than endure such an experience. In essence, Su Ming often immersed himself in repairing machinery, making him somewhat reclusive and socially anxious. Noticing the expressions on Su Ming and Warren's faces, Zhongli couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding the situation amusing. She then led Su Ming and Warren to their dormitory. It was a spacious double dormitory, equipped with 2 work tables at its center, clearly designed for planetary-grade mechanics. It was perfectly suited for the research and work of Su Ming and Warren. Zhongli glanced at Su Ming and Warren and cheerfully said, Please wait here for a moment. I'll fetch your identification badges. After that, whether for accepting missions or accessing the military merit system, you'll be able to find everything on your IDs. Chapter 29. Knowledge of Mechas before long. Zhongli returned, handing Su Ming and Warren 2 wristband-like devices. Here are your identification badges. They contain various functions. Feel free to explore, she said with a smile. All right, I'll take my leave now. I've included my contact information in the badges. Reach out if you need anything. After saying this, Zhongli closed the door and left Su Ming and Warren in their dormitory. They exchanged glances, and Warren's face lit up with excitement as he examined his identification badge. I heard that there are mechas available for redemption in the military merit system. Let me check, Warren exclaimed eagerly. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming quickly grabbed his identification badge and began to explore. Within the wristband, there were 4 main functions: missions, military merit system, contact, and assistance. The options were clear and concise. Intrigued by the military merit system, Su Ming promptly clicked into it to investigate. Instantly, rows of redemption options appeared before his eyes, an extensive array of items spanning drugs, mechanical components, daily supplies, techniques, and knowledge blueprints, among others. There was even an option to spend military merits to post tasks within the mission system. In addition to these functions, there were also the spatial transmission and storage features that Locke had demonstrated in front of Su Ming. Any item redeemed would be rapidly delivered through the spatial transmission function, ensuring the privacy of soldiers while providing a highly efficient exchange logistics system. Su Ming's expression shifted, as he clicked on the Knowledge Blueprint option within the military merit system. Instantly, a plethora of knowledge appeared before him. Planetary-grade DAN method deconstruction, stellar-grade pattern initial analysis, magnetic energy circuit system assembly technique, and so forth. An extensive collection of mechanical knowledge compiled by various masters from different schools of thought. There is even knowledge surpassing the stellar level, encompassing that of cluster and galaxy-level mechanics. IT is nothing short of a treasure trove of mechanical wisdom. Although Su Ming is now capable of assembling stellar-grade machinery, his proficiency in planetary-grade mechanics is truly remarkable. Nevertheless, these diverse techniques and methods hold a certain reference value for Su Ming. They are not entirely without merit. After all, his mechanical knowledge has been gleaned from extensive exposure to numerous mechanical components within the Colin family, gradually leading to his own understanding. While he possesses his own interpretation and school of thought, acquiring the mainstream mechanical knowledge of interstellar society would allow for an enlightening synthesis, undoubtedly benefiting him. Su Ming, elated by this discovery, felt akin to a gamer who suddenly encounters 100 skins he adores. Naturally, he yearned to invest. This was precisely Su Ming's state of mind. Purchasing this knowledge was akin to engaging in a dialogue with the masters who authored these systems. However, the currency required for the military merit system is military merit itself. Each piece of knowledge demands a substantial amount of military merit for exchange. If Su Ming wishes to redeem this knowledge, he must diligently earn military merit. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret. He lamented that he had previously underestimated the significance of military merit and had foolishly acquiesced to Locke's request. In hindsight, he should have ensured that Locke provided him with some military merit. However, the deed was done, the repairs were complete, and Su Ming felt too embarrassed to request military merit from Locke anew. With a wry smile, he was suddenly startled by an exclamation from Warren nearby. My goodness, the knowledge and blueprints for mechs are exorbitantly priced. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he immediately lowered his gaze to the mech knowledge section. WASP-type basic flight mech X1 type. Knowledge blueprint required military merit, 80,000 minimum pilot brain domain level required, 3,000 points. E-class human-shaped advanced mech type. Knowledge blueprint required military merit, 150,000 minimum pilot brain domain level required, 4,000 points. Upon seeing these two models, Su Ming was taken aback. These mechs could be considered quite basic. Almost every aspiring mech learner starts with these models. Yet, he was astonished to discover that even the basic mechs commanded such a hefty price in military merit. Su Ming had previously observed the task prices in the mission hall. Ordinary missions, even when completed successfully, yield only a few hundred military merit points, while higher-tier missions might offer a few thousand at most. Judging by these figures, accumulating enough military merit to afford even a single mech knowledge exchange seemed an insurmountable task. Su Ming inhaled deeply. This was indeed unavoidable. After all, mech knowledge is the true core of every nation, and it is forbidden to circulate mech knowledge in the market. IT is a precious knowledge with no price, attainable only through illicit channels or some officially sanctioned special means. Private transactions are not permitted. The exchange within the military merit system is one of the officially sanctioned avenues. Purchasing through the military merit system is akin to being officially registered. In the future, should one assemble a similar mech, the authorities would not intervene. Su Ming took a deep breath and redirected his gaze downward, preparing to assess the prices of the highest-tier mech models. Glory S-Class Nuclear Mech Type. Knowledge Blueprint Required Military Merit, 20 million minimum pilot level, 400,000 points. Upon reading the description of this mech, Su Ming felt a surge of frustration. If memory served him correctly, his so-called father, the head of the Colin family, Colin Clarence, piloted this series of mechs, did he not? However, his father's mech was even more advanced and formidable than this one, seemingly categorized as the Glory S-Class Ultimate Mech. Reflecting on this, Su Ming felt a pang of helplessness. It appeared that to catch up with the Colin family, he still had a long journey ahead. Currently, he had yet to lay eyes on even a shadow of a mech, let alone an ultimate model. Shaking his head, Su Ming resolved to start his journey with the most basic mech. Little did Su Ming know that shortly thereafter, his reputation would soar within the spaceship, all stemming from his casual modification of Locke's mechanical battle blade. At this moment, Locke stood alongside several soldiers, wielding a brand new mechanical battle blade. Mission objective: mute a planet, Cosmic Life Invasion, request assistance from the Empire. Mission difficulty, level 4, low. Everyone, let us set forth towards Muta Planet. A powerful soldier beside Locke spoke calmly. The rest nodded in agreement and boarded a small spacecraft. In the next moment, the small spacecraft detached from the main vessel, speeding towards an inconspicuous planet. Chapter 30, Muta Planet. Whoosh! The spacecraft sped past, and several figures leaped from the ship. Activating the flight mode of their cosmic battle suits, they descended directly onto Muta Planet. At this moment, Muta Planet was besieged by hundreds of round, tentacled creatures, ensnaring humans with their appendages and dragging them towards their gaping mouths. These were one of the cosmic life forms. The universe is vast beyond comprehension. Within the cosmic expanse, there are occasionally organisms that adapt to the void of space, floating through the ether. These beings do not belong to any specific biological classification and are collectively referred to as cosmic organisms. Cosmic organisms vary in strength, but due to the limitations of individual organisms, they have been adrift in space, unable to form their own technology or civilization. Thus, while cosmic life forms tend to be significantly stronger than ordinary humans, they fall short compared to those with advanced technology and cultivation systems, such as cultivators or gene warriors. They exist in a space between the two. It's the furball monsters. Upon arriving at Muta Planet and witnessing these creatures, the soldiers immediately displayed expressions of understanding. The furball monsters are the name given to these round, tentacled creatures, which are commonly found among cosmic life forms, often floating in groups through the void. These furball monsters typically curl up to conserve energy, drifting aimlessly. However, once they detect a life-bearing planet, they descend to consume its inhabitants for sustenance. The average combat power of a furball monster ranges between level 2 to 4 gene warriors, making them a terrifying calamity for a low-tier planet like Muta. Yet, for the soldiers who had descended, they posed little threat. This team, consisting of approximately 15 members, was dispatched from the temporary 32nd Military Unit, and their average combat power was that of level 3 gene warriors, with the captain being a low-level 4 gene warrior. This configuration was more than sufficient to eradicate the furball monsters. After all, the combat strength of technologically advanced humans is not solely derived from their physical capabilities. A significant portion also comes from the enhancements provided by their weapons and equipment. It is entirely plausible that a low-level 3 gene warrior equipped with a decent mechanical weapon could match the combat effectiveness of an average high-level 3 gene warrior. Upon sighting the furball monsters, the soldiers collectively exhaled in relief. Excellent. These are not dangerous cosmic beings. Our team can easily handle these furball monsters. Let's move swiftly. Delaying will only increase the casualties on Muta Planet. The captain stated calmly, and the soldiers immediately surged toward the direction of the furball monsters. During this charge, he retrieved a ray gun from his storage space, raised it, and opened fire at the furball monsters. The captain was the strongest member of the team and also a brain domain developer. Thus, utilizing firearms significantly enhanced his power, providing a tremendous boost to the effectiveness of his weaponry. In an instant, the furball monsters were obliterated by the captain's ray gun, vanishing into nothingness. His actions successfully attracted the attention of numerous furball monsters. The surrounding creatures immediately abandoned their human captives and lunged toward the captain. Each furball stood about 5 to 10 meters tall, and hundreds of them charged toward him, creating a spectacular scene. However, this sight hardly intimidated Locke's team. The soldiers, upon witnessing this spectacle, wore nonchalant smiles. Each member promptly retrieved their mechanical battle weapons from their storage spaces and began to engage the furball monsters in melee combat. Soldiers who had not developed their brain domain levels wielded close combat weapons, which typically granted them greater combat prowess than firearms, including Locke, who had just drawn the thermal battle blade that Su Ming had recently repaired and modified. With a swift motion, he dashed toward a furball monster with the combat power equivalent to a mid-level 3 gene warrior. He raised his battle blade high and swung it down with great force. The energy levels within him erupted instantaneously, empowering the battle blade in an instant. The blade transformed into a fiery crimson, radiating an exceptionally searing temperature. When it struck the furry creature, it astonishingly cleaved the creature in two. The intense heat scorched the surrounding air to an unbearable degree. This medium-level Tier 3 creature was swiftly engulfed by the terrifying thermal energy, its severed body reduced to ashes. The sheer ferocity of this heat startled several nearby teammates. Locke, what is going on? Have you had another breakthrough? Those familiar with Locke gasped in astonishment at the sight, their curiosity piqued. However, at that moment, Locke stood dumbfounded, gazing in disbelief at the energy-infused battle blade. Previously, slaying a medium-level Tier 3 adversary in a single strike had been impossible. Typically, it required a protracted struggle to bring them down. Yet just now, upon swinging the blade, he felt as though the creature was nothing more than a bubble, offering no resistance as it was effortlessly bisected. The smoothness of this experience. Locke could not recall when he had last felt such fluidity. He looked at the blade in his hand, fully aware that the remarkable ease with which he had dispatched the creature was largely due to this weapon. What astonished Locke even more was that this blade had attained stellar-level power. Most significantly, the threshold for wielding this blade was merely that of a Tier 3 genetic warrior. Every weapon possesses a usage threshold. It does not imply that one cannot lift or utilize a weapon if their energy level is insufficient. Rather, it refers to the minimum energy level required to unleash the weapon's true potential. For instance, a Tier 2 genetic warrior would be incapable of harnessing the blade's searing energy, relegating it to the status of an ordinary resilient weapon. In such a case, the power would diminish by more than fivefold. There are even instances where those with significantly lower energy levels have met their demise from the recoil of firearms wielded by foes of much higher levels. The principle of using weapons commensurate with one's energy level is an immutable truth. Yet, at this moment, Locke suddenly realized that the mechanized warrior modified by Su Ming, which clearly possessed stellar-level power, had a threshold requirement of merely planetary level. This was akin to a child being able to wield a handgun, capable of killing even the strongest adult. If this were indeed the case, Locke sensed that Su Ming's expertise far surpassed that of a typical stellar-level mechanic. Only a few mechanical masters could achieve such feats. Chapter 31. Tier 5 Cosmic Beings with such a formidable energy blade in hand, Locke quickly made a name for himself during this mission. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, allowing him to dispatch any furry creature with a single strike. A surge of delight welled up within him as he realized that, as a medium-level Tier 3 genetic warrior wielding this stellar-grade mechanized blade, he could unleash the combat prowess of a low-level Tier 4 warrior. Even medium-level Tier 3 creatures fell before his onslaught with ease. Enthralled by his success, Locke and his teammates swiftly eliminated wave after wave of furry creatures. Naturally, Locke's performance caught the attention of the entire squad. They all frequently collaborated, and each member was well aware of one another's strengths and weaknesses. Observing Locke's sudden surge in power, their focus was irresistibly drawn to him. What is happening? Locke has become incredibly formidable. No furry creature can withstand his strike. Has he taken a strength-enhancing pill? How did he become so much stronger all of a sudden? No, his physical energy level doesn't appear to have changed. But his attack power has certainly increased. Could it be the weapon? I recall his battle blade was broken before. How is it functioning now? Was it repaired? Upon hearing this, the others turned their curious gazes toward Locke's energy blade. Just then, a chilling scream pierced through the crowd, followed by a soldier being impaled and dragged skyward by a thick tentacle. The sight sent shockwaves through the group. The soldier who had been pierced was a high-level Tier 3 genetic warrior, not the strongest, but certainly among the upper echelon of their group. How could he possibly be dispatched so swiftly by a furry creature? Shocked, they turned their eyes toward the source of the lethal tentacle, only to be met with a horrifying sight. A furry creature towering over 20 meters descended from the distance. The tentacle that had just executed their comrade originated from this monstrous being. The sight of the creature instilled a grave sense of unease among the group. Under normal circumstances, furry creatures maxed out at 10 meters. But this one was double that height. What could possibly explain this? It was clear that this creature had been affected by some form of radiation or energy, resulting in its mutation. At that moment, the captain's eyes filled with palpable concern as he addressed his team. Klein, assess the energy level of that creature. Upon hearing the captain's command, a young man swiftly produced a detection device and aimed it at the colossal creature. Beep. Soon, a string of numbers appeared on the screen. 5200. The revelation left everyone stunned, their gazes fixed incredulously on the displayed number. 5200 energy points. How could this be? This creature was classified as a low-level Tier 5 being. The notion of such a powerful creature existing among the furry ones was incomprehensible. The expressions of the team members soured. Even the strongest among them, the captain, was merely a low-level Tier 4 genetic warrior. While they possessed mechanical weapons for enhancement, the disparity in energy levels was far too vast. One at 2,000 energy points versus another at 5,200. No weapon could bridge that gap. A team member's face turned pale as he regarded the creature as though it were a harbinger of doom. They exchanged despairing glances, each reflecting the hopelessness they felt. If only we had stellar-grade equipment, we might stand a chance, one murmured. However, upon hearing this, the captain shook his head. Stellar-grade weaponry has an exceedingly high threshold. One typically requires over 4,000 energy points to wield it. Even if we had such weapons, we would be unable to utilize them. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. I possess a stellar-grade weapon, and it can be wielded with merely 800 energy points. The group turned in surprise to see Locke stepping forward, holding a mechanized battle blade and earnestly offering it. The captain frowned, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. There are no stellar-grade mechanical weapons that require only 800 energy points. Locke, this is the time for false reassurances. As he spoke, two more soldiers, utterly defenseless, were pierced by the Tier 5 creature's assault and dragged away. Witnessing this, the captain's eyes blazed with fury and helplessness. They had to find a way to fight back. They could not simply await their demise. A resolute determination glinted in the captain's eyes. Just then, Locke stepped forward, forcefully presenting the blade to the captain. Captain, trust me this time. Once you wield this blade, you will understand its power. The captain hesitated, then noticed the unwavering conviction in Locke's gaze. A wave of doubt washed over him. He knew Locke was not one to boast without cause. Could it be that this blade truly possessed extraordinary power? The captain accepted the weapon, gritting his teeth as he met Locke's earnest eyes. Are you certain it provides stellar-level power? Locke nodded vigorously, his expression grave. Absolutely. I wouldn't jest about my life. After hearing Locke's assurance, the captain scrutinized him intently, then unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. Very well, I believe you. With that, the captain turned and channeled all his energy into the heat-infused battle blade. In that instant, a breathtaking phenomenon unfolded, as the blade erupted with overwhelming thermal waves and radiant light. Seemingly capable of tearing the night sky asunder, the energy emanating from the blade surged to an astonishing level in an instant, leaving everyone in awe. What a magnificent weapon! The captain felt an overwhelming joy within. This battle blade bestowed upon him unimaginable power. Without hesitation, he leaped into action, wielding the thermal energy sword as he charged toward the colossal furball creature towering 20 meters ahead. Chapter 32. The swords might boom. A resounding roar echoed as the thermal energy sword unleashed by the captain surpassed the might it exhibited in Locke's hands. In that moment, the sword erupted with a terrifying energy level, painting the sky a fiery crimson. Vehicles and buildings on the street began to show signs of melting under the intense heat. With the long blade in hand, the captain made a powerful slash at the furball creature, igniting the mechanical blade with searing thermal energy, which cleaved the sky, creating a massive red crescent. In one fell swoop, the once formidable furball creature was grievously wounded, a gaping wound opening up in its side. The rich aroma of roasted meat wafted from the creature's injury. Witnessing this successful strike against the furball creature, the captain and his team were instantly filled with astonishment. This proved that even though the captain's energy level did not exceed that of the creature, he had reached a comparable tier, allowing him to inflict harm. Cover me. I shall vanquish this furball creature, the captain commanded loudly to his teammates. Without a moment's hesitation, the squad unleashed their full arsenal, attacking the creature's tentacles with fervor. Though their energy levels paled in comparison to that of the furball, targeting its appendages still proved effective. Soon, after the sacrifice of two more teammates, the captain, with the assistance of his comrades, successfully cleaved the furball creature in two. The most formidable of the furballs met its demise in this manner, while the remaining creatures posed no threat to the soldiers, easily falling to the small squad's onslaught. The captain sliced through the creature's body and retrieved a piece of flesh for further study. He sensed something was amiss with this furball. It should not have grown to such a size without some external stimulus. He decided to take a section of its flesh back to the temporary military vessel number 32 for examination. After completing this task, The team returned to the ship. The captain handed the sword to Locke, his eyes betraying a profound reluctance. "Locke, would you be willing to sell this sword? I would pay a handsome price for it." The captain, after a moment's thought, spoke tentatively, his expression revealing a glimmer of hope. Ordinarily, he would not wish to ask his teammates for possessions, but this mechanical sword was simply too enticing. Even with a planetary-level energy, one could unleash the sword's power. It was, in essence, a planetary threshold weapon with stellar-level might. Such an armament would leave anyone envious. If he could acquire this piece of equipment, he could wield the strength of a level 5 genetic warrior with a mere level 4 energy. Upon hearing the captain's words, Locke clutched the sword protectively, casting a wary glance at the captain. "Captain, for us soldiers, weapons are akin to our wives, sacred and not to be trifled with," Locke retorted, eyeing the captain warily. Initially, he had lent the sword to the captain for the survival of the team, but now, having seen the captain's satisfaction, he felt a pang of possessiveness. However, given their camaraderie, he did not truly regard it as a serious threat. Disappointment flickered in the captain's eyes as he sighed. "What a pity! This sword is truly remarkable. Its value could rival that of some top-tier stellar equipment." Locke's eyes gleamed with pride at the captain's words. "Of course, it was crafted by Master Su Ming." "Master Su Ming?" The captain was taken aback, his curiosity piqued. "Who is this Master Su Ming? Perhaps you could introduce me. I would like him to forge a mechanical sword for me as well." Locke chuckled. "Captain, you've been cooped up in the ship for too long. Master Su Ming is the new mechanic who recently joined the temporary military unit No. 32. Why weapon was modified by him." The surrounding teammates gasped in astonishment and crowded around Locke, engaging in animated discussion. "I think I recall. 2 new mechanics did indeed join the ship recently. So it was them? I remember both are planetary-level mechanics. How could they possibly modify such formidable equipment?" At that moment, one soldier proudly chimed in, "You all may not know, but when Locke was modifying his sword, I was right there. This Master Su Ming may be young, but his skills are extraordinary. He repaired and modified that sword in about 40 minutes. "What? 40 minutes?" Another exclaimed, shocked. "The previous planetary-level mechanic took 3 to 4 hours just to repair, and that was not even a modification. This Master Su Ming accomplished both in 40 minutes? Impressive, indeed. I once sought out Harry the mechanic for repairs and had to fork out 4 credits. Not to mention, his temper is quite foul. Dealing with him is a headache," another remarked with a scoff. Harry was the sole planetary-level mechanic who had been with the temporary military unit number 32 for some time. As his name was mentioned, the ship resonated with complaints about him. The captain, however, remained aloof from the chatter. A contemplative expression crossed his face as he glanced at his damaged planetary-level firearm, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Several hours later, the squad piloted their vessel back to the main ship. After returning the craft to the custodian, the captain hurriedly descended and made his way toward the dormitory area with urgency. "Captain, where are you headed? After completing the mission, why not take some time to relax?" a teammate called out with a smile. Turning around, the captain replied with a grin, "I have some matters to attend to." "You all go ahead." Though soldiers could amass vast fortunes in a short span, it often accompanied significant mortality risks. This time, 4 teammates had perished on the planet Mu Tower, never to return. Hence, after completing missions, soldiers typically indulged in revelry to alleviate the pressures of military life. It was a tradition of the squad. Yet this time, the captain chose to abstain. The others exchanged knowing glances, their eyes betraying understanding. "Let us go." Having witnessed Master Su Ming's modification skills, the captain is likely racing straight to him. Chapter 33. A rising reputation. The team guessed correctly. After wielding Locke's mechanical sword, the captain's desire for it intensified. Only he understood how terrifyingly valuable this mechanical sword truly was. Even regular stellar-grade equipment could not hold a candle to it. Upon returning to the main ship, his mind was solely occupied with inquiring about Su Ming's whereabouts, and he swiftly headed to Su Ming's dormitory. Upon arriving at Su Ming's door, the captain paused, taken aback. He noticed a throng of soldiers already gathered outside, clamoring for attention. "Master Su Ming, please assist me in modifying this firearm. I am willing to offer 300 military credits." "Master Su Ming, I have been waiting for quite some time. Could you please help me modify my weapon?" "I'll offer 400 military credits." The soldiers at the door craned their necks. Eager to catch a glimpse, witnessing this scene, the captain was astonished and quickly approached the entrance. There, he saw a young man standing at a workbench, meticulously focused on the mechanical components in his hands. His fingers moved with incredible speed, as if he did not need to think at all, assembling the parts with remarkable agility. The young man's gaze reflected a deep immersion in his work. Utterly unperturbed by the commotion outside, it seemed that nothing could disrupt his concentration. The captain observed this scene with intrigue. The young man's neural energy appeared remarkably active, as if he were undergoing a mental workout. The captain felt a twinge of envy. This was a unique form of neural energy cultivation exclusive to mechanics, something others could not replicate. Moreover, the young man seemed more engrossed than other mechanics. In this state, his efficiency in neural energy cultivation would undoubtedly be heightened. At that moment, the soldiers erupted in exclamations of awe, prompting the captain to shift his attention to the firearm in the young man's hands. Behold, atop this weapon, originally of planetary caliber, several stellar-grade mechanical components have been conspicuously affixed. This modification has elevated the weapon's capability to an extraordinarily fearsome degree. It appears that this young lad has ingeniously employed the assembly technique of combining planetary and stellar grades, enabling a weapon to exhibit stellar-level prowess while remaining operable by individuals of planetary rank. A glimmer of admiration flashed in the captain's eyes as he maneuvered through the crowd, smiling as he addressed the young man. Master Su Ming, could you assist me in repairing and modifying my firearm? I am willing to offer 500 military merit points. Upon hearing the captain's request, Su Ming looked up, regarding the captain with a quizzical glance before shaking his head and replying, "Form an orderly queue." The captain was momentarily taken aback, only to notice the soldiers behind him stifling their laughter. His face flushed with embarrassment as he dutifully retreated to the back of the line. Su Ming stretched languidly and turned his attention to the soldiers waiting before his dormitory. This scene had unfolded a few hours prior. Within half an hour of his and Warren's arrival, a throng of soldiers had flocked to him, queuing for mechanical repairs. However, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. Despite his fervent efforts over several hours, the line showed no signs of dwindling, and in fact, it seemed to grow ever longer. Even Su Ming, after several hours of intense labor, began to feel a twinge of fatigue. Since his arrival, he had repaired and modified a total of 12 pieces of equipment, consuming a full 8 hours of his time. It must be said, the starlight points garnered from planetary-grade machinery were indeed substantial. Calculating at 100 starlight points per piece, the 12 pieces had netted him a whopping 1,200 starlight points. Had they been surface-grade equipment, he might have labored for 2 days without accruing such a bounty. Leaving Nopu was undeniably a judicious choice. In addition to the starlight points, Su Ming had also amassed a significant amount of military merit. Almost every soldier seeking his expertise paid an average of 200 to 400 military merit points. The 12 pieces had thus earned him approximately 3,000 points of military merit. From this perspective, acquiring sufficient merit to purchase knowledge and schematics for mechs was not as arduous as it seemed. With a few weeks of diligence, he could easily amass 150,000 military merit points to acquire the E-class human form mech advanced model he desired. Turning his gaze to the soldiers still waiting outside, Su Ming summoned Warren to the forefront and said, "This is my companion Warren, whose mechanical prowess is also remarkable. If any of you cannot wait, feel free to seek his assistance." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the crowd's attention shifted to the unassuming Warren. For the first time under such scrutiny, Warren felt a surge of nervousness, standing beside Su Ming with a sheepish grin. "Since Master Su Ming has recommended you, there must be no issue. Young Master Warren, please repair this mechanical blade for me. I am willing to pay 200 military merit points." A soldier from the back of the line stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor. Among those seeking repairs from Su Ming, some desired enhancements for their weapons to augment their power, while others simply wished to restore their damaged equipment to functionality without the need for increased combat efficacy. However, queuing for the mechanic named Harry would take longer, and Su Ming's efficiency far surpassed his. With Warren now introduced, the soldiers recalled that there were indeed 2 mechanics in the temporary military unit. This slender, inconspicuous young man was, in fact, also a mechanic. Warren, lacking confidence due to his humble beginnings, was content with any requests for his services, not daring to hope for substantial military merit points. The unexpected offer of 200 points filled him with joy. and he eagerly accepted the soldier's mechanical blade, heading to the workbench to commence repairs. Observing Warren's demeanor, Su Ming couldn't help but smile gently. Warren had become his protege in mechanics. Though his previous impoverished background had stifled his self-assurance, little did he realize that the status of a mechanic within interstellar society was significantly elevated. Virtually all gene warriors with damaged weapons sought out mechanics for repairs. Surface-grade mechanics were plentiful, but planetary-grade mechanics began to command respect. At present, Warren was simply lacking in confidence. Once he entered a regular order-taking mode, he would swiftly come to appreciate the esteemed planetary-grade mechanics held among soldiers. Chapter 34. An unusual matter. After several hours of waiting, the captain of the lock team successfully received his modified weapon. He promptly uploaded a video documenting their recent mission on Mu Tower Planet to the public network. The public network served as the shared communication system for the temporary military unit aboard the ship. Prior to any mission, each team would set up automatic video recording to document the process. As mandated by the Imperial Temporary Military Regulations, this was instituted to prevent soldiers from being lax during missions, given the relatively relaxed management of temporary military units compared to regular forces. Naturally, the captain recorded the mission on Mu Tower Planet. Once uploaded, the video became accessible to everyone aboard the ship. This public network resembled a forum, allowing soldiers to comment and share their thoughts. Upon seeing the captain's latest update, acquaintances of the lock team began to chime in with playful banter. "Oh, have you secured military merit? Why not invite us for a celebration?" What began as casual jesting turned to astonishment as the soldiers clicked on the video and were met with the sight of a level 5 furball monster. "What in the world? This furball monster is not normal. Shouldn't we report this? Otherwise, we could be in danger if we encounter misinformation during our missions." Some soldiers were captivated by the furball monster, while others were drawn to the battle blade wielded by Locke, which exhibited stellar-grade power while remaining usable by those of planetary caliber. Upon hearing a soldier's analysis, the comments erupted in surprise, leading to a lively discussion about the mechanical battle blade. "Which master is responsible for this modification? Please share." Seeing a friend inquire in the comments, the captain quickly revealed that the mechanical battle blade was the handiwork of Su Ming. "What? Su Ming, the newly joined mechanic aboard the ship. Isn't he planetary grade?" "Quite normal. Many mechanics prefer to remain low-key and forego certification. Master Su Ming must be a stellar-grade mechanic, just reluctant to acknowledge it." "Good heavens, a stellar-grade mechanic? We have one aboard the ship. I must find him for modifications." News of Su Ming's status as a stellar-grade mechanic spread rapidly throughout the vessel. Consequently, the queue of soldiers awaiting repairs outside Su Ming's dormitory grew exponentially. Some even entrusted him with stellar-grade equipment for repairs, and indeed, Su Ming successfully completed the repairs. This outcome further solidified the soldiers' belief in his stellar-grade capabilities. Instantly, Su Ming's standing and earnings aboard the ship surged. Initially, he earned between 200 to 400 military merit points per repaired mechanical item, but since the soldiers discovered his status as a stellar-grade mechanic, the price for each modified piece skyrocketed to between 1,000 and 1,200 military merit points, an increase of almost fivefold. The value generated by a stellar-grade mechanic was indeed 5 times, or more than that of a planetary-grade mechanic. Moreover, some external stellar-grade mechanics were difficult to book appointments with. The soldiers. Having a stellar-grade mechanic aboard the ship was a tremendous boon for the temporary military unit, leading them to eagerly seek Su Ming's assistance for repairs and modifications. Meanwhile, Su Ming's income soared, earning roughly 20,000 military merit points daily. At this rate, it would not take long before he could successfully exchange for the mech knowledge and schematics he had long desired. However, the ripples caused by the lock team's uploaded mission video did not solely revolve around Su Ming's mechanical prowess. Soon, Lieutenant Walker, the ship's true commander, caught wind of the video and shifted his gaze toward the level 5 furball monster. He held no interest in stellar-grade mechanical equipment. Given his esteemed position, it should be relatively effortless for him to find a stellar-grade mechanic. However, the 5th-level furball monster has captured his attention. It is peculiar that there has been a surge of bizarrely leveled cosmic creatures lately. This is not the first incident of its kind. Lieutenant Walker furrowed his brows, a flicker of gravity crossing his gaze. While others may merely find the situation odd, Lieutenant Walker, in light of the recent coup within the Lassa Party in the Bander Galaxy and its nebulous stance, sensed a subtle connection between the recent strange occurrences in this star region and the Lassa party. Rising from his seat, he promptly sought out Captain Locke. "Lieutenant, what brings you here?" The captain, curious at Walker's visit, looked at him with intrigue. Walker nodded slightly, his expression serious, and addressed the captain. "Based on the mission footage, it appears that you extracted a piece of flesh from the slain 5th-level furball monster. Could you please hand that over to me?" Seeing Walker's solemn demeanor, the captain was taken aback and replied, "Of course, that piece of flesh was specifically harvested for research submission. It would indeed be more beneficial to provide it to you." With that, the captain retrieved a chunk of meat from the preservation device in his storage space and handed it to Lieutenant Walker. The lieutenant nodded and said, "You must not speak of this to anyone." The captain was startled. "Lieutenant, is there something amiss with that 5th-level furball monster?" Upon hearing the captain's words, Walker shook his head and responded, "I am uncertain, but something feels off. I need to examine the blood and flesh of this furball monster to draw any conclusions." The captain opened his mouth, ultimately nodding in silence. Given the lieutenant's insistence, it was likely that the matter involved sensitive issues, and he felt it inappropriate to probe further. Chapter 35. Knowledge exchange for Mecha's days slipped by. And soon it had been a week since Su Ming's value skyrocketed. During this week, he amassed a considerable amount of military merit, approximately 160,000 points. Likewise, starlight points were also plentiful. After accounting for his daily training needs, Su Ming managed to save around 400 starlight points each day, totaling a remarkable 2,800 points by week's end. Today, Su Ming, brimming with excitement, logged into the military merit system. Now that he had accumulated enough merit, he was finally ready to exchange for the coveted E-class advanced humanoid mecha. To facilitate this, Su Ming even set aside a day's work, planning to remain in his dormitory to dedicate himself to studying the knowledge of the E-class advanced humanoid mecha. "Please confirm, Su Ming, whether you wish to spend 150,000 military merit points to exchange for the knowledge and blueprints of the E-class advanced humanoid mecha. Once exchanged, the military merit cannot be refunded." The military merit system chimed in promptly. Without hesitation, Su Ming confirmed his choice. Ding. Su Ming has successfully spent 150,000 military merit points to purchase the knowledge and blueprints of the E-class advanced humanoid mecha. The items are now being transmitted to Su Ming's storage space. Ding. The exchanged items, E-class advanced humanoid mecha, knowledge and blueprints have entered Su Ming's storage space. Please check. Upon hearing the series of electronic notifications, Su Ming's face lit up with excitement as he immediately retrieved the blueprints from his storage space. A thick tome and a collection of blueprints appeared in his dormitory. Warren, witnessing this, displayed a profound envy in his eyes. The knowledge and blueprints Su Ming acquired belonged to the core knowledge of the Empire, safeguarded and restricted by imperial law. Even Su Ming could not share these materials with Warren, lest they violate the Empire's core knowledge protection laws, resulting in both facing imprisonment. Unless Warren procured the corresponding knowledge himself, it would not be permissible. Without hesitation, Su Ming opened the book and began to read. Mechas. They represent the ultimate aspiration of every mechanic. Only those capable of assembling a mecha can truly be considered masters, enjoying a prestigious status within interstellar society. Mechas are strategic weapons, far beyond ordinary armaments. Each mecha holds significant strategic value for military forces, possessing unparalleled might. For instance, every component of the E-class advanced humanoid mecha comprises stellar-grade mechanical parts, with some critical systems utilizing cluster-grade components. Successfully assembling a mecha would mean enveloping oneself in countless stellar and cluster-grade mechanical weapons. A single stellar-grade mechanical weapon is sufficient to turn the tide for Locke's team, enabling them to triumph over a 5th-level furball monster with the prowess of a 4th-level gene warrior. The sheer force unleashed by numerous stellar and cluster-grade mechanical weapons would be extraordinarily terrifying. Even singular cluster-grade mechanical weapons would pale in comparison before a mecha. If Su Ming successfully assembles this mecha, he could walk triumphantly through the Bander Galaxy, where even Lieutenant Walker, a formidable 6th-level gene warrior, would have to concede. However, after several hours of reading, Su Ming developed a rudimentary understanding of mecha assembly. He couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing culmination of countless individuals' intellect throughout the universe. The knowledge and blueprints for this mecha would take a single individual thousands of years to decipher. It is incredibly complex and intricate. If assembling a single weapon resembles a solitary academic discipline, then assembling a mecha encompasses knowledge from dozens of fields. The complexity is magnified exponentially. Assembling a single weapon pales in comparison to the ease of mecha assembly. Furthermore, Su Ming suddenly realized with a wry smile that, given his current brain domain energy level, he could not yet master the foundational mecha. To fully wield this mecha, he would need to elevate his energy level to that of a 5th-level gene warrior. Nevertheless, Su Ming's forte lies in modifying high-threshold mechanical equipment into lower-threshold variants. By simplifying certain mechanical components, he could reduce the operational threshold of the mecha to a level within his grasp. Additionally, throughout the assembly process, he would undoubtedly enhance his own capabilities, making it easier to master the mecha when the time comes. Without hesitation, Su Ming decided to spend over 10,000 military merit points to exchange for a plethora of mechanical equipment necessary for assembling the mecha. Yet, even after spending this amount, he had only obtained less than 1/10 of the required mechanical components. The reality is that the components needed for a true mecha are exceedingly intricate and costly. Even through the military merit system, substantial merit is necessary to procure a complete set of mecha parts. Currently, Su Ming's military merit is insufficient, so he can only exchange for a portion of the components, assembling one part at a time and gradually acquiring the remaining parts as his merit increases. Soon, the mechanical components Su Ming exchanged for were transmitted to his storage space via the spatial transfer function. He meticulously laid out each component in his dormitory and, without further ado, began to disassemble and re-engrave them. As Su Ming entered the assembly mode, his order-taking mechanism reactivated. There was no alternative. He needed to earn military merit. For mechas are notoriously costly. Assembling one could easily require upwards of 100,000 merit points. Su Ming had to resume his work, providing modifications to others' mechanical equipment in exchange for military merit, while using those rewards to procure numerous mechanical components for his mecha. Yet, Su Ming found solace in the fact that, as he delved deeper into mecha research, his mechanical skills were advancing rapidly. Previously, modifying a piece of mechanical equipment would take 40 minutes. Now, he had reduced that time to 20 minutes, a feat that would leave most mechanics in awe. Simultaneously, assembling a mecha is an exceedingly labor-intensive endeavor. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, his brain domain energy level surged dramatically as he engaged in the research and assembly of the mecha. Chapter 36. The Lassa Alliance. As time passed, it had been over a week since Su Ming exchanged for the mecha and began studying its assembly. During this period, a significant event unfolded in the Bander Galaxy. The Lassa Party within the Free Federation had a breakdown in negotiations with the core party of the Free Federation. Ultimately, the Loser political party, accompanied by the surrounding 10 star systems, proclaimed its secession from the abusive Free Federation, establishing a galactic cluster-level nation, the Loser Galactic Alliance, abbreviated as the Loser Alliance. With the inception of the Loser Alliance, the situation among the nearby star systems became extraordinarily tense at this moment. Within the parliamentary hall of the core parties of the abusive Free Federation, several prominent figures of the core party sat solemnly, deliberating on this matter. Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on the Loser Alliance? Inquired a formally attired legislator, his expression impassive and his tone neutral. Upon hearing his words, a few surrounding legislators displayed faint, sardonic smiles, seemingly indifferent to the issue at hand. Is this trivial matter truly worthy of our discussion? Remarked another legislator, rising with a relaxed demeanor before addressing the assembly. The Loser Alliance lacks even a single apocalypse-class combatant. Yet they dare to proclaim themselves a galactic cluster-level power. They are oblivious to their impending doom. Let us first acknowledge a crucial fact. The Loser Alliance does not exist in the cosmos. It is merely a violent criminal organization leading armed forces in treasonous revolt. Currently, countless citizens of the Federation are being forcibly coerced by the Loser Party to change their nationalities, severing ties with the Federation. This is the moment for the Federation to deploy military forces to eradicate these violent elements and liberate the populace from the clutches of the Loser Alliance. The legislator expounded confidently. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding legislators exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Brooke, you shall lead the military to extinguish the traitors, one legislator announced, directing his words toward a colleague seated nearby. The legislator named Brooke exuded a formidable presence. As if imbued with the essence of a star, radiating explosive power, he was indeed one of the apocalypse-class masters of the Free Federation. After hearing the legislator's command, he chuckled lightly and nodded slowly. For him, this task was exceedingly simple. The so-called Lassa Alliance, devoid of even a single Apocalypse-class expert, would be easily crushed under his might. Indeed, a galactic cluster-level entity lacking an Apocalypse-class master was nothing short of a farce in the realm of cosmic civilization. Any moderately powerful faction could effortlessly dispatch a legion led by an Apocalypse-class expert to dismantle the entire galactic cluster. To those present, the Lassa Alliance was but an unamusing spectacle. Very well. Esteemed colleagues, let us set aside this trifling jester. Shall we redirect our discussions toward the contest for the Radiant or Vane sector and the recent ruling party elections? The legislator suggested as he settled back into his seat. Upon hearing his words, the assembly stirred with renewed energy, straightening their postures and engaging in animated discourse. The cosmos is vast, with or Vane sectors as numerous as the stars. However, the discovery of each or Vane sector is no simple feat. As it pertains to the most distant exploratory regions, the areas that technology can explore have nearly been fully charted, while uncharted territories often harbor extraordinarily perilous dangers, be they extraterrestrial entities or cosmic-level hazardous zones. The regions amenable to exploration are, in themselves, limited. Surpassing this limit would hinder humanity's technological standards and resource provisions, obstructing further exploratory endeavors. Thus, each discovery of an or Vane sector necessitates years of advancement in human civilization to achieve substantial breakthroughs in exploration capabilities. Once such sectors are unveiled, they become focal points of contention among various factions. Whosoever manages to seize these or resources shall possess immensely rich mining assets, fostering growth across construction, military, medical, and numerous other domains. This presents the optimal opportunity to gain a competitive edge over surrounding factions. Consequently, whenever new or Vane sectors are discovered, the gaze of humanity across the universe is drawn to them. In comparison, the matter of the Lassa Alliance seemed rather inconsequential. Observing the shift in discussion toward the or Vane sectors, the Apocalypse-class powerhouse named Brooks smiled faintly and stood. Very well, you continue your discussions. I shall proceed to eliminate the Lassa Alliance. With that, Brooks strode out of the meeting hall, a routine act that the assembly had grown accustomed to, for his demeanor was one of independent resolve. Yet, none were concerned for Brooks' safety. An Apocalypse-class master is invincible in such conflicts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fleet of ships swiftly ascended from the vicinity of the core parties of the Free Federation. Numerous soldiers, radiating potent energy, surged into the vessels, which then soared into the sky, vanishing from the planet's surface. Preceding these ships was a mech exuding an extraordinarily terrifying aura, racing ahead at an alarming velocity. The very void through which this mech sped appeared to warp under the influence of its overwhelming energy. The pilot of this mech was none other than Brooke, known as the God of Slaughter, an invincible Apocalypse-class powerhouse. While the Busa Free Federation initiated various operations in a star system not far from the Banished system, a ship languished within the depths of its celestial expanse. Occasionally, soldiers piloted smaller vessels to undertake missions. This vessel was the temporary military ship No. 32, housing Su Ming and Warren. Presently, the No. 32 ship hovered in the transitional star domain between the Empire and the Banished system, patrolling for potential criminal activities and smugglers that could exploit the chaos. However, just as Brooke was leading his forces away, the No. 32 ship encountered a significant threat. A cosmic creature, resembling a sea turtle, stealthily glided around the vessel, seemingly regarding it as its prey. Chapter 37. Undercurrents rising on this day. Su Ming, as per his usual routine, spent the day assisting soldiers in repairing mechanical equipment. As dusk approached, he would retrieve mech components to assemble. The mech before him was nearly 80 complete, with its core components assembled. Leaving only the addition of several external parts, it could be said that the assembly of this mech was nearing completion. Completing this mech would signify a qualitative leap in Su Ming's knowledge and technical prowess. During the assembly process, he felt a substantial enhancement in his mechanical expertise compared to before. Su Ming harbored a subtle intuition that, upon successful assembly of this mech, his cognitive domain's energy level would experience an explosive surge. Although he had already observed significant growth during the assembly, the moment of final success would yield a cataclysmic increase, akin to a culmination reaching its zenith before returning to oneself. Yet, just as Su Ming was immersed in excitement, Preparing to complete the mech, the ship suddenly jolted violently. Alarms blared throughout the vessel. Warning, encountering an assault by a cosmic creature, energy level range. 1.5W, 2W. Assailant classified as a level 6 organism. Warning. The ship has activated defensive shield functions. Current shield energy remaining, 70. Warning. The ship can withstand only 4 more attacks. Please issue corresponding commands promptly. Upon hearing the alarm, the crew was taken aback, hastily emerging from their quarters into the corridor. Lieutenant Walker also exited his quarters, his expression grave as he gazed out the window. There, suspended in the void, was a colossal turtle-like cosmic creature, its eyes glowing red as it fixated on the ship. In the next instant, the massive turtle opened its jaws wide and lunged toward the vessel. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by another violent jolt, and the ship's alert indicated that energy reserves had dwindled to 50. Su Ming was astonished. A cosmic dragon turtle. This creature belonged to a category of cosmic organisms known for their terrifying biting power. However, as previously mentioned, without genetic serums or systematic training to aid in their development, cosmic organisms struggle to transcend genetic limitations and evolve into high-energy beings. The typical energy level of cosmic dragon turtles hovers around levels 3 to 5. Yet, now, why was there a level 6 dragon turtle? Lieutenant Walker regarded the dragon turtle with a serious expression, recalling the high-energy cosmic organisms encountered in nearby star systems recently. Such an anomalous level could not arise from normal growth. This cosmic dragon turtle, like those previously encountered, was problematic. Damn it. Has the research facility yet to analyze the blood and flesh of the previous creature I sent over? He lamented. Their efficiency is far too low. Lieutenant Walker gritted his teeth and spoke, immediately elevating the importance of the matter from ordinary to urgent. After completing this action, he took a deep breath, donned his space combat suit, and with a swift motion, propelled himself outside the spacecraft. Lieutenant Walker was the sole level 6 genetic warrior aboard the ship. Faced with an assault from a level 6 creature, he was the only one capable of addressing this predicament. Fortunately, the Dragon Tortoise S clan thrived in the void of space, lacking any civilization or technology of their own. With the backing of human civilization, Lieutenant Walker felt confident in confronting a cosmic being of equal rank. He quickly retrieved a stellar-grade cannon from his storage space. The XC-71 Star Destroyer cannon, produced by Rod Technology Corporation, boasted high-end energy levels of stellar caliber. Upon witnessing this formidable weapon, the crew aboard the spacecraft gasped in astonishment. Even Su Ming was captivated by the cannon's presence. Although classified as stellar-grade, the cannon's energy output exceeded 8,000 points, combined with Walker's own energy exceeding 10,000 points, enabling a potential burst of around 20,000 points. This exemplified the extraordinary prowess of brain domain developers, who could amplify the power of mechanical weapons through their cerebral energy, allowing them to unleash formidable combat strength. Individuals with insufficient brain domain energy could not wield firearms and were relegated to close combat weapons. Consequently, in the face of interstellar warfare, these melee genetic warriors would be at a disadvantage. Silence enveloped the vastness of space, yet this did not impede the crew from sensing the terrifying energy surging within Lieutenant Walker, nor the cataclysmic assault brewing within the cannon's barrel. Enraged, the Dragon Tortoise surged towards Lieutenant Walker. However, as soon as it made a move, a terrifying attack erupted from the cannon in an instant. The mere shockwave compelled the ship to activate its energy shield to shield against the onslaught. A silent inferno promptly engulfed the Dragon Tortoise. The tranquility of the cosmos rendered this attack even more terrifying. Enveloped by the flames, the Dragon Tortoise thrashed violently. When the fire subsided, the crew was astonished to find a massive gash torn into the creature's head, its eyeballs shattered in the explosion. In agony, the Dragon Tortoise opened its mouth wide, revealing an expression of profound suffering. Yet, Lieutenant Walker paid no heed to its pain. His abilities surged once more, channeling energy into the cannon. The second shot, it erupted silently. The terrifying explosive force illuminated the surrounding starfield, the brilliance blinding. Despite both being level 6 beings, Lieutenant Walker wielded mechanical equipment, which was sufficient to effortlessly turn the tide of battle. This was the culmination of civilization's advancements, a testament to the progress of human society over countless years, empowering Walker with the capability to subdue the Dragon Tortoise in no time. The creature's body was obliterated by Walker's cannon, its massive remnants floating silently in the void of space, destined to be consumed by other cosmic entities or drawn into the gravitational pull of a planet. Lieutenant Walker selected a piece of flesh from the remains, placing it into a preservation device before returning to the ship. In response to the crew's jubilant cheers, Lieutenant Walker did not exhibit the elation of victory. Instead, his expression was grave as he clutched the piece of flesh and retreated to his quarters. He gazed out the window, where the cosmic void remained as serene and enigmatic as ever. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lieutenant Walker felt an unsettling sense that beneath this tranquility, a terrifying undercurrent was quietly gathering strength. Chapter 38. The coming storm. Lieutenant Walker's premonitions proved correct. Upon returning to the ship, he received a message from the Imperial Laboratory. Walker, the flesh of the furball monster you sent has issues. Upon reading the Imperial message, Walker's heart raced, and he promptly replied, "What kind of issues?" There are many components within the flesh that do not belong to the furball monster's own tissues. These materials originate from external interference. Furthermore, traces of a special genetic agent have been detected within the flesh. Get to the point. Walker furrowed his brow and addressed the staff member. After a brief pause, the staff member spoke gravely. The mutation of the furball monster is artificially induced, moreover, based on the recent frequency of high-energy events involving cosmic entities. The scope of this mutation is concentrated around the Banished star system. This implies that the Banished star system is likely responsible for the mutation of cosmic beings. What? The Banished star system? Walker inhaled sharply, sensing the gravity of the situation. Recently, the disturbances in the Banished star system had been overwhelming. Whether it was the defection of the Free Federation or the unification of other star systems into a formidable star cluster force. Despite the apparent strength of the Empire and the Free Federation, it was vital not to underestimate the Banished star system. After all, it was a star system-level force, akin to a colossal entity in terms of individual strength. Even an apocalyptic-level powerhouse, if not leading an army into battle, could easily fall to the might of the Banished star system. Now, a coalition of around 10 colossal entities had formed a star cluster-level force. Although lacking the support of apocalyptic-level powerhouses, it still appeared somewhat flimsy. However, if Brooke did not lead the Free Federation's army, he would likely lack the courage to launch an offensive. It was hard to believe that the leader of the Lassa Party was a fool. Daring to lead a star system in defection from the Free Federation surely indicated some hidden trump card. Was this abnormality in cosmic beings that trump card? What should our temporary military do now? Or should we withdraw? Walker posed the most pressing question in his mind, as he felt this matter had exceeded the capacity for intervention by this temporary military. The overall strength of the 32nd Temporary Army was only sufficient to address a stellar-level upheaval. However, the current turmoil clearly escalated to a star system-level crisis, surpassing the stellar level by numerous degrees. In the face of such upheaval, a slight misstep could result in the 32nd Temporary Army being engulfed by danger. After a moment of silence, the official from the Empire finally spoke to Walker. "I have consulted with the Empire regarding their stance. The Empire's directive is for you to remain on standby and maintain your current patrol rhythm. In 3 days, the Empire will dispatch a more elite force to take over your position, at which point you will be able to return." Upon hearing this, Walker's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed angrily, 3 days? Brooke of the Free Federation has already led his troops to the Banished star system today. War is imminent, and you tell me to remain in this damned star region for 3 days? What if the war spills over? The staff member hurriedly reassured him, "Lieutenant Walker, I understand your anger, but you must comprehend one thing. War cannot spill over into your current star region. Although it is near the Banished star system, it is still within Imperial territory. As long as you remain in Imperial territory, neither Brooke nor the Lassa Alliance would dare to fire a single bullet into this region, or else it would be tantamount to declaring war against the Empire." The staff member spoke with firm conviction, emphasizing the Empire's unwillingness to become entangled in the internal affairs of other nations. Walker's countenance softened. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. While the surrounding star regions were tumultuous, war would not breach Imperial territory. At most, there would be a few stowaways needing to be screened. However, he still pondered the abnormal energy levels of the cosmic beings encountered nearby. What if they encountered entities with energy levels far exceeding his own? Walker stated solemnly. The staff member shook his head and replied, "As of now, there have been no reports of cosmic beings exceeding level 6, so you need not worry. since the staff member had said so. Walker felt he could not argue further. He closed his mouth, sighed, and acquiesced. The communication between Lieutenant Walker and the Empire remained unknown to the other soldiers aboard the ship, including Su Ming and Warren. However, Su Ming gazed at the corpse of the dragon tortoise floating in space, lost in thought. According to standard theory, cosmic dragon tortoises should not be capable of reaching level 6, yet they had encountered a level 6 cosmic dragon tortoise. For some reason, an ominous premonition began to stir within Su Ming's heart. Suddenly, Su Ming directed his gaze towards the towering mech, approximately 3 meters in height, standing before him. The mechanics' dormitory was equipped with a workbench, necessitating a ceiling height significantly greater than that of other dormitories. Otherwise, it is likely that Su Ming's quarters would not have been able to accommodate the mech before him. Observing that the overall framework of the mech had nearly been completed, with only a small portion of components remaining, Su Ming's expression shifted. He promptly set his dormitory to private mode, disabling the order reception, preventing anyone outside from seeing the situation within. He then placed the unfinished components onto the workbench and began to diligently focus on the assembly of the mech. A premonition lingered in his mind, linking the matter of the dragon tortoise with the solemn expression he had noticed on Lieutenant Walker's face, along with recent news events within the Bander star system. He sensed an undeniable connection. It was likely that the Free Federation was on the verge of declaring war against the Lassa Alliance. Should war be declared, this star region would undoubtedly descend into chaos. He needed to expedite the repairs on the mech before calamity struck, for it might be the key to ensuring his safety during the impending crisis. Chapter 39. The completion of the mech. Su Ming's sense of urgency also influenced Warren. Noticing that Su Ming had closed the order window, Warren hesitated not for a moment and followed suit, shutting his own order reception. Subsequently, he instinctively entered a state of focus training. War, although merely a topic of the news, felt alarmingly close to them. Even Warren sensed an ominous foreboding. He glanced at Su Ming, who remained deeply engrossed in the assembly of the mech, utterly undistracted. A hint of envy flickered across Warren's face. Su Ming possessed an extraordinary ability to enter a state of concentration instantaneously, a talent not easily manifested. For a mechanic, having the capacity to focus so quickly was a coveted skill, envied by many. With a sigh, Warren regarded his own military achievement points, which numbered over 10,000. The disparity between his earnings and Su Ming's was stark. Su Ming had long accumulated enough points to exchange for mech knowledge, while Warren had scarcely gathered even a tenth of that. Contemplating the more than 10,000 points within his system, Warren gritted his teeth and resolved to make a bold decision. Temporarily abandon mech knowledge and instead convert these military achievement points into mechanical knowledge. Much of the high-level mechanical knowledge he previously possessed had stemmed from Su Ming's teachings. Warren understood that if he continued to rely on Su Ming's guidance, his path in mechanics would be limited. He must learn mechanical knowledge beyond Su Ming's teachings and carve out his own distinct path to achieve greater heights in the future. In comparison, while the allure of the mech was undeniable, it was imperative to first elevate his mechanical proficiency before pursuing other matters. Without hesitation, Warren decisively exchanged a significant amount of planetary and stellar mechanical knowledge, then immersed himself in study. Both Su Ming and Warren unwittingly entered a state akin to seclusion. The soldiers who sought their assistance in repairing mechanical components were met with closed doors, leaving them dejected as they departed from Su Ming and Warren's dormitory. It was not until the afternoon of the second day after the spaceship's encounter with the cosmic dragon tortoise that a sudden and intense energy reaction erupted within Su Ming's dormitory. Curious soldiers glanced toward the dormitory, intrigued by the commotion. "Is Su Ming all right?" One soldier, familiar with Su Ming, inquired. At that moment, Warren emerged from the dormitory, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he reassured the concerned soldiers. "No worries, Su Ming is just in seclusion, pushing his boundaries. The energy fluctuation was merely a result of his breakthrough. There's nothing to be alarmed about." Upon hearing Warren's words, the soldiers' expression shifted to one of understanding, and they began to chuckle, exclaiming, "Su Ming truly is a genius mechanic. Not only is he repairing our mechanical equipment, but he is also managing to achieve breakthroughs simultaneously. Truly remarkable. No wonder he hasn't been accepting orders these past few days. He has been focused on his advancement." Warren scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly, before retreating back into the dormitory to adjust the privacy settings again. Observing this, the passing soldiers couldn't help but smile. gradually dispersing. After Warren disabled the dormitory's external display features and returned to the room, he let out a sigh of relief, casting his gaze towards Su Ming's position. The room was in disarray, as if a powerful force had wreaked havoc, with the source of this chaos being the mech at the center, radiating a formidable energy wave. The mech continuously emitted energy fluctuations, causing the room to feel as if a tempest had swept through. With violent energy waves swirling and tossing objects aside, Warren gazed at the mech with astonishment. He had never anticipated that the moment the mech was successfully assembled, it would come to life. Exuding a unique sense of vitality, waves of energy emanated from the mech as if it were celebrating its newfound existence. It was beyond belief. If I were not witnessing it with my own eyes, I would think this was a living being, possessing its own life, consciousness, and breath. So this is the experience of assembling a successful mech, Su Ming. You have created life? Huh? Su Ming? Su Ming? Warren murmured, then excitedly called out to Su Ming. However, to his astonishment, Su Ming had closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged before the mech. A closer inspection revealed that Su Ming's breathing rhythm was in sync with the mech's pulsating energy frequency, as if the two were connected in some profound manner. Their energies harmonizing. Moreover, Su Ming's aura began to coalesce, intensifying significantly. What is happening? Warren was taken aback, gazing at Su Ming in disbelief. This was an extraordinary phenomenon for him. The cold, lifeless mech seemed to resonate with Su Ming. This connection bore a resemblance to the bond between beast tamers and wild beasts in the beast god civilization. Beasts? Mechs? The two were entirely disparate. Furthermore, beasts were indeed living entities, while mechs were mere lifeless machinery. At that moment, Warren suddenly turned his attention to Su Ming and the mech. Their energies seemed poised to reach a climax. This is bad. Activate protective mode. Shield energy detection. Observing the transformations, Warren's expression shifted, and he shouted to the room system. Beep. Protective mode activated successfully. Just as the spaceship system announced its success, Su Ming and the mech's energies reached their peak. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from both, flooding the room with an overwhelming energy storm. Warren struggled to brace himself against the force, barely managing to keep from being thrown off balance as he strained to look at Su Ming. After reaching the pinnacle of his energy, Su Ming gradually reined it back in, and the mech's energy began to settle as well. Slowly, Su Ming opened his eyes, their brilliance illuminating the room like starlight. Chapter 40. The beast tide erupts Su Ming. Upon seeing Su Ming open his eyes, Warren cautiously inquired. Su Ming, with his radiant gaze dimming, stood up and smiled at Warren. What's the matter, Warren? Warren swallowed hard, gesturing towards the mech as he tentatively asked, The mech, has it been successfully assembled? Su Ming glanced at the mech, then back at Warren, nodding with a smile. Indeed, it has been completed. My goodness, this is the first time I've seen a mech outside of television. Warren exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld the mech before him. Although this mech appeared far more rudimentary compared to those piloted by prominent figures on television, the powerful aura it emanated filled Warren with exhilaration. Su Ming, when the mech was just assembled, did you feel anything peculiar? Warren inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Su Ming chuckled. Are you referring to the sensation of breathing and the feeling of life? Warren nodded eagerly. Su Ming gazed at the mech, then spoke thoughtfully. I'm not entirely certain, but there does seem to be an ethereal quality about it. There's a saying, the endpoint of science is theology. The mech bears some resemblance to this. Every mech assembled possesses a certain spirit, especially after we mechanics complete the assembly. The mech rewards us with something that significantly enhances our vitality. As Su Ming pondered, he elaborated on his thoughts. Warren nodded, indeed sensing a profound breakthrough within Su Ming's body. Clearly, after the assembly of the mech, Su Ming's cultivation had significantly elevated alongside the successful construction of the mech. With this in mind, Warren's eyes brightened, and he promptly remarked, So, if one continuously assembles mechs, wouldn't that mean one can perpetually grow stronger? Su Ming chuckled in jest. Are you searching for loopholes? Each distinct type of mech only gains sentience and provides feedback upon its initial assembly. Subsequent constructions of the same mech will not yield such effects. Therefore, for every mechanic, the first mech they assemble is invariably the most formidable one they can create, regardless of how much their mechanical skills may advance thereafter. Warren was momentarily taken aback by Su Ming's words. rendered speechless for a time. Observing this, Su Ming shook his head and glanced at the disordered room, feeling a slight headache. Perhaps it would be best to summon the cleaning robot. He murmured softly, channeling his mental energy to manipulate the storage function of the mech before him, shrinking it into a compact ring. Every mech is equipped with a storage feature during assembly for ease of transport. The ring in Su Ming's possession was the humanoid mech he had just constructed. I shall name you Xiao Yi, Su Ming mused to himself. He then delved into his system panel, and after nearly 2 weeks of cultivation, coupled with the feedback from the successful mech assembly, Su Ming experienced a staggering enhancement in his cultivation level. His panel displayed the following: Host, Su Ming physical energy level, 3700 mental energy level, 5000 gene lock activation level, upper 4th level physical vitality, 100 body refinement level, 2nd level, starlight points needed for next level, 500, starlight points accumulated, 4,300. Gazing at his panel attributes, Su Ming inhaled deeply. The growth was extraordinary. The enhancement brought forth by the successful assembly of a mech was truly monumental. Previously, Su Ming only possessed an upper 3rd level classification with an energy level around 500 points. And now, his energy level had surged directly to 3,700 points. Furthermore, his mental energy level, due to the mech's feedback, had skyrocketed to 5,000 points. An energy level of 5,000 is already considered within the realm of 5th level gene warriors. However, since his physical energy level had not kept pace, his panel still categorized him as an upper 4th level gene warrior. Upon realizing this, Su Ming wasted no time and spent 2,500 starlight points to elevate his body refinement to the 4th level. Ding! Body refinement upgraded to 4th level. As the system's voice echoed, he sensed a tremendous shift within himself, with his physical energy level leaping from 3,700 points to 4,600 points. This level was a mere breath away from the 5th level gene warrior classification. Moreover, Su Ming was astonished to discover that the enhancements from body refinement seemed to be calculated separately from genetic upgrades. This meant that even if Su Ming were merely a 1st level gene warrior, he could still possess energy levels exceeding 1,000 points through body refinement alone. He could even choose to delay his upgrades and remain the strongest 1st level gene warrior. Of course, Su Ming had no inclination towards such a peculiar strategy. Nevertheless, this revelation was not without significance. It indicated that Su Ming's true energy level and combat capability far surpassed that of other gene warriors of the same rank. Additionally, the strength of his physique was markedly superior to that of his peers. Just as Su Ming completed the assembly of the mech, an astonishing news event unfolded within the Lassa Alliance. The Lassa Alliance had managed to withstand an assault led by Brook and his Free Federation forces. And from the current situation, it appeared they were even handling the conflict with remarkable ease. This news shocked everyone across the cosmos, drawing their attention toward the Lassa Alliance. All were eager to uncover how the Free Federation's forces had been thwarted by the Lassa Alliance, especially considering that not only Brook, but even the standard soldiers of the Free Federation were equipped with far superior mechanical weaponry and mechs compared to those of the Lassa Alliance. Unexpectedly, such a well-equipped army had been repelled by the Lassa Alliance. However, the specific reasons behind this occurrence were not widely disseminated by the Free Federation. Only a few major human factions were privy to the Lassa Alliance's true trump cards. Ding! At that moment, Lieutenant Walker received a call from the Empire. "This is Temporary Army Number 32. What are your orders?" Lieutenant Walker inquired softly. However, to his astonishment, an urgent voice resonated from the phone. "Lieutenant, we have identified the anomalous phenomena caused by cosmic organisms. It originates from the Lassa Alliance's supergene drug research. Currently, after being attacked by Brook's forces, the Lassa Alliance was compelled to release experimental subjects from their research facility. Some of these subjects resisted the Free Federation soldiers, while others scattered in flight." Upon hearing the Empire's representative, Walker was taken aback. "So, what is the current situation?" The representative replied solemnly, "A multitude of cosmic organisms is fleeing, including several high-level beings. Lieutenant, take advantage of the situation before it escalates further and withdraw your troops." Chapter 41. 7th Level Cosmic Organisms. After hanging up, Lieutenant Walker's expression turned grave. He decisively ordered the spaceship to return to a safe star zone. However, the outbreak of the supergene research incident far exceeded the expectations of both the Free Federation and the Empire. The research on supergene technology had yet to stabilize before they were forced to activate the experimental plan. Even the Lassa Alliance itself likely struggled to gauge the ramifications of this event. Consequently, numerous gene drugs were unwittingly extracted from the laboratories by various cosmic organisms. It resembled a virus, capable of transmitting from one cosmic organism to another. The actual number of organisms that experienced mutations far surpassed initial estimates. What exactly had they researched? This was certainly not merely supergene technology. It was a virus capable of inducing biological mutations. Though Lieutenant Walker had ordered an immediate withdrawal, he was still a moment too late. Approximately 20 minutes into their flight, he could clearly see that their ship was now surrounded by a multitude of mutated cosmic organisms. These beings, diverse in appearance, shared a common trait, exhibiting aggression and levels far beyond those of ordinary cosmic organisms. Furthermore, these mutated beings did not attack other organisms already infected by the virus. Instead, they targeted other entities traversing through space. Temporary Army Number 27 has been entirely wiped out. Lieutenant, how are things on your end? A representative from the Empire quickly inquired. The 27th Temporary Army, having ventured deep into the Lassa Alliance's periphery, was the first to suffer an assault from the cosmic organisms as the super-virus outbreak commenced. And before they could react, the entire army was annihilated. Things may not bode well for us, Lieutenant Walker replied, his expression somber as he gazed out the window, where they were entirely encircled by mutated cosmic organisms. Their average energy levels hovered around 4 to 5, occasionally mixed with a few 6-level cosmic beings. Although Lieutenant Walker was a 6-level gene warrior, facing tens of thousands of 4- and 5-level cosmic organisms posed a significant threat. A single encounter could lead to being overwhelmed. Yet, for reasons unknown, these cosmic organisms did not launch an immediate attack, as if they were waiting for something. Everyone aboard the spaceship, mirroring Lieutenant Walker's state of mind, was tense, their expressions grave as they gazed out the window. Should these cosmic beings coordinate an assault, the 32nd Temporary Army would be torn apart in an instant. At that moment, everyone, including Lieutenant Walker, suddenly felt their pupils constrict, for at that instant, the cosmic organisms parted to reveal a being exuding an aura of terror. A cosmic organism resembling a lizard, covered in sharp spines, the steel lizard. This was a rare cosmic organism within the universe. Upon sighting the steel lizard, alarms blared throughout the spaceship. Beep, 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 high-energy organism detected. Energy level is, beep, 41,000 points, beep, warning, warning, warning. This organism's energy level exceeds the estimated overall combat power of the 32nd Temporary Army. Warning! The warning echoed through the spaceship, sending chills down the spines of all present. AN energy level of 41,000 points. A 7th level lower cosmic being. Despair flickered in the eyes of the crowd. If a 6th level upper cosmic being could still be countered with mechanical weaponry, the 7th level lower was beyond such compensation. At this moment, a 7th level inferior cosmic creature has emerged, and alongside other lower level cosmic beings surrounding it, the chances of escape for the gathered individuals are utterly non-existent. What should I do? Am I destined to perish here? A pallid-faced officer murmured to himself. Just then, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the 7th level cosmic entity, which subsequently unleashed horrific rays towards the spaceship. The moment these rays struck the vessel, they shattered its energy shield, nearly toppling the ship within. We cannot remain passive. We must engage in battle. If we linger inside the spacecraft, we will only await our demise. Lieutenant Walker declared loudly. He then took the lead, donning his combat suit, and charged out. He hefted the massive cannon in his hands and unleashed a barrage upon the cosmic creature. However, the steel lizard contemptuously glanced at the incoming artillery, then tilted its head, using the sharp horn atop its head to deflect the cannon fire. It then unleashed another terrifying ray from its maw, sending Lieutenant Walker hurtling backward. The protective shield of his combat suit was utterly obliterated by that strike. Should it attack again, it was likely that Lieutenant Walker would meet his end in the jaws of the steel lizard. As the personnel inside the spaceship witnessed Walker being flung away, their hearts twisted in anxiety, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Brothers, we must provide support. Otherwise, we shall await our doom. A soldier prepared to rush out of the spacecraft. Yet at that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a figure rapidly approaching the ship's entrance. Huh? The soldier was momentarily taken aback, then recognized the figure. Master Su Ming. The soldier was taken aback, instinctively wanting to stop Su Ming. After all, to him, Su Ming was merely a mechanic, while he might also be a genetic warrior. His rank was unlikely to be high. Expertise lies in specialization. A skilled mechanic like Su Ming likely devoted the majority of his efforts to machinery creation. Although mechanical crafting could enhance brain domain energy levels, it could not elevate physical ability levels. Su Ming's decision to venture out, though brave, was somewhat unwise. The soldier anxiously exclaimed, "Master Su Ming, come back. It's dangerous outside," however, before he could finish the word danger, his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the figure outside the spacecraft. The other soldiers, too, shared the same astonished expression. They all gazed at the figure at the ship's entrance. That moment, a gleaming silver mech slowly appeared outside the spacecraft. Chapter 42. The mech's initial display of power at this juncture, Lieutenant Walker's combat suit's protective shield had completely failed, and a wave of agonizing pain coursed through his body, leaving him feeling a burning ache. Although the impact had been mitigated by the shield, the terrifying force had still left him dazed. Yet, Lieutenant Walker was entirely preoccupied with the sight of the steel lizard. For the next strike had already erupted from the creature's mouth, hurtling towards him in an instant. His mind went blank as he stared helplessly at the rays expanding before him. He had already prepared himself mentally for death. However, in the next second, he suddenly saw a silver light enveloping him. Before he could comprehend the situation, his vision blurred, and when it cleared, he found himself rescued, positioned just out of the path of the deadly rays. Sensing the immense power brushing past him, Walker was drenched in cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped death. He turned his gaze towards the figure that had saved him. Upon seeing a silver mech, a look of profound relief washed over Walker's face, and he exclaimed, "Has the Empire finally come to our rescue?" However, to his astonishment, a familiar voice echoed through the communication system of his combat suit. "Mr. Walker, stay alert. The Empire hasn't come to rescue us. It's me, Su Ming. The crisis was not yet averted, so do not let your guard down." Walker's eyes widened as he looked at the silver mech. "Su Ming? How is this possible? Why do you possess a mech? Are you a mech warrior?" Walker found it hard to believe. Even at his level, he had no opportunity to pilot a mech, yet the previously unassuming Su Ming was now operating one. "That could be discussed later." Su Ming's voice was laced with urgency, and Walker then saw the silver mech vanish from sight, dashing towards the steel lizard. Seeing the mech save its intended target, the steel lizard had long harbored disdain for this mech. It immediately twisted its body and lunged ferociously at the seemingly tiny mech. The terrifying rays coalesced once more, surging towards the silver mech. However, the mech appeared to anticipate the creature's attack, deftly swaying side to side, effortlessly evading the oncoming rays. At this moment, Su Ming was seated within the mech, his expression serious as he maneuvered it. His brain domain energy had been fully activated, merging seamlessly with the mech. Rays of energy surged towards him at an alarming frequency. Even the other cosmic beings encircling them opened their mouths, unleashing terrifying rays towards Su Ming. Rays are a standard feature of cosmic beings. Having evolved in environments rife with radiation, most cosmic entities have developed the ability to unleash devastating rays from their mouths. While radiation is lethal to ordinary life, it is akin to the relationship between fish and water for cosmic beings. Inside the spacecraft, the personnel beheld countless rays erupting from all directions towards the silver mech. This is disastrous. Such a dense barrage, Master Su Ming cannot possibly evade it. Upon witnessing the onslaught, the soldiers' palms grew clammy, their eyes reflecting profound despair. Yet, as a multitude of rays hurtled forth, the silver mech executed a flurry of diverse maneuvers and body movements in an instant. Consequently, the mech effortlessly evaded the barrage of rays. "What? How is that possible?" The soldiers within the spacecraft exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. This maneuver, even the Empire's most elite soldiers could not perform such a feat. It was as if one had to simultaneously concentrate on every angle, instantly identifying the weaknesses amidst the onslaught and dodging them one by one. The operation was so extraordinary that many doubted even an ascendant-level master could execute a performance more splendid than Su Ming's. Should they suppress their energy levels to match his, Su Ming's movements appeared to the soldiers like the most exquisite piece of art in existence. Anyone witnessing such mastery would find it mesmerizing. Although the context might render the term somewhat inappropriate, It was an unspoken sentiment shared among the soldiers. Su Ming's maneuvers were so captivating that they sent shivers down their spines. At this moment, the focus of everyone's gaze was Su Ming, whose expression was chillingly calm. His mental faculties were operating at peak efficiency. The scene before him vaguely evoked memories of the 16 years spent training within the system. Over those years, he had practiced shooting, evasion, and techniques in an incredibly confined space, where the system presented him with countless scenarios to avoid incoming attacks. Initially, he was clumsy, often getting struck by even singular attacks. Yet, through pain and the system's guidance, he discovered methods to evade them. One attack? No longer a hit point. 10 attacks? No longer a hit. Hundreds, thousands, millions. A brilliant silver light erupted from Su Ming's eyes, a manifestation of his brain domain energy reaching its zenith. Indeed, Su Ming was now exhilarated. The blood coursing through his veins was boiling. Yet his mind remained tranquil, a youthful spirit soaring high. After 16 years of training, Su Ming was confident that under equivalent energy levels and mechs, even an ascendant-level master would not be his matched. A deluge of attacks surged forth, akin to heavenly fire raining down. Every nerve in Su Ming's body was taut. Exchange 100 starlight points. Su Ming's calm voice resonated within the mech. In the vacuum surrounding him, he needn't worry about others overhearing. He could finally communicate with the system freely. Ding. Starlight points exchanged successfully. The system's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind as unwavering as ever. As if no circumstance could disrupt its flow, suddenly, Su Ming felt a surge of potent starlight energy flooding into his body. With a steely gaze, he maneuvered the mech with frantic precision, evading each attack. Suddenly, amidst the countless sparks of attack, he fixed his gaze with an exceptionally cold intensity upon the steel lizard ahead. Chapter 43. The powerful Su Ming. The surge of energy caused the steel lizard to writhe uneasily. It attempted to twist further, seeking to disentangle itself from the mech's lock. However, the mech remained unerringly stable. Even in the face of thousands of attacks, it steadfastly maintained its lock on the steel lizard while evading. A terrifying energy coalesced within the mech's arm, where the Star Extinguisher sniper rifle resided. What is the Star Extinguisher? It is a weapon capable of obliterating a planet with a single shot. Of course, whether the manufacturing company exaggerated the weapon's capabilities remains uncertain. Nevertheless, at this moment, the steel lizard felt an exceedingly uncomfortable aura approaching. Within the mech, Su Ming was multitasking, evading the onslaught of attacks while simultaneously locking onto the steel lizard with his energy. Although the explosive power within him was formidable, it remained firmly contained, without a hint of overflow. Su Ming was no longer the Su Ming of Norp Planet. Both his physical conditioning and energy level had seen such improvements that he could effortlessly control the power equivalent to 100 points of starlight. Now was the moment. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he pinpointed a weakness in the steel lizard's defenses. Immediately, the Star Extinguisher roared to life, unleashing a shot imbued with intense starlight. This attack surged directly toward the steel lizard eye. In that instant, the steel lizard felt as though the armor upon its back had suddenly risen. With crimson eyes, it gazed at the impending strike. Sensing that no matter how it tried to evade, there was no escaping this shot. The silent attack struck the steel lizard, sending it hurtling backward, its scales cracking upon impact. The soldiers aboard the ship erupted into cheers upon witnessing this scene. However, Su Ming's thoughts were far from the excitement shared by the soldiers. Although he had struck the steel lizard, the damage inflicted was minimal. A disparity in energy levels still existed. While Su Ming wielded a mech that significantly enhanced his power. Even with the additional 100 points of starlight, he could only unleash around 37,000 energy points. This was indeed a formidable level of energy. It is worth noting that Su Ming's original energy level was merely a little over 5,000 points. Yet, it was still insufficient. The steel lizard's energy level had reached 41,000 points. There was a difference of 4,000 energy points between them. Such a significant gap in energy was enough for the steel lizard to mitigate a portion of the damage. However, the starlight in Su Ming's eyes did not wane. Energy level was crucial, determining the strength of both parties. Yet, it was not the sole factor. Otherwise, in a conflict, the one with the lower energy level would simply surrender. In battles, execution, mindset, judgment, and technique bear substantial weight. A difference of 37,000 and 41,000 energy points exists. but it is not so vast as to result in total domination. Su Ming's gaze remained fixed on the spot he had just attacked. Indeed, the wound, though minor, was a testament to his strike. As long as he could inflict injury, Su Ming was confident he could slay the steel lizard. The silver mech darted through the cosmic entities like a streak of silver light. System, exchange 100 points of starlight. Su Ming spoke with calm determination. In the next moment, a surge of starlight energy flooded into the mech. Su Ming's focus sharpened, directing his gaze toward the steel lizard, honing in on the location of his previous strike amidst the myriad of attacks. Once more, starlight flickered within the rifle's barrel, and in an instant, a fearsome shot struck the very spot on the steel lizard he had previously targeted. Su Ming's marksmanship was impeccable. The onlookers aboard the ship were awestruck upon witnessing Su Ming's second shot. This time, his aim was precisely on the mark previously struck. The first shot had already dislodged part of the steel lizard's scales, exposing the relatively softer flesh beneath. The second shot struck directly upon the flesh, inflicting grievous wounds upon the steel lizard. The crew aboard the ship displayed expressions of excitement. Hope had begun to bloom. Su Ming's performance far exceeded their expectations, executed with remarkable precision and grace. If Su Ming could vanquish the steel lizard, the crew would be able to exit the ship and assist him. Otherwise, if the steel lizard remained unvanquished, their reckless departure would only hinder him, as the crew marveled. The silver mech continued its relentless assault on the steel lizard. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, a continuous barrage, each shot striking with unwavering accuracy. Before long, a deep-seated fear began to manifest in the steel lizard's eyes. The pilot of this mech exhibited a level of marksmanship that was terrifyingly adept. No matter how it attempted to evade, the mech could accurately track its position. There was no escape, not even when hiding behind other cosmic entities. The mech could still pinpoint its location amidst the throng and fire through the intervening creatures. Striking its wound directly, repeated assaults carved a horrifying gash into the steel lizard's body. System, how many points of starlight do I have remaining? Su Ming's voice resonated coolly within the mech. He surveyed the steel lizard's wound. Now an alarming size, roughly 1/20th of the creature's entire body, a clear indicator of severe injury. Recognizing the opportunity to slay the steel lizard had arrived, he inhaled deeply. Ding 1, 200 points of starlight remaining. The system's voice echoed softly in Su Ming's mind. Upon hearing this, a flicker of realization crossed Su Ming's expression. He had previously possessed over 3,000 starlight points, and now, only 1,200 remained, calculating based on the 100 points of starlight required for each attack. He had unleashed approximately 20 shots at the steel lizard, consistently targeting the same wound. No wonder the steel lizard was now showing signs of retreat, contemplating an escape. Observing the steel lizard's diminishing resolve, Su Ming took a deep breath, stowed the sniper rifle, and drew forth an enormous mechanical battle axe. Bloodwave XAZ 071, Chapter 44, Bloodwaved, as Su Ming brandished the battle axe, a hint of solemnity crossed his features. This axe was a top-tier stellar weapon, nearly reaching the level of a star cluster. Originally, Su Ming's energy level would have rendered him incapable of wielding such a weapon. However, following his modifications, the threshold for using the axe had been significantly lowered. Moreover, with the support of the mech, Su Ming could barely manage to wield it. Yet, to fully unleash the axe's potential, he required an additional 400 points of starlight. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming directly exchanged 400 points of starlight from the system. Given Su Ming's current physical conditioning, the maximum energy he could endure was approximately 350 points. Any excess would surpass his limits and potentially harm his body. However, 400 points was only slightly beyond this threshold. Even if it posed some risk, it would not immediately lead to his physical collapse. As long as his body remained intact, Su Ming could utilize the starlight points to restore himself, to ensure a stable victory over the steel lizard. He was willing to risk his body being damaged by the overwhelming energy, exchanging such a significant amount to grant this strike unparalleled power. As the energy surged into the battle axe, a radiant brilliance erupted forth. A crimson aura danced along the blade, showcasing an exquisite array of colors. It resembled blood waves flowing across the weapon's surface, which inspired its name. Now infused with starlight energy, the axe shimmered with a dazzling silver-white hue amidst the red glow. The combination of red and white rendered it even more spectacular and mesmerizing. Yet, the steel lizard, in the face of the axe's ominous presence, found no beauty in the displayed epitome that moment. It sensed an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping it. Alarmed, the steel lizard prepared to flee. But just then, it beheld the silver-white mech charging directly toward it. Rather than fear, the steel lizard felt a surge of relief. Finally, the mech was ready to engage in close combat. Although the steel lizard was unaware that Su Ming's decision to fight up close stemmed from a lack of starlight points for continued long-range attacks, it nonetheless reveled in the opportunity. The true strength of the steel lizard lay in its melee combat prowess. Its claws posed a far greater threat than the rays it emitted from its maw. The name Iron Lizard signifies its formidable close combat prowess, demonstrating an unparalleled ferocity akin to an impregnable fortress with astonishing defensive capabilities. Previously, it had aspired to engage with the mech up close. However, each time such a thought arose, it would find the mechs seamlessly blending into the swarm of cosmic entities, rendering any attempt to close the distance futile. Yet now, the mech had inexplicably forsaken its advantage in ranged assault, opting instead for a melee confrontation. Was this not an invitation to seize its head? The Iron Lizard was immediately devoid of any intention to retreat. It ferociously opened its maw and lunged toward the silver mech. In that very moment, the silver mech piloted by Su Ming erupted with astonishing speed. The battle axe in his grasp was infused with a copious amount of starlight energy, becoming increasingly resplendent. Su Ming could feel an unusual heat and weight emanating from the mech's hands. This was no illusion. After establishing a connection with the mech's neural energy, certain unique sensations possessed by the mech were transmitted to Su Ming's mind. At that instant, their sensations were interconnected. The heaviness was due to the axe's energy level exceeding Su Ming's capacity to control, thus imparting a sense of weightiness. Weapons exceeding their limits often lose controllability, which is not advantageous in combat. However, gritting his teeth, Su Ming forcefully bound the energy of the battle axe with starlight energy, compensating for his own limitations with the vast reservoir of starlight energy. Finally, he managed to lift the axe. The intertwining of red and silver light erupted with a palpable aura of lethal intent, akin to a dazzling crimson wave surging through the void, relentlessly slashing toward the Iron Lizard. At this moment, Su Ming's body became increasingly adorned with starlight energy, blood seeping from numerous wounds. Yet he endured the onslaught of the starlight energy. Silver light glimmered in his eyes, and under the control of the neural energy, he instantaneously activated the nuclear power acceleration device. On the mech, in an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying propulsion force emerged from the mech's rear, propelling its speed to more than 10 times its normal capacity. This is precisely why mechs are vastly more formidable than conventional mechanical equipment. A mech is all-encompassing. Its defense, charge, speed, attack, and sensitivity are all significantly enhanced, whereas ordinary mechanical equipment possesses but a singular capability. Boom. A powerful thrust sensation surged through the mech. For those with slightly weaker physical energy levels, this force could potentially be fatal. Fortunately, Su Ming's physical energy was not weak. He could easily withstand this thrust. The mech's sudden acceleration disrupted the Iron Lizard's rhythm. It was in the midst of gathering power when it was compelled to prematurely unleash its attack due to the mech's advance. This sensation was exceedingly uncomfortable, nearly causing the Iron Lizard to vomit blood. Moreover, Su Ming's instantaneous increase in speed perfectly evaded the Iron Lizard's breath-locking, allowing him to slip away from its grasp. Evasion is not solely about dodging bullets and impacts. Evading breath-locking is equally crucial. Su Ming deftly eluded the Iron Lizard's targeting, leaving it to miss its strike. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Iron Lizard's momentary vulnerability, Su Ming swung the battle axe fiercely toward the wound he had previously inflicted. The silence of the cosmic void was shattered by the sound of flesh being cleaved, transmitted through bone conduction to Su Ming's ears. Die? Su Ming's body erupted with blood and flesh, his eyes shimmering with silver light. As he unleashed all the starlight energy within him in that singular blow, the sensation of pain coursed through him, yet he compelled himself to forget it, focusing his gaze ahead. The system's X-ray vision instantaneously activated within his eyes, revealing the intricate patterns of flesh, akin to disassembling machinery, embodying a certain finesse. With this axe strike, Su Ming skillfully traced the directional patterns of the iron lizard's flesh, effortlessly slicing through it. At that moment, a wildly beating heart, revealed through the system's X-ray vision, suddenly caught Su Ming's attention. Without hesitation, he raised his axe and struck down toward the location of the iron lizard's heart. Chapter 45. The Death of the Iron Lizard. Originally, even if the iron lizard were gravely wounded by the colossal axe, it would not have succumbed immediately. However, if this giant axe were to strike the heart, then the iron lizard would undoubtedly meet its demise. In an instant, the axe plunged into the heart's region. In Su Ming's eyes, the iron lizard's heart was cleaved in two by the massive axe, shattering into fragments. The rupture of the heart sent a torrential surge of blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining the silver mech with a vivid crimson hue. Su Ming did not revel in this victory. Instead, he promptly expended 50 starlight points to mend his shattered form, then maneuvered the mech to retreat swiftly from the scene. Indeed, reality proved Su Ming's judgment to be exceedingly astute. After the heart's destruction, the iron lizard, bolstered by its formidable vitality, astonishingly survived for an additional 3 minutes, thrashing and roaring in a frenzy, tearing apart the surrounding cosmic entities before finally falling silent. The soldiers aboard the ship witnessed this spectacle and collectively erupted into jubilant cheers. Incredible! That maneuver was spectacular. Record it, record it. This will surely gain traction online. A textbook example of the weak triumphing over the strong. Forget the recordings, comrades. The iron lizard is dead. We must rush out and assist our master Su Ming. The soldiers shouted, immediately donning their space combat suits, their expressions brimming with excitement as they surged forth from the ship. Master Su Ming, do not fear. We are here to support you. The enthusiastic voices of the soldiers resonated through the mech's communication system. Su Ming's expression shifted, and he turned his gaze toward the ship's direction. Indeed, he beheld a multitude of soldiers emerging from the vessel, armed with mechanical equipment, each charging into the throng of cosmic entities. An array of laser missiles rained down upon the cosmic swarm, and there were so many cosmic entities that the soldiers need not aim. Each attack effortlessly struck down a cosmic being. Su Ming, too, was not idle. Wielding his mechanical battle axe, he transformed into a crimson specter, deftly weaving through the cosmic entities. Each time this specter brushed past a cosmic being, it effortlessly cleaved through them. Countless cosmic entities perished at the hands of Su Ming's mech, and the expanse of the starry sky was soon littered with droplets of blood. Witnessing the terrifying prowess of this mech, akin to a reaper of death, the cosmic entities were overtaken by profound dread. This mech was too powerful, it was untouchable, yet its lethality was astonishingly fierce. Faced with such an adversary, anyone would feel fear. Moreover, the most significant factor was, their leader, the Iron Lizard, had just been slain by this very mech. Deprived of their leader, the cosmic entities were left disorganized and directionless. They began to flee in panic. As one fled, so did another. Upon seeing others escape, the remaining cosmic beings, overwhelmed by terror, gradually succumbed to the urge to flee. Before long, all the cosmic entities scattered in all directions, leaving no trace behind. In the void, aside from the multitude of corpses and blood, only the soldiers of the temporary 32nd Army remained. Su Ming exhaled in relief, finally allowing the tautness of his nerves to ease. He retracted the mech into his storage space, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Both his body and mind were engulfed in a profound sense of fatigue, as if he could exert no more strength. Su Ming smiled wryly, recognizing this was due to excessive exertion and the tremendous burden on his body. He had not felt fatigued earlier because he had been operating under immense tension. Now, with the tension lifted, fatigue surged forth. The cosmic entities likely remained oblivious to the fact that had they persisted for another 10 minutes, Su Ming might have succumbed to exhaustion and his condition would have plummeted. Nevertheless, as cosmic beings, their intelligence was significantly inferior to that of normal sentient beings. Now that the battle had concluded, Su Ming chose to disregard the sensation of fatigue. Experiencing fatigue is a positive sign, as it likely indicates that once his body and mind recuperate, he would encounter another surge in growth. The soldiers returned aboard the ship, surrounding Su Ming with excited expressions, eager to shower him with praise. Yet Su Ming smiled wryly, gently parting the crowd, and retreated to his quarters, collapsing onto his bed, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Even at such elevated levels of existence, sleep remains a necessity. It is not as the tales of immortal heroes suggest, where greater strength equates to less need for rest. Sleep is the most effective means of restoring the body, and in fact, the higher one's realm, the more judiciously one utilizes sleep. The others were momentarily stunned, then exchanged knowing smiles as they observed Su Ming hastily retreat to his quarters. This battle had unexpectedly been surmounted thanks to a mechanic aboard the ship, leaving everyone with a profound sense of having survived a calamity. However, despite the cheerful disposition of everyone at this moment, there was not the slightest inclination to celebrate. Presently, the crisis had not yet been averted. Within this star domain, the threat of being attacked by virus-infected cosmic beings loomed large. After all, once infected, these cosmic entities not only possessed elevated energy levels but also exhibited formidable aggression and infectiousness. Who could ascertain whether the cosmic beings in more distant star domains had also been contaminated? The crowd dared not linger any longer and hastily piloted their ships, racing toward the nearby star domain. Shortly after encountering the chaos caused by the cosmic beings, the matter of the Lassa Alliance's research into supergenetic agents was exposed by the media. If this had remained clandestine, it would not have been particularly alarming, as every faction engages in some form of research. However, once it was brought to light and resulted in a massive upheaval of cosmic beings, the emergence of aggressive and infectious side effects from the agents instigated a profound aversion among the cosmic citizens. Regardless of how prosperous technological advancements appeared, the specter of viruses remained one of the foremost fears for all citizens. The panic instigated by viruses was undeniably potent. In an instant, the Lassa Alliance found itself akin to a rat scurrying across the street. With cries for its downfall echoing everywhere, even the Empire issued condemnations and contemplated dispatching troops to confront the Lassa Alliance. Yet, it was evident to any discerning observer that the Empire's intervention at this juncture was clearly motivated by aspirations regarding the supergenetic agents under development by the Lassa Alliance. Chapter 46. The Empire's stance on the Empire's third military planet, Connaught. A formidable general with a powerful presence pushed open the door to a conference room. Gentlemen, I trust you have received the latest intelligence. The Empire's Research Institute has conducted a thorough examination of the Lassa Alliance's supergenetic agents and has acquired some data. At that moment, several individuals were seated around the conference table, and upon hearing the general's words, they began to engage in animated discussion. This supergenetic agent has a certain probability of accelerating the growth of genetic warriors. Although it does affect intellectual capacities, we can harness it to our advantage, potentially furnishing the Empire with a secret weapon in the future. Just recently, we received intelligence indicating that the Lassa Alliance successfully repelled an attack from Brook using cosmic beings birthed from the superagent. While Brook is not particularly formidable among the Apocalypse class, he is nonetheless a force to be reckoned with. The fact that he was withstood is astonishing. The room erupted in chatter, with everyone voicing their opinions regarding the supergenetic agents. The general, who had entered earlier, furrowed his brow at the commotion and commanded, "Everyone, silence." Upon hearing the general's directive, the room fell into an immediate hush. The attendees regarded the general with solemn expressions. This individual was not just any general. He was General Hill of the Empire's 36 Pillars, a figure whose combat prowess had long reached the Apocalypse class. Although he had seldom taken to the battlefield of late, none doubted his capabilities. General Hill surveyed the assembly and spoke slowly. This matter has been deliberated by the Empire's upper echelons. We are preparing to head to the Bander Star domain to seize the supergenetic technology for ourselves. Should the Free Federation acquire this technology, it could lead to a plethora of unwarranted complications in the future. While the Free Federation and the Empire are not outright enemies, competition in certain domains is inevitable. Military confrontations between the two parties are not uncommon, hence the Empire's reluctance to see the Federation gain possession of a burgeoning technology. They have one Apocalypse-class warrior. We shall dispatch 2 of our own to subdue them. General Hill proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing Hill's words, the expressions of the assembly varied. A female officer rose and posed a question. General Hill, the public perception regarding this matter is unfavorable. We can only proceed discreetly. However, there are numerous temporary military forces nearby who have witnessed the outbreak of the super event, I fear. The murmurs in the room turned towards her, revealing a glint of concern in their eyes. The officer's remarks indeed raised a serious issue. Currently, The entire universe harbored a strong aversion to the Lassa Alliance's supergenetic technology or supervirus. For the Empire to acquire this technology, it must not be publicized, lest it incite public discontent. The regular military, bound by confidentiality agreements, posed little concern for leaks. Even if information were to circulate, there were measures to address it. However, the temporary military lacked such constraints, and once disbanded, its soldiers could disperse, making them untraceable and unmanageable. Should anyone disseminate this information online, it would spell trouble. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in General Hill's eyes as he coldly remarked, "Everyone here has emerged from the crucible of battle. Should we truly be troubled by such trivialities? It is simple. Dispatch 2 military units, one to seize the supergenetic technology and the other to silence any witnesses," General Hill stated matter-of-factly. The assembly showed no surprise at General Hill's words, as they aligned with their expectations. The temporary military was, in essence, no different from civilian militia. Such forces could be eliminated without an ounce of regret from the Empire, and the attendees felt unconcerned about the potential repercussions. Participants in temporary military units typically lacked significant affiliations or influence. Otherwise, they would have been integrated into the regular military. These individuals could be disposed of without consequence. Indeed, we need not concern ourselves with these temporary troops. Their average combat strength does not exceed a mid-level 7. We can easily accomplish the task with just 50 level 7 mech warriors. One officer, responsible for the lower-tier mech warriors, stood and decisively exited the room. Shortly thereafter, a warship ascended, carrying 50 level 7 mech warriors as it soared into the cosmos. Meanwhile, aboard the temporary military ship number 32, a throng of soldiers gathered at Su Ming's dormitory door. This time, however, they were not seeking Su Ming for mech repairs, but rather for Warren. In recent days, after Su Ming had awakened, he faced an avalanche of mechanical repair orders. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume, he entrusted Warren with the repairs, as he needed time to work on his own mech. Unexpectedly, Warren's repair results were quite commendable. During the past 10 days, he had diligently exchanged military achievements for mechanical repair knowledge, significantly enhancing his skills, which began to diverge from Su Ming's methods. Su Ming felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this development. Should Warren continue to learn solely from him, he would only ever tread the same path, never forging his own identity. Now, with a wealth of knowledge, Warren was performing admirably, much to the soldiers' approval. Su Ming retrieved a pristine component and deftly began disassembling it. His expression was focused as he entered a state of complete immersion. Though his mech had not been directly struck in the recent battle, the prolonged maneuvering amidst various energy beams had imposed a burden on it. Internally, the mech had sustained some hidden damage. While it did not impede operation, failure to address it promptly could adversely affect its lifespan. Following a harrowing battle, Su Ming's brain domain energy level had surged to unprecedented heights, resulting in a significant breakthrough. His brain domain energy level had escalated from 5,000 points to an astounding 7,000 points. At this level, he had reached a mid-level 5, and combined with his mech and starlight capabilities, he could potentially unleash the terrifying power of a high-level 7. Conversely, Su Ming's physical energy level now lagged behind, resting at a mere 5,200, barely surpassing the threshold of a low-level 5 genetic warrior. Su Ming chuckled wryly. While others fretted over how to elevate their brain domain energy, he found himself concerned with how to enhance his physical energy level. Chapter 47. Something's amiss the following day. Lieutenant Walker reported the relevant events to the Empire's Operations Center. The staff at the Operations Center pondered for a moment before addressing Lieutenant Walker. "Lieutenant, remain where you are. We have obtained your coordinates, and the Empire has dispatched a rescue unit. The rescue mechs will soon arrive at the coordinates of temporary military number 32. Upon hearing the Operations Center's assurance, Lieutenant Walker's face lit up with joy. The Empire was sending mech warriors for rescue. It seemed they were taking this matter quite seriously. Walker felt a surge of delight. Trusting in the Empire's response, he ordered the ship to remain docked. Awaiting the arrival of the Imperial forces, however, he overlooked one crucial point. If the Imperial rescue team were indeed hastening towards this location, they would have likely instructed him to fly towards the borders of the Empire while simultaneously providing support en route. Yet, at this moment, the Empire has ordered him to remain stationary. Clearly, they do not wish for the temporary military unit number 32 to return to the core territories of the Empire. Time gradually passed. And following the recent battle, The cosmic creature seemed to have developed a sense of fear towards this spacecraft, as none dared to approach the nearby star regions. After receiving the signal for Imperial rescue, Lieutenant Walker felt a wave of relief wash over him, maintaining a calm demeanor as he anchored the ship amidst the void, allowing the troops to regroup. Soon, several hours slipped by, and Su Ming straightened up, smiling as he patted the mech before him. After hours of diligent effort, the damage to the mech had finally been repaired, yielding him nearly 500 starlight points, significantly replenishing the losses incurred during the previous skirmish. At that moment, a sudden cheer erupted from within the ship. The Imperial reinforcements had arrived. Joy illuminated the faces of all present. The mech warriors dispatched by the Empire were now soaring towards them. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be around 10 mech warriors. It seemed the Empire regarded this matter with great seriousness, even sending mech warriors for the rescue. A robust individual, displaying evident delight, gazed at the approaching mech warriors. Each of these mech warriors represented a significant investment by the Empire, not only requiring gene warriors to activate their cerebral energy levels, but also substantial funds to construct standardized mechs. Su Ming, having assembled mechs before, was acutely aware of the exorbitant costs involved. Assembling a single mech was nearly as daunting as outright purchasing one. These 10 mech warriors were like flying coins of the Empire. Each warrior emanated a formidable aura, rivaling that of the steel lizards previously encountered. Such power, if indeed here for rescue, would be more than sufficient. Lieutenant Walker's face lit up with excitement upon seeing the mech warriors. After waiting so long, they had finally arrived, and directly at that. It appeared the Empire placed considerable importance on this rescue operation. Without hesitation, Lieutenant Walker donned his space combat suit and stepped out of the ship. Ready to welcome the mech warriors, Su Ming, the Empire has dispatched mech warriors to rescue us. Upon witnessing the arrival of so many mech warriors, Warren's face relaxed in relief. Anyone would feel an overwhelming sense of security upon seeing mech warriors. Hearing Warren's words, Su Ming curiously turned his gaze towards the ship's window. Indeed. Outside the window, 10 white mechs, radiating powerful energy levels, were racing towards the temporary military unit No. 32. Su Ming smiled, feeling considerably reassured, and prepared to focus on the mechanical equipment before him. However, just as he reached out to retrieve the equipment, his arm froze mid-air. He lifted his head once more, scrutinizing the mech warriors, and the more he looked, the more grave his expression became. Something was amiss, Su Ming muttered to himself. What could possibly be wrong? Warren, curious, inquired from the side. These rescuers have not brought a rescue team. For a colossal entity like the Empire, there exists a standard protocol for military rescues. It is not merely a matter of sending powerful individuals to extract trapped soldiers. True rescue involves bringing along a support team comprising medical personnel, mechanical repair crews, backup ships, energy reserves, and other essential supplies to prevent issues such as damaged vessels, severely injured personnel, or energy shortages. Although it is conceivable that Lieutenant Walker had communicated with them in advance regarding the absence of casualties, surely, as a mechanic, they should have brought spare mechanical parts, considering this ship had previously been attacked by steel lizards. No one could guarantee that there weren't hidden damages within the ship. Such assessments must be made by a mechanic. Relying solely on the ship's onboard mechanic would undoubtedly be insufficient in a short time frame. The Empire, being the pinnacle of human civilization, would not commit such a fundamental error in their rescue procedures. To arrive without any rescue team, only these 10 mech warriors, raised alarm bells in Su Ming's mind. This shouldn't be. Perhaps the Empire's rescue units were dispatched elsewhere, but that's of little consequence. With these 10 mech warriors, we could still safely return to the Empire. Warren, seemingly unconvinced, noted that citizens living within the Empire would not perceive any threat from it. After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming murmured, "Let us hope so. Yet, exercising caution is never a mistake." Deep down, Su Ming sensed something was amiss. He was not a native of the Empire but rather a traveler from Earth, and he held little faith in the Empire's assurances of citizen safety. After speaking, Su Ming stood up and stored the recently repaired mech into his storage space. He took precautions to configure the mech for immediate deployment. Subsequently, he approached the front desk, borrowing a small spacecraft, which he too stored in his storage space. Having completed these preparations, Su Ming felt a slight sense of reassurance. However, at that moment, A sudden gasp resonated through the ship. Su Ming's expression shifted, and he glanced out the window. His pupils narrowing in shock. There, amidst the void, floated a mangled corpse, the remnants of which were barely recognizable. Surrounding it were wisps of smoke from a recent explosion that had yet to dissipate. From the tattered clothing, Su Ming could vaguely ascertain that this body was indeed that of Lieutenant Walker. Chapter 48. The destroyed spaceship. Upon witnessing Lieutenant Walker's lifeless body drifting in the void, Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Walker had been killed, and the perpetrator was evidently the so-called rescue team. These 10 mech warriors were, as Su Ming had suspected, not here to rescue but to silence witnesses. In an instant, Su Ming comprehended that the Empire was likely intent on harnessing the potential of supergene technology. Under the scrutiny of public opinion among cosmic citizens, the Empire was compelled to eliminate certain informants to ensure that sensitive information did not leak. For a vast empire, an advanced technology would undoubtedly be deemed far more valuable than the lives of its citizens. Before Su Ming could fully process this realization, he sensed multiple powerful energy signatures locking onto the ship. This is bad. A surge of panic surged through Su Ming, leaving no time for further contemplation. He swiftly seized Warren and, in an instant, enveloped himself in the mech, propelling himself through the ship's window and leaping out. Just as he broke through the window, a barrage of terrifying energy erupted. A flurry of razor-sharp attacks engulfed the ship. The vessel's protective shield barely managed to withstand the onslaught for a moment before being shattered by the overwhelming force. After breaching the shield, the assault continued unabated, completely tearing the ship apart. A brilliant flash of fire erupted from the spacecraft, which swiftly disintegrated in the cosmos. The soldiers within the ship had no time to react. Meeting their demise in the face of such terrifying attacks, it was estimated that fewer than 20 survived. The 10 mech warriors, each one formidable, rivaled the steel lizards in strength. Such a terrifying force had obliterated a vessel renowned for its defensive capabilities in an instant. Witnessing a few survivors, the mech warriors exchanged signals, promptly locking onto the remaining individuals, preparing to unleash a second wave of attacks to eradicate them. However, at that moment, one pilot among the mechs suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of danger directed at them. Startled, the pilot instinctively maneuvered the mech to evade the incoming threat. Yet, before they could react, a devastating attack descended upon the mech. Boom. The pilot felt the terrifying force hurl their mech away, instantly depleting 40 of the energy from the mech's protective shield. The Imperial mech warrior was taken aback, gazing at the source of the attack, only to see a silver-white mech quietly hovering in the void, wielding a long-barreled sniper rifle aimed directly at them. The pilot had yet to warn their comrades when they noticed the sniper rifle glowing ominously once more. Boom. Another shot, perfectly locking onto the Imperial mech warrior. This shot shattered the mech's protective barrier completely, with the residual force distorting the mech itself. The pilot's heart raced, nearly reaching their throat. Fortunately, while the mech sustained significant distortion, its inherent material strength prevented instant annihilation. Thus, the mech warrior was able to deduce that the pilot of the silver mech was likely not particularly formidable. Otherwise, a direct hit from 2 shots would have obliterated him. If it had been a mech of considerable power, he would have been annihilated instantly. Yet, despite this realization, the next strike from the silver mech was sufficient to claim his life. He cautioned himself, aware of the enemy mech warrior's presence. He uttered a hasty warning, but in the next moment, he felt the enemy mech warrior once again lock onto him. A primal instinct for survival surged within him, compelling the Imperial mech warrior to maneuver rapidly, attempting to evade the targeting of the opposing mech. However, despair gripped him as no matter how he repositioned, the enemy's mech steadfastly maintained its focus on him. As if he had unwittingly entered a predetermined trajectory, that moment, cold sweat broke out upon him. It was terrifying. The shooting prowess of the opposing mech warrior was extraordinary. Even a comrade renowned for his sniping skills would pale in comparison. He could not afford to be passive. Gritting his teeth, the mech warrior unleashed a terrifying surge of energy from within. In an instant, his mech brandished an electromagnetic pulse weapon, intending to force the opponent to reposition. This, he reasoned, would create an opening in the enemy's lock-on, allowing him to escape. To his astonishment, the silver mech, seemingly fixated on aiming, remained stationary, poised to unleash its attack. This clarity allowed the Imperial mech warrior to pinpoint the location of the silver mech. Boom! A fearsome attack erupted from the electromagnetic pulse weapon. Yet, at that very moment, the Imperial mech warrior's expression shifted dramatically. In the instant he released his attack, he sensed that the silver mech had inexplicably slipped from his targeting. How could this be? His pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, he recalled whispers within the elite mech warrior circles about a unique maneuver. Just before an enemy locked onto one, a slight repositioning could break free from the targeting. Mastery of this technique almost guaranteed that an attack would miss, as the target could escape the lock just before the attack was unleashed, rendering the attacker's efforts futile. Regrettably, once the attack was launched, a significant opening would be created, allowing the target to counterattack and eliminate the attacker. Yet, this technique was exceedingly difficult to master, requiring the locked-on pilot to possess exceptional timing and maneuvering skills, along with a keen sense of attack judgment. Only under critical circumstances would even the most skilled mech warriors dare to employ such a risky tactic, for failure to escape the lock would result in a direct hit. Those who could wield this technique with ease were invariably individuals of immense self-assurance. Chapter 49. Surrounded indeed, without any unexpected developments, the Imperial mech warrior's attack was effortlessly evaded by Su Ming. Without hesitation, Su Ming recognized that the moment the enemy released their attack was the opportune moment to exploit its flaw. His eyes ignited with a brilliant silver gleam as he unleashed his cerebral energy. Crafting a devastating attack within his sniper rifle, time was of the essence. He could not afford to delay, for any hesitation would allow the remaining Imperial mech warriors to react and support their comrade. At that instant, silent flames engulfed the opposing mech warrior in a heartbeat. The Imperial mech warrior was obliterated by a single shot from Su Ming, leaving no sound in his wake. It was only then that the other Imperial mech warriors realized what had transpired. Despite the numerous exchanges that had occurred in such a brief span, the 3 shots had culminated in the destruction of one of their own. Shocked, the remaining Imperial mech warriors abandoned their intent to eliminate the temporary soldier numbered 32 and turned their wrath upon Su Ming. Several formidable presences swiftly locked onto him. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming released the spacecraft from his storage space, shouting to Warren, "Get inside the ship and flee." Without waiting for a response, Su Ming ascended into the sky. Drawing enemy fire towards himself, Warren, momentarily dazed by the unfolding chaos, snapped back to reality as Su Ming's command registered. Without hesitation, he entered the spacecraft and activated its systems. This vessel had been procured by Su Ming after sensing impending danger, and now it represented their only hope for escape. As Su Ming piloted his mech upward, distancing himself from the ship, he effectively diverted the attention of the Imperial mech warriors away from their escape route. His objective was straightforward: to absorb the incoming fire. In an instant, terrifying attacks erupted from the remaining mech warriors, their cerebral energy locking onto Su Ming. The mech warriors surged forward, eager to eliminate him. Su Ming's focus sharpened. He sensed every hostile presence targeting him. At that moment, all he desired was to escape, as he faced 9 mechs of considerable power, each comparable to a steel lizard. United, they posed an insurmountable challenge, and he sought only to buy time for Warren to activate the spacecraft's warp capabilities. The Imperial mechs were standard models, lacking the ability for spatial traversal, while the spacecraft possessed such capabilities. Once activated, its leap would span light years, making it impossible for the mech warriors to catch up. Relentless attacks rained down upon him, each accompanied by a locking presence. Su Ming's expression remained eerily calm as he unleashed his cerebral abilities, deftly maneuvering his mech to evade the incoming assault. "A skilled opponent," exclaimed one of the Imperial mech warriors, his gaze filled with murderous intent and fury. The humiliation of losing a comrade right under their noses was unbearable. Thus, the 9 Imperial mech warriors harbored a lethal resolve against Su Ming. Yet, they soon discovered that the pilot of the silver mech possessed extraordinary skills, akin to a slippery fish, making it incredibly challenging to lock onto him. Under normal circumstances, they would have marveled at such finesse, but now, this elusive mech warrior was their adversary's enemies. His exceptional evasion techniques were infuriating. They could not land a hit, nor could they capture him. Igniting frustration within their ranks, close in and tighten the encirclement, the mech warriors quickly devised a strategy, dispersing to encircle Su Ming. From all directions, the 9 mech warriors surrounded him, relentlessly pressuring him to maneuver. Gradually constricting the encirclement, Xu Ming furrowed his brow. The numerical advantage was evident, and each warrior was formidable, a powerful mech combatant. Even if he sought a unilateral breakthrough, he would require precious time that the other mech warriors would not afford him. As the encirclement closed in, his room for movement diminished. Xu Ming was not invincible. Without sufficient space, he too would be vulnerable, unable to dodge. Should the encirclement tighten to a critical degree, he would face grave peril. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Warren's spacecraft emitting a blue glow, a precursor to initiating a spatial jump. A surge of hope filled Xu Ming's heart. Can Xu Ming escape the encirclement? He activated his communication device and soon, Warren's anxious voice crackled through. Hearing this, Xu Ming promptly replied, "Proceed with the jump. I'll make my escape at the last moment. Just remember to open the door for me." Upon hearing Xu Ming's words, Warren hesitated, a deep uncertainty reflected in his eyes. Fear gripped him. As the spacecraft activated its spatial jump function, it became impossible to cancel the operation. Should Xu Ming fail to breach the encirclement of the mechanized warriors and board the ship in time, the spacecraft would likely leap into the void, leaving him stranded. In such a scenario, Xu Ming would be left to confront 9 mechanized warriors alone, a prospect that Warren could not accept under any circumstances. "Warren, trust me," Xu Ming intoned solemnly. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of determination ignited in Warren's eyes. "All right, I believe in you." Without further hesitation, Warren pressed the button to initiate the spacecraft's spatial jump. The vessel began to tremble gently, as if preparing to tear through the fabric of space and depart the star system. Meanwhile, Xu Ming found himself increasingly encircled by the mechanized warriors. Chapter 50. The battle axe splits the heavens. The mechanized warriors closed in relentlessly, their neural energy signatures locking onto Xu Ming with precision. With limited options for retreat, escaping their grasp became exceedingly arduous. Yet, Xu Ming exhibited no signs of panic. The sound of Warren's countdown echoed clearly through his communication device. 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Xu Ming made no additional movements, continuing to evade the onslaught of incoming attacks with a chilling calmness. "Xu Ming, only 10 seconds left. Hurry." Warren's voice grew tinged with desperation. The mention of 10 seconds. A fierce glint ignited in Xu Ming's eyes. "Exchange 400 starlight points for me," he declared softly. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through every fiber of Xu Ming's being, as was customary. The capillaries within his body ruptured, and droplets of blood seeped from his form. However, he remained undeterred by the swelling sensation. His mind raced as he calculated the situation, deciding not to evade further but to charge directly towards one of the mechanized warriors that had unleashed an attack. "Electromagnetic shield," Xu Ming shouted, releasing a torrent of starlight energy. Instantly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the left arm of his mechanized suit, manifesting as a colossal electromagnetic shield. Bolstered by the starlight energy, the shield radiated with formidable energy levels. Boom! The onslaught from the opposing mechanized warrior was thwarted by the electromagnetic shield, yet it diminished the shield's durability to approximately 60%. "Only 2 more hits to withstand," Xu Ming mused quietly. Activating the nuclear propulsion system behind him in that moment, rather than being repelled by the enemy's attack, his mech surged forward with terrifying velocity, advancing rather than retreating towards the mechanized warrior. "This is bad. He's trying to break through. Quick, provide support." The other Imperial mechanized warriors swiftly realized Xu Ming's intentions and rushed to assist him. However, they were a step too late. Xu Ming's mech reached its peak speed and instantly positioned itself before the enemy. Blood Wave XAZ-071. The bloodthirsty battle axe, which had slain the steel lizard, appeared in Xu Ming's grasp. His eyes gleamed with silver light as he funneled all his starlight energy into his arm and the axe. Stellar Boundless Heavenly Art, Battle Edition, Martial Technique, Splitting the Heavens. This was Xu Ming's inaugural application of the martial technique splitting the heavens from the Stellar Boundless Heavenly Art. Legend spoke of Pengu wielding a chaotic giant axe that cleaved the heavens and the earth, thus separating the pure from the turbid. The name Splitting the Heavens is derived from this myth. This martial technique could only be unleashed with an axe, possessing immense penetration and defense-breaking capabilities, making it perfectly suited for the current predicament. Xu Ming observed the vibrant protective shield emanating from the enemy mech. Without hesitation, He raised the giant axe, his gaze fixed on the shield. As a mechanic himself, Su Ming understood that machines bore patterns, as did energy. Within the ebb and flow of energy, there would inevitably be fleeting gaps and irregularities. It was within these gaps that the key to victory lay. His eyes sharpened as he focused on an inconspicuous point. Splitting the heavens, in that instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, and Su Ming transformed into a colossal figure emerging from chaos. Wielding his axe with an earth-shattering force, striking the weakest point of the enemy mech's energy shield. Splitting the heavens, physical penetration 70, energy might 30, defense breaking ability 50, in a heartbeat. The blood wave battle axe erupted with a vivid crimson glow, engulfing the mechanized warrior as though it were a tide of blood. When the other mechanized warriors regained their sight, they were horrified to discover that the targeted mech had been cleaved in two. The pilot within shattered beyond recognition, dead beyond any doubt. Su Ming's mech did not falter. Leveraging the gap created by the dismembered Imperial warrior, he broke free from the encirclement of the mechanized warriors and surged forth. 4, 3, even now, within the cockpit, Su Ming remained chillingly composed, his lips counting down the seconds until the spacecraft's spatial transmission point 2. As he uttered this number, he leapt into the open hatch of the spacecraft. 1. The hatch slammed shut, and an enigmatic wave of spatial energy erupted from the vessel point 0. A sudden spatial disturbance enveloped the ship, and as the remaining mechanized warriors raced towards them, the spacecraft vanished from sight, leaving only a void of silence behind. The spacecraft had successfully executed its spatial jump. Meanwhile, the remaining Imperial mechanized warriors exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a complex array of emotions: anger, frustration, defeat, and helplessness, a medley of feelings. Why had such a formidable mechanized warrior appeared in their ranks? Where had his mech come from? What mastery had he acquired in operating it? A profound chill washed over them. This mechanized warrior had swiftly dispatched one of their own, only to then break through their encirclement and eliminate another, leaving with an effortless grace. If the initial kill had been a lapse in their vigilance, the subsequent breakthrough and execution left them utterly impotent to counter his movements. The synchronicity with the spacecraft and his impeccable timing had caught them completely off guard, allowing him to escape into the spatial jump without a moment's hesitation. They had missed their chance entirely. Though the mission could be deemed a success, as the majority of the 32nd Temporary Military Unit had been annihilated, leaving only a few survivors who posed no threat, the collective sentiment was one of failure. The enemy had been but one individual, yet one who had managed to kill two of their own, leaving an indelible mark on their memories. Chapter 51. The Escape in the Silent Void of the Universe. A ripple of spatial energy heralded the sudden emergence of a spacecraft. Inside, Su Ming removed his mechanized armor, exhaling a sigh of relief. Turning to his side, he was taken aback to find not only Warren, but also several other survivors from the 32nd Temporary Military Unit. Aside from Su Ming and Warren, there were 7 survivors aboard the ship. It seemed that after the explosion, these soldiers had been fortunate enough to survive and were subsequently rescued by Warren. To his surprise, among them was his old acquaintance, Locke, the very individual he had assisted in modifying a battle axe. Yet, the other members of Locke's squad, including their captain, had perished in the flames of the attack. The group exchanged glances, their faces etched with bitter smiles. It was evident that none of them had yet grasped the reality that they had been abandoned by the Empire. In fact, should the Empire learn of their existence and whereabouts, they would not receive aid, but rather face another onslaught. What bad luck! I never expected to find myself in such a predicament. One soldier lamented with a wry smile. Locke shook his head. In Interstellar society, this is the norm for soldiers. We need to figure out our next move. With that, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Ming. He had been the one to save them, and now he was their strongest asset, prompting them to view him as their leader. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I haven't ventured far from the Empire, and I'm not well versed in the intricacies of interstellar society. Do any of you have suggestions? Su Ming pondered for a moment before adding, in summary, we must either conceal our identities or seek refuge in a lower-tier civilization. We cannot afford to be present in a higher-level civilization, lest we risk being discovered and hunted down at any moment. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the others nodded in unison. They had effectively become outlaws, if one could even call them that. as revealing their identities would likely lead to a relentless pursuit by the Empire. No one could escape the wrath of such a vast cosmic nation, not even those of the apocalypse level. At that moment, Locke displayed a contemplative expression and then raised his head to address the group, saying, "I know of a place where we can find shelter, and we won't be discovered." The others turned their curious gazes toward Locke upon hearing his statement. Locke smiled and continued, "I visited that place in my early years, but I left due to its dangers." One of the soldiers nearby spoke up, "Are you referring to the Black Domain?" Locke nodded. Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a deep confusion. Having spent their lives within the Empire, they had not ventured far beyond its borders, unlike these well-traveled soldiers. Their understanding of interstellar society was limited to the Empire's publicly available knowledge. Clearly, the kind of place Locke described would not be found in the Empire's textbooks. Such knowledge was reserved for those who frequently roamed the outer realms. Noticing the bewilderment on their faces, Locke chuckled and explained, "The Black Domain is a gray area of human society that exists outside the interstellar realm. Given the vastness of interstellar society, some individuals, for various reasons, find it impossible to establish themselves within it, and must instead seek opportunities in the Black Domain. It is a chaotic environment where no one cares about your past identity. However, it is correspondingly fraught with danger." After hearing Locke's explanation, Su Ming and Warren's expressions shifted to one of realization. Su Ming then contemplated for a moment before agreeing to Locke's proposal, present. The Black Domain indeed appeared to be the most suitable refuge for them. While it was dangerous, it was preferable to being hunted by the Empire. "Do you have the coordinates for the Black Domain?" "Let's set course and head there directly," Su Ming declared. Upon hearing his words, the others promptly entered the Black Domain's coordinates into the ship's navigation system. "Oh, wait," Su Ming suddenly recalled, retrieving the identity card issued by Temporary Military Unit 32. He activated it and exchanged it for a plethora of mechanical components, exhausting all the military merit points contained within. He then tossed the identity card into the furnace, incinerating it completely. The others, witnessing this bold act, couldn't help but express their admiration for Su Ming's audacity, daring to use an identity card while being pursued by the Empire. After all, once the Empire's logistics department dispatched supplies via spatial transmission, they could ascertain the group's coordinates. However, it seemed that the vastness of the Empire's system had its drawbacks. Communication within such a colossal structure was incredibly resource-intensive. It was possible that the military department was already aware of the directive to eliminate Su Ming and his companions and had issued a pursuit order. Yet the logistics department had not received this information and continued to distribute supplies as usual. Without hesitation, the others followed suit, exchanging their military merits for various equipment and subsequently incinerating their identity cards as well. One should not underestimate this detail. These mechanical components might very well become crucial for their survival in the Black Domain. Even Su Ming's mech, without spare parts, would be rendered nearly powerless if damaged. Being prepared was of utmost importance for those in flight. Unidentified ship detected ahead. Just then, a soldier piloting the vessel abruptly turned to Su Ming and the others, announcing the alarming news. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and the soldiers were taken aback, swiftly making their way to the cockpit. Through the cockpit scanner, they indeed detected a ship's signal several 100,000 kilometers away, in the vastness of space. Such a distance was insignificant, easily traversed in a matter of hours. The group exchanged worried glances before turning to Su Ming, awaiting his decision. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ming, wishing to avoid trouble, intended to instruct the pilot to change course. However, just then, the pilot's voice rang out again. "It seems they have noticed us and are approaching." Chapter 52. The strange ship was rapidly hurtling towards Su Ming's vessel. The crew squinted, their expressions turning grave. In the cosmos, an approaching ship was never a good omen. Instinctively, they reached for their mechanical gear and steadied their breaths, their hearts brimming with caution. Soon, the ship came to a halt in front of Su Ming's vessel. Both ships suspended in the void, facing each other. Suddenly, without warning, the ship launched a direct attack on Su Ming's vessel, its cannons locking onto them and unleashing a powerful barrage. In an instant, Su Ming's ship shook violently, the energy shield plummeting significantly. Witnessing the unprovoked assault, both Su Ming and the soldiers in the cabin were engulfed in a surge of anger. What madness is this? What do they intend to accomplish? A soldier rose, furrowing his brow as he coldly remarked, "If they were space pirates, they would have dispatched Gene warriors to subdue us before attacking the ship, for to them, any encountered vessel is a treasure. They would not want to damage it. Yet, their assailants were attacking indiscriminately without sending any combat personnel. Clearly, these individuals were no pirates. If they were not pirates, what could their unprovoked aggression mean? The group was incensed. And Su Ming took the lead, donning his mech and launching himself from the ship. The others, equally irate, followed suit. From the earlier attack, it was evident that the enemy ship's power level was not particularly high, lacking any formidable presence on board. Even so, their audacity to attack was tantamount to courting death. Clad in his mech, Su Ming surged toward the enemy ship, activating the nuclear-powered propulsion system that propelled him to incredible speeds. In the blink of an eye, the silver mech had reached the front of the enemy vessel. Upon seeing Su Ming's advance, the opposing ship redirected its firepower toward him, unleashing a barrage of attacks. As Su Ming deftly maneuvered to evade the onslaught, he couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. The ship's firepower was utterly ineffectual. None of the cannons seemed to consciously target him. Instead, it was as if a child brandishing a firearm, panically firing at a well-armed battalion without waiting for them to notice. Not only did the shots miss their intended target, but the ammunition was soon exhausted. This was Su Ming's immediate impression of the ship. A deep sense of confusion crossed his features as he abandoned the idea of obliterating the vessel with a few well-placed shots. Instead, he swiftly closed the distance to the ship's hatch. As he approached, the enemy ship seemed to panic, for its cannons could no longer target Su Ming, who was nearly pressed against it. He had perfectly positioned himself within the ship's blind spot. In a turn of events that left Su Ming both amused and bewildered, the enemy vessel made the absurd decision to flee. It sped away in the direction from whence it came. Typically, an armed ship faced with an enemy breaching its proximity would have numerous options to counteract the situation, such as unleashing powerful electric currents to repel intruders or deploying Gene warriors for combat. However, this ship chose the rather comical route of retreat. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Ming could ascertain that the pilot was a novice, lacking even the basic knowledge of survival in space. His curiosity piqued. Su Ming retrieved a bloody battle axe from his mech storage, raising it high and swinging it toward the enemy vessel. Boom! A powerful recoil reverberated through him, yet Su Ming's expression remained remarkably calm, as if the force had no effect on him whatsoever. With Su Ming's strike, the enemy ship's energy shield was shattered into fragments. With a sudden motion, Su Ming raised the colossal axe in his hand once more. This time, he did not exert his full strength. Rather, he merely cleaved through the ship's exterior. A dull thud reverberated through the air, transmitted to Su Ming's ears via bone conduction, and instantly, a substantial breach was created in the spacecraft's hatch. The atmospheric pressure and oxygen within the ship were rapidly expelled into the void of space. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming extended his hand, tearing open the ship's surface, and with a swift movement, he plunged into the interior of the vessel. Upon entering, a cacophony of piercing alarm sounds filled the spacecraft. The pressure and oxygen levels had plummeted to a point beyond human tolerance, while an ordinary individual might succumb to such conditions. For a Gene warrior, it posed little threat. However, a flicker of concern crossed Su Ming's face. Could it be that the ship was filled with mere civilians? It was indeed plausible that, in the vacuum of space, they could be violently ruptured by the internal pressure. Without further delay, Su Ming darted into the ship's cabin. To his astonishment, the interior was indeed populated by a multitude of ordinary people. Several men clad in white lab coats, resembling researchers, had been brutally eviscerated by the vacuum, their entrails and blood scattered throughout, rendering the spacecraft grotesquely sanguine. A slight relief washed over Su Ming as he noted that only a handful had met such a gruesome fate. The majority of the crew members were donned in space combat suits, thus spared from the vacuum's lethal grasp. Upon witnessing Su Ming's armored figure, the crew members clad in combat suits displayed expressions of sheer terror. Casting fearful glances in his direction, Su Ming frowned slightly, noting that these individuals emitted no significant energy signatures. At best, they were level 1 or 2 Gene warriors. Such levels were hardly distinguishable from ordinary humans. What perplexed Su Ming was the inexplicable aggression exhibited by a ship so lacking in offensive capabilities. "Those who wish to live, stand down and accompany me back to my vessel," Su Ming declared coldly through his communicator. He then turned, leading the bewildered crew back to his own ship. Cough, cough. A little-known fact. Both spacesuits and space stations maintain atmospheric pressure. Otherwise, if an ordinary person were exposed to the vacuum of space, the internal blood pressure would cause them to literally explode. There would be no need for anyone to kill them. They would perish from the vacuum itself. Chapter 53. A fortuitous misunderstanding. Su Ming's ship raced swiftly through the void. The previously captured vessel had been secured within a spatial device and was now being transported alongside them. It was imperative to leave quickly. One could never predict when the Empire's mech warriors might descend upon them. Although this was the Empire's fringe star belt, it still constituted their territory. Who could say what kinds of surveillance methods the Empire might employ within their domain? At this moment, aboard the ship, Su Ming and his soldiers regarded the frail men before them with a mixture of astonishment and bemusement. These individuals were the very attackers he had just subdued. So, what you're saying is you mistakenly attacked us? Su Ming asked, incredulous as he surveyed the slight figures clad in research attire, their energy signatures alarmingly weak, most likely at the level of novice gene warriors, with some not even having unlocked their gene locks. The leader of the group sheepishly nodded. We detected a signal from an Imperial ship. We thought you were sent to apprehend us. Hearing this, Su Ming felt a headache coming on. It seemed he had unraveled the motive behind their assault. Purely a case of mistaken identity, believing them to be Imperial forces intent on hunting them down. This debacle was, indeed, a monumental misunderstanding. The Empire had dispatched 2 military units, one to annihilate the temporary forces that had attacked Su Ming, and the other, more formidable, tasked with assaulting the Lassa Alliance's laboratory to retrieve data and technology regarding supergene research. Faced with simultaneous assaults from 2 cosmic powers, even with supergene technology, the Lassa Alliance's defenses crumbled in an instant. The upper echelons of the Lassa government disintegrated, each member scrambling to find their own means of escape. Thus, the Lassa Alliance fell into a state of anarchy and was swiftly reabsorbed by the Free Federation. The individuals before Su Ming were researchers who had fled from the Lassa Alliance's supergene laboratory. Lacking combat experience and survival skills in the cosmos, their frequent blunders were indeed laughable. Their attack on Su Ming's ship had been a desperate, miscalculated decision. Upon detecting what they believed to be an Imperial vessel, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. These researchers exhibited a startling lack of survival instinct in the cosmos. Even if they had indeed been pursued by the Empire, they should not have turned their weapons upon him and his comrades. A group of feeble researchers stood no chance against a well-equipped army. It was no wonder such a mix-up had occurred. Now, the question arose: how to deal with these researchers? Their own ship had been rendered unusable after Su Ming had cleaved a gaping hole in it with his bloody wave battle axe. Until they reached a planet capable of repairs, their vessel would remain inoperative. A glimmer of intrigue crossed Su Ming's eyes as he addressed the group. Are you responsible for researching supergene technology? What sector do you specialize in? The researchers exchanged shy smiles before one of them timidly replied, the core sector. We developed the supergene technology. At this declaration, Su Ming and his soldiers collectively gasped, astonished by the revelation. No wonder these researchers appeared so skittish. They were being hunted by 2 cosmic powers eager to capture them and exploit their knowledge. Su Ming mused on their remarkable fortune. How had they escaped the grasp of both empires only to encounter him? He pondered their escape from such formidable forces, far more challenging than his own escape from the mech warriors. Those elite units patrolled the territory with unmatched prowess. One researcher, wearing a bittersweet smile, spoke up. We actually fled long ago but have been too afraid to land anywhere, wandering aimlessly in space. Curious, he then inquired, where are you headed? You're clearly not Imperial soldiers, yet you pilot an Imperial ship. The group exchanged glances before Su Ming shook his head. It's a long story. We are also being pursued by the Empire and are en route to the Black Domain to evade their grasp. Upon hearing this, the lead researcher's face lit up with a glimmer of hope. He cautiously suggested, could you take us with you? If we fall into the hands of the 2 great empires, our freedom will be severely restricted. If you take us to the Black Domain, I can provide supergene technology. Su Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the researchers would wish to accompany him into the Black Domain. Moreover, their eagerness suggested a willingness to follow him for protection. Su Ming felt a twinge of temptation. These individuals, although lacking in combat prowess, possessed invaluable knowledge. priceless expertise that both cosmic powers coveted. It was evident that these researchers were of a caliber that could be deemed top tier in the universe. Incorporating such talent into his ranks would undoubtedly yield significant benefits in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Ming raised his head and addressed the researchers. "I will take you with me. However, as you stated, should I require your technological expertise, you must provide it unconditionally. In return, I will grant you the freedom that neither of the two empires can offer." Upon hearing Su-Ming's words, the researchers exchanged glances before the leader stepped forward with a smile. "Agreed. As long as we have the necessary research conditions, we will comply. My name is Wang Ku. I look forward to working with you." Chapter 54. The spider-like mechanical arm. The black domain lies at the fringes of interstellar society, making it a considerable distance away for all involved. More importantly, Su-Ming and his crew were piloting a small, makeshift vessel designed for temporary military missions. The ship's speed capabilities were significantly inferior compared to standard spacecraft. A typical ship could leap through space, covering several light-years in a single jump, even reaching distances of over 10 light-years under optimal conditions. However, for Su-Ming and his companions aboard the small spacecraft, each spatial jump could barely traverse less than 2 light-years. Clearly, embarking on such a lengthy journey with this limited range was insufficient. Moreover, due to the enigmatic substances encountered during spatial traversal and various electromagnetic storms, as well as radiation and other issues, their ship could only manage 3 spatial jumps per day, necessitating approximately 7 hours of cooling time after each jump. Otherwise, the vessel would be prone to significant damage. Regrettably, constrained by circumstances, Su-Ming lamented having breached the ship of Wang Ku and others. Had he not done so, they could have reached the black domain within a matter of days relying on their vessel. Yet now, with the speed of this makeshift craft, it was estimated they would require around 3 weeks to arrive at their destination. Nevertheless, having commenced the journey, Su-Ming and Warren quickly acclimated to life aboard the ship. And Su-Ming began to utilize this time to engage in mechanical assembly and repairs. He had grown to truly adore mechanical assembly, initially driven by the allure of starlight and a habitual persistence. However, he soon discovered that this endeavor effectively enhanced his cerebral energy levels, allowing for substantial improvement in a short span. Additionally, there were subtle benefits, as it helped him maintain greater calmness and stability during combat, thereby elevating his overall combat performance. While this did not directly translate to a tangible increase in strength, for combatants, such enhancements were of paramount importance. Within the same realm and energy level, the state of combat became exceedingly crucial. Su-Ming's ability to effortlessly overcome stronger foes stemmed from his composure and steadiness in battle. The improvement in his combat state likewise contributed significantly to his fighting prowess. Su-Ming, I wish to attempt assembling a mech myself, Warren shyly expressed to Su-Ming today. Now that they had distanced themselves from the Empire's control, concerns regarding intellectual property protection were moot. Su-Ming had long shared his knowledge of mechs with Warren. After extensive practice, Warren found himself increasingly eager to delve into mech assembly. Upon hearing Warren's request, Su-Ming felt a surge of joy. He had witnessed Warren's progress firsthand. After training with the 32nd Temporary Army, Warren had reached a level of proficiency in mechanics that allowed him to stand alone. Given Warren's capabilities, while some stellar-grade components might still require gradual honing, assembling other parts should pose no challenge. Moreover, Su-Ming had experience with mech assembly, fully aware that this process would significantly elevate Warren's mechanical skills. By the time he needed to assemble stellar-grade components, Warren would likely have become a stellar-level mechanic, fully capable of handling such intricate machinery. Absolutely, do not hesitate to experiment boldly. Not fear damaging the mechanical components. We have acquired plenty this time. Su-Ming replied with a smile at that moment. He adeptly attached a mechanical component to a back-mounted mechanical arm, labeled Spider Type 2 back-mounted mechanical arm, a stellar-grade mechanical device. This arm operated independently of the user's arms, capable of acting autonomously. Behind Su-Ming, a small spatial storage unit was positioned, and upon activation, the mechanical arm would launch from this storage, transforming into 4 independent mechanical limbs. True to its name, it resembled the legs of a spider. Once the arm was activated, these limbs moved freely, assisting Su-Ming's movements and capable of striking with spear-like precision, even featuring kinetic acceleration and laser gun capabilities. With this mechanical arm, Su-Ming could effectively separate his own arms to execute various attacks. The versatility of this mechanical arm was remarkable. The initial intention behind assembling this arm was to navigate complex terrains, as while mechs were formidable, they often required substantial space, such as the vastness of outer space, to truly thrive. However, on the ground, many confined environments were ill-suited for mech combat. Forcing a mech into such spaces would only render battles clumsy. As they journeyed to the Black Domain, Su Ming could not ascertain the peculiar terrains they might encounter. Thus, preparing for contingencies was prudent. Originally, this mechanical arm lacked kinetic acceleration and weapon functions, but under Su Ming's modifications, its capabilities were vastly enhanced, owing to his comprehensive understanding of mech technology. Mastery of mech knowledge extended beyond mere mechanical principles. It encompassed various domains, allowing for broad applications. A resourceful mechanic like Su Ming could derive numerous innovative uses from a single piece of knowledge. Before long, 3 weeks had elapsed, and Su Ming successfully completed the assembly of the mechanical arm. Gazing at the fully assembled device in his hands, he felt a swell of satisfaction as he sensed the immense energy coursing through the mechanics. After 3 weeks of diligent practice and modifications, not only had Su Ming advanced his mechanical skills, but he had also assembled a significant arsenal of mechanical weaponry, endowing the combat personnel aboard the ship with formidable power. His starlight points and energy levels had seen considerable enhancement as well. Presently, Su Ming's status was as follows. Host: Su Ming physical energy level, 6200 cerebral energy level, 7800 gene lock activation level, intermediate level 5 physical vitality, 100 body refinement level, level 4, next level refinement requires 5000 starlight points owned, 4700 throughout this process. Both his physical and cerebral energy levels had improved significantly, and his gene activation level had directly ascended to intermediate level 5. This level, combined with the mechanical arm's inherent 10,000 energy points, enabled Su Ming to unleash approximately 24,000 energy points in close combat. Though this paled in comparison to the 50,000 energy levels typical of mechs, the combat power of the mechanical arm was undoubtedly formidable in surface-level engagements. Su Ming looked at the mechanical arm with satisfaction, preparing to don it for a trial. Just then, a soldier in the cockpit suddenly called out, "We're approaching the Black Domain, brothers." Chapter 55. Arrival at the Black Domain. The Black Domain, a place omitted from the textbooks of the 5 major cosmic nations, was even denied acknowledgement within interstellar society. However, for those who frequently traverse the cosmos, the Black Domain was not merely a mythical construct. Occasionally, these individuals would engage with it. Yet, despite this, if one were to inquire with someone who had ventured into the Black Domain, they would undoubtedly advise caution. Do not venture into the Black Domain lightly, for it harbors peril. At this moment, a spacecraft emerged from a state of spatial jump and re-entered the cosmic expanse, infiltrating the Black Domain. The Black Domain represented a vast star region, not a singular planet. Thus, the ship's entry went largely unnoticed. After all, the volume of spacecraft traversing the Black Domain daily was overwhelming. Moreover, the sheer expanse of the star region rendered it impossible for anyone to focus on a single ordinary small vessel. Inside the ship, Su Ming and Warren curiously surveyed the surroundings of the Black Domain. To their surprise, it was not the eternally dark star region they had envisioned. Instead, the environment was quite pleasant. Even by interstellar standards, the planets surrounding them emitted a faint blue glow, indicative of adequate water content, signifying that most of these planets were indeed habitable. "Which planet shall we settle on?" Warren instinctively inquired. After pondering for a moment, Locke replied, "The power dynamics within the Black Domain are intricate, and I am uncertain which planet we should choose. However, given that we are newcomers, it would be prudent to dock at one of the more peripheral planets." Upon hearing Locke's words, the group nodded in agreement. In typical star system configurations, the closer a planet was to the center, the more fortified and influential it tended to be. Conversely, peripheral planets were usually weaker. With less complex power relations. As the newcomers arrived, they opted for a marginal planet, planning to familiarize themselves with the enigmatic domain before formulating further strategies. Su Ming's gaze inadvertently fell upon a planet that exhibited an almost equal distribution of ocean and land. With a smile, he pointed at this celestial body and declared, "All right, let's settle on this planet." The group nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. Given that none were acquainted with the Black Domain, their choice of planet was largely a matter of chance. Devoid of any other criteria aside from personal preference, the spacecraft surged forward, hastening towards the selected planet. However, just as they were nearing their destination, another vessel, traversing the distant starry expanse, caught sight of Su Ming's ship. An Imperial spacecraft? The man clad in a gray robe mused in surprise. He chuckled softly and remarked to himself, "It seems another group of Imperial folk has come seeking refuge. They appear to be novices, utterly unaware of the dangers lurking in the black domain. The more peripheral the planet, the greater the peril." Contemplating for a moment, he instructed the pilot beside him, "Ram, follow that vessel and head towards Abbey Planet." Upon hearing his command, the pilot, known as Ram, chuckled lightly and responded nonchalantly, "Finally, some excitement. If they hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have known how to spend the month." With that, Ram let out a peculiar cry and maneuvered the controls, propelling their ship towards the planet where Su Ming and his companions were headed. Unbeknownst to Su Ming and his crew, they were being tailed by a small pursuer. The pursuing ship was significantly more advanced than Su Ming's vessel, rendering it undetectable to their sensors despite its close proximity. Su Ming's expression reflected confusion as he pondered the peculiarities of the black domain. Everything appeared normal from the outside, yet as their ship prepared for landing, there was no command communication from the control center, as if such protocols were entirely absent. Even amidst the notorious chaos of the black domain, one would expect a planetary control station to exist. Baffled, Su Ming realized they had no choice but to find a place to dock as their ship descended towards the planet's surface. Just then, all crew members froze, their brows furrowing slightly. Upon landing, they were suddenly besieged by a group of ragged individuals, men, women, and children, armed with firearms, who began firing upon the spacecraft. Among them, Su Ming even spotted a child, no more than 10 years old, wielding a lightweight Gatling gun and unleashing a barrage at the ship. The weapons were primitive, reminiscent of those employed by early cosmic civilizations. To encounter such technology here was unexpected. In the context of previous civilizations, a Gatling gun would have been considered a formidable weapon. However, with the advancement into the third technological era, such relics from the first era were now far inferior, possessing an energy level barely exceeding 300 points. This level of energy posed no threat to Su Ming and his companions. What perplexed Su Ming was why these seemingly indigenous people resorted to such rudimentary weaponry to assault them. Observing the group, he noted their malnourished appearance. They were ordinary individuals, incapable of unlocking even their genetic locks. "Wait for me here. I'll go take a look," Su Ming said softly, then opened the ship's hatch and stepped outside. At that moment, the energy shield surrounding the vessel erupted in a dazzling display of light. A byproduct of repelling the external onslaught, Su Ming paid it little mind, estimating that the attackers would need at least half an hour to breach the energy shield. As the indigenous people noticed someone emerging from the ship, they intensified their assault as Su Ming frowned and waved his hand, signaling that he bore no ill intent. However, these individuals seemed utterly oblivious to his gesture, continuing to fire relentlessly at him. This disregard ignited a flicker of annoyance within Su Ming. Some of these natives were truly lacking in decorum. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the protective energy barrier. In an instant, Gatling bullets rained upon him. Yet, to the astonishment of the attackers, the bullets struck Su Ming without penetrating his body. They merely dented his skin before ricocheting off as though they had struck steel. With a physical energy level of 6,200 points, augmented by his body refinement, Su Ming could withstand an hour of such bombardment without issue. However, Su Ming wasn't out to showcase his invulnerability to bullets. In a swift motion, he charged towards the indigenous assailants. Chapter 56. The series of assaults. Su Ming surged into the throng of natives. Bullets clattered against him, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Without hesitation, he activated his backpack-mounted mechanical arms, for slender appendages extending from his back to support his form. A flicker of novelty crossed Su Ming's eyes. This was his first time employing the backpack-mounted arms. They were complex, akin to having an additional set of limbs, presenting a challenge for his cognitive capacity. If he operated them in haste, he risked losing control. Yet, for someone like Su Ming, a mechanic by trade, multitasking was hardly a daunting task. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, appearing as a large spider darting swiftly through the chaos. Numerous stones littered his path, but the mechanical arms deftly maneuvered around them. Within moments, he reached the group attacking him. The mechanical arms whirled into action, swiftly dismantling the firearms from the hands of the natives. Just as the arms were poised to strike, threatening to impale the attackers, Su Ming paused, letting out a sigh. Were these natives solely composed of able-bodied men, he would have had no qualms about eliminating them. However, the presence of children and the elderly gave him pause in that fleeting moment of hesitation. An eerie energy erupted from the bodies of the natives. Realizing the imminent danger, Su Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he sprinted backward. Simultaneously, his mechanical arms crossed protectively around him, generating an energy shield that enveloped him. In the next instant, the natives exploded in a terrifying display of energy, their bodies bursting apart and releasing a torrent of crimson energy. It was a self-detonation. The individuals had evidently been implanted with powerful explosives, detonating at some hidden command. They were beyond salvation, yet Su Ming was caught in the blast, flung several hundred meters away. The protective energy from his mechanical arms was entirely depleted, and an intense wave of pain enveloped him. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming rose, feeling as though his body had been shattered by the impact. Regret flickered in his eyes. As someone who had emerged from a civilized world, he instinctively felt sympathy for the elderly and children. Unable to simply strike them down without thought, this momentary hesitation had cost him dearly. It became clear why these natives, seemingly comical in their use of primitive weaponry, had concealed their true lethal capabilities. Su Ming inhaled deeply, realizing his naivety. Having entered an illicit territory within the Black Domain, he must regard anyone wielding firearms, regardless of age, as a foe. However, he did not allow emotions to cloud his judgment. He decisively exchanged 100 starlight points, instantly restoring his body. After a quick assessment of his mechanical arms, he felt a slight relief. Only one arm had sustained damage and was temporarily inoperable, while the remaining 3 could function normally. This ensured that his combat effectiveness remained largely intact. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming completed the sequence of actions, rising, restoring his body, and checking his mechanical arms, in a matter of seconds, without any pause. He swiftly evaded the spot where he had just stood. Indeed, as he moved, the very place he had occupied moments before was struck by a barrage of terrifying missiles. Several enormous craters abruptly manifested at the very spot where Su Ming had just been standing. Had he hesitated by even a moment, he might have been grievously injured by the barrage of missiles. A glint of determination ignited in Su Ming's eyes as he swiftly pinpointed the source of the energy he had just sensed. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted towards the location from which the missiles had been launched. However, at that instant, several figures suddenly materialized around him, launching an assault. These figures radiated formidable energy, each wielding mechanical equipment that emanated immense power. The weakest among them exuded the aura of a level 5 gene warrior, while the most powerful among them surpassed the threshold of a level 6 gene warrior, boasting an energy level of approximately 15,000. With 4 level 5 gene warriors and 1 level 6 gene warrior in their ranks. This formidable assembly, coupled with the distant snipers targeting and the previously detonated indigenous explosives, had likely already claimed numerous lives. Yet, Su Ming was evidently not among those doomed souls. Even in this critical moment, his heart remained remarkably calm. He forced himself into a state of absolute composure, and his mechanical arms began to move with blinding speed. 2 of his mechanical arms deflected the terrifying blades of the level 6 gene warrior, while the remaining arm executed an unusual maneuver, shifting his body at an unexpected angle in an instant. Su Ming successfully neutralized the enemy's initial assault. That moment, he sensed a sniper's energy preparing to lock onto him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without a second thought, he exchanged 100 starlight points. And from one of his mechanical arms, a gun barrel emerged, charged with tremendous energy. Su Ming fired without aiming, relying solely on instinct. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from the distance as the aura of the sniper that had targeted Su Ming vanished without a trace. Su Ming, leave those snipers to us. Hold your ground until we deal with them and come to your aid. At that moment, the anxious voices of Locke and others crackled through Su Ming's communicator. A wave of relief washed over him. Without the threat of the sniper, he could now unleash his full potential in battle. A cold glimmer flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he extended his mechanical arm. Charging towards one of the Gene Warriors, Chapter 57. Vanquishing the foe. The battle was about to erupt. with no lingering concerns, Su Ming immersed himself entirely in the fray before him. A mechanical battle knife materialized in his hand, an assembly he had crafted aboard his spaceship. A stellar-grade weapon of immense power, coupled with his full energy potential, it was projected to unleash over 20,000 points of energy. Simultaneously, Su Ming multitasked, swiftly activating his mechanical arms to strike at one of the level 5 gene warriors. Despite having one mechanical arm damaged, the remaining 3 could still generate nearly 19,000 points of energy. A typical level 5 gene warrior usually possessed energy levels ranging from 5,000 to 10,000, and with mechanical enhancements, they might reach around 12,000 to 14,000. This illustrates the advantage of his superior mechanical equipment. After all, Su Ming, also a level 5 gene warrior, wielded stellar-grade mechanical arms that he had personally assembled, achieving a perfect synergy with them. While standard mechanical gear often experienced energy loss, Su Ming's creations approached zero loss. The level 5 gene warriors were merely utilizing planetary-grade mechanical gear assembled by others, enhancing their energy by a mere 2,000 points, which paled in comparison to Su Ming's substantial increase of over 10,000 points. Armed with his mechanical arms, Su Ming could effortlessly contend with level 6 gene warriors without losing ground. With a swift motion, the mechanical arm pierced through the body of a level 5 gene warrior, causing an expression of agony to cross the warrior's face as he writhed in a desperate attempt to extricate himself. The vitality of gene warriors was formidable. Had a regular human been struck by such an attack, they would likely have perished instantly. Yet, this level 5 gene warrior still possessed the strength to struggle. Su Ming, however, was unfazed. While the penetrating capacity of his mechanical arm was formidable, its striking surface was relatively small, potentially insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Thus, when modifying the mechanical arm, he had made a few adjustments. Suddenly, the arm that had pierced the level 5 gene warrior erupted with intense red light, and the next moment, a blinding radiance burst forth, incinerating the warrior's body into ashes with the searing energy unleashed by the arm. Thermal Neutron Impact Device was one of the apparatuses Su Ming had installed on his mechanical arm. Whenever the arm penetrated an enemy and the foe remained alive, the thermal neutron device would activate instantaneously, releasing a terrifying heat that reduced the enemy to ash. Following this successful strike, Su Ming remained undeterred. His other 2 mechanical arms, having completed their auxiliary movements, swiftly lunged forward, dispatching 2 more level 5 gene warriors with lethal precision. Damn it, we're up against tough adversaries. Retreat. The sole level 6 gene warrior, witnessing his attacks being thwarted, felt a flicker of panic. Yet, in the brief moment of hesitation, the 3 level 5 gene warriors by his side were annihilated. Realizing he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, he prepared to flee. Su Ming cast a dispassionate glance at the retreating figure of the level 6 gene warrior, unfazed. After dispatching the remaining level 5 gene warrior, he retrieved a sniper rifle from his storage space. Assault 15-02 sniper rifle grade, stellar effective range, 200 kilometers energy range, 5,000 to 16,000. After Su Ming's modifications, the energy range of this sniper rifle had been significantly enhanced. Standing firm, he raised the rifle, unleashing his mental energy to lock onto the fleeing level 6 gene warrior. Sensing the rifle's targeting, the level 6 warrior was seized by alarm, desperately attempting to evade while seeking cover behind rocks. However, to his dismay, no matter how he maneuvered, Su Ming's presence remained steadfastly locked onto him. Thrum. The low rumble of the gunfire reverberated, shaking the ground, and the mechanical equipment the level 6 gene warrior had relied upon for protection was obliterated in a single shot. Thrum. Almost immediately, the second shot rang out. Only those who had been targeted by Su Ming understood the terror of his precision. Once locked on, no amount of evasion would suffice as Su Ming's shots found their mark. The second bullet struck the level 6 gene warrior, sending him hurtling through the air, the tremendous kinetic force propelling him away. This shot also shattered the warrior's defensive energy, rendering him incapable of re-establishing his defenses in the immediate future. With a cold gaze, Su Ming continued to pull the trigger for a third shot. Thrum. The third bullet was fired, and without even glancing at the level 6 gene warrior, Su Ming retracted the sniper rifle. As anticipated, the third shot struck just as the level 6 gene warrior was still airborne from the previous impact, obliterating him into a mist of blood, ensuring his demise. Simultaneously, the others swiftly dealt with the snipers lurking nearby. Once the group had resolved their immediate threats, they gathered, exchanging perplexed glances. What was happening? Confusion flickered in their eyes. Having just arrived in the black domain, they were already under attack, leaving them utterly bewildered. At that moment, Su Ming's expression shifted as he noticed a large spaceship descending rapidly from the sky, gracefully landing before them. Given their previous experiences, Su Ming and his companions felt a surge of wariness at this sudden development. Su Ming subtly positioned his mechanical arms in a stance conducive to combat, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Just then, the hatch opened, and a man dressed in gray emerged. Upon witnessing the devastation around him and the group standing before the ship, his eyes brightened, and he approached with a smile. "Please, do not be alarmed. I am Walter, and I come in peace." Chapter 58. The merchant Walter, as this man descended from the spaceship and regarded Su Ming and his companions, particularly focusing on Su Ming, he quickly discerned that Su Ming was the leader of this group. This revelation surprised him, for despite Su Ming's youthful appearance, resembling that of a mere 16 or 17-year-old, he exhibited an astonishingly powerful energy signature. Having observed the recent battle, Walter was in awe of the boy's mechanical arms and his remarkable marksmanship. Consequently, during his time aboard the spaceship, Walter had reconsidered his initial intentions. He looked at Su Ming with a smile and then spoke. "Sir, do not be nervous. I am merely a merchant." "A merchant?" Su Ming was taken aback. Walter chuckled and continued, "Indeed, within the black domain, anything you wish to purchase can be acquired through me, even items that are explicitly prohibited by Interstellar society, of course. The price will be 20% higher than what you would find on the market. However, do not deem it excessive. What is openly priced in the black domain is considered cheap, as some contraband items are exceedingly difficult to procure." Su Ming understood Walter's words, yet he felt a lingering confusion. Why would a merchant seek him out at this moment? He could easily engage in business with others already established here. Noticing the look of bewilderment on Su Ming's face, Walter chuckled softly and said, "As I mentioned, anything you wish to buy can be obtained from me, including intelligence. You are newcomers to the black domain, and I presume you are in need of information to navigate this place? Fortunately, I have just what you require." A hint of amusement appeared on Walter's face as he produced a storage chip. Presumably, the information he spoke of was contained within this chip. Su Ming's expression shifted. Indeed, what they needed most at present was intelligence. Although the rules of the black domain would eventually become apparent through exploration, possessing this information would provide efficiency and security. Certain details could clearly help them avoid unnecessary pitfalls, especially steering clear of danger zones. After all, in the black domain, stepping into a danger zone could very well lead to fatal consequences. An earlier attack on their ship shortly after landing was a prime example of the perils of asymmetric information. "How much for a copy?" Su Ming inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Walter chuckled softly and replied, 50,000 star coins, or a planetary-class mechanical device." Su Ming was taken aback by the price. It was exorbitant. 50,000 star coins, or a planetary-class mechanical device was an astronomical sum for a piece of intelligence. However, compared to the dangers posed by a lack of information, he felt that a planetary-class mechanical device was not too steep a price. With that thought, Su Ming retrieved a planetary-class handgun and handed it over. Walter chuckled again and passed the chip to Su Ming. Within the chip, he had left his contact details. In truth, a planetary-class mechanical device was of little consequence to Walter. He had initially thought that Su Ming and his companions would soon be eliminated by the local forces after their arrival on Abbey, and he was prepared to reclaim the equipment confiscated from outsiders. However, he was surprised to see that Su Ming and his group had effectively neutralized the local forces' attack and dispatched the Gene Warriors, prompting Walter to regard them with newfound respect. His primary purpose for descending in his ship was not merely to sell goods to Su Ming, but to forge a connection with him. Given Su Ming's impressive display, it was likely that significant business dealings would arise in the future, and establishing early contact was second nature for a merchant like Walter. Indeed, after receiving the chip, Su Ming pondered for a moment before asking, "We urgently require a place to settle down. Can you assist us in finding one?" Walter smiled and replied, "In the black domain? Securing a foothold is quite simple. Just seek it out. The power dynamics here are fixed. To ascend, you must eliminate those above you to claim their position." Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming's expression turned contemplative. And he queried, "Which faction was responsible for the recent attack on us?" Walter squinted slightly and replied in a hushed tone, "This information typically comes at a price, but as a gesture of goodwill for our first meeting, I shall share it freely." The assailants were likely from the York Star Bandits, a fourth-tier faction on Abbey. They are the only ones who would resort to such underhanded tactics as using human bombs. Walter said with a light chuckle. "The York Star Bandits," Su Ming murmured, then inquired curiously, "What is meant by a fourth-tier faction?" Walter shrugged and gestured towards the chip in Su Ming's hand. It dawned on Su Ming that this information likely also fell under the intelligence contained within the chip. He could simply check the contents later. Walter smiled and added with gravitas, "The fourth-tier faction includes level 7 gene warriors, so do not underestimate them. Well, I have achieved my purpose today. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I can procure many items for you," Walter said with a smile as he prepared to take his leave. Just then, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he suddenly asked, "Do you also have access to mechanical and mecha knowledge, as well as components?" Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, Walter turned back, scrutinizing him intently before responding, "Indeed. Except for the core mechas of the 5 major cosmic nations. I can acquire knowledge about other mechas, provided the price is right." Furthermore, Walter glanced at the researchers, including Wang Ku, who had just disembarked from the ship, and continued, "I also have access to biotechnical knowledge, medical expertise, and more." Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Walter's influence was far greater than he had anticipated, capable of obtaining knowledge in mecha, biotechnology, and medicine, fields that represented the cutting edge of the universe. Typically guarded as core secrets by various cosmic factions, such resources were not easily accessible without significant capability. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous for Su Ming, as his increasing power would inevitably necessitate upgrading his mecha and acquiring more advanced mechanical knowledge in the future. Chapter 59. Intelligence of the Black Domain. After Walter departed, Su Ming wasted no time and retrieved the chip from his hand, using a device to extract the information contained within it. Soon, a wealth of information regarding the Black Domain was laid out before them in great detail. Everyone leaned in closer to examine it. Moments later, a look of realization spread across Su Ming's face. Every area operated under its own set of rules and regulations. Though the Black Domain was notorious for its chaos and crime, it also adhered to its own codes. However, these codes were far more brutal and bloody compared to the laws and regulations of interstellar society. In the Black Domain, power was categorized into 5 tiers based on strength, from 1 to 5, with 1 being the strongest and 5 the weakest. The attackers from earlier belonged to the York Star Bandits, a 4th-tier faction. While the power dynamics in the Black Domain were indeed intricate, a variety of factions existed, each with distinct motives for being there. Some factions were composed of criminals on the run from various cosmic nations, typically more chaotic and rife with violence and aggression. Others, like Walter's, primarily engaged in the black market, dealing in prohibited items. Such factions tend to be less aggressive, but one should not expect them to be virtuous, as betrayal is not uncommon. Additionally, factions like the York Star Bandits not only established a base within the Black Domain, but also ventured into interstellar society to hunt for easy targets. Ultimately, factions with notoriety in the Black Domain typically had their own vested interests, while the true natives of the Black Domain lived in abject misery. Like the natives who attacked Su Ming's group, they were often treated as slaves, mere tools for others' gain. They struggled to secure basic necessities, with the vast flow of profits in the Black Domain bearing no relation to their plight. Su Ming also came to understand the reason behind the earlier attack. The Black Domain differed from other star systems due to its involvement in illicit trade, which attracted outsiders seeking illegal products. High-stakes areas often represented the core regions of the Black Domain. Thus, the outer planets frequently engaged in foreign trade, making them the true heart of the Black Domain. Ironically, the inner regions were actually considered marginal. As Su Ming and his companions exchanged glances, they realized this was an unexpected revelation. They had initially sought a peripheral planet to settle, but had inadvertently chosen one of the most central planets. This was in stark contrast to the structure of cosmic nations within interstellar society. It was no wonder that the core planets in the Black Domain were fraught with danger. They had stumbled unwittingly into a perilous sector, so what should we do now? Should we leave this planet or? Warren inquired, his expression filled with uncertainty. A glimmer of determination shone in Su Ming's eyes as he calmly responded, "There is no need to leave. Now that we have arrived and have been welcomed with a gift, it is time we return the favor. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the surrounding soldiers were taken aback, and Sun Lok murmured, "But, Mr. Walter mentioned before leaving that there are level 7 gene warriors within the enemy's base." Everyone was acutely aware that Su Ming possessed a mech, and if he donned it, his combat capabilities would be on par with those of a level 7 gene warrior. However, the adversary was not merely a single level 7 gene warrior. Within their stronghold, there must be various defense systems and a multitude of other soldiers. This situation could not be remedied merely through skillful operation. Under the onslaught of such extensive defensive systems and the targeting of snipers, even if Su Ming were exceptionally skilled, the limited maneuverability on land would render him unable to contend with a level 7 gene warrior. The disparity in strength was evident. The enemy's military might, defensive systems, and cultivation levels were undoubtedly far superior to their own. While mechs are formidable, they remain significantly constrained on land. This fact was not lost on Su Ming. He harbored confidence, but it was not blind. In such circumstances, mere skill would be inadequate. Nevertheless, Su Ming inhaled deeply, raised his head, and earnestly proposed, "What if we directly bombard their base with a planet-destroying cannon?" Upon hearing Su Ming's suggestion, everyone was taken aback and instinctively interjected, "No way. If the planet-destroying cannon is unleashed on land, it will surely devastate the planet's ecological environment. We would then face troubles from more than just the Star Pirate Group." The York Star Pirate Group was merely a 4th-tier force, with 3 higher tiers above it. The 4th-tier forces already posed a significant challenge, making it difficult to handle, let alone the higher-tier forces. No one doubted that among these higher forces, there were certainly higher-level gene warriors. And it was even possible that level 10 gene warriors might be involved. If the ecological environment of Planet Bay were to be destroyed, the first to retaliate would undoubtedly be the higher-level forces. Should a level 10 gene warrior come knocking, no matter how adept Su Ming was, he would be rendered insignificant before them, and at that point, he and his companions would surely suffer the consequences. The choice of weaponry would also be influenced by the environment. The planet-destroying cannon possessed immense power. However, it was ill-suited for land deployment. Su Ming smiled, then spoke with a mysterious air, "We can simply modify the planet-destroying cannon." The crowd was momentarily stunned. Before they could respond, they saw Su Ming already diving into the spaceship. Exchanging glances, they could only follow him into the ship. That moment, on the workbench inside the spacecraft, a massive mechanical device was laid out. It was a planet-destroying cannon, its barrel thick, exuding a robust metallic essence that rendered it exceptionally menacing. As soon as the group entered the ship, they caught sight of Su Ming, who was excitedly dismantling the planet-destroying cannon piece by piece. Observing this scene, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Modifying the planet-destroying cannon? What could it possibly be transformed into? Even Warren felt a tinge of confusion. Su Ming's mind was always brimming with ideas and innovations that diverged, even contradicted, conventional mechanical knowledge. This was the reason Warren believed he might never catch up to Su Ming. It was these fantastical notions that allowed Su Ming's mechanical skills to manifest in a distinctly extraordinary manner. Well, the group silently found a spot to sit and watched as Su Ming meticulously modified the planet-destroying cannon. After all, they had just eradicated a faction of the Star Pirates, and the York Star Pirate Group was likely still unaware of their recent losses. Granting them some time for Su Ming to carry out his modifications, Chapter 60. Modifying the planet-destroying cannon, Su Ming paid no mind to the astonished gazes of the soldiers around him, focusing intently on the planet-destroying cannon on the workbench. Once he stood at the mechanical workbench, his attention was irresistibly drawn to the mechanical apparatus before him, as if the surrounding matters had become irrelevant. Ding! Dismantling mechanical components successful. Gaining Starlight Points 1. Before long, the planet-destroying cannon was rapidly disassembled under Su Ming's skilled hands. His system panel reflected an increase in Starlight Points. With each of the 100 or so parts dismantled, Su Ming accrued numerous Starlight Points. Now, with his mechanical skills continually advancing, Su Ming's speed in dismantling mechanical components had reached a formidable level. What once took him several minutes to disassemble could now be accomplished in mere seconds. Observers could only see Su Ming's hands blur into a phantom-like motion, and in an instant, the mechanical component transformed into multiple parts. This scene captivated Warren. who watched in awe as it appeared to him that Su Ming was not merely dismantling mechanical components, but rather sculpting a perfect piece of art. Suffused with intricate techniques, before long, the planet-destroying cannon lay before him. Reduced to a pile of components, Su Ming gazed at the assortment of parts, lost in contemplation. In his mind, a grand vision was forming. It was the result and imagery that would emerge from the harmonious interplay and combination of each mechanical piece. These visions unfolded in his mind, undergoing simulations and assemblies. For a mechanic, the most crucial step was not merely disassembly or reconstruction, but innovation. The construction of any machinery must first be envisioned within the mechanic's mind before it can be translated into a tangible mechanical structure. Soon, Su Ming's mind raced through various assembly methods for the planet-destroying cannon. One by one, entirely different configurations began to be dismissed. The same weapon could yield varied outcomes based on its components and assembly. Some designs emphasized power, others range, and some focused on sustained output. This time, to ensure the planet-destroying cannon could function effectively on land without harming the ecological environment, Su Ming continuously adjusted its design in his mind. Increasing the power was not an option. Doing so would impact the ecology. Conversely, reducing the power would also be unfeasible, as it would fail to breach the York Star pirate group's defenses in a single strike. Should they react, a second strike would likely be impossible. Soon, after incessantly reconfiguring, Su Ming's mind began to outline a general plan for this modification. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, and he decisively reached for nearby mechanical components, skillfully beginning the assembly. Warren, fetch me a planetary-level energy propulsion device. Warren, help me dismantle a sniper rifle's targeting system. Su Ming commanded with the precision of a chief surgeon, casually instructing Warren to prepare an array of mechanical apparatuses. If the components were solely from the original planet-destroying cannon, that would be called reassembly, not modification. Modification entails utilizing other components to substitute certain functions within the cannon, gradually shaping it into a form that aligns with his vision. Fortunately, Warren and Su Ming had developed a seamless synergy. They had cultivated a rapport akin to that of a primary operator and assistant during their time in the repair workshop on Nopu planet. At this moment, Warren continuously retrieved various components, handing them to Su Ming at the workbench, significantly enhancing the efficiency of the modifications. Approximately an hour later, a smile crept onto Su Ming's face as he affixed the final mechanical component to the newly downsized planet-destroying cannon. Mission accomplished. Su Ming clapped his hands in satisfaction, then meticulously inspected the modified cannon before him. Upon hearing his words, the waiting soldiers hurriedly crowded around, gazing at the diminutive planet-destroying cannon with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. This is essentially a mini planet-destroying cannon, one soldier remarked in awe. Locke, glancing at the modified cannon, voiced his concerns. Su Ming, we haven't tested this cannon yet. What if something goes awry? Responding to Locke's words with a confident smile, Su Ming reassured, no need to worry. I have it all figured out. This planet-destroying cannon will certainly work. Upon hearing Su Ming's declaration, the soldiers exchanged anxious glances, their expressions betraying their underlying concerns. After all, if this modified cannon failed to obliterate the enemy's defenses in one fell swoop, they would be met with the wrath of the York Star pirate group. At that point, few among them would likely survive. Su Ming shook his head, dismissing their worries. Clearly, the group had yet to adjust their mindset. However, Su Ming understood that their current predicament was far from the tranquil appearance it conveyed. They were, in fact, in a state of flight, and if they did not take a gamble to secure a foothold, their future would undoubtedly be grim. From the moment they were pursued by the Empire, Su Ming realized that nothing could be taken for granted. As long as there was a possibility, it was worth pursuing. This was precisely why, after arriving in the Black Domain, Su Ming had adopted a proactive approach in seeking trouble with the York Star pirate group. In stark contrast to his previously more laid-back attitude, his past life on Earth had taught him that once one had stepped away from a comfortable environment, it was imperative to become formidable. Otherwise, one would only invite scorn and bullying from others. This was Su Ming's survival philosophy. Su Ming, disregarding the crowd, took an additional 20 minutes to meticulously restore his mechanical arm to its pristine condition, after which he stored it within his spatial backpack. Subsequently, he seized the Star Destroyer cannon in his grasp and nonchalantly exited the spaceship. Observing this, the onlookers exchanged glances, and one by one, they followed Su Ming out of the ship. Approximately 10 minutes later, atop a mountain on planet Abe, a Star Destroyer cannon, roughly half the height of a person, was suddenly positioned at the summit. Xu Ming extended his hand, gripping the cannon's handle firmly. A flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. Surrounding him, Locke and other combat personnel stood behind him, wielding various mechanical equipment, their expressions grave. They understood that the moment Xu Ming unleashed the cannon, their battle against the York Space Pirate Group would officially commence. Chapter 61. The York Space Pirate Group. Xu Ming's hands gripped the enormous Star Destroyer cannon as his brainwave energy gradually established a connection with it. Although this cannon was considered massive compared to other mechanical weapons, it was merely a scaled-down version when compared to similar Star Destroyers. A Star Destroyer cannon, by definition, is capable of obliterating an entire planet with a single shot. While most Star Destroyers do not literally shatter planets, they are designed to devastate planetary ecosystems, thereby fulfilling a destructive purpose. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the fact that Star Destroyers are formidable weapons on the battlefield. As the crowd sensed the energy surging within Xu Ming, their eyelids involuntarily twitched in astonishment. This was sheer madness. The thought of bombarding a military base with a Star Destroyer cannon was unfathomable to them. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Xu Ming had positioned the cannon. Soon, the energy emanating from the cannon began to resonate with Xu Ming's brainwave energy. The energies gradually melded into a singular entity, as if Xu Ming were the Star Destroyer and the cannon were an extension of his own being. Such a phenomenon could only occur with nearly perfect synchronization between the operator and the mechanical equipment. The onlookers cast envious glances at Xu Ming. Such a remarkable effect could only be achieved by a skilled mechanic utilizing their own assembled machinery. In that moment, the energy expenditure for Xu Ming in wielding the Star Destroyer cannon approached absolute zero. Through the cannon's sight, Xu Ming directed his gaze toward a military base approximately 5 kilometers away. This base was the stronghold of the York Space Pirate Group. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, resembling an unguarded residential building with people continuously entering and exiting. However, Xu Ming was acutely aware that should this military base detect energy locking onto it, its defense systems would activate in mere fractions of a second. At that point, the entire base would be enveloped by its defenses, making it nearly impossible to penetrate with conventional mechanical weaponry. However, the Star Destroyer cannon, a weapon of vast range and immense power, was far beyond the realm of standard mechanical arms. At that moment, a subtle layer of starlight enveloped Xu Ming's eyes, the system. In this instant, the system granted Xu Ming a perspective function, allowing him to discern the intricate structures within the military base. Narrowing his eyes slightly, his gaze scanned the base, assessing its weakest defensive points. Ready to strike from that very location? Suddenly, his attention fixated on a particular spot, and a smile crept onto his lips. The energy response from the Star Destroyer cannon began to intensify. Meanwhile, within the stronghold of the York Space Pirate Group, a middle-aged man with a jovial expression was seated in the central chair of the chamber. This man was York, the leader of the York Space Pirate Group, a level 7 genetic warrior. At that moment, York was in high spirits, as just a couple of days prior, the group had successfully hijacked a substantial shipment of mechanical components. This haul was significant, weighing over 100 tons in total. The value of such goods could easily reach billions of star coins. If they could sell these components, the York Space Pirate Group would undoubtedly expand once more. Furthermore, York could purchase expensive level 8 body enhancement fluids, immersing himself in them to dramatically boost his physical capabilities, making the ascension to a level 8 genetic warrior a distinct possibility. In such a scenario, the group standing within the black domain could advance significantly. Just then, York glanced at the time, his brow furrowing slightly. Lav and the others had mentioned detecting an Imperial ship preparing to land, intending to intercept it, hadn't they? It had been an hour and a half. Yet there was still no word. York turned to one of his subordinates, inquiring, under normal circumstances, regardless of the outcome, my men report back every hour. Yet here we are, an hour and a half in silence. This is unsettling. Lav, a tall, lean man radiating the energy of a level 6 genetic warrior, furrowed his brow at York's words. He was about to reach for his communication device to contact the executing officer. Well, when suddenly both he and York lifted their heads, gazing toward a distant direction. Shocked, York stood up and exchanged a glance with Lav, speaking in a tone laced with uncertainty. Why do I feel As though we are being targeted by heavy weaponry? Upon hearing his leader's words, Lav's heart raced, and he responded incredulously, I feel it too. Upon hearing Lav's affirmation, York's eyes widened in disbelief. If only one person sensed it. There might be room for error, however, two individuals perceiving the same phenomenon could not be mistaken. Someone was locking onto the York Space Pirate Group's base with heavy weaponry? Who? Was he out of his mind? Heavy weapons on Planet Abe? York sprang into action, preparing to initiate the base's defense systems, overwhelmed by a profound sense of absurdity. Who would dare target the Black Domain with heavy weaponry? Such an act would utterly devastate the ecosystem of Planet Abe, practically declaring war on the Black Domain. It took him a moment to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to command the base's intelligence systems to activate the defenses, suddenly, from afar, a vast brilliance of starlight erupted, followed by a terrifying surge of energy that exploded forth. This formidable energy swept across the area, descending upon the York Space Pirate Group's base in an instant. The occupants barely had a moment to react before being engulfed by the onslaught. Boom! A colossal sound echoed as a massive mushroom cloud ascended from the heart of the York Space Pirate Group's base. The surrounding area trembled violently, akin to an earthquake in the wake of the explosion. Several powerful presences on Planet Abe locked onto the site of the blast. Damn it, someone fired a Star Destroyer cannon at the ground? Was this a declaration of war against us? A surge of formidable energies was stirred by the explosion, and chaos erupted across Planet Abe as numerous individuals set their sights on the York Space Pirate Group's base. Chapter 62. The rebirth of the heavens attacking the surface with a Star Destroyer cannon was an unequivocal declaration of intent to annihilate. It struck at the very interests of everyone present. In an instant, countless powerful figures descended upon Planet Abe, their gazes fixated on the York Space Pirate Group's base. Suddenly, upon witnessing the explosion at the York Space Pirate Group's base, one formidable warrior emitted a soft gasp. He sensed that, although it was indeed a Star Destroyer, it was distinctly different from the norm. Typically, a Star Destroyer cannon, upon striking its target, would unleash a cataclysmic wave of heat energy, enveloping a significant portion of a planet. Only then would the ecological balance within that planet be jeopardized. However, this warrior observed that, upon detonation within the York Space Pirate Group's base, the terrifying heat energy remained confined to a relatively small area. Seemingly restrained by an invisible force in this scenario, the area affected by the Star Destroyer's attack was likely less than 2 kilometers in radius. Such a minor range was negligible for Planet Abe, let alone sufficient to disrupt the ecological equilibrium. This Star Destroyer had been modified? The warrior discerned the true nature of the cannon, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Could the one who initiated this strike be an exceptionally skilled mechanic? He mused to himself, his gaze reflecting a newfound excitement. Just then, as the might of the Star Destroyer dissipated, the remnants of the York Space Pirate Group's base came into view. All that remained was a colossal crater, filled with the shattered remnants of metals, likely the mechanical components from the base's defense systems, reduced to ashes by the force of the Star Destroyer's shot. Among all the space pirates of the York Star Pirate Group, every single one of them was reduced to ashes in the wake of such a terrifying blow, utterly unable to survive. However, it appeared that not all were lost. At this moment, a battered figure surged skyward, its gaze filled with a ferocious intensity directed towards Su Ming's position. Seeking death indeed. My 2 decades of effort have been obliterated in an instant by your hand. This figure was none other than York. As a level 7 genetic warrior, despite being at the epicenter of the explosion, York's physical energy level had surpassed 40,000. Thus, although injured, he was not dead. At this moment, York's expression was one of rage, his eyes burning with fury. Though his aura was plummeting, he remained fixated on Su Ming, and then, with a powerful leap, he charged towards him. The terrifying energy erupted in an instant. York was truly enraged. Over 20 years of painstaking effort had been annihilated, and anyone in his position would feel an intense rage. His form shot through the air like a meteor, colliding forcefully with Su Ming. Upon seeing York's approach, Su Ming displayed no sign of panic in his eyes. All of this was within his calculations. In an instant, he retracted the annihilation cannon, and in the next moment, a thick layer of mech armor enveloped him. System, exchange 200 starlight points. Su Ming spoke coldly. Soon, a massive surge of starlight energy flooded into his body. Without hesitation, he drew a blood-red battle axe, which immediately erupted with intense energy fluctuations. Boom! The bloody wave battle axe clashed with York's weapon at that moment. A horrifying force erupted at the point of their confrontation, forcefully cleaving a mountain beneath them in half. York wielded a mechanical combat knife. In the age of interstellar warfare, few opted for obscure weaponry. And swords were nearly non-existent. The weapons that demanded excessive skill were gradually phased out during the evolution of the interstellar era. The mainstream mechanical weapons were knives, axes, and hammers. Simplicity and brutality reigned supreme. In this clash, both warriors were driven back slightly by the other's power. A mech warrior? York was taken aback, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. The name mech warrior was profoundly significant, instilling a sense of dread within him. However, he could not let the grudge against the base go unavenged. After overcoming his initial disarray, York quickly regained his composure. He had realized that the opponent's energy output was only slightly superior to his own injured state. He estimated that had he not been injured, his energy output would not be significantly weaker than this mech warrior's. This indicated that the pilot's prowess was likely inferior to his own. The only reason they could contend was due to the mech's enhancement. A single mech had augmented over 30,000 points of energy, which made York's heart burn with envy. Boom! The two clashed once more. The battle axe and combat knife unleashed the raw beauty of primitive strength at that moment. Su Ming's gaze was icy. He continually assessed York's physical condition in his mind. Their battle shattered the very ground beneath them. Locke and the others had long been forced to retreat 2 kilometers away, as the residual shockwaves from their clash caused rocks within that distance to splinter and scatter. It had been a long time since the Abe planet had witnessed such a fierce display of energy. Instantly, all the factions on Abe planet turned their attention to the site of their duel. The previously spectating powerhouse who had visited the York Star pirate group's base now witnessed Su Ming as a mech warrior. His eyes gleaming with overwhelming joy at that moment, he was desperate to find a mechanic capable of assembling a mech. The mech warrior's armor was clearly self-assembled, presenting a stroke of immense fortune for him. Now, he simply needed to wait for the mech warrior to slay his opponent. From his perspective, an uninjured York could still contend with the mech warrior. However, after sustaining injuries, York's physical energy level had evidently plummeted. It was likely that he would soon be directly slain beneath the battle axe. Indeed, this powerhouse's judgment was entirely accurate. Just as their clash intensified, York's flesh suddenly ruptured. The strain of their struggle had pushed their physical energy levels to the brink, placing immense stress on their bodies. Under normal circumstances, York's physical vitality would have easily managed such a tremendous burden. However, now, with his body significantly injured, he could not endure another bout, leading to his spontaneous disintegration. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight. He immediately exchanged 400 points of starlight energy from the system, augmenting the giant axe in his hand. In the next moment, the mech executed a swift movement. Seated within the mech, Su Ming's sharp gaze uttered 2 words. Open heaven. Chapter 63. Wabing, the axe's arc surged towards the heavens, seemingly cleaving the very sky asunder. A rich crimson light erupted at that moment, saturating everything around in a deep, fiery hue. Open heaven. At this moment, the bloody battle axe unleashed an extraordinarily terrifying energy. Before York could react, a single strike severed him and his combat knife in twain. A dignified level 7 genetic warrior met his demise in an instant under Su Ming's open heaven technique. Upon witnessing this scene, the spectators from Abe planet were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. A chorus of gasps escaped their lips. That strike surely reached an energy level of 55,000, right? This youth's physical energy was at most 7,000 points. His mental domain energy might be stronger, but to unleash 55,000 in a single strike was somewhat implausible. The powerful observers, with their discerning eyes, stared incredulously at Su Ming. Could it be the mech? No, that seemed unlikely. The mech he wore appeared to be an entry-level E-class mech from the Empire. Incapable of possessing such formidable energy, the only possibility was a battle technique. Upon hearing this powerhouse's words, the surrounding audience fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of contemplation. Some warriors regarded Su Ming with glimmers of malice in their eyes. Indeed, there existed the concept of battle techniques in this world. However, these techniques differed from those found in martial arts novels. Here, battle techniques referred to unique methods of exerting force that enhanced physical energy interactions, enabling the body to unleash far greater energy. Typically, battle techniques were not flamboyant. They often involved simple muscle movements or specific actions. Yet, precisely because of this simplicity, battle techniques were exceptionally precious to genetic warriors. Due to their scarcity, the techniques available to the masses rarely exhibited such formidable power. Thus, some powerful individuals on Abe Planet began to set their sights on Su Ming. The Black Domain warriors exuded an air of greed. Their intentions palpable. Each emitted a hint of aggression as they probed Su Ming's aura. Sensing these energies, Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and he unreservedly released his own aura, warning the encroaching malicious presences. In that moment, Su Ming resembled a lion in the wild, driving away the lurking hyenas. However, among these hyenas lurked other lions, even more formidable beings, all eyeing Su Ming with predatory intent. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the air around them nearly solidifying. At that moment, a hearty laugh shattered the tension. Suddenly, a robust figure appeared beside Su Ming. This was a burly man, and upon his arrival, he swiftly scanned the surroundings with a piercing gaze. Is it him? Hua Bing. Why is he stepping in for this kid? Retreat. Hua Bing is the second in command of Tianlin. We cannot afford to provoke him. Upon witnessing this man's arrival, the Black Domain warriors who had been eyeing Su Ming murmured in hushed tones. Gradually, the oppressive aura surrounding Su Ming dissipated, as if it had never existed as Su Ming turned his gaze towards the burly man, his expression revealing a hint of gratitude. The man's timely intervention had inadvertently extricated Su Ming from a precarious situation. At this level of power, one could hardly be unaware of the shifts in energy. His appearance at that moment clearly indicated a willingness to assist Su Ming. However, Su Ming was acutely aware that this man likely sought something from him. Otherwise, he would not have intervened. Individuals within the Black Domain were solely driven by self-interest. They did not act without the promise of gain. Thank you for your assistance. May I inquire if there is something you wish for me to assist you with? Su Ming removed the mech armor he wore and inquired curiously. This powerhouse exuded an overwhelming sense of invincibility, likely a level 8 or even 9 genetic warrior. T levels 8 and 9. The transformation of energy levels was terrifying. He could contend with level 7 genetic warriors, but would undoubtedly fall short against an 8th level warrior. The adversary seeks to bring harm, and even clad in formidable armor, one would meet their demise. Thus, there is no need to speak while donning such attire. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the robust man chuckled and introduced himself. I am Hu Bing, little brother. Your prowess in operating that mech is quite remarkable. I am truly impressed. Su Ming responded with a light chuckle, choosing to remain silent as he awaited Hu Bing's next words. Indeed, Hu Bing, upon observing Su Ming's demeanor, could not help but smile and said, It seems you have already surmised that I have a pressing matter to discuss with you. Might you be willing to assist me in assembling a mech? Su Ming was taken aback. Assemble a mech? Hu Bing nodded affirmatively. Certainly not the standard Imperial mech, but rather a design I acquired from someone else, an illustration of a D-class mech. I have yet to find a suitable mechanic in the Black Domain to assist me in its assembly. Seeing that your mech is self-assembled, I thought to inquire if you could aid me in this endeavor. Upon hearing Hu Bing's request, Su Ming was inwardly astonished. A D-class mech is already considered an advanced model. His own humanoid mech is merely an E-class Imperial Standard mech, a very basic model. If an E-class mech is already so formidable, one can only imagine the power a D-class mech possesses. This man before him, should he possess a D-class mech, could potentially rival a level 10 gene warrior. No wonder he is so eager to cultivate a friendship with me. It appears his intentions are aligned with my mechanical skills. This highlights the esteemed position of mechanics within the cosmic society. Forming an alliance with a mechanic would signify a substantial enhancement in combat capability, enabling one to confront level 10 gene warriors as a level 9 gene warrior. Who wouldn't wish to foster a bond with someone capable of augmenting their strength without conflicting interests? Su Ming was beginning to experience the formidable networking prowess of a mechanic. However, regarding the D-class mech, after a moment's contemplation, Su Ming lifted his gaze to Hu Bing and spoke. I can assist you in assembling the mech, but I have a few conditions. Hu Bing's face lit up with delight as he eagerly replied, "Feel free to state your conditions. I will do my utmost to accommodate." For Hu Bing, the mech represents his greatest aspiration, as Su Ming had surmised. Hu Bing is indeed a level 9 gene warrior. However, the leap from level 9 to level 10 is exceedingly challenging. In the short term, only a mech could facilitate such an enhancement. Once the mech is assembled, Hu Bing's power could soar to that of a level 10 gene warrior. As long as the exceptionally powerful beings within the black domain refrain from intervening, he would nearly be invincible. It is clear how deeply Hu Bing yearns for a mech. With a smile, Su Ming began. Firstly, the D-class mech will involve some knowledge of star cluster level mechanics. It's not extensive, but it is indeed necessary. You will need to provide me with this knowledge. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Bing nodded in agreement. No problem. While star cluster level mechanical knowledge is not cheap, it pales in comparison to the value of assembling the mech. Su Ming nodded and continued. Secondly, I require some time to study the mechanical knowledge. Afterward, I would like to retain the rights to this knowledge. Hu Bing pondered for a moment and replied, "That is acceptable, but the mech knowledge cannot be disclosed to my enemies. Otherwise, they may exploit the weaknesses of the mech against me." Su Ming nodded. This concern is indeed universal among mech warriors, which is why many are compelled to become mechanics themselves to assemble their mechs. With a grin, Su Ming added, "Lastly, could we forge an alliance with your backing forces? There is no need for you to provide assistance, merely to leverage your reputation." Hu Bing chuckled at Su Ming's astuteness. He understood that his conspicuous entry into the black domain would undoubtedly attract attention. Forming an alliance with Hu Bing's backing forces could serve to intimidate potential foes. This poses no risk for Hu Bing, and it provides an opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Su Ming. A mechanic, truly a win-win scenario. Without hesitation, Hu Bing consented. He promptly shared his contact information and a backup of the mech design with Su Ming. "Once you settle in, it may take a bit of time. But that's fine. I have ample time to wait for you. Oh, by the way, it seems York acquired a decent haul a few days ago. Perhaps you might find something of interest in his remains." Hu Bing remarked with a smile before gracefully departing. Left alone, Su Ming stood in place. After a moment, Warren and the others approached him. "Su Ming, how did it go?" they inquired, cautiously scanning their surroundings for any lurking enemies. Observing their expressions, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "The place has been leveled. There's no one left. Now we must grapple with the headache of post-disaster reconstruction." The group hastily turned their gazes toward the devastated ground, revealing expressions of wry amusement. The terrain was utterly ravaged. Previously bombarded by the annihilation cannon, it had further suffered from the conflict between Su Ming and York, leaving it cracked and disheveled, resembling a plowed field. Establishing a new base in such a location, even with the aid of construction robots, would be a considerable undertaking. Soon, Su Ming entrusted the task of rebuilding the base to Warren, Locke, and the others. Meanwhile, he began to scour the battlefield for remnants. He recalled Hu Bing mentioning that York had obtained some valuable goods, stirring his curiosity to investigate. Quickly, Su Ming located a small storage ring amidst York's severed remains. Fortunately, when Su Ming dispatched York, he utilized a battle axe rather than firearms. Otherwise, the storage ring might have been shattered. Su Ming opened the storage ring to inspect its contents, and immediately, a plethora of mechanical components filled the space. Upon seeing these components, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was as though he had found a treasure. For mechanics, the value of mechanical components far surpasses that perceived by others. If these components were to be sold off by someone else, they might fetch a mere 10 billion star coins. However, if Su Ming were to assemble them first, even a fraction of the components could be sold for their full price. In the hands of a mechanic, mechanical components can indeed appreciate tenfold in value. Moreover, as everyone was preparing to establish their foothold, they might also need to recruit personnel and build a force. Possessing these mechanical components equates to having the initial capital for future endeavors. Compared to the uncertainty that loomed over them upon their arrival in the Black Domain, the situation for Su Ming and his companions was beginning to clarify. With the declaration of their alliance with the force known as Tianlin behind Hu Bing, those who had previously kept a close watch on Su Ming began to withdraw their scrutiny. For Su Ming, this marked the conclusion of one chapter. Next came the task of rebuilding the base, though this was a matter he could leave to Locke and the others. At this moment, Su Ming sat alone in the spaceship, a stack of mech knowledge and blueprints laid out before him. This was indeed the assembly knowledge for the D-Class mech. Overlord D-Class humanoid mech, energy level range, 60. 000, 150,000 mech abilities. Overlord armor, charged strike mech type. Close combat mech weapons. Overlord battleblade, Overlord armor. The mech possesses a protective shield that can absorb up to 250. 000 total energy level attacks. The kinetic energy conversion device stores the energy from attacks against the Overlord armor, preventing the mech from being knocked back by kinetic forces. Charge strike. Release the stored kinetic energy to enhance the power of the next attack by 100. 000 energy levels. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Su Ming's eyes. As mechs advance to higher tiers, they acquire unique abilities. This particular mech, known as the Overlord mech, features specialized energy shields and conversion devices that allow it to mitigate certain kinetic energy attacks. It indeed appears as formidable as an unyielding Overlord. Moreover, the charge strike can serve as a devastating finisher, delivering an unexpected blow when executed at the opportune moment. In summary, the performance of this mech undoubtedly eclipses that of his basic silver model. Especially with charged strike, when combined with his own techniques, it could unleash an extraordinarily terrifying power. It must be said. Su Ming found himself quite captivated by the blueprints and knowledge of this mech. Chapter 65. The three great cosmic eras. Following Su Ming's intense battle, the Black Domain swiftly returned to its usual rhythm. For the Black Domain, such levels of conflict are mere trifles. There have been instances in the past where beings exceeding level 10 gene warriors clashed amidst the stars of the Black Domain. The powers entrenched within the Black Domain have become accustomed to the occurrence of such conflicts, so despite the upheaval caused by the Annihilation Cannon startling some individuals, once it was confirmed that it was the modified Annihilation Cannon crafted by Su Ming, those peculiar gazes were quickly retracted. Instead, the news of a seemingly skilled mechanic arriving in the Black Domain gradually became known among certain factions within. Although Su Ming's reputation had yet to ascend, at least on Abe Planet, everyone was aware of the presence of such a mechanic on their planet. After Su Ming and his companions eradicated the York Star thieves, they set about establishing a base amidst the ruins. A multitude of discarded mechanical components were excavated from the debris by the local natives, who then set them aside. These natives were specifically gathered by Locke to assist in the construction of the base. It was soon observed that within the Black Domain, the most affordable labor was not the working robots, but rather the local inhabitants. For just a few star coins, one could hire a robust native for an entire week. Remarkably economical. Locke, with a grand gesture, spent over 1,000 star coins to directly employ more than 500 natives to rebuild the base amidst the ruins. This presents an intriguing scenario within the Black Domain. It is a place of exceptional technological advancement, formidable combat prowess, and mature factions. Yet, due to the fact that all resources originate externally, a significant cultural chasm has emerged between the local natives and other forces within the Black Domain. Observing the indigenous people is akin to witnessing the civilization of humanity during the first cosmic era when they were still grounded in surface-level existence. Su Ming continued his studies on the D-Class mech knowledge provided by Hu Bing. As the intricacies of D-Class technology were vastly more complex than those of E-Class. After all, D-Class mech knowledge delves into the development of certain second cosmic technologies. What constitutes second cosmic technology? In simple terms, each major technological revolution in human development is regarded as a milestone. Each significant breakthrough facilitates a qualitative leap in human society. Historically, this evolution is categorized into three monumental revolutions. The first revolution marks the transition from surface civilization to the industrial technological era, known as the First Cosmic Era or the Surface Era. Although the mechanical equipment Su Ming previously assembled is not solely products of the First Cosmic Era, they still reflect a technological strength that remains rooted in that period. The second major revolution centers around the development of spatial technology, ushering humanity into the Second Cosmic Era, where they began to explore the cosmos, establish interstellar civilizations, and reshape planetary landscapes into habitable environments. The current 5 great cosmic nations are colossal entities that rapidly emerged during the Second Cosmic Era. The energy shields and kinetic conversion devices found within the D-Class Tyrant mech are products of this era. Every mechanic begins their education with the foundational technologies and knowledge of the First Cosmic Era. Despite the relative primitivity of these technologies, they serve as the bedrock for all subsequent knowledge and techniques. This is an unavoidable path for every mechanic who must diligently master the principles of the first cosmic era before advancing to the knowledge of the second cosmic era. At this stage, the knowledge system becomes exceedingly vast and intricate, igniting a plethora of imaginative ideas. Each mech to be confronted now possesses unique attributes and even distinct combat methodologies, all supported by these fantastical technologies. As Su Ming progressed beyond the stellar mechanic level, he gradually advanced toward the cluster mechanic tier. The hallmark of a cluster mechanic is the commencement of studies in second cosmic technologies. Marking a transformative phase in their career, cluster-level mechanical equipment vastly surpasses that of stellar level in power and capability. Su Ming, are you there? I bring you mechanical knowledge. A week later, the base began to take shape. With 5 buildings rising from the ground amidst the ongoing construction efforts of over 500 natives, forming the foundation for Su Ming and his companions, on this day, Hu Bing arrived at Su Ming's base. Smiling as he approached Su Ming to present a collection of cluster-level mechanical knowledge, the very material Su Ming had previously requested. The intermediate theory of kinetic utilization, Hu Bing exclaimed as he handed over the knowledge. Grinning broadly, brother, this is the last one, right? Once I've learned it, when can I expect your assistance in assembling the mech? Prior to this, Hu Bing had already delivered 3 other sets of cluster-level mechanical knowledge. And this kinetic theory was the final piece Su Ming sought. Now that all 4 were complete, Hu Bing's mind began to churn with possibilities. Su Ming smiled, having nearly mastered the mech knowledge during this time. With only this final piece remaining to complete his understanding for assembly in 2 weeks, I will seek you out at that time. I shall assist you in your base with the mech assembly. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I shall await your arrival at my base in 2 weeks. With that, Hu Bing gracefully departed from Su Ming's base. After bidding farewell to Hu Bing, Su Ming returned to his workshop, perusing the materials handed to him. Beside him lay several mechanical components that were clearly parts of a mech, quietly resting nearby. These components were those of the D-class Tyrant mech. Su Ming had begun assembling the D-class Tyrant mech ahead of schedule in his base. This explained why Su Ming had delayed his response to Hu Bing for an additional 2 weeks. He could complete the study of the mechanical knowledge in just a few days, but he wished to assemble this mech himself first before aiding Hu Bing with his. After all, every mechanic bestows a unique spirit upon the mech they assemble for the first time. As though granting it a soul and life, this is a profoundly idealistic sensation. However, following the third technological revolution and the advent of the third cosmic era, this idealism has been validated as a tangible reality. Each mechanic's first encounter with an unfamiliar mech design truly initiates a remarkable process of awakening. The awakened mech generally exhibits capabilities and performance levels approximately 20 superior to those of standard models. After all, the most outstanding breakthrough of the third cosmic era is the culmination of technology, theology. Chapter 66. The mining star domain. Su Ming intended to keep the first mech for himself. There was no way he would let Hu Bing have it cheaply. Although Hu Bing had treated him well, Su Ming firmly believed that in the black domain, only profit exists, devoid of personal connections. After several days of studying the kinetic theory, Su Ming decisively approached the workbench, commencing the assembly of the mech before him. Many of the mech components were not available in the base. But that posed no challenge for Su Ming. He directly dismantled some independent parts from the abundant mechanical components acquired from the York Star thieves, subsequently reassembling them into new mechanical parts. While most of the components obtained from the York Star thieves were planetary and stellar grade, a small number were of cluster grade. These mechanical components had become a veritable treasure trove for Su Ming, with a high likelihood of finding whatever parts he sought. Without hesitation, Su Ming re-etched his unique insignia onto each mechanical part and began the reassembly process. This mech involved a wealth of cluster-level mechanical knowledge. And during the assembly and learning process, Su Ming naturally undertook a comprehensive organization and integration of this knowledge. For a mechanic, the quickest method to elevate one's cognitive domain level is to engage with new, advanced knowledge while focusing on the repair and modification of mechanics. At this moment, Su Ming stayed aligned perfectly with the optimal conditions for rapid cognitive domain enhancement. He channeled his entire concentration into the mechanical workstation before him, incessantly assembling one component after another. This process required immense mental energy. Any misstep could result in complete damage to the mechanical parts. Therefore, Su Ming dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency, elevating his cognitive domain to an exceptionally alert state. Before long, Su Ming's cognitive domain level soared during this endeavor. As Su Ming rooted himself in the black domain and began assembling the tyrant mech. Distant in the cosmic expanse, the armies of the 5 great cosmic nations stood in confrontation within a newly explored region, the mining star domain. Each planet within this star domain shimmered with a myriad of colors. These hues were the result of stellar light reflecting off the metallic elements present on the planets. The vibrant radiance emanating from each celestial body attested to the vast quantities of various mineral veins contained within this stellar expanse. Such an abundance of resources had been encountered only a handful of times, even as the universe progressed into the 3rd cosmic era. Throughout history, this celestial region undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 of the explored mineral-rich territories. The allure of profit incites fierce competition. The immense value of this mineral-rich domain has promptly drawn the attention of the 5 great empires, shifting their competitive focus towards it. In stark contrast, the political maneuvers of the Lassa Alliance appear trivial. Consequently, the atmosphere above the mineral-rich territory has begun to grow increasingly tense. Each of the 5 cosmic nations has dispatched over 5 elite apocalyptic-level mech warriors to this region. A war, however, is unlikely to erupt. With a collective of 25 apocalyptic-level powers, any conflict would likely obliterate this entire star region. The presence of these elite warriors serves merely as a deterrent to the other cosmic powers. At this moment, the head of the Karen family, Karen Clarence, has also arrived at the mineral planet. Karen Clarence happens to be Su Ming's surrogate father in this life. Although Su Ming has been expelled from the Karen family, the blood tie between them remains undeniable. Karen Clarence sits leisurely aboard his warship, savoring a fine wine, fully aware that despite the current tension, conflict is not on the horizon. Engaging in warfare would not serve the interests of the 5 great cosmic nations. It would only result in mutual losses over this star region. Therefore, the apocalyptic-level elites of the 5 empires are, in fact, quite relaxed. There are even amusing scenes of apocalyptic-level warriors from different cosmic nations visiting one another. Karen Clarence gazes at the mineral-rich territory before him, noticing the twinkling lights above, his eyes narrowing slightly. Presently, all have gathered here simply to await the decisions of the leaders from the 5 great cosmic nations regarding profit distribution. It is certain that numerous politicians are tirelessly negotiating the benefits of the mineral-rich territory, with various meetings taking place within the 5 empires. Ultimately, how this mineral-rich region will be mined will be jointly decided by the 5 cosmic nations. As for other cosmic factions, they may receive a meager portion, perhaps no more than 5, due to humanitarian and societal development sentiments. The remaining 95 will be consumed entirely by the 5 great cosmic nations. Karen Clarence and his associates are merely biding their time until the final decision is made before taking any action. At this moment, a knock reverberates at Karen Clarence's door. He sets down his wine glass and calls out, "Enter!" A middle-aged man clad in simple robes steps inside. Upon seeing this individual, Karen Clarence inquires, "How is it? How has my second son fared on Nopu planet?" After all, he is still his biological son. And deep down, Karen Clarence harbors some regret over his decision to expel Su Ming. However, as the esteemed head of the Karen family, he is loath to admit his momentary lapse in judgment or acknowledge any wrongdoing. Externally, Karen Clarence maintains that he sent his second son away for training. A few months after Su Ming's expulsion, Karen Clarence dispatched this middle-aged man to locate Su Ming and secretly bring him back to the Karen family. At this moment, he is somewhat taken aback by the swiftness of his subordinate's return. Upon hearing Karen Clarence's inquiry, the middle-aged man wears a bitter smile and stammers, "Great Karen Clarence, I regret to inform you. Young Master Karen Su Ming left Nopu planet over a month ago." "What?" Karen Clarence abruptly rises, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looks at the middle-aged man. "Mr. Dewey, what transpired? I trust you have conducted a thorough investigation." A piercing intensity flashes in Karen Clarence's eyes, revealing his inner turmoil. Upon sensing Karen Clarence's tone, the man named Dewey feels a rush of apprehension. The individual before him is one of the Empire's 99 apocalyptic-level powers. If Karen Clarence were to become enraged, dire consequences could ensue, potentially jeopardizing his very life. In the Empire, apocalyptic-level beings can kill without significant repercussions, provided they do not overstep. As Karen Clarence's suppressed fury seeps through his calm demeanor. Dewey's heart races. Without hesitation, he continues, "I have inquired with numerous individuals, and it is said that young Master Su Ming's brain domain energy level was recorded at 25 points when he passed through the space transfer station. Clearly, young Master Su Ming regained his faculties prior to using the space transfer station. Upon hearing Dewey's words, Karen Clarence's heart skips a beat. A brain domain energy level of 25. Does that not imply that Su Ming might break the Empire's long-standing records, becoming the highest achiever in brain domain energy levels following the unlocking of the genetic lock? How could this be? When I measured him, he was at -3 points. How could he possibly transform so dramatically upon leaving? If this is true, Su Ming's potential could be terrifyingly high. Karen Clarence's mind races, yet he suppresses his complex feelings and instructs Dewey, "Please, continue." Dewey cautiously glances at Karen Clarence and proceeds, "Subsequently, I further investigated on Nopu planet. Young Master Su Ming has been working as a mechanic under a person named Monty. I inquired with Monty, who stated that young Master Su Ming's mechanical skills are exceptional, capable of repairing and modifying even planetary-grade machinery. And the equipment he repaired is remarkably powerful." And then, Karen Clarence's mood darkens further. His son is not only a mechanic, but also capable of repairing planetary-grade machinery. A fool could never accomplish such feats. Confirming that Su Ming's intellect has indeed returned. Although Karen Clarence remains unaware of how Su Ming achieved this recovery, it is undeniable that the -3 brain domain energy level measured in the hall is a fixed fact, leaving him utterly perplexed. Then, the Aqua Blues invaded Nopu planet. Dewey speaks softly. The Aqua Blues? Are they not a minor cosmic civilization? Surely, I could crush them with a single hand. Yet they dare to invade an imperial logistical planet? Karen Clarence furrows his brow, muttering to himself. Hearing Karen Clarence's self-reflection, Dewey cannot help but smile wryly. While it may be true that Karen Clarence could crush them effortlessly, he is an apocalyptic-level being. The Aqua Blues are a catastrophic presence for Nopu planet. And then, young Master Su Ming shot and killed a level 5 Aqua Blue with a sniper rifle. Dewey continues softly. What? Karen Clarence's eyes widen in astonishment, rising abruptly, unable to contain his shock. Just over a month since leaving the Karen family, he has managed to kill a level 5 Aqua Blue. What on earth? Karen Clarence is genuinely bewildered. In just 1 month. To progress from a level 1 genetic warrior to the capability of killing a level 5 Aqua Blue. What extraordinary talent must he possess? His eldest son, Su Rue, took over a year to ascend to a level 4 genetic warrior. While much of that time was spent laying a foundation for future rapid advancement, to reach the strength of a level 5 genetic warrior in just 1 month is undeniably exaggerated. And that is not even the most astonishing part. What has shocked my subordinate the most is, young Master Su Ming subsequently enlisted in the 32nd Temporary Military Unit, where he piloted a mech and, amidst an assault by thousands of cosmic creatures, defeated a level 7 cosmic creature, the Steel Lizard. This has been reported by the 32nd Temporary Military Unit, with video evidence to corroborate. Having said this, Dewey presents Karen Clarence with the footage of Su Ming piloting the mech to annihilate the Steel Lizard. Karen Clarence receives the video with an expression of disbelief, intently watching the actions and predictions displayed within. As he observes the various evasive maneuvers, Karen Clarence's astonishment only deepens. Some of the techniques are beyond his own capabilities. Although at Karen Clarence's level, such maneuvers are no longer necessary, the dimensions and tiers of combat have reached an entirely different realm, with techniques markedly distinct from those of ordinary mech warriors. However, to attain such remarkable skills, Colonel Clarence, as an imperial general, possesses an astute acumen, capable of discerning Su Ming's techniques almost instantaneously. Indeed, he could easily serve as an instructor within the mech battalion. How did he achieve this? During his time with the family, he never piloted a mech. Colonel Clarence found himself utterly perplexed. It suddenly felt as if Su Ming had transformed into an entirely different person. Such skills cannot be honed without extensive practice. Moreover, Su Ming has only been away from the Colonel family for a little over half a year. Even if he trained relentlessly day and night during this period, it would be impossible to attain such proficiency. It was truly astonishing. What a remarkable son he is. This lad bears a striking resemblance to my younger self. The more Colonel Clarence observed, the more satisfaction he felt towards his son. With such innate talent, surely he must awaken from dreams with a smile. Yet suddenly, Colonel Clarence's eyes widened in shock as a thought struck him. If I recall correctly, the Empire had implemented a confidential operation at that time, wherein the temporary military personnel were to be silenced and eradicated, correct? Colonel Clarence felt his heart race. Chapter 68. Allocation of the mines. Colonel Clarence abruptly rose to his feet, his expression now a tempest of fury and alarm. Gripping Dewey firmly, he hissed through clenched teeth. So, you mean to say, my son was eliminated by that damned secrecy operation? Colonel Clarence's aura surged violently, shattering nearby glass objects. Had he not reined in his energy? Even a warship might have been torn asunder by his overwhelming presence. Feeling the intensity of Colonel Clarence's energy, Dewey was drenched in cold sweat. Sensing the imminent threat of death, he was inwardly astonished. Colonel Clarence's combat prowess has been augmented further. It is said he has reached a high tier of the apocalypse level, but who would have imagined he could grow even stronger? A master like Colonel Clarence could likely contend with newly ascended apocalypse-level warriors. Even without a mech, Dewey swallowed hard, then quickly spoke. Colonel Clarence, please remain calm. The second young master did not perish in the clearance operation. He escaped? He escaped? Colonel Clarence's breath caught momentarily, his eyes widening incredulously as he gazed at Dewey. The Empire deployed 10 7th-level mech warriors to hunt down every ship. How could a steel lizard possibly compare? He might be able to slay a steel lizard, but how could he evade the clutches of 10 7th-level mech warriors? Colonel Clarence spoke in disbelief. Dewey shook his head. It is indeed the truth, Colonel Clarence. However, how the second young master managed to escape remains a secret of the Empire, and I lack the authority to investigate. Colonel Clarence released Dewey, his aura slightly diminishing as his expression softened. He then calmly addressed Dewey. My apologies, Mr. Dewey. I was overly agitated. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of my son? Upon hearing Colonel Clarence's words, Dewey offered a wry smile and shook his head. The second young master directly utilized spatial leap to exit the Empire's star domain. Currently, no one knows where he is gone. Upon hearing Dewey's remarks, Colonel Clarence nodded, not particularly surprised. It is normal not to know Su Ming's whereabouts. If one did, he would likely not have escaped the Empire's pursuit. Colonel Clarence's expression shifted between gloom and light, before he abruptly stood up and declared to Dewey, "This will not do. I must personally visit the Empire's military office to demand the immediate cancellation of the warrant for Su Ming's capture. Damn it, how dare they pursue my son? Remain here and await the Empire's orders. I am returning now." Hearing Colonel Clarence's words, Dewey's face reflected urgency. How could he single-handedly uphold the situation? He was about to rise and dissuade Colonel Clarence when... At that moment, Colonel Clarence's expression shifted as he picked up the communication system. At that instant, a call request from the leader's office appeared. What is it? Colonel Clarence frowned. This call was from the Empire's leader's office. This call signifies that strategic arrangements are to be discussed with Colonel Clarence. Colonel Clarence, the conference of the 5 major cosmic nations has concluded. A consensus has been reached, allocating 18 of the resources to the Empire. Upon hearing the leader's office staff, Colonel Clarence was taken aback. 18? What about the other 4 nations? Each of the other 4 nations will also receive 18. This allocation is relatively equitable, Colonel Clarence. What? So, the remaining 10 will be evenly distributed among the other cosmic nations? In human society, aside from the 5 major cosmic nations, which hold absolute dominance, there are numerous other slightly weaker factions, such as the cluster-level and galaxy-level cosmic nations. Altogether, aside from the 5 major cosmic nations, there are over 10,000 other slightly weaker cosmic nations. Historically, whenever new resource star domains are discovered, a portion of the resources is allocated to these remaining cosmic nations as per human societal conventions. Typically, this is merely symbolic, around 3-5. However, this time, a full 10 is being allocated. This perplexed Colonel Clarence. Upon hearing Colonel Clarence's query, the staff member from the leader's office chuckled softly and replied, "You must be aware, sir, that the Void civilization is currently at war with us. Apart from the 5 major cosmic nations, many other cosmic nations have also dispatched considerable military forces. If we were to distribute the resources as we have in the past, it would likely incite discontent among the other cosmic nations." Upon hearing the staff member's explanation, Colonel Clarence's expression turned to one of realization. The Void civilization is a non-human, universe-level civilization with an enormous scale and vast territories. The universe is so expansive that the areas explored and occupied by humanity might not even constitute 1/10,000th of it. In other regions, there exist various extraordinary civilizations during humanity's ongoing exploration. Encounters with previously unseen civilizations are common. Naturally, weaker civilizations become victims of invasion, while stronger civilizations exhibit aggressive tendencies. The Void civilization, in terms of civilization strength, is arguably slightly superior to human civilization, but only marginally so. Both belong to the same level of civilization. Currently, the Void civilization and human civilization are engaged in fierce conflict within a certain star domain at the center, vying for cosmic resources. However, after more than a decade of conflict, both sides are well acquainted with each other, and without the certainty of completely annihilating the opponent, a full-scale war is unlikely. Presently, skirmishes are the norm, with the bulk of the fighting borne by the smaller cosmic nations within human society. Thus, during such times, it becomes imperative to allocate more resources to these smaller cosmic nations. Otherwise, negative public sentiment within human society would surely ensue. Colonel Clarence nodded, indicating his understanding. He then terminated the call, rose, and addressed Dewey. In that case, I shall return to the Empire. You oversee the mining operations in this region, and once completed, ensure the resources are sent back in batches. Suddenly, Colonel Clarence contemplated for a moment, then added, by the way, I shall have my eldest son, Surue, come to oversee the transportation of the mined resources. It will also serve as an opportunity for him to make his presence known among the Empire's upper echelons. When the time comes, you can simply hand over the resources to him. With that, Colonel Clarence stood up and departed the warship. Chapter 69. The Overlord Mech. Meanwhile, the events unfolding in the distant mining star domain bore little relevance to the Black Domain. The Black Domain does not belong to the conventional forces of human society. While it is not universally reviled, it resides within a gray area that the authorities are reluctant to acknowledge. At this moment, on the planet Abbey within the Black Domain, Su Ming had arrived at a military base. Su Ming, my dear brother, all the mechanical components you requested are ready. Here is the workbench. If you need any assistance, just let me know. Hu Bing spoke casually to Su Ming. Today marked the day Su Ming had promised to visit Tianlin to assemble the Overlord Mech for Hu Bing. At this moment, the onlookers at Tianlin couldn't help but cast curious glances at Su Ming, subsequently expressing their astonishment. How young, Brother Bing, you must keep your wits about you. Don't be deceived. Can someone so young truly assemble a D-class mech? A rather roguish-looking youth scoffed. Hu Bing shot the youth a glare, then disdainfully retorted. You don't understand a thing. This young brother Su Ming is the very mechanic who previously unleashed the Annihilation Cannon. What? He is the mechanic who unleashed the Annihilation Cannon. Could the Star Destroyer cannon be modified into a weapon for limited range? This young fellow seems to possess some remarkable abilities. Upon hearing Hu Bei's remarks, the surrounding members of Tianlin couldn't help but cast their gazes towards Su Ming. They were eager to ascertain whether Su Ming truly possessed the extraordinary skills as claimed by Hu Bei. After all, the majority of individuals in the Black Domain were rather unrefined. A mechanic is akin to a top scholar, while a genetic warrior resembles an athletic prodigy, in terms of mechanical knowledge. There are indeed very few who delve into such studies within the Black Domain. Even among Tianlin, there existed only a handful of stellar-grade mechanics, with none capable of assembling cluster-grade mechas. They were all observing. For if Su Ming could indeed assemble a cluster-grade mecha, it would undoubtedly attest to his stellar-grade repair capabilities. Such a mechanic would be highly coveted, and it's conceivable that the influential figures in the Black Domain would seek to cultivate a favorable relationship with this mechanic named Su Ming. Even within Tianlin, numerous individuals required repairs for their cluster-grade mechanical equipment, and it is likely that they would soon turn to Su Ming for assistance. At this moment, Su Ming displayed no hesitation. He immediately extended his hand, skillfully taking hold of the mechanical components. Prior to this, he had already assembled his Tyrant Mecha at his base and successfully activated its sentience. Hence, for Su Ming, this was merely a matter of familiar assembly. His speed exceeding that of the Tyrant Mecha from his base by an unknown margin. His fingers became a blur, deftly piecing together various mechanical parts. Beep. Successfully disassembled mechanical components, gaining 1 starlight point. Beep. Successfully assembled mechanical components, gaining 3 starlight points. The process of assembling the mecha was also a frenzied accumulation of starlight points. For the previous Tyrant Mecha, from inception to successful assembly, Su Ming had garnered over 3,000 starlight points. At present, he estimated that this Tyrant Mecha would similarly yield over 2,000 starlight points. The reason this new Tyrant Mecha would yield fewer starlight points than the first was that Su Ming had made numerous modifications during its assembly. The original Tyrant Mecha lacked ranged weapon capabilities, being purely a close combat mecha. However, the absence of ranged weaponry was unacceptable to Su Ming. Without hesitation, he integrated a ranged weapon system into his Tyrant Mecha. Furthermore, based on his combat style, he added a rudimentary space teleportation device to the mecha. This device, once activated, could teleport within a 2-kilometer radius, significantly enhancing maneuverability. Of course, the space teleportation device could not be used indefinitely. Much like a spaceship cannot continually jump through space, during a teleportation, one would endure the onslaught of a spatial storm, and continuous jumping would likely prove taxing for both the mecha and Su Ming. Despite equipping his mecha with such advanced technology, Su Ming was unwilling to grant Hubei too many modifications. He deemed it sufficient to complete the mecha as intended. With Su Ming's unique electric engraving patterns, once successfully assembled, this mecha would possess approximately 10 greater power than a standard mecha. This should undoubtedly satisfy Hubei, if not pleasantly surprise him. Upon arriving in the Black Domain, Su Ming's sense of caution remained acute. Shaking his head, he dispelled any extraneous thoughts and focused entirely on the mechanical components before him. One by one, the mecha components were assembled by Su Ming. He worked diligently from dawn till dusk at the Tianlin base, followed by a brief 4-hour rest in a random spot before rising again to continue assembling the mecha. The engineering involved in creating a mecha far exceeded that of a single mechanical device. Even though Su Ming had previously succeeded in assembling one, thus significantly improving his efficiency, it still required 2 days to complete this mecha. By the afternoon of the second day, Su Ming installed the final circuit board into the mecha's frame. Revealing a satisfied smile that it was complete, the moment the mecha was assembled, it emitted a substantial energy fluctuation, immediately capturing the attention of the surrounding Tianlin members, who gathered around, their expressions filled with awe as they beheld the Tyrant Mecha. Su Ming, the young master, is truly formidable. I have seen other mechanics take 3 weeks to assemble even an E-grade mecha, yet he completed it in just 2 days, remarked a somewhat brash young man who had previously underestimated Su Ming. Throughout the assembly process, he had come to harbor no doubts regarding Su Ming's skills, replaced instead by profound respect. A skilled mechanic commands admiration from all with shining eyes. The crowd gazed at the mecha before Su Ming, sensing the potent energy emanating from it, and could not help but express their envy. This mecha radiates strength. When will I possess a mecha of my own? I envy Bing so much. Having one's own mecha is akin to reaching the pinnacle of life, they exclaimed. Just then, Hubei's impatient voice rang out from outside. Everyone, get the hell out of my way. I want to see my precious mecha. Moments later, Hubei pushed through the crowd and entered. Upon stepping inside, he was captivated by the dark crimson mecha before him. Excitedly reaching out to touch it, he felt the immense energy emanating from within the mecha. Coupled with the cold yet exhilarating metallic texture, his eyes gleaming with delight. Owning a mecha signified a substantial enhancement of his combat capabilities in a remarkably short time in the Black Domain. Combat strength is a symbol of status and wealth. It is easy to imagine Hubei's exhilaration. After a considerable time, he finally composed himself and turned to Su Ming, sheepishly apologizing. I'm sorry, Su Ming. I got so excited seeing the mecha that I forgot to greet you. At this moment, Hubei had developed a sense of respect for Su Ming, unconsciously shifting from referring to him as little brother to young master. He had resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Su Ming, not only for future modifications of mechanical equipment, but also for the maintenance of his mecha and other matters requiring Su Ming's expertise. This exemplifies the status of a mechanic within interstellar society. There is no choice. Once a mecha is assembled, it inevitably requires repairs during subsequent battles if any wear and tear occurs. Other mechanics, unfamiliar with the mecha, might not achieve the same results during repairs. Only the original creator can restore the mecha to its former glory. Unless one avoids combat entirely, repairs will always be necessary. For Hubei, it was imperative not only to befriend Su Ming but also to ensure his safety. Should anything happen to Su Ming, it would equate to rendering his mecha half useless, and he could not allow such a fate. Su Ming, however, had not contemplated this aspect. He smiled and said to Hubei, "No worries, Hubei. You can sit in the mecha now and test its performance." Hubei paused for a moment, then grinned. Right? I got so excited I forgot. I'll try it out now." With that, Hubei moved, unleashing his brain domain energy, which surged from his body and connected with the mecha before him. Instantaneously, the mecha disassembled and flew toward Hubei, merging with him upon contact. Forming a cohesive unit in an instant, a 3-meter-tall mecha warrior stood before the crowd. Witnessing such a spectacular display, the members of Tianlin were filled with envy. "So cool. This mecha is incredible." After donning the mecha, Hubei wasted no time and headed straight to the testing chamber. The testing chamber is a facility constructed by every faction, equipped with the ability to absorb energy effectively. It is nearly impossible to damage from within unless attacked from the outside. Here, Hubei could freely unleash his energy. The others followed him into the testing chamber. Hubei then produced a mechanical battle blade from behind, the Frenzied Blood Blade. This was indeed the weapon that accompanied the Tyrant Mecha. Frenzied Blood Blade energy range, 50,000 to 100,000. Those with energy below 30,000 cannot operate it. Ability. Frenzy. Collects excess energy dissipation to form a secondary attack, striking the enemy and inflicting 50 of the damage from the initial attack. The name of the Frenzied Blood Blade reflects its capability. After executing the first attack, it swiftly generates a second strike, requiring no effort from the wielder to unleash, delivering a follow-up blow that inflicts additional damage. From an onlooker's perspective, it appears as though the Tyrant Mecha's user is relentlessly assaulting their opponent. The term frenzy emphasizes the density of its attack frequency. In this moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Hubei, causing Su Ming to involuntarily change his expression. What a formidable energy response! Su Ming's gaze drifted towards the nearby testing apparatus, where he was greeted by a striking series of numbers. 23W energy level. A shock coursed through his mind. The warrior, Hu Bing, relied on neither weapons nor mechs, yet could unleash a terrifying energy level of 23W purely from his own capabilities. This meant that, should he so desire, even clad in the Overlord mech, Hu Bing could effortlessly obliterate him. Jan warriors are thus. They are easily enhanced in the early stages, but as they progress, particularly at levels 8 and 9, each advancement becomes a monumental challenge, representing a significant transformation. However, once achieved, the resulting metamorphosis is extraordinarily formidable. Over the past 2 weeks, Su Ming's physical energy level and brain domain energy level had risen to 9,100 and 12,000 points respectively. Even combined, this amounted to merely around 20,000 points, a mere fraction when juxtaposed with the 9th-level Gene Warrior Hu Bing. As Hu Bing's energy surged, the mech began to exhibit energy fluctuations. In the next moment, Hu Bing bellowed, driving his mech forward with a fierce slash at the testing apparatus. The ferocious energy enveloped the entire testing room. Had it not been for the special materials of the testing room, which possessed energy-absorbing properties, a single strike could have easily toppled the Tianlin base. A resounding boom echoed, prompting everyone's attention to fixate on the testing apparatus, where a vivid crimson number appeared. 35W. 35W. This indicated that the D-level Overlord mech had augmented Hu Bing's energy level by a staggering 12W. Most significantly, upon reaching 35W, he had crossed into the realm of a 10th-level Gene Warrior. In the context of utilizing the mech, Hu Bing's combat prowess rivaled that of a 10th-level Gene Warrior, transcending a substantial realm. The members of Tianlin in the testing room exchanged glances, then erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Incredible! I must develop my brain domain energy level immediately. I too wish to become a mech warrior. Don't be ridiculous. Developing brain domain energy isn't that simple. Otherwise, Tianlin wouldn't have only 13 individuals who have unlocked it. Without unlocking the brain domain energy, one is fated to be unable to wield a mech. This is the most critical threshold for mech warriors. At that moment, Hu Bing suddenly called out, "Attack me. I wish to test the capabilities of the Overlord armor." The crowd paused, then observed a thin layer of energy shield manifest over the Overlord mech. This energy shield, known as the Overlord armor, could absorb attacks up to 25W and convert kinetic energy into offensive power, releasing it in turn. Exchanging glances, the crowd hesitated no longer and began to strike the Overlord mech with fervor. Yet, in the next instant, they were taken aback. The Overlord mech appeared unaffected by their attacks, advancing steadily forward without yielding an inch. Normally, even if the energy shield could intercept bullets, the kinetic energy would still force the mech to retreat. Yet the Overlord mech stood firm, thanks to its kinetic energy conversion device. All the kinetic forces were absorbed and transformed into the mech's energy, rendering it impervious to external impacts. In the next moment, Hu Bing sharply commanded, "Enough!" The crowd halted in surprise. Although the Overlord mech possessed the Overlord armor, which could only absorb damage up to 25W, Hu Bing had resolutely taken all their attacks without flinching. And it was only a matter of time before the shield's energy was depleted. He regarded the Overlord mech as a treasure. How could he allow others to attack once the energy shield was exhausted? At that moment, he swiftly swung his weapon again, not towards the crowd, but towards the testing wall behind him. Charged strike. The Overlord mech could convert all previously absorbed kinetic energy into a powerful attack. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated. The crowd gasped, turning in unison to the display screen, which showed an exaggerated number. 42W. 7 more than the previous full-force strike. Although the charged strike was said to potentially add 10W under ideal conditions, realistically, an increase of 3-7W was already remarkable. Seeing the display, Hu Bing's face lit up with ecstasy. This was a trump card. This could undoubtedly be regarded as the Overlord mech's secret weapon. Hu Bing's fondness for the Overlord mech grew. A mech that could bolster his own strength was the embodiment of his dreams. He quickly removed the mech, placing it into the spatial storage button he possessed, carefully stringing it into a necklace to hang around his neck. In times of peril, with a mere thought directed at his brain domain energy, he could summon the mech instantly. "Thank you, Master Su Ming," Hu Bing exclaimed with a smile after shedding the mech. Su Ming shook his head. "Brother Hu Bing, you have imparted much knowledge to me. This is nothing. Now that the mech is assembled, I shall take my leave." Subsequently, Su Ming departed from the Tianlin military base. As the others observed Su Ming's retreating figure, they exchanged contemplative looks. Many among them had already exchanged contact information with him, and in due time, they intended to seek Su Ming's assistance in repairing their mechanical equipment. In the future, as Hu Bing made frequent use of the Overlord mech, Su Ming's reputation would inevitably spread throughout the Black Domain. In a realm as brutal as the Black Domain, those who could enhance the strength of others would forever be held in high regard. Meanwhile, upon returning to his own base after visiting Tianlin and witnessing the strength and structure of a second-tier power, Su Ming found himself deep in thought regarding his own organization. Currently, his group, including himself, comprised a mere 20 individuals, accounting for 11 researchers from the Lassa Alliance who had joined mid-journey. Thus, the total number of combat-capable members was only 9. Such an organization could hardly be considered a 4th-tier power, let alone a 5th tier. The classification of powers is not solely determined by the leader's prowess. Su Ming's ability to contend with 7th-level gene warriors does not automatically elevate him to the status of a 4th-tier power. In reality, assessing the strength of a power involves considering its organizational structure, influence, business dealings, and the normal flow of personnel. Presently, Su Ming's base was merely a bare structure, hardly deserving of the title of a base. Were it not for Tianlin's announcement of an alliance with his organization, he might not have been able to establish this structure so securely. Upon returning, Su Ming convened a small meeting with several core members to discuss 3 matters. "Let's get straight to the point," Su Ming stated. Hearing his words, Warren and Rock exchanged glances, then curiously inquired, "What is it?" "First, our organization needs a name. We cannot remain nameless, or how will others refer to us?" Su Ming declared solemnly. Nodding in agreement, the others began to discuss animatedly. "How about we call ourselves the 32nd Legion?" "You must be joking. Are you trying to hasten the Empire's discovery of US?" "I think." Everyone contributed their ideas, and after some deliberation, Su Ming interjected, "Let's name our organization WNT-ing, 10,000 Vines." WNT-ing represents the convergence of individuals from diverse star domains and factions, intertwining like countless vines to form a resilient force. Furthermore, the vines will extend, with WNT-ing aspiring to dominate every field in the future. Upon hearing Su Ming's reasoning, the members' eyes brightened, and they nodded in unison. WNT-ing is excellent. The meaning behind it is truly profound. Let it be called WNT-ing. Upon observing that there were no objections from the crowd, a force named Wantin, led by Su Ming, quietly began to take root within the dark domain. After finalizing the name of the organization, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and continued, there are two more crucial questions to address. First, how shall we generate revenue? Second, how can we attract others to join Wantin? Ahem. For those who may recall, the name Wantin was previously used by me in my book The Strongest Race. It seems I have taken a shortcut, as I am quite fond of the name. Chapter 72. Initiating business. Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiries, the expressions of those present shifted to one of contemplation. Revenue generation and team expansion are issues that any organization, regardless of its nature, be it light or dark, must confront. Within the dark domain, all factions, despite some operating outside the law, undoubtedly possess corresponding revenue channels, commonly referred to as business. The business of the York Star Thieves revolves around robbing the cosmos. While Tianlin focuses on employment, other factions engage in the trade of various materials, both legal and illegal, such as mechanical components. So, what will Wantin's business entail? Naturally, with Su Ming's expertise, he could easily serve as a mechanic, assisting others in repairing and modifying machinery to amass considerable wealth. However, relying on the leader's relentless efforts for revenue raises questions about the purpose of such an organization. It is imperative for the group to identify a sustainable business model that allows all members to be actively engaged, ensuring long-term development. At this juncture, Wang Ku, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly spoke up. We could sell gene serums and other specialized potions, such as enhancement, recovery, and lethal toxins. Upon hearing Wang Ku's words, the crowd turned their gaze toward him. Their expressions tinged with a hint of peculiarity. They had not forgotten the significant impact Wang Ku's team of super gene serum researchers had on the Bandle Star region during their time with the Lassa Alliance. The entire star region had been afflicted by the super gene virus. Now, as Wang Ku mentioned developing gene serums, the memories of the previous chaos in the Bandle system involuntarily resurfaced in their minds. Noticing the strange expressions on their faces, Wang Ku quickly clarified with a wry smile. What I meant was normal gene serums, not the super gene variants. Our technology for those may still be immature and requires further research. However, for the standard gene serums that unlock genetic locks, our proficiency is relatively advanced, so there's no issue there. The same applies to other potions. As elite researchers, we are quite confident in developing standard potions. Upon hearing Wang Ku's explanation, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of realization, finally understanding their earlier misunderstanding. The previous turmoil had left an indelible impression on them, and now, upon hearing gene serums, they instinctively recalled that incident. Nevertheless, the prospect of gene serums and various other potions sounded promising. It is noteworthy that even within human society, gene serums occupy a substantial market share. Nearly every star region consumes vast quantities of gene serums daily. They are indeed a commodity that is always in demand. Furthermore, regarding other potions, in a conflict-ridden domain such as the Dark Domain, they would undoubtedly sell well. Conflict implies injuries, which translates to a need for recovery potions. Among others, this venture seems reliable. I also find it quite appealing. However, aside from gene serums, we can explore other business avenues. For instance, Warren, you could assist others in repairing mechanical equipment and later recruit a group of apprentices to establish a mechanical repair factory. As for Locke and your team, you can easily undertake employment services, Su Ming remarked with a smile. Having researchers on board is indeed beneficial. While researchers may not provide an immediate boost to the organization's strength like combat personnel, their contributions are subtle yet profound. When viewed from a long-term perspective, the value generated by researchers far surpasses that of formidable fighters. The formation of any organization is multifaceted, and in the Dark Domain, it is estimated that fewer than 10 factions possess researchers, all of which are major powers. Wang Ku and his colleagues are even entities that the two great cosmic nations covet, highlighting the significance and strength of their status in the research domain. With the inclusion of Wang Ku and his team, Wantin need not worry about fields such as medical and biochemical advancements. Having established gene serums as the primary business direction, the group proceeded to deliberate on the third question posed by Su Ming: recruitment. However, recruitment for an organization is an ongoing endeavor, and as a faction grows stronger, attracting members becomes increasingly effortless. The consensus was that once Wantin is on the right track and begins selling gene serums, they could then recruit at a premium, thereby ensuring the quality of new members. With the future course of action set, the group felt a renewed sense of direction. As the meeting concluded, everyone promptly exited the conference room. each attending to their respective tasks. Su Ming, after pondering for a moment, decided to make a phone call. Hello? Su Ming, my dear brother. It has been quite some time since we last connected. Are you looking to purchase something? A middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end of the line. It was Walter, the merchant whom Su Ming had previously met. After establishing contact, Su Ming straightforwardly inquired, Mr. Walter, I wish to purchase a substantial quantity of research and production equipment from you. Do you have any available? Surprised by Su Ming's request, Walter replied, You have brought along researchers? What type of production equipment do you need? I can acquire anything for you. The usual arrangement applies, 20% above market price. As I must earn my keep, Su Ming chuckled, Understood. No problem. I require large-scale gene serum production equipment, research tables, nanobiological incubators, and he proceeded to list the mechanical equipment that Wang Ku had informed him about. Upon hearing Su Ming's requests, Walter was taken aback. Gene serums? Are you planning to produce gene serums? Indeed, Mr. Walter. You could also serve as our agent, Su Ming replied with a smile. However, Walter's tone turned serious. Brother, allow me to advise you. In the dark domain, gene serums represent a significant business opportunity, and many are vying for that profit. The waters are quite murky. If you venture into this business, it could very well affect the interests of others. Walter spoke gravely. In the dark domain, interests reign supreme. Any disruption to someone else's profit could invite severe retaliation. After contemplating Walter's warning, Su Ming finally responded, Let's procure the equipment first, allowing our researchers to have something to work on. As for when we will commence selling, I have a plan. Walter sighed, then replied, This equipment does not come cheap. It is strictly regulated by the major cosmic nations. After calculating, a complete set will cost approximately 400 million star coins. Chapter 73, Transportation Loopholes. 400 million star coins? Su Ming gasped in astonishment. Research instruments are so exorbitantly priced. 400 million star coins could sustain the daily expenses of billions on a planet. Even an E-class mech would not cost that much. Such a staggering sum left Su Ming astounded. Indeed, Walter sighed, I do not wish to set such a high price, but the market price for these instruments is inherently steep. Otherwise, why do so many small workshops produce inferior gene serums? It is precisely because they cannot afford the proper research instruments. Taking a deep breath in response to Walter's words, Su Ming declared, I will buy. It is imperative to procure legitimate equipment. We cannot settle for the substandard production instruments from small workshops. From the outset, Wanton's reputation must remain untarnished. If we are to produce, we must create high-quality gene serums. Especially since competition in this sector is fierce, producing cost-effective gene serums will undoubtedly attract market interest. Though expensive, one must invest to reap rewards. This is merely a preliminary investment. With determination, Su Ming then asked, Mr. Walter, do you purchase mechanical components? I have a surplus of them. Walter chuckled lightly before responding, Yes, of course. However, let me clarify. If I buy, it will be at 80% of the market price. I cannot operate at original prices without any profit. Su Ming was not taken aback by Walter's response. It was indeed reasonable. The sale of mechanical components is unlikely to follow original market prices, as that is impractical. Even legitimate institutions typically purchase at around 80% of market value. Walter's offer was fair, and thus, without hesitation, Su Ming promptly sent 1/5 of the mechanical components he had acquired from York to Walter via spatial transmission. After receiving the mechanical components, Walter inspected them and, with satisfaction, remarked, All right, this is roughly worth 400 million star coins, so we are even. The equipment you requested should arrive the day after tomorrow. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement, then smiled wryly as he remarked, After this batch of purchases, I will truly be left impoverished. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Walter suddenly became intrigued. My dear brother, would you be interested in a grand venture? A grand venture? Su Ming inquired. Astonished, Walter continued in a mysterious tone. Recently, a new vein has been discovered in a stellar region. The 5 great cosmic nations are preparing to transport these ores back. This is our chance. Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming decisively shook his head and replied, Mr. Walter, I appreciate your kind offer, but as far as I know, the transportation of these minerals is solely handled by those of apocalypse-level strength. I cannot even reach the standard of a 10th-level genetic warrior. Wouldn't I simply be swatted away by an apocalypse-level powerhouse? Haha, do not fret, my dear brother. Allow me to elaborate. Walter said with a knowing smile. Among the transport crew, there is a wealthy heir from an empire, someone named Colin Su-Rue from the Colin family, specifically assigned for this transport. You know how these rich heirs operate. They simply wish to polish their reputations. However, this creates a non-apocalypse level gap in Su-Rue's transport team. Such an opportunity has never arisen in the past. Does this not represent a colossal chance? Walter exclaimed with excitement. What? Colin Su-Rue? Su Ming was taken aback upon hearing the familiar name. And a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Su-Rue, his elder brother. He had targeted Su Ming multiple times during their time in the Colin family, and after Su Ming left, Su-Rue had even sent assassins to eliminate him. Had he not awakened his consciousness and fortuitously assembled a mechanical arm, he might truly have perished at the hands of a mere third-level assassin. Now, learning that Su-Rue was responsible for escorting this batch of minerals, Su Ming felt a sudden urgency about the matter. Observing the shift in Su Ming's tone, Walter was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't the crux of this matter supposed to be the absence of apocalypse-level warriors for the transport? Why did it seem that Su Ming's focus lay on the wealthy heir from the Colin family? Strange. Walter shook his head and continued, if you're interested, we have someone internally who can assist. I can temporarily disable their warship, and you can seize the opportunity to take control. Afterwards, I will facilitate your escape through a spatial passage, and we can split the profits 50-50. Curiosity piqued, Su Ming asked. Mr. Walter, why would you choose me? Wouldn't it be more prudent to select an 8th or 9th level genetic warrior? Walter chuckled lightly before responding. On one hand, I trust your skills. I have witnessed your prowess in piloting mechas, and it is impressive. On the other hand, if we were to employ an 8th or 9th level genetic warrior, I fear they might indulge in backstabbing. Su Ming couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Walter was indeed a businessman. Filled with cunning calculations, it was clear that he wasn't truly concerned about Su Ming's expertise. He likely feared being outmaneuvered himself. Walter was well aware of Su Ming's combat strength, so he probably did not worry about Su Ming engaging in treachery. Although, in the past few weeks, Su Ming had significantly enhanced his capabilities and assembled a new overlord mecha. It was entirely possible that he could indeed turn the tables on Walter. However, Su Ming had many future collaborations with Walter in mind. And while the mineral resources were vast, his primary objective remained Su-Rue. He wouldn't let a potential backstabbing situation with Walter interfere with his plans. Su Ming was not one to be solely focused on immediate gains. After a moment of contemplation regarding Su-Rue, he agreed to Walter's proposal. Very well, but Mr. Walter, you must ensure that the warship is indeed incapacitated, and the spatial passage remains unobstructed. If anything seems amiss, I will withdraw immediately, Su Ming stated firmly. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Walter's face lit up with surprise. He then replied, rest assured, my dear brother, as a businessman, I place great importance on my reputation. I am entirely trustworthy. However, the Empire has only just begun mining the ore, so we will likely have to wait a month or two before we can intercept them. Su Ming smiled at Walter's words. For him, a month or two posed no issue at all. Instead, he could utilize this time to focus on his training, and when the moment arrived, he would certainly surprise Su-Rue. Ahem. Today's 5th chapter. Yesterday, I received quite a few requests for updates, so I decided to add another chapter today. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 74, 5th level body refinement. The research equipment arrived at the base of Wantang 2 days later. Su Ming promptly moved the equipment to the dedicated research building allocated for Wang Ku and the others. He then entered into work mode alongside Warren. The base's defensive mechanisms and systems needed to be constructed. While Su Ming immersed himself in the workshop, feverishly disassembling and assembling mechanical devices, he also engaged in equipment training. That night, Su Ming sat alone on his bed and glanced at the starlight points in his system. After a period of accumulation, coupled with the abundant starlight points gained from assembling mechas, Su Ming's starlight points had now reached approximately 9,000. Observing such a significant amount, Su Ming promptly declared, System, exchange for 5th level body refinement. The 5th level body refinement required a staggering 5,000 starlight points. Had he not amassed a considerable amount recently, he might have hesitated to make such an exchange. Nevertheless, the effects of body refinement were far superior to a normal enhancement in physical capabilities. Not only did it increase Su Ming's physical strength, but it also greatly enhanced his adaptability to starlight energy. Previously, during the 4th level body refinement, Su Ming's body could only withstand a maximum of 500 points of starlight energy. Any more would cause severe damage to his physique. Now, with the 5th level body refinement, it remained uncertain how much of an upper limit it would provide. Soon, a vast surge of starlight flooded into every part of Su Ming's body. Under the refining power of this starlight, Su Ming felt his physique gradually solidify and strengthen. In a brief moment, he sensed a qualitative leap in his physical form. Ding, body refinement successful. Host's body refinement level elevated to 5th level. The required starlight points for the next level, 10,000. The system's voice echoed, and Su Ming gradually opened his eyes, becoming acutely aware of the tremendous strength he had gained throughout this process. The 5th level body refinement had more than doubled the enhancement in physical strength compared to the 4th level. Now, Su Ming could endure starlight points up to approximately 1,000. With such an abundance of starlight points, he could unleash an energy output of 50,000. This meant that by exchanging 1,000 starlight points, he could augment his next attack by 50,000 energy. For Su Ming in his current state, this represented a formidable weapon. Moreover, with the enhancement from the body refinement, his physical energy level had risen from the previous 9,600 to 11,000, officially surpassing the 10,000 mark. He had gained nearly 1,500 in physical energy in one go. Now, Su Ming had officially stepped into the realm of a 6th level genetic warrior. A look of satisfaction spread across Su Ming's face. He then glanced at the Overlord Mecha placed in his room, revealing a faint smile tinged with bitterness. The minimum energy requirement to operate the Overlord Mecha was 30,000. In other words, Su Ming's brain domain energy combined with his physical energy needed to reach 30,000 energy before he could pilot the Overlord Mecha properly. Currently, the combined total of his energies was just over 20,000, which was entirely insufficient to operate the mecha. Su Ming felt a sense of frustration akin to that of a mechanic whose skills exceeded his current capabilities. Having assembled a machine he could not use left him in a state of torment. With no other option, he resolved to train fervently during this period to compensate for his energy deficiency. With just over a month remaining, he decided to enter seclusion and devote himself to rigorous training. He no longer hesitated to spend his starlight points, continuously exchanging them, and as long as his body could endure. He pushed himself to the limits of his training daily. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. During this month of seclusion, Su Ming's cultivation soared, propelling him to an intermediate level of 6th level proficiency. Su Ming's attribute panel now appeared as follows. Host: Su Ming physical energy level, 21,000 brain domain energy level, 20,000 gene lock activation level, intermediate 6th level physical vitality, 100 body refinement level, 5th level, next level requires 10,000 starlight points, available starlight points, 4,800 after a month of intense training. His 2 energy levels had nearly doubled. Su Ming's gene level had also risen to an intermediate 6th level, with both energy levels combined. Su Ming's total energy had now surpassed 40,000. Finally, Su Ming had reached the threshold to pilot the Overlord Mecha. A satisfied expression graced his face as he pushed open his door and stepped outside. Just as Su Ming emerged from seclusion, a handsome young man arrived in this distant star region of the Interstellar Society. The young man in question is none other than the eldest son of the Corlin family, Corlin Surue. At this moment, upon arriving in the mining star region, Dewey promptly approached him. "Young master, you have arrived," Dewey respectfully exclaimed. Hearing Dewey's words, Corlin Surue smiled and replied, "Mr. Dewey, there is no need to call me young master. Simply refer to me as Surue. True noble upbringing is about cultivating a sense of approachability rather than an air of superiority. In this regard, Corlin Surue certainly excelled in his outward demeanor." Upon hearing Surue's words, a smile illuminated Dewey's face, and he immediately responded, "Young Master Surue, your father has made all the necessary arrangements, and the mining operations here are nearly complete. You shall be able to return to the Empire the day after tomorrow." Both Surue and Dewey understood very well that Corlin Clarence's arrangements were merely a means for Surue to gain some prestige, facilitating his future endeavors within the Empire. Surue had come on the last day, and this entire process was simply a formality. Upon learning that he could depart for the Empire in 2 days, a satisfied smile spread across Surue's face. "Thank you for your hard work during this time, Mr. Dewey, and I will take care of the subsequent matters." Corlin Surue said with a smile. His visit was not undertaken lightly. After all, the cosmos is vast and fraught with dangers, including criminal organizations such as Star Pirates. Thus, Surue had come accompanied by an 8th-level gene warrior and a team of 7th-level mech warriors. With such formidable escorts, the safe transport of the minerals was assured. When the time comes, his father would have the opportunity to add a notable entry to his sum. Having participated in the execution of strategic-level affairs for the Empire and achieving successful outcomes as the responsible party. As Surue contemplated this, a triumphant smile graced his features. Chapter 75. A strange shadow, however. What Surue did not notice was that among the 7th-level mech warriors he had brought along, one individual was calmly eavesdropping on his conversation with Dewey. This person then proceeded to the restroom aboard the warship, where they sent a piece of classified intelligence regarding Surue's imminent departure back to the Empire in 2 days and the route he would take. As for the recipient of this message, it was none other than the merchant from the Black Domain, Wait. At that moment, Wait was piloting his ship, busily seeking business opportunities, when he received a transmission that caused him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Upon viewing Surue's message, a look of delight spread across Wait's face. Swiftly, he dialed a number. Brother, Surue is set to depart for the Empire in 2 days. We should begin our preparations as well. After ending the call, a satisfied smile appeared on Wait's face. This was a shipment marked as strategic-level resources by the Empire, indicating the immense quantity involved. Although the final split would be 50-50 with Su Ming, it still represented a substantial profit. Acquiring this batch of goods could potentially allow him to avoid work for a decade. For Wait, this was an unimaginable fortune. While Wait was scheming for this venture, Surue was leisurely awaiting the miner's extraction of the minerals to hand over to him in the Mining Star region. The Empire had dispatched 5 transport fleets to convey these minerals, with each fleet tasked with transporting nearly 1 trillion star coins worth of resources. Upon returning to the Empire, these minerals would primarily be utilized for the manufacture of mechanical components that, of course, some special radioactive minerals would also be used for energy supplies. In summary, the discovery of the Mining Star region would undoubtedly have a significant stimulating effect on interstellar society, potentially leading to widespread prosperity. Young Master, this is the storage space for non-radioactive minerals, Dewey exclaimed as he brought in a box towering at half a person's height and placed it within the warship's secure system. This sizable box served as an immense storage space. Given the vast quantity of minerals to be stored, ordinary storage rings and wristbands were utterly inadequate. A storage box was necessary to accommodate the minerals. Despite its modest height, the box contained an estimated volume equivalent to that of 1/3 of a habitable planet. Such a wealth of minerals was priceless and could sustain countless planets for an extended period. Moreover, this was not the entirety of the minerals, as there were also radioactive ones. Radioactive minerals typically possessed extraordinarily intense energy, and under equivalent mass, their value far exceeded that of non-radioactive minerals. Surue nodded and then curiously inquired, "Have the radioactive minerals not yet been fully extracted?" Dewey's face displayed a wry smile as he replied, "We had anticipated completion by now, but it seems we encountered some resistance during extraction, which has delayed us a bit. However, we are nearing completion." Surue's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he chuckled lightly, saying, "No worries, I can afford to wait. Take your time." At this moment, neither Surue nor Dewey noticed that while extracting the radioactive minerals, a worker suddenly exclaimed, "Old Ma, did I just see a shadow of a person flash by within that metallic clump?" This worker scrutinized the radioactive minerals intently. "What are you saying? With such severe radiation, how could anyone be inside?" Workers extracting radioactive minerals were required to wear protective suits to prevent exposure. Without such suits, the intense energy concentration would likely reduce a person to mere blood in an instant. Therefore, the workers could not rely on their naked eyes to examine the minerals, instead depending on imaging technology within their protective gear to view the scene before them. If someone could see the minerals with their eyes at that moment, they would certainly notice, within the pale red, semi-transparent radioactive minerals lay dozens of crimson silhouettes, lying quietly among the veins. If witnessed, this sight would surely leave one astonished. After all, the energy emitted by these radioactive minerals was so potent that being trapped within them would likely obliterate even a 10th-level gene warrior. Yet, at this moment, those numerous crimson figures lay undisturbed within the minerals, as if the lethal substances were akin to water for fish, their natural habitat. Strangely enough, these silhouettes could only be perceived with the naked eye. No imaging or monitoring technology could detect them. From the perspective of the workers' cameras, there was nothing within those pale red minerals, only transparent substances. Must be seeing things after working for several days. The worker muttered. When he looked back at the pale red minerals, he indeed saw no silhouettes. Subsequently, several workers maneuvered the mechanical equipment to transport the pale red minerals into a specially designed radiation-proof storage box. None of them noticed that as they moved these minerals, one of the crimson figures suddenly opened its eyes, alertly scanning the surroundings. The previously mentioned worker's claim of seeing a figure was not a mere hallucination. The movement of that figure had triggered the equipment to capture it. Seemed that these crimson figures could only be detected while in motion. When still, only the naked eye could perceive them. At that moment, the figure sealed within the pale red minerals had just awakened. Still disoriented and unable to fully assess its surroundings, it was abruptly confined within the storage box. The workers chuckled and clapped their hands. That's it for now. The next transport is likely in a few months. Let's take a break and grab a drink. The workers laughed heartily, having finally completed the extraction of the last mineral. They proceeded to carry the box containing the radioactive minerals back to the warship, where the residual radioactive elements were absorbed in the radiation absorption area before handing the box over to Dewey. Dewey nodded with a smile and subsequently placed the box into the secure system. Young Master Surue, the minerals have been fully extracted, and we can set off for home. Chapter 76. The Intrusion 3 Spaceships. Under the influence of spatial fluctuations, abruptly cut through the void. Unlike space shuttles, these warships were true vessels of warfare. The relationship between the two is akin to that of tanks and automobiles. One serves military purposes while the other is designed for transport. The capabilities and power of genuine warships far exceed that of mere shuttles. At this moment, the three warships sped forth with astonishing velocity, slicing through the emptiness and leaving behind a fleeting illusion as they raced toward the distance. These three warships were the very vessels that Surue occupied, tasked with transporting the extracted minerals back to the Empire. Surue, filled with confidence, sat within the warship, leisurely engaged in a virtual mech game. He was certain that this endeavor was all but assured. After all, although their team lacked an apocalypse-level powerhouse, however, the strength of the opposing force was equally formidable, comprising dozens of level 7 mecha warriors and a singular level 8 genetic warrior. Moreover, Surue himself had made remarkable progress over the past 6 months, achieving the status of a level 6 genetic warrior. When combined with a mecha, he was capable of unleashing an energy level comparable to that of a superior level 7. Such a pace of cultivation was rare throughout the entire empire, with few able to rival Surue. Coupled with the political influence of his father and the current gilded opportunity, Surue's ascent to a significant position within the empire, where he would wield immense power, seemed virtually assured. With a promising future ahead, Surue felt a sense of elation. Yet, at that very moment, the warship he was aboard came to an abrupt halt. The other two vessels, however, continued their forward momentum at a normal speed. What was happening? Surue swiftly removed his gaming helmet, rising to his feet with an unwavering expression, and inquired, "Why has the warship suddenly stopped?" Dewey hurriedly entered from outside, addressing Surue with urgency. "Young master, the warship's power core has encountered an unknown malfunction. It is now initiating a self-repair protocol, which is estimated to take approximately half an hour to complete." Upon hearing Dewey's words, Surue furrowed his brow slightly. He was not keen on encountering any unforeseen complications during their journey. However, a malfunction aboard the spacecraft was indeed beyond their control. Resigned, Surue instructed, "Have the other two warships halt their advance. We shall return together once this warship has completed its repairs." Dewey nodded and promptly exited to issue the command. Meanwhile, in the vast emptiness of space, an unremarkable dark-colored mecha was silently suspended in the void. It was the Tyrant Mecha piloted by Su Ming. Originally, the Tyrant Mecha was a vibrant red, but in preparation for this operation, Su Ming had coated it in a matte black finish. When light shone upon it, it appeared as a mere shadow, seamlessly merging with the dark, tranquil void. At this moment, Su Ming observed the three warships racing past him. Just then, the central warship came to a sudden stop, while the two adjacent vessels failed to react, propelling onward at their usual speed. "Now, Su Ming," the voice of Walter echoed within Su Ming's mecha. "The other two warships have already gained some distance. even if they realize there's a problem and attempt to turn back. It will take time. Seize the moment and act swiftly. Upon hearing Walter's voice, Su Ming immediately activated the mecha, surging towards the warship. As he drew near, a door, perfectly sized for the tyrant mecha, opened on the warship. Su Ming understood that Walter's associates had opened the door to assist him from within. He silently admired Walter's considerable influence, managing to infiltrate even the inner circle of a prominent heir of the Apocalypse class. This afforded him a straightforward entry into the warship. When Su Ming was just 2 kilometers away from the warship, he activated the tyrant mecha's spatial jump device, vanishing into the void. He reappeared precisely beneath the warship's hatch. Su Ming, you have 5 minutes left. In 5 minutes, the other 2 warships will arrive at this vessel. Walter's voice rang out through Su Ming's communication system. This is the layout of the warship. The storage room for the minerals is located here. Remember, my associates can only disable the security system for 10 seconds. Once inside, you must seize the containers within that time frame. Hearing Walter's instructions, Su Ming replied quietly. Understood. With that, a glimmer of starlight flickered in his eyes. The system's X-ray vision function. Although Walter had provided Su Ming with the corresponding layout and the pathways were clear, a map was static while people were dynamic. Even with the layout, it was impossible to discern the movements of everyone aboard the warship. However, with the X-ray vision, Su Ming could effortlessly observe the movements of all personnel within the warship, allowing him to select the most optimal route. Through the system's vision, he clearly identified the distribution of elite warriors throughout the ship. Squinting slightly, he focused on the central room, where a strikingly handsome youth, resembling Su Ming, reclined leisurely on a sofa. Upon sighting this youth, Su Ming's heart surged with murderous intent. Su Rue, the one who had oppressed him when he lost his senses and subsequently sought assassins to end his life. This individual was marked for death by Su Ming. He has already reached a mid-level 6 cultivation, Su Ming murmured, yet he did not regard Su Rue as a significant threat. Although he too was a level 6 genetic warrior, on par with Su Rue, Su Ming did not believe Su Rue could assemble a D-class mecha. Only a self-assembled D-class mecha could be wielded effectively at level 6. Otherwise, a normal individual would be incapable of operating one at that level. Su Rue was undoubtedly utilizing an E-class mecha, which meant that in terms of both energy levels and technique, Su Ming would overwhelmingly dominate him. With a resolute expression, Su Ming mentally reviewed the entire layout of the warship. Without hesitation, he unleashed his formidable energy. The tyrant mecha transformed into a shadowy figure, crashing through the warship's wall and charging inside. Alert! Intruder detected. Intruder detected. Activating defense systems. Chapter 77. Sprint. Upon hearing of the intrusion, everyone aboard the warship was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. What nonsense is this? Where is the warship's detection system? Where is its defense mechanism? How could someone infiltrate so quietly? One crew member muttered, if the systems were truly down, the alarms wouldn't even sound. The only explanation for such a silent entry is that there is a traitor within, a mecha warrior shouted angrily. At this moment, the Empire was in the midst of transporting minerals back, and everyone bore a significant responsibility. The intrusion stirred the heightened nerves of everyone aboard. Security system, locate the number of intruders, their energy levels, and positions. The level 8 genetic warrior, the strongest aboard this warship, though unable to harness his brain domain energy and pilot a mecha, was still more powerful than an ordinary mecha warrior. He quickly calmed himself and commanded the security system, knowing that understanding the intruder's strength and position was paramount. They needed to prevent the intruder from reaching the core of the warship. Otherwise, it could lead to catastrophic failure. Almost instantly, the security system transmitted Su Ming's location and energy range to every crew member's communication device. As they observed the moving red dot, their expressions soured. How fast? The intruder is incredibly swift, however. This also allowed everyone to identify Su Ming's position, and they all rushed to intercept him. 5 of you, go block him. 5 remain to guard the core room. Ensure the minerals are secured. The level 8 genetic warrior, named Henry, a blade-wielding genetic warrior, bellowed, leading 5 mecha warriors towards Su Ming's direction. Through the system, Su Ming monitored the movements of his adversaries and realized that his trajectory had likely been exposed. This was inevitable. The entire warship was under the watchful eye of the security system, making movement akin to navigating a room with 360-degree surveillance. There was no concealment to be found. However, this was all within Su Ming's expectations. Just as they could see him, he could equally observe them. Moreover, he possessed a distinct advantage. He could easily breach the warship's walls, caring little for the damage caused. In contrast, his opponents could only adhere to the pathways designed by the warship's layout to intercept him. Without hesitation, Su Ming aimed for the nearby alloy wall, drew his mecha's battle blade, and struck fiercely. With a resounding crash, the alloy wall of the warship was cleaved open, and the tyrant mecha swiftly dove through the gaping hole. What? He breached the wall? Damn it! Henry's eyes widened as he watched the mecha's movements on the monitor, his mood darkening. The crew had just prepared to block him through this route, only to find that he had effortlessly broken through the wall and escaped into the adjacent corridor. This created an awkward predicament. After all, they had just circled around to encircle the intruding mecha, and now this mecha's actions rendered their previous efforts futile. Henry was faced with two options: to retrace his steps or to pursue through the opening created by the intruder. Regardless of which choice he made, he would have to traverse a considerable distance. Pursue. Henry did not hesitate. He charged forward along the path ahead, for one must always choose a route. However, this decision led to a complete transformation in the dynamic between the group and Su Ming. Initially, they sought to obstruct him, but now they became the pursuers, left trailing in Su Ming's wake. Ignoring the group chasing him from behind, Su Ming swiftly propelled himself toward the core room in no time. He arrived at the heart of the chamber, which housed the mineral storage boxes and Su Rue. Yet, before he could confront Su Rue, Su Ming had to face 5 level 7 mecha warriors. With a calm demeanor, Su Ming perceived through the system the 5 vigilant mecha warriors stationed at the entrance. They, too, had likely determined his position via the warship's security system. Now that both sides were aware of each other's locations, a confrontation was imminent. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming leapt from his mecha and brandished his berserker blade. Although he excelled in ranged combat, using a powerful long-range weapon aboard the warship would likely result in collateral damage affecting himself as well. Thus, he opted to forsake his sniper rifle in favor of the battle blade system. Exchange 800 starlight points. Su Ming remained composed and focused. In his mind, he had rehearsed the scenario of battling these 5 mecha warriors countless times. Instantly, a vast surge of starlight energy flooded into every corner of his being. The youth had transformed. Now, after rigorous physical training, Su Ming could effortlessly endure the terrifying starlight energy that had once been beyond his capacity. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of mecha footsteps reverberated throughout the warship, each step taken by the tyrant mecha radiating an increasingly potent energy level. This energy had surpassed 100,000. Upon sensing the change in energy emanating from the tyrant mecha, Henry's expression changed dramatically. An energy level exceeding 100,000 indicated the presence of an 8th level mecha warrior. Even 5 level 7 gene warriors would struggle to withstand such a foe. Moreover, this energy was not static. It surged further, reaching approximately 130,000 in intensity. Damn it. Wasn't this individual only measured at 110,000 during the assessment? How could he suddenly possess an additional 20,000? Henry spoke with a grave countenance. Minerals are of paramount importance. If they are lost, we shall bear the grave consequences. Gritting his teeth, Henry drew his mechanical battle blade and forcefully tore through the nearby alloy wall. Without a moment's thought, he dashed towards Su Ming's direction. That moment, Su Ming had finally arrived outside the core room, where he beheld the 5 mecha warriors, now poised and alert, fixating their gazes upon him. Stand aside. Su Ming barked coldly, then surged forward. The dazzling starlight erupted within the warship. Chapter 78. The overbearing tyrant mecha. The 5 mecha warriors, now aware of Su Ming's advance, activated their mechs and charged toward him. Inside the warship, only melee weapons could be employed, so the 5 mecha warriors brandished their mechanical armaments. To their astonishment, the opponent came charging directly at them, showing no signs of evasion, as if pressed for time to even consider dodging. Witnessing this, the 5 mecha warriors were filled with elation as they raised their mechanical weapons and struck at the black mecha with fervor. Yet, at that moment, a thin layer of energy shield manifested around the black mecha. The 5 warriors, undeterred, continued their assault. It was entirely normal for a D-class mecha to possess an energy shield. Although it was unlikely that their initial attack would breach the shield, the tremendous force generated would certainly impede their opponent's advance. Under such circumstances, the momentum of the charge would surely be affected, allowing them to either launch a second offensive or await Captain Henry's arrival. However, what transpired next astounded the mecha warriors. Upon striking the energy shield, their mechanical weapons appeared to have no effect whatsoever, as if their kinetic energy had been rendered ineffective against the black mecha. How is this possible? The 5 mecha warriors were taken aback. Having never witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle, it was akin to pouring every ounce of strength into an attack, only to find that not only did it fail to inflict injury, but it also did not impede progress in the slightest. The adversary's mecha seemed to possess a tyrannical resilience, impervious to their kinetic energy, continuing its relentless advance. The group was taken aback, preparing for a second assault. Yet, how could Su Ming possibly grant them a second opportunity? The first attack had merely been a ploy by Su Ming to allow them to gather energy from their assault, enabling them to launch their initial strike. Raising his dark red berserker blade, a faint smile graced Su Ming's lips as he unleashed a cataclysmic explosion of starlight energy, charge. Starlight energy kinetic energy accumulation. The combined strength of Su Ming and the mecha culminated in an astonishing energy level of 170,000. Just one step shy of reaching the realm of the 9th level mecha warrior. Such a terrifying energy force was beyond the capacity of these 5 level 7 mecha warriors to withstand. At this moment, Su Rue was already aware of the intruder aboard the warship. He immediately contacted the other 2 ships to turn back for support. However, turning those ships around would take time. Su Rue could only don his mecha and urgently pressure Henry. "Hurry! Captain Henry, the enemy is about to breach my chamber. Do not concern yourself with the damage within the warship. Break through the walls and come at once." Su Rue could feel the energy response emanating from outside, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Judging by the energy response, it was evident that the adversary was an 8th level mecha warrior, possessing the energy level of an 8th level gene warrior. Meanwhile, he, combined with his mecha, was barely a match for a level 7 mecha warrior. Should the enemy breach the defenses of the 5 warriors at the entrance, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. At that moment, Su Rue could only pray that the 5 mecha warriors could delay the enemy long enough for Henry to arrive. Once Henry arrived, he could successfully hold the enemy at bay, providing the other 2 ships the time they needed for rescue. As Su Rue's heart brimmed with anxiety and anger, he was acutely aware that if the intruder succeeded in seizing his minerals, he would face severe political repercussions within the empire. While punishment was not guaranteed, his prospects for advancement within the empire would undoubtedly suffer. "Damn it! You must hold them off," Su Rue fervently implored within himself. Yet, clearly, Su Rue's prayers fell on deaf ears. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from outside the door, causing Su Rue to momentarily doubt his assessment of the intruder as an 8th level mecha warrior. The energy fluctuations rivaled the strength of a 9th level mecha warrior. Under the influence of this energy wave, the fortified walls of the chamber were breached in an instant. Su Rue watched as the 5 mecha warriors were propelled into the room through the shattered wall. 3 of the mecha warriors were left in utter disarray, their machines torn asunder, blood seeping from within. Clearly, the pilots had perished in their mechs from the force of the attack. The remaining 2 mecha warriors were also thrown back, crashing into the wall, their life signs rapidly fading as they lost consciousness. Gazing upon the black mecha that had invaded the chamber, Su Rue felt an overwhelming dread. It exuded an aura of malevolence, as if a demon from the depths of hell had emerged to wreak havoc upon the world. Su Rue's mind went blank, and the specter of death loomed before him in a frenzy. He piloted his mecha to flee, but despair gripped him as the black mecha closed the distance in an instant, and he felt an immense force strike him. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and Su Rue felt himself propelled away by a tremendous force. Beep! Warning! Mecha shield damaged. Structural integrity compromised beyond 20. Although both were E-class mechas, Su Rue's was undoubtedly far superior to that of the 5 previously defeated warriors. While the others had been vanquished in a single encounter, Su Rue's mecha possessed a formidable shield that allowed him to withstand the initial strike. Yet, this shield could only endure the first assault. Before him stood a dark-hued mech, steadily advancing after the conclusion of its initial assault. The energy fluctuations emanating from it gradually coalescing into a formidable force. Chapter 79. The Guardian's Company. Damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, Su Rue was engulfed by a profound sense of despair, yet he understood that remaining passive would only hasten the destruction of his own mech. Gritting his teeth, Su Rue fiercely extracted a colossal battle axe from within the mech, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped the weapon in a dense aura. Die, he roared, charging toward the obsidian mech with his axe raised. However, in that moment, the black mech evaded his strike with an otherworldly agility, sidestepping the assault at an unimaginable angle. The disparity in their maneuvers was stark. The pilot of the black mech evidently operated at a level far beyond Su Rue's capabilities. It was as though the black mech toyed with its prey, effortlessly dismantling Su Rue's attack. In the next instant, Su Rue felt an overwhelming force surge from the opposing mech, shattering his own into countless pieces. Warning: damage to mech exceeds 60. Automatic disengagement will occur to prevent potential explosion. The alarm blared within the cockpit. Moments later, Su Rue's mech disintegrated, revealing him within. Su Ming, upon seeing Su Rue ejected from his mech, felt a flicker of coldness in his gaze. Though this man was his brother, he had relentlessly targeted Su Ming since childhood in a bid for the Colin family's resources. No trace of pity resided within Su Ming's heart for him. Die! Su Ming raised his battle blade, lunging at Su Rue with lethal intent, poised to cleave him in two. Yet, at that very moment, an extraordinarily intense radiance erupted from Su Rue's form. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, and Su Ming suddenly felt as though he had struck an unyieldingly solid object. The recoil from the impact left his hands tingling. Peering closely, Su Ming's brow furrowed. Su Rue was shielded by an energy barrier radiating a warm golden light. As a mechanic, Su Ming was acutely aware of the origins of this energy shield. Damn it, Su Ming cursed internally. This energy shield was a premium protective device crafted by a company known as the Guardians. Though the Guardians solely produced defensive mechanical equipment, their influence extended across the 5 major cosmic nations. The reason was simple: the performance of the protective gear they manufactured outclassed that of all other defensive equipment available. However, the Guardians catered exclusively to high-end clients and markets, with each piece of gear being immensely powerful yet exorbitantly priced. Useless. This is the Guardians' Aegis 3.0 energy shield. Even a level 10 gene warrior cannot breach it within 10 minutes. You stand no chance, Su Rue declared from within, his expression grim. His displeasure was palpable. This Aegis 3.0 energy shield was a hard-won acquisition, procured through numerous connections. Such high-level protective gear was single-use, in other words. This item, worth as much as a B-class mech and valued at over 100 billion star coins, would be rendered entirely obsolete after this encounter. The thought of losing over 100 billion in this conflict was a painful blow to Su Rue's heart. While his life was preserved, he felt utterly despondent, lamenting the monumental loss. Naturally, Su Ming was also aware of the significance of this protective gear and understood that Su Rue was not exaggerating. He realized that, given the Guardians' reputation, even the most basic of their products could effortlessly withstand the onslaught of a level 9 gene warrior. As for the 3.0 version, it was undoubtedly a high-end energy shield. With a sigh, Su Ming, under the protection of the energy shield, decisively abandoned any thoughts of eliminating Su Rue. There was no way he could squander such an investment. Having confirmed that he could not breach Su Rue's energy shield in a short time, he turned his attention toward the mineral box secured within the safety system. Upon witnessing the movements of the black mech, Su Rue immediately discerned the pilot's intentions. He burst into laughter, proclaiming, "It's futile. That mineral box is housed within a safety system developed by the Empire. Not even a level 10 warrior can breach it. You cannot hope to succeed. Give up, for you shall gain nothing." His expression twisted. A fierce resentment boiled within him after the loss of the valuable energy shield. Witnessing the black mech's interest in the mineral box only further fueled his mockery, as he claimed. The safety system protecting the box was a product of the Empire's advanced technology, far beyond the capabilities of an 8th-level mech warrior to dismantle. However, Su Ming paid no heed to Su Rue's taunts. Calmly instructing Walter over the communication device, shut down the safety system. Upon hearing Su Ming's command, Walter's voice swiftly responded, "Received. The safety system will be shut down in 3 seconds. 10 seconds is all we have. Hurry." Within the warship, Walter's team infiltrated the safety system. Su Ming knew he could not breach it, but if it were turned off, that would suffice. 3 seconds later, the safety system surrounding the mineral box abruptly shut down, and the atomic force field vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Su Rue stood frozen in disbelief, shock etched across his face. "No, Henry, where the hell are you? They're going to take the minerals." Su Rue's eyes brimmed with fury as he glared at the unfolding scene. The mineral box was the most crucial element of his mission, tied intimately to his future and the prestige of his empire. If it were to be seized, it would be tantamount to losing half his life. His mind was a tempest of chaos, nearly driving him mad. Casting aside his previous composure, he roared into the communication device. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Su Rue. He yearned to join the fray, but was paralyzed by the fear of being killed. What incensed him further was not merely the impending loss of the mineral box, but also the visceral fear and weakness that gnawed at his core. Just then, a formidable figure surged into the scene. Without a moment's pause, this figure raised a battle blade, launching an assault on Su Ming. Chapter 80. Slaying Henry. The figure was none other than Henry. With the safety system deactivated, Henry finally arrived, unleashing a torrent of energy from his blade as he charged at Su Ming's mech. Su Ming's gaze turned icy. He had already seen Henry's approach through the system's surveillance. He too raised his blade, clashing with Henry's in a fierce confrontation. Boom! The cataclysmic force swept through the entire room. Henry's assault was ferocious. As the strongest 8th-level gene warrior aboard the warship, he unleashed a devastating technique right from the outset, flames erupting from his blade as he aimed to annihilate Su Ming. Unyielding, Su Ming met the challenge head-on, having anticipated Henry's onslaught. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, the blade shimmering with a chilling light as he engaged Henry in a fierce exchange. Both warriors employed bold and aggressive techniques, igniting a true battle within the confines of the room. However, for Su Ming, he had no intention of prolonging this encounter with Henry. After all, the traitor aboard the warship could only provide him with a mere 10 seconds to seize the mineral box. Once those seconds elapsed, the safety system would reactivate, rendering Su Ming unable to access it. Thus, he needed to conclude the fight within that critical time frame. 10 seconds. Defeating an 8th-level gene warrior of equal caliber within that span was a daunting prospect. Yet Su Ming remained remarkably composed as he mentally rehearsed their combat scenarios. He was resolute, never engaging in endeavors lacking certainty. 10. Su Ming lunged at Henry, his blade slicing through a nearby table. Reducing it to ash, Henry scoffed, unwilling to yield, as their blades collided with ferocity. 9. A brilliant surge of star energy erupted from Su Ming, the result of converting 600 star points from the system. As he unleashed his assault, his battle blade triggered a frenzy effect, delivering a second wave of strikes, transforming the Bawang mech into a frenzied combatant. Henry's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated a follow-up attack after the first, catching him off guard and nearly disarming him. Nevertheless, the impact left his hands aching with intense numbness. 8. Martial Technique, Wave Cascade. Martial Technique, Wave Cascade effect. The second attack will inherit 20 of the energy from the first strike, and so on. Overlay limit, 3 physical penetration, 30 defense breaking ability, 50. This martial skill is an integral part of the celestial infinite heavenly art, which harnesses the rebound kinetic energy from the combat blade strikes to augment the power and energy level of subsequent attacks. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, Su Ming would have refrained from employing this technique. After all, it necessitates the blade's own material hardness to counteract some of the kinetic energy, placing an immense strain on the weapon. Following a single battle, the blade could sustain damage exceeding 30. However, at this moment, Su Ming could not afford to dwell on such concerns. He could always repair the blade after the fight if it was damaged in the process. Boom, boom, boom. With a flurry of 3 strikes, Su Ming wielded the Berserker Mecha like a frenzied swordsman, exuding an overwhelming might that relentlessly pressured Henry. Each successive blow was stronger and more difficult to withstand than the last. After the third strike, Henry's longsword was forcibly cleaved in two by Su Ming's blade. The sheer force caused Henry to lose grip of his weapon, which fell to the side. Simultaneously, Su Ming's star-tier mechanical blade, too, had begun to show signs of wear, with its edge already curling, appearing considerably damaged. Its energy level had also diminished by approximately 50.7 seconds. Su Ming, disregarding his own concern, continued to assault Henry with his longsword. Yet this attack was deftly evaded by Henry. 6 seconds. Instead of attacking, Su Ming opted to maneuver strategically, forcing Henry into a corner while the energy emanating from him began to lock onto Henry with ferocity. 5 seconds, the energy lock-on of the longsword bore similarities to that of a sniper rifle. Soon, Su Ming successfully homed in on Henry's presence. As Henry's expression shifted dramatically, Su Ming's longsword descended with an unavoidable angle. For seconds, Henry's body was cleaved in two, blood spraying everywhere, staining the ground red under the influence of the warship's gravity system. 6 seconds. Su Ming had slain Henry in a mere 6 seconds. The swiftness of the battle left Su Rue astounded. His scalp prickling, Su Ming cast a deep glance at Su Rue and, in the final 4 seconds, seized the mineral boxes from the safety system before swiftly retreating along the original path. In his way stood several mecha warriors attempting to intercept him. Su Ming's gaze turned icy as he prepared to dispatch them. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from his communication device. "Do not engage." It was Walter's voice. Upon hearing it, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he sheathed his poised blade. Indeed, in the next moment, he witnessed two of the mecha warriors suddenly turn on their comrades. Dispatching them one by one, Su Ming's face reflected his astonishment. He had initially presumed there was only one traitor among the warship's ranks, but now it appeared there were two. No wonder they had such substantial energy. They not only opened the door for him but had also disabled the safety system. After eliminating their surrounding allies, the two mecha warriors beckoned to Su Ming. "This way. The spatial passage is over here." They led him forward, charging through a massive breach created in the warship's hull. Boom. The side of the warship was blasted open, and two basic model mechas, accompanied by a formidable jet black machine, burst forth from the gaping hole. "Activate the spatial passage," the two escorting mechas shouted through the communication device, and before the trio, a spatial wormhole materialized. Without hesitation, Su Ming and the two warriors piloted their mechas and plunged into the wormhole. The silhouettes of the three mechas swiftly vanished. Approximately a minute later, two Imperial warships arrived near the one Su Ming had just departed from, and a multitude of battle personnel clad in space combat suits or mechas surged into Su Rue's warship. However, it was too late. Su Ming had already traversed the wormhole, returning to the Black Domain. Chapter 81. Dividing the spoils. Whoosh, three figures quickly passed through the wormhole, arriving in the Black Domain. Su Ming's eyes brightened. Upon regaining his normal vision, he realized he had returned to the familiar Black Domain, sighing in relief. The place where he had hijacked the Imperial warship was located in a distant star region within the Black Domain. No matter how hard Su Rue and the Empire tried to unravel the mystery, they would likely never suspect that the culprits behind the mineral box theft were from the Black Domain. Su Ming marveled once more at Walter's capabilities. During the 2 days of preparation, Walter had established two one-way spatial transmission passages, which had facilitated the creation of the wormhole, allowing Su Ming and the two mecha warriors to escape together. Establishing a spatial transmission passage in such a remote star region was no simple feat. Walter's prowess exceeded Su Ming's expectations. "Brother Su Ming, you are truly exceptional. I am in awe of your operations." Walter had been waiting in the Black Domain. The location of their meeting was an inconspicuous barren planet, unnoticed by anyone. After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming dismounted from his mecha and stored it within his spatial device. With a smile, he engaged in a light-hearted exchange with Walter. "Oh, it was only possible thanks to Mr. Walter's planning and the spatial passage. This operation could not have been so smooth without you." The two shared a knowing glance and chuckled. Through this collaboration, Su Ming had witnessed Walter's abilities, while Walter had recognized Su Ming's potential. It was apparent that their partnership had fostered mutual respect and recognition, and future collaborations seemed likely. Well, without further ado, here are the mineral storage boxes. Let us divide the spoils. Su Ming smiled as he placed the two enormous boxes on the ground, although he regretted not having eliminated Su Rue. The acquisition of these two Imperial mineral boxes brought him immense joy. Furthermore, Su Rue's loss of such vital resources would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences upon his return to the Empire. He might even face a military tribunal. This was something Su Ming relished. The two large boxes were surprisingly light, weighing around 100 kilograms each, a trivial burden for a level 1 gene warrior. Let alone for Su Ming, who had attained level 6 gene warrior status. However, despite their lightness, the interior housed an expansive storage space, containing approximately one-third of a planet's worth of mineral resources. What does one-third of a planet signify? After converting all these minerals into mechanical components, it would likely take Su Ming 500 years to assemble all the parts completely. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of these mineral resources. Nevertheless, the higher the quality of mechanical components, the more diverse the types of minerals and their purity required. Not all these minerals could be fashioned into components of the same volume, and to forge even more advanced mechanical parts, their size might shrink to a mere 1%. Yet, even at 1%, in terms of planetary scale quantities, it still represented a staggering magnitude. Walter gazed at the two boxes with the same admiration one might reserve for a breathtaking beauty. He had no interest in bloodshed. What fascinated him was the pursuit of wealth. Commerce was Walter's primary focus, and the sight of such abundant minerals before him lifted his spirits. However, despite his covetous gaze, he harbored no intentions of claiming Su Ming's share. As a businessman, reputation was paramount. Though the merchants of the Black Domain might not all adhere to this principle, Walter had witnessed Su Ming's potential and capabilities during this time. Su Ming was a worthy investment, and Walter had no intention of burning bridges. Walter soon produced an oddly shaped device and directed one end toward the two boxes, inserting it within. Su Ming observed this scene and nodded slowly. A spatial separator. This device is designed to slice through the spatial storage equipment safely and intact, allowing for the division of a vast storage space into multiple segments, which can then be temporarily absorbed into the device. It effectively disassembles the original storage space. Given the vast amount of mineral resources, Su Ming knew he could not extract everything and simply hand half to Walter. That would be exhausting. It was far more efficient to allow for self-division within the storage space. Soon, a massive spatial fluctuation emanated from the device, and amidst the cutting, the mineral space was successfully divided into two parts. One portion was absorbed into the separator, while the other remained in the mineral box. All right, I have casually selected half of the minerals. As for what is contained within, I am well aware. We shall see how our luck fares afterward, Walter said, his demeanor relaxed and jovial. He then presented both boxes to Su Ming. Pleasure doing business, but I must take my leave now, Walter proclaimed with a smile. Su Ming grasped two boxes in his hands and subsequently summoned a spaceship from his storage space. After placing the two boxes inside the vessel, he bid farewell to Walter with a smile and returned to Planet Abe, to his own base. The two boxes could not be accommodated in another storage space, as their actual volume was equivalent to one-third of a planet, rendering ordinary storage solutions inadequate. Hence, Su Ming had no choice but to leave the boxes in his base, intending to first examine the types of minerals contained within before deciding to either sell or utilize them. Once he placed the boxes in a designated room within the base, he prepared to step outside. That moment, curiosity compelled Su Ming to activate the system's X-ray feature, directing his gaze towards the two boxes. To his astonishment, the system's X-ray capability allowed him to see through the boxes and discern the types of minerals stored within. This revelation spared him the need to telepathically communicate with the storage space to obtain information. Su Ming's eyes swept over the minerals, identifying their varieties, with the intention of cataloging them for future classification. As he continued to scan the minerals, his gaze fell upon the radioactive ones when, suddenly, he spotted a batch of pale red, unidentified crystals within the box containing the radioactive minerals, emanating a potent energy fluctuation. Huh! Upon seeing the pale red crystals, Su Ming's eyes widened in surprise, and he instinctively gasped softly. Chapter 82. Humanoid beings. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, nearly convinced he was mistaken. For within those pale red crystals, he discerned several humanoid figures trapped within. Startled, he leaned in closer and indeed, confirmed that several humanoid beings were encased in the pale red crystals. Although they bore resemblance to humans, Su Ming was certain these beings were not of human origin. Their foreheads sported a prominent sharp horn, and their bodies were entirely crimson. Furthermore, their arms were considerably longer than those of humans. While their legs appeared disproportionately shorter, from a human aesthetic perspective, these beings seemed quite disjointed, even bordering on grotesque. If a normal individual were to manifest in such a manner, they would undoubtedly be deemed a deformity. However, the sight of dozens of identical beings lying within the pale red crystals led Su Ming to preliminarily conclude that they were not human anomalies, but rather an entire biological species. Curiously, Su Ming scrutinized these humanoid beings, pondering why they were encased in this pale red crystal. Could it be a substance akin to amber? He mused, if so, once the pale red crystals were cut open, it might indeed be possible to obtain samples of these humanoid beings. For humanity, any sample of humanoid life represented a considerable fortune, as many modern genetic technologies have been inspired by or developed from such life forms. Yet at that moment, Su Ming's pupils dilated sharply. He noticed one of the humanoid beings was, astonishingly, awake, its gaze seemingly able to pierce through the confines of the storage box, locking onto Su Ming. These humanoid beings were still alive? How could that be? Su Ming felt a twinge of confusion. Having been sealed within such a radiantly powerful crystal, it was implausible for them to have survived. Even a being of apocalyptic-level strength, if encased in such a crystal, would survive for a short duration but certainly perish after more than 100 years. Su Ming recalled that the evidence suggested these mineral deposits had existed for well over a century, perhaps even thousands of years. How could these beings still be alive after such an expansive time? What was going on, moreover? Su Ming's expression grew grave as he fixated on the one awakened humanoid. That being was also observing him, and at that instant, their gazes connected. Suddenly, Su Ming felt a peculiar information link established between him and the humanoid entity. He felt increasingly astonished. Clearly, this humanoid being had perceived him and could see him through the storage box's barrier. Abruptly, Su Ming froze, for in that moment, he received a message through the connection established with the humanoid. Save me, free us. Su Ming furrowed his brow. This creature could communicate directly through information. Lower life forms typically convey messages through tones and emotions. Much like cats and dogs use vocalizations to express their feelings. Such methods of communication are often inefficient and singular, merely conveying basic emotions like anger, joy, or fear. Conversely, medium-level beings, such as humans, employ language, text, and imagery for communication, allowing for a more precise and nuanced exchange of information. However, both text and imagery remain mere vehicles of communication, always susceptible to interpretative discrepancies. The truly efficient and error-free communication method bypasses these vessels and directly conveys information to information. Ensuring complete accuracy in expression, a sense of wariness began to swell within Su Ming. This humanoid being could engage in direct information exchange, transcending the barriers of medium and language. Clearly, the life form's level of existence was far superior to that of humanity. An innate caution surged within him when confronted with an unknown but formidable life form. Who are you? Why should I save you? Su Ming's mental energy fluctuated. Though he lacked the ability to communicate through direct information exchange, the connection established by the other party allowed him to temporarily utilize this method of communication. Sensing Su Ming's apprehension, the humanoid being conveyed a message imbued with goodwill. We are trapped here by another civilization. I bear you no malice. We simply wish to escape. Once free, I shall share some of our civilization's technologies with you as a token of gratitude. Su Ming shook his head. This matter lies between you and the civilization that imprisoned you. It has no bearing on me. I cannot guarantee that once I release you, you will not pose a threat to my existence. The humanoid considered this, then relayed another message to Su Ming. This civilization is highly aggressive. Should you encounter them, you too will be attacked. We share a common enemy. Follow my thoughts, and I shall show you the terror of this civilization. With that, the humanoid tentatively transmitted its thoughts into Su Ming's mind. After a brief moment of perception, confirming it was merely a straightforward thought transfer without any ulterior motives, Su Ming relaxed and followed the humanoid's mental guidance. Before long, a scene depicting the conflict between civilizations unfolded in Su Ming's mind. One of the warring civilizations was indeed that of the humanoid being. To Su Ming's astonishment, the original appearance of this being's skin was strikingly similar to that of humans, predominantly white and yellow. However, it soon became clear that this civilization faced a terrifying invasion. Su Ming's pupils constricted in disbelief as he witnessed the immense invading civilization. The invading force was a colossal pale red crystal, as large as an entire star system. This massive crystal resembled the one that had encased the humanoid beings, radiating an aura of terrifying radiation and heat as it surged into the starfield of the humanoid beings. Any planet that encountered this colossal crystal was scorched and melted by its overwhelming radiation, subsequently transforming into nutrients consumed by the vast pale red crystal. Chapter 83. The Pale Red Crystal Civilization. The pale red crystal swiftly advanced towards the starfield inhabited by the humanoid beings. Naturally, the The civilization of the humanoids recognized the arrival of the invader and employed various means to repel or destroy it. Countless powerful humanoids soared from their planets, confronting the invading civilization. What is this? A civilization or a cosmic menace? Su Ming involuntarily inquired, for in his view, the pale red crystal exhibited no signs of life. It appeared merely as a peculiar celestial body, incessantly devouring the surrounding celestial entities. Civilization? I can guarantee it. The information from the humanoid echoed in Su Ming's mind, just as he witnessed many distinct pale red entities manifesting from within the crystal. These entities, resembling candy figures, emerged from the pale red crystal, swiftly transforming into various forms. It seemed these entities could alter their appearances at will, adapting themselves for combat, or rather, becoming more suited to battle against humanoids. The individuals coalesced from these pale red crystals, each exhibiting abilities seemingly evolved to counter humanoid beings. Even the evolution of their limbs appears directed towards exploiting the blind spots of humanoid life forms. What is this? Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. These entities do not emit any trace of life. Yet upon their emergence from the pale red crystals, they possess an independent consciousness capable of making varied choices in response to intrusions. How can these beings, devoid of any life fluctuations, possess their own consciousness? Su Ming muttered to himself. Life and consciousness are merely ingrained perceptions within your minds. In the vast cosmos, numerous existences transcend your understanding. Each entity of this civilization is devoid of life, allowing for unfettered reconfiguration and transformation. The humanoid life form transmitted information into Su Ming's mind. He paused momentarily, then slowly nodded. Only living beings can constitute a civilization and possess wisdom. Otherwise, they cannot be termed as life forms. This is the prevailing understanding within human society, a deeply rooted belief held by every individual. However, the cosmos is vast, and the existence of civilizations that shatter such entrenched notions is not at all extraordinary. Yet, Su Ming found himself struggling to comprehend the operational mechanisms and behavioral patterns of this civilization. At that moment, the imagery continued to flow, and Su Ming soon witnessed a cataclysmic war between the humanoid civilization and the civilization of the pale red crystals. What sent a chill down Su Ming's spine was the fact that the humanoid civilization was utterly defeated. Even those humanoids who had evolved to communicate directly through information, possessing a life level superior to that of humans, were effortlessly annihilated by the civilization of the pale red crystals. Within the ranks of the humanoid civilization, Su Ming also beheld individuals who rivaled the strength of human apocalypse-level warriors, valiantly opposing the entities of the pale red crystal civilization. One by one, the pale red crystal entities were shattered by these apocalypse-level warriors. Yet, in the next moment, these pale red crystals reassembled as if no damage had been done. For these entities, no matter how fragmented, recovery was a trivial matter. More and more humanoids fell, ultimately leaving only a few hundred strong individuals remaining, as the pale red crystal entities, bolstered by their main body, evolved into beings of apocalypse-level strength even as single entities. Witnessing this, the surviving humanoids fled in a frenzy. Each of them was a formidable figure among humanoids, yet against the civilization of the pale red crystals, they stood little chance of resistance. In the end, a powerful individual from the humanoid civilization, in a desperate situation, finally deciphered the offensive methods of the pale red crystal civilization and conveyed this knowledge to his companions through information flow. However, only a scant few were able to grasp this method, while the majority were exterminated by the pale red crystal civilization. The few humanoid warriors who mastered the countermeasures were ultimately sealed away by the immense energy of the pale red crystal civilization. Destined to languish within the pale red crystals, left to their own devices in the cosmos. Those who had unraveled the secrets of the pale red crystal civilization were now the very beings appearing before Su Ming. Their forms entirely crimson. Throughout their prolonged drifting, even though these individuals were immensely powerful, they had been eroded by the pale red crystals, no longer retaining their former strength. Su Ming took a deep breath, still reeling from the profound impact of the recent imagery. The clash of two civilizations, this was a confrontation on a cosmic scale. Such a powerful cosmic civilization, even more robust than human civilization, had quietly been obliterated in the annals of history, easily extinguished by one of the civilizations. If the pale red crystal civilization were to infiltrate human civilization, Could humanity withstand such an assault? Rest assured, this civilization will not approach in the near future. The humanoid life form communicated within Su Ming's mind. Why? Su Ming inquired, astonished. With a sigh, the humanoid replied, "We have been sealed for so long that part of our bodies has already been assimilated. Utilizing the information flow technology of our civilization, I can perceive the trajectory of this crystal civilization." Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression grew contemplative. He then addressed the individual, "I can assist in your release. But not at this moment. I shall free you when I am able to trust you." Curiously, the humanoid asked, "How can we earn your trust?" Su Ming smiled and candidly replied, "First, strength. When my power surpasses yours, I shall trust you. Second, sincerity. Based on the assistance you provide me during this process, I will reconsider my trust in you." Su Ming was no fool. He wouldn't naively believe someone simply because they showed him a segment of imagery. While he suspected the humanoid's claims were likely true, he could not dismiss the possibility of concealed information. The most crucial point: even if the pale red crystals were a mutual enemy of both civilizations, who could guarantee that the enemy of my enemy is indeed my friend? They might just as easily be foes. Su Ming resolved that unless he attained sufficient strength to confidently suppress these beings again, he would never release them. Chapter 84. The onslaught of Tianlin. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the humanoid couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, saying, "True enough. But we have been sealed in the crystals for so long that we are not in a hurry." After speaking, the humanoid transmitted a portion of their civilization's knowledge into Su Ming's mind through the information flow, as a gesture of sincerity. This was a peculiar process, as if a part of knowledge had spontaneously materialized within Su Ming's consciousness. However, this knowledge could not be utilized immediately. It lay stored, akin to a file waiting for Su Ming to unlock, read, comprehend, and apply. Aware of this extraordinary phenomenon, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel internally. High-level beings are indeed remarkable. The information flow method of knowledge transmission is incredibly efficient, directly embedding knowledge within his mind. Glancing through a portion of this knowledge, Su Ming curiously inquired, "This is your civilization's general knowledge, but what about the methods and knowledge for countering the pale red crystal civilization?" In response, the individual chuckled and explained, "The methods and knowledge for countering them are predicated upon our civilization's foundational knowledge. Knowing them now would be of no use. Moreover," he paused, then continued slowly, "I intend to wait until you decide to release us before imparting the countermeasures, as I cannot fully trust you either. I hope you understand." Hearing this, Su Ming found himself smiling. He appreciated conversing with someone so forthright. Skepticism was natural, especially during their initial encounter, where mutual distrust was expected. If this individual were to divulge all the knowledge Su Ming sought, it would only heighten Su Ming's wariness. "Very well, I will find a time to release you from the storage box. Remaining confined here is not ideal." Once both parties had reached an understanding, Su Ming cheerfully stated. Transferring these individuals from the storage box was also a gesture of his sincerity. They exchanged knowing smiles before Su Ming severed the information connection and exited the room. Once outside, Su Ming exhaled softly. The humanoid life forms and the crystal civilization within the storage box faded from his mind. This matter had yet to reveal any leads. There was no rush. He must first attend to the present affairs before addressing subsequent issues. After successfully transporting the minerals for Su Rue, although Su Ming had acquired a considerable amount of resources, many subsequent tasks still required attention. Having returned from the raid, he had not taken the time to digest the events that transpired, and now that he had some free time, he could finally attend to ID. Su Ming entered his workshop and retrieved the tyrant mecha. Placing it aside, his tyrant mecha had sustained minor internal damage during the battle. High-grade mechas typically possess internal nanobots for damage repair and exhibit remarkable self-healing capabilities. Thus, high-grade mechas seldom require extensive maintenance after each battle. However, lower-grade mechas lack such advanced technology and must undergo repairs and upkeep after every use. Particularly the Berserker blade, which Su Ming had relentlessly swung against Henry, was now considerably battered. These were all matters Su Ming needed to address meticulously. Without hesitation, Su Ming immersed himself in his work. Shortly after Su Ming dedicated himself to his tasks, a significant event unfolded within the Black Domain. This moment, within the depths of the Black Domain, on a planet known as Talon Star, a crimson-armored warrior is advancing towards a specific location accompanied by a formidable squad of mercenaries. second in command. Do we have a chance? Inquired one of the mercenary-like figures. At that moment, a nonchalant voice emanated from the crimson mech. What does it matter? This isn't our first encounter with Sokka. We will surely annihilate them this time. This group is led by Hubing, commanding the other members of Tianlin. They have arrived on Talon Star, poised to launch a surprise attack on a secondary force known as Sokka, a long-standing rival of Tianlin. The two factions frequently clash over business, often engaging in fierce skirmishes even within the Black Domain. Casualties occur on both sides, establishing an unending cycle of vendetta. However, due to their comparable strengths, neither side has been able to decisively overcome the other, leading to hasty resolutions. But now, having acclimated to his overlord mech, Hubing's ambition has been ignited. He intends to strike at Sokka before they realize he possesses a mech of his own. Rest assured, we will handle the second wave. The first wave of direct confrontation will be led by the boss, Hubing declared with a grin. Though Hubing has never met Tianlin's leader, Su Ming, he is aware that as the head of a secondary force, Su Ming is a formidable level 10 genetic warrior, exceedingly powerful. A level 10 genetic warrior is undoubtedly among the elite within the Black Domain. Similarly, Sokka also boasts a level 10 genetic warrior, mirroring Tianlin's structure. Previously, Tianlin would not have had the confidence to eradicate Sokka. However, now, Hubing, seated within the Overlord mech, felt a surge of determination. The possession of a mech could very well be the pivotal factor in altering the tide of battle. Boom, boom, boom. As the group drew nearer, the entire ground began to tremble, intense energy reactions emanating from a short distance away. The members exchanged solemn glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. It has begun. The boss has already engaged a squad of Tianlin members in combat. Let us go. Hubing's expression shifted as he swiftly led the Tianlin members towards the source of the energy explosion. Chapter 85. Sokka versus Tianlin. The war between Tianlin and Sokka erupted. Both factions boasted forces numbering in the tens of thousands. As the conflict ignited, the very earth quaked under the weight of their confrontation. Upon Hubing and his mercenaries arriving at the battlefield, they beheld their leader locked in combat with Sokka's leader. Both were level 10 genetic warriors, significantly surpassing the surrounding soldiers. The fray around them seemed inconsequential as the two warriors disregarded the explosions, fiercely battling amidst the chaos. Level 10 genetic warriors possess energy levels exceeding 300,000. This is an extraordinarily formidable energy range, meaning that attacks exceeding 100,000 points are required to impact or injure them. However, on the battlefield, the number of level 8 genetic warriors exceeding that threshold was likely less than 300. Only by uniting could these level 8 warriors hope to contend with level 10 warriors. Yet in reality, these level 8 genetic warriors were not of a single faction, resulting in a chaotic and intense exchange of blows. At that moment, a level 10 mech charged into the fray. Leading a squad of members, upon sighting the crimson mech, the Sokka members were taken aback. A mech warrior. When did the enemy acquire a mech? One Sokka member muttered in disbelief. Their apprehension stemmed not from the mech itself, but from the overwhelming energy radiating from its pilot. Russ, come and meet your demise. Ha ha! Hubing laughed wildly, charging towards a level 9 genetic warrior. Tianlin's second in command, Hubing, had a counterpart in Sokka, and both sides were well acquainted with each other's abilities and combat prowess. As Hubing entered the battlefield, he targeted a level 9 genetic warrior named Russ, an old adversary. Yet, there was no camaraderie or noble sentiments between them, only a deep-seated animosity. The number of brothers lost to Russ's hands was countless. And now was the time for vengeance. With a steely gaze, Hubing piloted his mech, surging towards Russ with ferocity. Upon realizing that Hubing commanded the crimson mech and sensing its energy fluctuations, Russ's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, their energy levels were nearly equal, hovering around 200,000 to 250,000. However, now that Hubing had a mech with energy surpassing 100,000, his own energy had effectively skyrocketed to over 300,000. How can this be? A disparity of 100,000 in energy is no trivial matter. Where did he acquire a mech? It must be a D-class mech. Russ panicked, feeling utterly frustrated. D-class mechs are exceedingly rare, tightly controlled and monopolized by major cosmic powers. Mechanics capable of assembling D-class mechs would never venture into the Black Domain. nor would they deign to trade with black market merchants. Therefore, D-class mechs are considered treasures within the black domain. With Hubing now wielding a D-class mech, how could Russ possibly contend? Run, however. The speed of the mech was beyond Russ's capacity to escape. In an instant, Hubing closed the distance, raising his savage battle blade and swinging it violently towards Russ. It must be said, although both wield the Overlord mech, Hubing's prowess with it far eclipsed Su Ming's. After all, Su Ming had only just met the usage threshold and still felt somewhat clumsy wielding such a heavy weapon. But for Hubing, his current energy level was perfectly suited for the Overlord mech, allowing him to unleash its full potential. As Russ beheld the Overlord mech charging towards him at such speed, he understood that mere evasion would only lead to his demise at the mech's hands. Instead, he resolved to confront the threat head-on, seeking an opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. However, the power of the Overlord mech was not something Russ could withstand. The capability of the Savage Battle Blade was immediately activated. One strike would convert 50 of the attack into a secondary strike, creating the illusion of the mech relentlessly hacking away. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of metal clashing resonated through the air. The Overlord mech rained blows down upon Russ, each strike sending shockwaves through his hands. After approximately 3 or 4 strikes, a sharp pain surged through Russ's grip, causing his weapon to fly from his grasp. Hubing, seizing the opportunity, swiftly struck downwards with his savage battle blade, cleaving Russ in two. He was dead beyond any doubt. As Hubing relished the thrill of vanquishing a formidable foe, he let out a triumphant howl. Directing the Overlord mech towards Sokka's leader, that moment, Sokka's leader was locked in a fierce duel with Tianlin's leader. Both were fighting with fervor, and Sokka's leader felt a peculiar sensation of foreboding. It seemed as though the enemy was intent on using this opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. Sokka's leader chuckled coldly at the thought. He was all too aware of Tianlin's capabilities. The idea that Tianlin could extinguish his life was utterly fanciful. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he sensed a formidable energy approaching. Another level 10 genetic warrior? He found it utterly absurd. Wasn't there only one level 10 genetic warrior in Tianlin? Where did this second one come from? Turning, he beheld the Crimson Mech charging towards him. You, Hubing. Sokka's leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the mech. Sensing the energy emanating from within, he felt an ominous premonition. Seeking death, he shouted, launching himself forward, wielding his battle axe to strike at the Overlord mech. Witnessing this, Hubing allowed a smirk to grace his lips as a thin layer of energy shield materialized around the Overlord mech. Boldly advancing to meet Sokka's leader's assault. Sokka's leader, dismissive of the situation, believed it was typical for a mech to possess an energy shield. However, with an energy output exceeding 300,000, he was certain that a standard mech shield would shatter under his strike. Sending the mech flying, he had already envisioned the outcome, his movements unimpeded as he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the Overlord mech. Yet, events unfolded far beyond his expectations. The energy shield shattered. Although the mech sustained a significant gash, it did not falter. Rather, it seemed to absorb the impact entirely, continuing its relentless advance. This sudden turn of events disrupted Sokka's leader's rhythm. In the next instant, having absorbed sufficient kinetic energy, the Overlord mech unleashed its ultimate move. Charged strike, boom. Chapter 86. The scale of victory. A resounding explosion echoed as Sokka's leader clashed with Hubei. Sokka's leader wore a derisive expression. Even though Hubei piloted a D-class mech, capable of contending with a level 10 gene warrior in terms of energy levels, it was still merely a contest. In truth, the level 10 gene warriors possessed mechanical enhancements that undoubtedly made their energy output superior to that of Hubei's D-class mech. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation instantaneously. However, at that moment, Sokka's leader suddenly widened his eyes, sensing a formidable energy fluctuation emanating from across the battlefield, accompanied by an overwhelming force. Shock coursed through Sokka's leader. He had previously gauged the energy output of Hubei's D-class mech to be around 33W at its peak. Yet now, Hubei had unleashed an astonishing 40W of energy, a staggering increase of 7W. Where could this additional energy possibly originate? Unbeknownst to Sokka's leader, this surge was a result of the kinetic energy accumulated from his own attacks, now being retaliated against him by Hubei. The force of this strike exceeded Sokka's expectations. Catching him completely off guard, and the mechanical equipment in his grasp was sent flying from the impact. This is disastrous. Panic surged within Sokka's leader. Without his mechanical equipment, how could he contend with the formidable Tianlin behind him? Instinctively, he sought to retrieve a backup battle knife from his storage space. Yet, this process required precious time. During this interval, Tianlin's leader and Hubei exchanged glances, their energies intertwining as they advanced in unison, unleashing a relentless barrage that enveloped Sokka's leader like a dumpling in a pot. Boom! Another thunderous roar reverberated through Talon Star, as the energy fluctuations unleashed at that moment far surpassed those of the previous charged attack. Sokka's leader could scarcely emit a cry of despair before being obliterated into a mere pulp by the terrifying energy collision. With Sokka's demise, the Sokka faction was left leaderless, and its members, bereft of will to fight, scattered in disarray. Observing this, Hubei commanded Tianlin's members to pursue relentlessly, while he himself dismounted from his mech, surveying the battlefield with satisfaction. Originally, the Sokka and Tianlin factions had been evenly matched in strength. However, Hubei's additional mech had augmented his energy output by approximately 10W, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Tianlin. With Sokka eradicated, Tianlin stood poised to absorb some of Sokka's power and operations, thereby enhancing its own strength. Tianlin's leader, named Canes, was a brawny man with blonde hair and blue eyes. At this moment, he gazed enviously at Hubei. If you were to ascend to the strength of a level 10 gene warrior, your energy output might even surpass my own. The mech warriors remain the mainstay of combat power in interstellar society. Canes lamented, yet he recognized that he was not a developer of brain domain energy. He possessed only physical energy and could not operate a mech. Otherwise, he might have sought a mech from Master Su Ming himself. For now, he could only harbor envy. We must cultivate a good relationship with Master Su Ming. The utility of mechs is immense, and their enhancement potential for Tianlin is substantial, Hubei remarked with a smile. Canes nodded in agreement, then curiously inquired, might we be able to purchase additional mechs from Master Su Ming? We could equip our members who have already developed their brain domains, thereby enhancing Tianlin's prowess. Hubei pondered and replied, it is feasible. While our other members cannot utilize D-class mechs, we could procure some E-class mechs. The assembly difficulty for E-class mechs is not too high, so I shall inquire with Master Su Ming, provided he is amenable. Canes nodded with a smile, but at that moment, both men suddenly shifted their gazes towards the sky. They beheld a mech warrior quietly hovering above them. Upon noticing the two, the warrior retracted his mech and descended gracefully. Upon seeing this individual, both men were taken aback. Neil, what brings you here? Canes asked. A hint of wariness in his tone. Neil was a level 10 powerhouse from a first-class faction, known for his formidable combat prowess. Even Canes would find himself outmatched. Although Tianlin had a decent relationship with Neil's faction, the recent battle made Canes somewhat cautious at Neil's unexpected arrival. Upon seeing Canes, Neil smiled amiably and said, Canes, my old friend, there's no need for wariness. I harbor no ill intent. Canes replied, puzzled, then, what is it you seek? One does not simply visit without purpose, especially not after Tianlin has just eliminated Sokka and is poised to absorb their influence. Canes was not convinced that Neil had come merely for a friendly chat. After hearing Canes's words, Neil turned his gaze to the imposing figure of the Bawang mech nearby and grinned. I have come to inquire whether you two know any engineers capable of assembling D-class mechs? Upon hearing Neil's inquiry, Hubei and Canes exchanged glances, their initial wariness gradually dissipating. Hubei then spoke, I recall that your faction also possesses engineers skilled in assembling D-class mechs. Why not enlist their help? Neil's faction was a first-class power, immensely strong, even boasting its own stellar-level engineers. A stellar-level engineer would undoubtedly have no trouble handling the assembly of a D-class mech. Hearing Hubei's suggestion, Neil offered a wry smile. The mech I wish to assemble, while a D-class, presents a significant challenge, and the engineers at my base lack the capability to accomplish it. Observing the formidable power of your mech, it is evident that the engineer who assembled it possesses extraordinary skill. Hence, I wish to explore the possibility. Upon hearing Neil's words, Hubei's face lit up with realization, and he nodded. I can provide you with a recommendation. Whether this engineer is willing to assist you will depend on your own merits. Neil smiled and nodded. Rest assured, my faction possesses ample knowledge that many engineers find intriguing. I am confident that this stellar-level engineer will be enticed. Hubei nodded, then turned to Kane's boss. I shall take my leave for now. I trust you to handle the subsequent matters. I also need to seek Master Su Ming's assistance to repair some of my mechs. With that, Hubei and Neil boarded a spacecraft and departed for Abe Planet. Chapter 87. The Mother-Son Mech. At this moment, on Abe Planet, the Wanton base was undergoing continuous construction and development. Originally comprised of 3 buildings, Wanton had now expanded significantly. During this period, Wanton had also recruited numerous new members, bringing their total number to over 100, although most were level 4 and 5 gene warriors. This represented a noteworthy enhancement to Wanton's strength. Locke and Warren navigated through the Wanton base. Has the air missile system that Su Ming mentioned been assembled yet? Locke, now resembling the steward of Wanton, inquired with curiosity. Su Ming was exceedingly busy, delegating the construction of the base's military defense system to Warren. Fortunately, Warren had become a competent engineer, fully capable of managing the military defense systems within the base. Rest assured, I've even incorporated several electromagnetic pulse weapons. Should there be an aerial assault, they will be capable of intercepting it. Warren replied with pride. Locke nodded, then directed his gaze toward one of the buildings. Inside, several researchers clad in lab coats were bustling about. These were Wang Ku's team. At present, Wang Ku, along with his team, had resumed their previous research project, the Super Gene Agent. The Super Gene Agent developed by the Lassa Alliance was only a semi-finished product, lacking stability and safety, and could not be deemed a mature technology. However, now that Su Ming had proactively encouraged Wang Ku and his team to revisit this research, the potential was immense. Su Ming had witnessed the effects of the Super Gene Agent, which could elevate a cosmic organism by an entire tier. If successfully developed for human application, it would undoubtedly represent a groundbreaking advancement, possessing immense value. Even the Empire and the Federation had developed a keen interest in the Super Gene Agent. However, the research process required substantial time and resource investment, essentially burning through funds. Currently, the most financially draining department within Wanton was the research division, which consumed tens of millions daily. Locke felt a sense of urgency regarding this situation. While Wanton could sustain itself for some time through the sale of mechanical components and minerals acquired by Su Ming, this was ultimately unsustainable. They could not rely solely on past gains. A strategy for generating profit must be devised expeditiously. With this thought in mind, Locke proceeded without hesitation to knock on Su Ming's door. Today, Su Ming had just completed repairs on the mechs and had no pressing matters at hand. Locke? What brings you here? Su Ming inquired with curiosity as Locke entered. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Locke candidly expressed his concerns. Su Ming pondered for a moment before slowly replying, the development of supergene technology must continue. It is a product of a new era. Who knows, in the future, it may alter the course of the entire universe, allowing Wanton to rise rapidly. However, the issue you raised is indeed a critical one, Su Ming murmured. Locke nodded in agreement and then suggested, what if we sought out some channels to sell the genetic agents? Currently, Wanton possesses advanced production equipment and technology for genetic agents, and the quality of our products is on par with the legitimate offerings in the galactic market. When compared to the inferior products from small workshops, ours would be the C-Armée de la C-Armée. Once released, it could dominate the entire market. However, Su Ming contemplated this and shook his head. Now is not the right time. Our genetic agents are of such exceptional quality that once we begin selling, the small workshops will undoubtedly struggle to compete, which would adversely affect the interests of certain individuals. I shall think of a solution later. Wanton is still weak. If we disrupt the interests of others, we will undoubtedly face significant retaliation from the dark domain forces, which would be counterproductive. Su Ming fell into deep thought, various solutions continually forming in his mind. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Leader, someone wishes to meet you. Upon hearing this, both Su Ming and Locke exchanged looks of surprise. Su Ming then said to Locke, you may leave for now. We will discuss the revenue matters later. Locke nodded and exited Su Ming's studio. Shortly thereafter, Hu Bing entered with Neil. Master Su Ming, Hu Bing beamed, his regard for Su Ming akin to that of a benefactor. Upon seeing Su Ming, Hu Bing was exceptionally cordial. Who is this? Su Ming inquired, glancing at Neil. Hu Bing quickly introduced, this is Neil from Yaoyang. Upon hearing of your remarkable mechanical skills, Neil specifically wished to pay you a visit. Surprised that Neil hailed from Yaoyang, Su Ming's heart stirred slightly. Yaoyang is a premier force within the dark domain, wielding considerable influence. Some of the rules governing the dark domain were established by the Yaoyang organization, which has extensive business dealings, including mechanical manufacturing, various commodities trading, and employment services. Learning that Neil was from Yaoyang, Su Ming regarded him with renewed interest. Neil smiled and addressed Su Ming. Master Su Ming, your skills are unparalleled, but I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to assist me in assembling a D-class mech? He added, of course, please feel free to state your conditions or price. I will do my best to accommodate. Instead of hastily agreeing, Su Ming curiously asked, you wish to assemble a D-class mech? What type of D-class mech are you referring to? Neil glanced at Su Ming and chuckled. I wonder if Master Su Ming is up to the challenge. The mech I want to assemble is quite complex. It is a mother-child model. A mother-child model? Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. There is such a model among D-class mechs? Neil nodded and explained. Such models are rare among D-class mechs, but Yaoyang recently invested heavily to acquire the knowledge and blueprints for this type of mech. The mech I currently pilot is also D-class, but in terms of power, it cannot compare to the mother-child model, which is why I seek your assistance in assembling it. What exactly is a mother-child mech? As the name implies, it comprises not only the main body but also a subordinate body in battle. While the main body possesses its own combat capabilities, the subordinate body also wields significant power, effectively serving as an enhancement or assistant to the main body. Thus, while others operate a single mech, the mother-child model effectively allows for a 2-against-1 combat strategy. Compared to standard models, the combat prowess of mother-child mechs far surpasses that of ordinary models. However, operating a mother-child mech poses a considerable challenge to the pilot's mental capacity, as it requires multitasking during operation. Of course, with the mech's intelligence system, it is possible to operate without multitasking. However, this would mean that the subordinate body would not benefit from the pilot's mental enhancements, resulting in a significant drop in combat effectiveness. Therefore, despite the formidable strength of mother-child mechs, if operated by an unskilled individual, the outcome would likely be counterproductive. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback by Neil's confidence in his ability to control a mother-child mech. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and stated, I can give it a try, but I have 3 conditions when assisting others in assembling mechs. Upon hearing this, Neil's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, what are the conditions? Su Ming smiled and replied, first, I require a share of the rights to the knowledge and dissemination of the mech technology. Rest assured, I will not share it with your adversaries. Neil nodded. That is agreeable. Su Ming continued. Second, I need some mechanical knowledge. Neil responded with a smile. That is trivial. Anything that Yaoyang can procure will be provided. What type of mechanical knowledge does Master wish for? Su Ming nodded and specified energy-related knowledge. I require all levels of energy-related mechanical knowledge, even the most basic. As for the value equivalence, you can assess that yourself. Technological knowledge is an exceedingly intricate subject. Aside from the mechanical assembly and construction knowledge Su Ming is familiar with, energy-related knowledge is also a mainstream discipline. While Su Ming had previously focused on mechanical assembly knowledge, he now seeks to acquire energy-related knowledge for a significant reason. The threat posed by humanoid civilizations and crystal civilizations. The knowledge imparted to Su Ming by the humanoid beings revealed that this civilization leans heavily toward energy research. Su Ming seizes this opportunity to enhance his understanding of energy-related technology. On one hand, he wishes to explore the differences between the knowledge of the 2 civilizations. On the other, he aims to carve out a new path through the knowledge systems of both civilizations. However, the primary reason remains the crystal civilization. It is evident that the crystal civilization is a pure energy-based civilization that has likely reached an extreme level of energy development and utilization. Su Ming has simulated scenarios to assess humanity's chances against the crystal civilization. And the answer is infinitesimally close to 0. The energy erosion inflicted by the crystal civilization is overwhelmingly potent. Even an apocalyptic-level powerhouse would find their strength consumed by the crystal civilization. To counter the abilities of the crystal civilization, one must delve into energy-related technological knowledge. Upon hearing Su Ming's request, a flicker of surprise crossed Neil's eyes. Energy-related technological knowledge is rarely pursued by mechanical engineers, as it represents a distinctly different area of expertise. Mechanical engineers typically focus on one discipline due to the limitations of their attention. Studying 2 can be overwhelming. However, some engineers may choose to learn it as a secondary subject, hoping to enhance their mechanical knowledge through related studies. Neil has no doubts about this. Nevertheless, the energy-related knowledge within Yaoyang is not abundant. which means he will need to put in considerable effort to source it. Neil nodded and then inquired, "And the third condition?" Su Ming smiled, moving a chair closer. "Please, have a seat. Let us discuss this at length." Neil and Hu Bing exchanged puzzled glances. Even Hu Bing felt a sense of confusion. While Hu Bing had previously been informed of Su Ming's 3 conditions, the current demeanor of Su Ming left both men somewhat bewildered. Su Ming chuckled softly and then quietly said, "I wonder if Tianlin and Yaoyang engage in the business of genetic agents?" Upon hearing this, both Hu Bing and Neil nodded, albeit with puzzled expressions. "That is a significant business. We naturally partake." Then, Su Ming said cheerfully, "What if I expressed my desire to become the supplier of genetic agents for both of you?" Upon hearing Su Ming's proposal, Neil and Hu Bing exchanged glances, a hint of concern creasing their brows. The genetic agent business is a lucrative opportunity within the dark domain, and everyone covets a slice of this pie. Now, with Su Ming wishing to enter the fray, the two were momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Noticing their expressions, Su Ming chuckled lightly and continued, "Of course, if I were to propose switching suppliers, you would not do so without good reason. Why not hear my terms? My genetic agents boast a success rate of 99.5. The gene elixirs of superior quality can not only thrive in the black market but also extend their reach to the scarce realms of small cosmic nations. Furthermore, to be forthright with both of you, the production cost of my gene elixirs is approximately 500 star coins. If you choose to procure from me, I shall only earn a modest profit of 200 star coins, allowing me to offer you each elixir at the price of 700 star coins." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing and Neil were taken aback. A success rate of 99.5. Are you serious? That rivals the high-quality gene elixirs produced by the 5 major cosmic nations, Neil remarked with a tone full of skepticism. Su Ming chuckled softly, retrieving a vial of gene elixir produced by Wang Ku and others from his storage space. Along with a verification report, which he presented to the 2MEN.AS individuals frequently engaged in the gene elixir trade, they were well equipped to assess the quality of the elixir. You may examine the quality of our gene elixirs before making a decision. Chapter 89. Dividing the cake. The 2 men accepted the gene elixir handed to them by Su Ming and proceeded to inject a small amount into their bodies. A mere 1 or 2 milliliters posed no issue for gene warriors, who could readily expel or digest the elixir as needed. Direct injection serves as the most effective method of evaluating the quality of a gene elixir. Having frequent dealings with such elixirs, they could instantly discern the effects upon injection. Shortly after administering the elixir, both men's eyes glimmered with excitement. This gene elixir is remarkably pure. Indeed, it qualifies as a high-quality gene elixir, they exclaimed in astonishment. Observing their expressions of wonder, Su Ming grinned like a cunning little fox. "What do you think, gentlemen? I do not expect an immediate commitment from you. Feel free to take a few vials back to test with your superior or trusted acquaintances. Regardless, should you require more, you may come to procure from me at any time. For now I can offer you this purchase price." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a glimmer of insight flashed in Neil's eyes, and he promptly spoke. "No need to hesitate. Let us decide now. Master Su Ming, we shall source our gene elixirs exclusively from you at Yaoyang. Neil, being well-versed in the gene elixir trade, understood the value of the elixirs produced at Su Ming's base. As Su Ming had indicated, such premium elixirs fully met the standard criteria set forth by mainstream society. This implied that the gene elixirs produced at Su Ming's base could even be marketed as legitimate commodities. Previously, elixirs from small workshops did not comply with regulations and could only be sold in the black market or other gray areas. However, once they achieved Interstellar certification, it meant that this batch of goods could be supplied to the entirety of human society. The implications of this market scale need not be elaborated. Most importantly, of course, is the profit. The cost of elixirs from small workshops might hover around 600 star coins each, yet they sold to Yaoyang at 1,000 star coins per elixir. Yaoyang, upon reselling, could only fetch around 4,000 star coins at most. When factoring in costs for labor, transportation, and time, approximately 2,000 star coins, the profit from selling at 4,000 star coins amounts to 2,000 star coins per elixir. In contrast, Su Ming's gene elixirs come at a lower cost, with a selling price of 800 star coins each to Yaoyang, which is 200 star coins cheaper than those from small workshops. Most importantly, elixirs of this caliber could be sold for around 5,000 to 6,000 star coins upon resale, yielding a profit margin of 3,200 to 4,200 star coins, over 50 higher than the profit derived from purchasing elixirs from small workshops. Additionally, high-quality gene elixirs attract larger clients, leading to substantial bulk orders, thereby increasing earnings in an instant. Neil recognized that this opportunity promised significantly greater profits than before. Hu Bing came to the same realization and echoed Neil's sentiment. Su Ming beamed at the two, feeling quite pleased. It seemed his gene elixirs had found a buyer. Splendid. I hope for a fruitful collaboration. You both should return and discuss with your respective organizations. Please send someone over in a day or two to negotiate details regarding the collaboration period and supply quantities, and then we can finalize the contract. It will be as if we are family. However, Su Ming paused momentarily before continuing. The prices at which you procure from me must remain confidential. In the future, Wantang may supply other factions, but the pricing may not be as favorable. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing and Neil exchanged a glance, a chill running through them. Su Ming's statement clearly indicated dissatisfaction with the current market share and an ambition to capture a larger portion. Such a strategy bears both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in rapid growth, while the downside is that encroaching on market shares could provoke numerous interests. Should that occur, the opposition to Wantong would likely extend beyond mere small workshops. Su Ming was acutely aware of this reality. Yet, this endeavor is akin to a race. If Wantong can grow swiftly enough, it can withstand the scrutiny of those factions. Su Ming nodded with a smile and extended his hand toward Hu Bing and Neil. Now? If you please. The two were momentarily taken aback. Huh? What do you want? Su Ming sighed with a hint of exasperation. Brother Hu Bing, didn't you mention needing mech repairs? And Mr. Neil, you requested my assistance in assembling the mother mech? Surely you must provide me with the mech components and technical diagrams. Hu Bing and Neil promptly slapped their foreheads. We were so preoccupied with contemplating the gene elixirs that we completely forgot the purpose of our visit. After saying this, they exchanged sheepish smiles and handed over their storage devices along with a chip containing the knowledge for the mother mech assembly to Su Ming. Very well, you two should head back. I will contact you once I have made the necessary repairs, Su Ming said with a smile. The two nodded and exited through the door. Watching their retreating figures, Su Ming's expression turned contemplative. The true profits from gene elixirs do not accrue to the suppliers but rather to the distributors. For each elixir sold, Wanting only earns 300 star coins, while Yao Yang and Tian Lin can profit over 3,000 star coins. The disparity in profit margins is staggering, tenfold. This left Su Ming feeling a tinge of envy. However, he understood that this lucrative market must remain untouched until he has sufficiently developed. Otherwise, the jovial Hu Bing and Neil would quickly turn adversarial, directing their ire toward Wantong. As it stands, Wantong is not yet equipped to confront the black domain and seize the entire market share. Nevertheless, once he has grown sufficiently strong, he undoubtedly intends to reclaim that market piece by piece. Su Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head before immersing himself in the task of mech repairs. Chapter 90. The Complex Mother Mech. Meanwhile, as Su Ming worked on repairing Hu Bing's Overlord mech, he simultaneously began to study new mech knowledge. Yin Yang XA 03D Class Mother Mech, Mech Type. Mother Mech Mech Energy Level 10W, 15W, 4W, 7W. Main Mech Abilities. Solar Lock. Releases a nuclear energy containment ring to trap the enemy, continuously inflicting thermal damage with an energy level enhancement of 5W. The Solar Lock is a standalone equipment that can only be deployed once. Subsequent uses require retrieval or remanufacturing. Solar Impact. The submech is equipped with spatial anchor points that can be activated to draw the main mech to the submech's position within 1 second, simultaneously inflicting thermal damage on any enemies in the path. Solar Shield. Absorbs 30W of energy damage and, at the moment of shield failure, converts the absorbed damage into a thermal explosion that injures the enemy. Submech Abilities. Concealment. Utilizes light refraction technology to obscure its presence from the enemy's perspective while nullifying energy fluctuations, rendering the submech undetectable. During concealment, the submech cannot attack, as doing so would generate energy fluctuations and reveal its position. Critical Strike. Accumulates energy during concealment. The longer the concealment lasts, the more potent the critical strike becomes. The accumulation limit is 7W points. Note: if in autopilot mode, the critical strike cannot be executed. Upon reviewing the introduction of the Mother Mech, Su Ming finally understood why it was hailed as invincible in the hands of a skilled operator, while utterly ineffectual in the hands of an unskilled one. The submech and the main mech can execute numerous linked operations, colloquially known as combos. For instance, one could utilize concealment to position themselves behind the enemy and simultaneously execute a critical strike while the main mech launches a solar impact. This one-two punch would undoubtedly catch the opponent off guard. However, such maneuvers demand a high level of skill. Firstly, the operator must ensure that the enemy is precisely aligned with the mother mech on the same horizontal plane. Otherwise, the solar impact would fail to strike the target, leaving a significant opening. After all, during the process of the Yang-Yin impact, once the attack fails to reach the opponent, one's back is left completely exposed to the enemy. If the adversary is quick to react, it is all too easy for them to obliterate the main battle mech from behind. Moreover, in the heat of combat, the enemy will undoubtedly be in constant motion. One moment they may be aligned on a parallel trajectory, and the next they could easily break away from that alignment. This demands that the operator of the mother-child mech possess an exceptionally high level of judgment regarding the battle, as well as an acute awareness of the opponent's movements, in order to accurately utilize the capabilities of the mother-child mech. This includes the retrieval of the Yang-Yin lock, which can even be accomplished using the submech, provided that it anticipates the position from which the Yang-Yin lock can be freed. Otherwise, it risks failing to retrieve the lock and inadvertently exposing its own position, giving the enemy an opportunity to strike. To manage all these factors while simultaneously controlling the mech is an extraordinarily challenging task for an ordinary individual. Even Su Ming doubts his ability to flawlessly execute the skills required. However, should this series of maneuvers succeed, the energy output from the mech itself would reach approximately 200,000, equivalent to the presence of an additional 9th-level genetic warrior. If operated correctly, this mech could become an unparalleled weapon of destruction. Without hesitation, Su Ming conducted a brief study of mech assembly principles before commencing the construction of his mother-child mech. Following his usual practice, he decided to keep the first mech he assembled for himself, as the initial build invariably possesses an awakening effect, enhancing its performance by roughly 20 compared to a standard assembly. The awakened mech is undoubtedly meant for his own use. As for the mech he would assemble for Neil, that would be a standard version to follow. Su Ming retrieved a plethora of mechanical components from the storage ring Neil had given him. The most intricate aspect of this mech lies in the control connections between the mother and child units, as well as the spatial anchor points and light transmission technology. These represent stellar-grade mechanical technologies, which even Su Ming must study and master before he can successfully assemble this portion. Su Ming remained entirely calm, focusing intently on the assembly, while simultaneously delving into the study of stellar-grade mechanical technology within the workshop. At that moment, as Su Ming continued his research and the assembly of the mother-child mech, news of Tianlin's annihilation of Sokar reached the ears of the majority of forces within the Black Domain. Hadn't these two factions been embroiled in conflict for quite some time? They had always been evenly matched. How could Sokar suddenly be extinguished? The powerful figures of these factions displayed expressions of confusion. At this juncture, a video was uploaded to the Black Domain forum. The Black Domain indeed had a forum, typically used for posting hiring notices and trading illicit goods. Now, the combat footage of Tianlin and Sokar had been posted by an unknown individual, instantly capturing the attention of many. Although factional annihilation occurs frequently within the Black Domain, almost weekly, such events typically transpire among lower-tier factions. For instance, the recent destruction of the York Star Thieves was a matter of interest, particularly due to the involvement of the Annihilation Cannon. However, once it was confirmed that the cannon had been modified and possessed less extensive lethality than initially thought, the incident was quickly forgotten. The rise and fall of 4th and 5th-tier factions hardly warranted concern within the Black Domain. Yet, Tianlin and Sokar are both 2nd-tier factions. 2nd-tier factions are considered to be the dominant powers within the Black Domain, and the annihilation of one by the other sparked immense uproar. Instantly, all eyes turned to the video, with many curious to uncover the reasons behind Tianlin's conquest of Sokar. It was the mech. That striking crimson mech. A powerful observer of the video swiftly discerned the pivotal factor in the balance of power. I heard that Hu Bing had acquired a D-grade mech blueprint and had been seeking skilled mechanics within the Black Domain to assist with its assembly. However, either the mechanics were subpar or they were affiliated with other major factions, which made him apprehensive. Who would have thought he would find a mechanic outside of a major faction? This mech, if I recall correctly, is referred to as the Overlord mech, right? This mechanic possesses commendable skills. I believe this Overlord mech's performance surpasses that of any I have encountered elsewhere by a significant margin. D-grade mech? Observers of the Overlord mech fell into deep contemplation. Some of these experts were developers of brain domain energy levels and, as members of the Black Domain, had acquired mech knowledge through various channels. Upon witnessing the Overlord mech worn by Hu Bing, these experts became animated with ideas. If this mechanic can assemble a D-grade mech, could they also assist in the assembly of my mech? Chapter 91. The prodigious abilities of a high-level mechanic. Su Ming, are you available? I am from the Jikong Mercenary Corps, and our leader wishes to arrange a time to visit you. May I inquire if Su Ming can spare some time to assemble a mech for our leader? The price is negotiable. At this moment, outside the Wanting, a group of Gene warriors resembling mercenaries awaited at the entrance, craning their necks to catch a glimpse inside. Locke gazed at the mercenaries with a pained expression. Exchanging a glance with Warren, his eyes filled with helplessness, it was evident that the prodigious abilities of a high-level mechanic were beginning to manifest. Su Ming, as one of the few capable of assembling D-grade mechs within the Black Domain, and with performance exceeding standard D-grade mechs by 20, quickly attracted a multitude of factions eager to enlist his services for the assembly of their own D-grade mechs. During Su Ming's assistance to Hu Bing in assembling the mech for Tianlin, many members of Tianlin witnessed the event. Thus the origin of Hu Bing's mech, crafted by Su Ming, was no longer a secret within the Black Domain. Now, various factions were aware of the arrival of a remarkable mechanic within the Black Domain, who had established a faction named Wanting. While these powerful individuals showed little interest in the faction itself, they were exceedingly intrigued by Su Ming's mechanical prowess. Those capable of piloting D-grade mechs are at least 8th-level genetic warriors or stronger. Even those at the 10th level fall within the realm of D-grade mechs. Individuals of such caliber wield substantial power and influence within the Black Domain, and now a multitude of them had come to Wanting in earnest, seeking to procure a mech from Su Ming. Everyone, our leader is currently quite busy, assembling mechs in the workshop. How about you come back in a couple of days? Locke said with a wry smile. The individuals before him were subordinates dispatched by powerful leaders, and Locke could only persuade them with kind words, daring not to show any disrespect. Should he provoke these leaders, Wanting might find itself in a precarious position. Certainly, we must honor Su Ming's reputation, but you must remember, we were the first to come seeking your assistance, so we should be prioritized in the queue. Nonsense, I was clearly here first. Do you think you can cut in line? Hilarious, I've been waiting here since this morning. Who do you think you are? Soon, the Gene warriors began to engage in a heated dispute over the issue of who arrived first. Locke watched the scene with a bitter smile, quickly interjecting, "There's no need to argue. I will consult our leader's opinion, and if necessary, we can hold a bidding session, with the best offers receiving priority." If these dignitaries continued to quarrel, the base that Wanting had painstakingly established could very well be dismantled by these Gene warriors. It's too much to handle, Locke inwardly lamented. Upon hearing Locke's words, the Gene warriors exchanged contemplative glances before nodding in agreement. Indeed, our Donghua Mercenary Corps possesses ample mechanical knowledge and resources. We can simply compete based on our offers. Others nodded in concurrence, and after leaving their leaders and factions' names and contact information with Locke, they dispersed. Locke breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and then returned to the office building. He had not deceived these Gene warriors. Su Ming was indeed in the workshop, diligently assisting others in assembling mechs, and the mech being assembled was none other than the mother-child mech. After nearly 2 weeks of study, Su Ming had thoroughly grasped the mechanical knowledge required for the mother-child mech and began the assembly of his awakened mother-child mech. Once he completed his awakened mech, Su Ming would turn his attention to assembling Neil's mech. It must be said that each time he assembles a new mech and learns new knowledge, Su Ming experiences a significant enhancement in his energy level. Each mech, upon being assembled by Su Ming for the first time, not only gains an awakening effect, but Su Ming himself also reaps substantial benefits from these awakenings. Awakening is a mysterious phenomenon, yet it has been clearly understood following the third transformation of human society. Awakening is indeed real, and moreover, only the first assembly of a mech of the same model by a mechanic yields the awakening effect. This process is akin to the mechanic infusing their first creation with a soul. A remarkably enigmatic experience, yet it is supported by scientific principles. in addition to enabling the mechs to experience growth, Qi-Ling also bestows tremendous development upon the mechanics themselves. With each activation of Qi-Ling, the mech that undergoes this process imparts a portion of its energy and growth back to the mechanic. Each time Su-Ming assembles a Qi-Ling mech, he is able to derive significant advancement and enhancement from it. Following this round of evolution in the Qi-Ling mechs, Su-Ming's physical energy level and brain domain energy level have risen from 2.1W and 2W to the realms of 2, 4W and 2.5W, respectively. The direct benefits from Qi-Ling have granted him an increase of 3,000 in physical energy and 5,000 in brain domain energy. Of course, the enhancement of 5,000 in brain domain energy is not solely due to Qi-Ling. During this process, Su-Ming has also absorbed a wealth of star cluster-level mechanical knowledge and gradually begun to digest information regarding humanoid civilizations, which has contributed to his brain domain energy surge. At this moment, Su-Ming is assisting Neil in assembling his mother-child mech, nearing the final step. With a crisp sound, a mechanical component was swiftly secured in place within Su-Ming's workshop. This sound signified the successful assembly of the mother-child mech as Su-Ming placed the two components together and scrutinized them closely. The Yin-Yang mother-child mech employs three formidable weapons: Overload Electronic Ray Gun, Sunfire Chain, and Sunfire Blade. Each of these weapons possesses unique and formidable power. The Overload Electronic Ray Gun utilizes a star cluster-level technology, Overload Electronic Technology, capable of generating immense electronic vortices in an instant, unleashing tremendous might. The Sunfire Chain, resembling a chain weapon, is equipped with tracking and binding systems, allowing it to ensnare enemies upon being thrown. In contrast, the Sunfire Blade appears somewhat ordinary. Su-Ming contemplated whether he should replace his mech's blade with a more powerful one. The two mechs resemble a hunched figure due to the mother mech carrying a smaller one on its back. Once engaged in combat, the child mech detaches, becoming an independent entity. Observing the completed mechs, Su-Ming could distinctly sense that the mech enhanced by Qi-Ling exuded a far more agile aura compared to its unenhanced counterpart, with energy fluctuations that were markedly more intense. Su-Ming nodded in satisfaction and promptly called Warren, intending to have him contact Neil for the delivery of the mechs. Chapter 92. The Mysterious Star Domain. To Su-Ming's surprise, after finishing his call with Warren, Locke followed him into the workshop. After handing over the storage space containing the mother-child mechs to Warren, Su-Ming gazed at Locke with curiosity. "What brings you here, Mr. Locke?" he inquired. Locke, with a wry smile, replied, "Leader, you wouldn't believe the chaos outside." Su-Ming, taken aback, asked, "What happened?" Locke shook his head and proceeded to inform Su-Ming about the mercenaries outside. Upon hearing this, Su-Ming was slightly astonished. He hadn't anticipated that high-level mechanics would be so in demand that these bigwigs would lower themselves to seek him out. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Ming addressed Locke, saying, "Mr. Locke, let us go all out. Gather the leaders of these factions. It's time to open up the market for the gene serum." Locke was somewhat taken aback by Su-Ming's words. He comprehended the implications. They were to summon the leaders of the major factions in the Black Domain to propose a collaboration on the gene serum. Given the quality of the wanton gene serum, the likelihood of these leaders agreeing to cooperate with Su-Ming was exceedingly high. If that were to happen, wouldn't it effectively cut off the small workshop's livelihoods within the Black Domain? Consequently, Wanton would inevitably face a furious backlash from those small establishments. Locke felt a tinge of concern. Although he referred to these gene serum manufacturers as small workshops in jest, it was merely a light-hearted jab at the researchers who had not responded, indicating their lagging technology. In truth, aside from their technical shortcomings, the powers possessed by these factions were by no means weak. Locke was aware that one such small workshop was backed by a top-tier force within the Black Domain. And while others may not be top-tier, their capabilities were not to be underestimated. If Su-Ming were to directly approach the leaders of these factions with the intention of monopolizing the gene serum supply, the small workshop factions would likely rise up in protest, uniting against him. Observing Locke's hesitant demeanor, Su-Ming chuckled and reassured him, "Rest assured, I am aware of your concerns. However, fortune favors the bold. How will we know unless we try?" Locke glanced at Su-Ming, feeling an increasing sense of enigma surrounding him. At times, Su-Ming exhibited a terrifying calmness, akin to an emotionless automaton. Yet at other times, he could reveal a wild side. This duality had been evident during the previous incident with the Yorkstar pirate group when Su Ming had contemplated using a planet-destroying cannon against Abbey Planet. Fortunately, he had managed to halt that reckless plan in time. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated by the various powers within the Black Domain. Now, Su Ming was intent on monopolizing a significant industry within the Black Domain. A notion that was utterly audacious. Locke felt a shiver run down his spine. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be a meticulously calm mechanic? Why did his moments of madness leave even himself reeling? Unbeknownst to Su Ming, he often exhibited such contradictory traits, calm to the extreme, yet capable of unfathomable madness. This was largely a result of the stark differences in his upbringing across 2 lifetimes. However, at this moment, Su Ming was not particularly cognizant of this. "TS settled then," Su Ming declared with a grin. Locke swallowed hard and numbly nodded. Their leader was indeed quite mad. All he could do was accompany him in this recklessness. After Locke departed from Su Ming's office, he began contacting the leaders of the major factions one by one. Just as Su Ming was preparing to monopolize the gene serum market in the Black Domain. Within the Empire, the head of the Corrin family, Corrin Clarence, was glowering at the youth before him. This youth was none other than his eldest son, Corrin Su Rue. At this moment, Corrin Clarence was seething with anger. Just moments ago, he had leveraged various connections to extricate his son from a military tribunal, which had resulted in a considerable debt of gratitude owed to many. However, this was not the primary source of his fury. What truly infuriated Corrin Clarence was that his promising son had failed to complete a task that was nearly effortless. Originally, Corrin Clarence had hoped Su Rue would cultivate a favorable reputation. But that hope had now been dashed. The entire Empire was now aware that he, a distinguished apocalypse-level powerhouse, had a son who could not even handle basic assignments. Given Su Rue's performance and reputation within the Empire, it was evident that his future prospects would be severely hindered, and he would struggle to secure any position of significance. Corrin Clarence was fuming, lamenting his ill fortune. His eldest son, who appeared capable, was, in reality, a complete failure. Conversely, the younger son, whom he had assumed to be ineffectual, had proven to be a young genius upon further investigation. The one he had high hopes for had turned out to be disappointing, while the one he had dismissed had achieved astonishing success. For the time being, stay home and avoid going out. The place is swarming with reporters. Once the frenzy dies down, I will find a way to arrange some tasks for you, Corrin Clarence said, suppressing his inner rage as he spoke to Su Rue. This moment, Su Rue was terrified by the events that had transpired within the Empire. His formerly confident and graceful demeanor was now replaced by anxiety and worry. Corrin Clarence sighed internally, feeling troubled by his son's state. If Su Rue could overcome this shadow in the future, he might still achieve something significant. However, if he succumbed to despair, even Corrin Clarence, an apocalypse-level powerhouse, would be powerless to remedy the situation. Once Su Rue exited his room, Corrin Clarence abruptly stood, his eyes gleaming with a cold determination. Who dares to hijack my Corrin Clarence's mineral container? They must be seeking death. Corrin Clarence spoke in a low voice, and with a flicker of resolve in his eyes, he promptly made his way to a warship. There, he addressed the ship's autopilot system, stating, "Set a course for the mysterious star domain in the Dongming Alliance." Upon hearing Corrin Clarence's command, the ship's intelligent robotic system responded, "The mysterious star domain is located at the fringes of the Dongming Alliance, one of the 5 great cosmic nations, and is perpetually in a state of extreme danger. Are you certain you wish to proceed to the mysterious star domain?" Corrin Clarence, unfazed by the robotic system's warning, nodded indifferently. To others, the mysterious star domain might be a perilous place of no return. But for him, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Chapter 93. The Oracle, Owen. The Dongming Alliance, one of the 5 great cosmic nations, is a colossal entity on par with the Empire. The process of establishing the Dongming Alliance is markedly distinct from that of the other 4 great cosmic nations. While the latter followed a conventional trajectory, first developing civilization, then technology, and ultimately producing formidable beings, the Dongming Alliance emerged in an inverse manner. It produced powerful entities first, followed by technological advancements, and only then did a civilization take shape. This approach stands in stark contrast to the mainstream construction of interstellar societies. Moreover, the Dongming Alliance is the youngest and least historically established among the 5 cosmic nations. It began to coalesce only after the other four had nearly solidified their forms. Although the Dongming Alliance's history is significantly shorter than that of its counterparts, and its societal structure may appear peculiar, no one dares to underestimate this rising cosmic power. For it was only after the formation of the Dongming Alliance that the Third Cosmic Era commenced. The precursor to the Dongming Alliance was an organization composed of invincible beings who had mastered technology to its utmost limits, in their pursuit of technological perfection. These formidable entities founded the Dongming Alliance. After years of research and exploration, they uncovered the pinnacle of technology, theology. This theology is not of the religious or idealistic variety, but rather a tangible and scientifically grounded field of studied, epoch-making research and technologies, such as brain domain energy levels, mech awakening, divine mechs, multidimensional information states, dark matter tidal energy, and divine annexation, were all achieved under the aegis of the Dongming Alliance. This forward-thinking cosmic nation, despite its entirely unique political structure compared to other cosmic nations, possesses an extraordinarily potent national strength. At this moment, a warship abruptly surged into the enigmatic star domain of the Dongming Alliance, piloted by Colin Clarence. Due to Colin Clarence's status, he encountered certain obstacles upon entering the territory of the Dongming Alliance. However, this was not his first visit. After completing the necessary documentation, he sped directly toward the mysterious star domain. This star domain, nestled within the Dongming Alliance, is a nondescript and diminutive region characterized by extremely harsh conditions. Even in the void, one frequently encounters the residual nuclear radiation from stellar explosions, rendering the entire area shrouded in a cloak of nuclear fallout, where thermal and nuclear energies wreak havoc as if it were a dead zone. Yet, Colin Clarence was well aware that within this star domain resided a divinely annexed, apocalyptic-level powerhouse, the Oracle, Orin. Colin Clarence sought Orin for certain inquiries. As the warship traversed the void, the intense thermal energy surrounding it was completely deflected by the vessel's energy shield. This warship, unlike the one piloted by Suri, was a vehicle befitting an apocalyptic-level powerhouse of the Empire, boasting capabilities far superior to those of ordinary warships, even when faced with terrifying temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. The protective shield effortlessly withstood the onslaught, leaving the warship unscathed. As the warship continued its journey, Colin Clarence rose to his feet, scanning the enigmatic star domain. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an inconspicuous white dwarf star. A white dwarf is a planet formed at the end stage of stellar evolution, characterized by extreme temperatures and gravity that would incinerate any ordinary being that dared to approach. However, Colin Clarence sensed a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from this white dwarf. With a knowing smile, he swiftly departed the warship, venturing alone into the cosmic void. To the astonishment of all, Colin Clarence was unadorned by any protective gear, not even a cosmic battle suit, standing resolutely amidst the vacuum as if it were his own backyard. Colin Clarence gazed at the white dwarf and then, with a sudden movement, descended upon its surface. The overwhelming gravity and heat of the white dwarf merely elicited a slight furrow of his brow. Soon, he emanated an energy fluctuation that allowed him to acclimate to the extreme conditions. Lord Colin Clarence. On the surface of the white dwarf, a seemingly ordinary bald man sat cross-legged, unperturbed by Colin's arrival. He opened his eyes and smiled as he addressed Colin Clarence. Colin nodded in acknowledgement, then scrutinized his surroundings with a frown. Orin, my friend, why do you persist in practicing in such inhospitable conditions? I fail to comprehend the allure. While he could adapt to the environment of the white dwarf, he certainly did not relish it. The discomfort was palpable, and he surmised that only those of apocalyptic-level strength could endure such temperatures in the universe. The bald man, known as the Oracle, Orin, chuckled and replied, "Only by coexisting with will and suffering can one glimpse the divine within the brain domain." Colin Clarence attempted to brush the dust off a nearby stone, but quickly recalled that dust on a white dwarf is not easily dismissed. Removing it would require enough force to shatter the stone itself. Shaking his head, he abandoned the thought and plopped down on the stone. That's precisely why I have no desire to practice divine annexation. It's far too arduous. Colin muttered. As a general of the Empire, a figure of immense authority, he typically exuded an air of solemnity, revealing only a veneer of emotion in the presence of peers. Did you come here with some matter for which you seek my assistance? Orin inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Are you not the Oracle, the one reputed to know all? Must you inquire of me? Colin retorted, shaking his head. Orin laughed. I cannot perceive the thoughts of beings of equal standing. Otherwise, would I not be all-knowing? Colin chuckled softly before gradually responding. I have come to request your aid in discerning the identity of those who have seized the Empire's minerals and their whereabouts. Upon hearing Colin's request, Orin's eyes flickered with intrigue, and he closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to something. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes in astonishment and remarked, So it is true. The Empire's minerals have indeed been seized. Merely by closing his eyes, Orin gleaned the sequence of events with remarkable clarity. This is the prowess of an apocalyptic-level powerhouse with divine annexation. While their combat strength may not vastly exceed that of ordinary apocalyptic beings, they possess an array of extraordinary abilities. The Oracle's ability, known as Insight, enables him to perceive recent occurrences, making him an exceptional information-gathering asset. Such a being on the battlefield is akin to an omniscient spy, situated within their own base, effortlessly discerning the movements of adversaries. If the opposing civilization lacks a counteracting powerhouse, secrets become nearly non-existent. Please, investigate this matter for me. Who has seized the Empire's minerals? Colin's expression remained inscrutable, yet his somber tone conveyed his dissatisfaction with the situation. Observing Colin's demeanor, Orin chuckled lightly before stating, In that case, you must be aware of my terms, Lord Colin Clarence. Should you request my assistance, you shall likewise lend your aid when I require it in the future. Of course, you may opt out of any requests beyond your capacity. Upon hearing Orin's stipulations, Colin nodded in acknowledgement. Orin was well regarded among his peers, as everyone occasionally seeks assistance from others, and his terms were no secret within their circle. Once Colin signaled his understanding, Orin quietly closed his eyes. Almost immediately, Colin sensed a tremendous surge of brain domain energy radiating from Orin. This energy was immense, yet it bore a uniqueness that distinguished it from that of typical apocalyptic-level beings. It seemed infused with a certain sentience, as if it possessed its own consciousness. Colin understood that this was the essence of the divine annexation cultivation method, akin to the attachment of divinity to mechs. But in this case, it involved brain domain energy. This distinctive form of cultivation is a hallmark of the Lassa Alliance. While Colin was familiar with this method and recognized the incredible capabilities it could yield, most apocalyptic-level experts were reluctant to pursue it, for who would wish to harbor a divine consciousness within their own mind? Before long, this exceptional sentience guided Orin's brain domain energy into another dimension of information flow. In this universe, every form of matter is fundamentally composed of various strands of information. The migration of matter and the passage of time are phenomena constructed and arranged by this very information. Therefore, certain occurrences within this world can be observed through secondary dimensions, allowing us to glimpse this aspect of information. The divinity of Owen grants him the ability to penetrate stimulating dimensions and seek out dimensional information. Suddenly, an unusually peculiar expression emerged on Owen's face. Gradually, he opened his eyes and cast a strange gaze upon Colin Clarence. Colin Clarence, why does it feel like Owen's look is somewhat odd? Perplexed, Colin Clarence quickly inquired, Your Excellency Owen, what is the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? It feels rather unsettling. Colin Clarence, in a daze, wondered if the person who intervened in the robbery held some special status or was someone he could not afford to provoke. Surely not. There are hardly any individuals in the universe that he cannot confront. After all, would someone of significant stature resort to robbing a junior who has yet to reach the 10th level? Merely for a heap of minerals that hold little value for them? Ahem. Your Excellency Colin Clarence, do you truly wish to know? Owen's expression grew even more peculiar as he cleared his throat, repeatedly confirming, Owen, you're driving me anxious. Please tell me. Colin Clarence, feeling helpless, found his curiosity piqued by Owen's demeanor. Very well. Owen paused, then slowly spoke. Your Excellency Colin Clarence, brace yourself. The individual who seized your minerals is none other than your son. Upon hearing Owen's words, Colin Clarence's eyes widened. What did you say? Su Rue committed theft, pilfering these minerals? That cannot be. The Colin family lacks not for wealth, and there is no need to jeopardize one's future for minerals. Instinctively, Colin Clarence thought of Su Rue. After all, it was inconceivable to imagine the second son robbing the elder. Owen quickly shook his head and clarified, Your Excellency Colin Clarence, you misunderstand. I meant your second son. Su Ming, has commandeered the minerals transported by this warship. What? Su Ming? Colin Clarence raised his voice, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Were it not for Owen's esteemed reputation within the ranks of apocalypse-level experts, and the fact that Owen had no prior acquaintance with Su Ming or knowledge of his name, he would have almost thought Owen was jesting. The revelation that it was indeed Su Ming who had pilfered these minerals left Colin Clarence in a state of utter confusion. He sat on a stone, dazed, feeling his head buzz. After a long while, he gradually began to digest the news. My second son has stolen the minerals meant for my eldest son and assaulted my eldest son? Colin Clarence muttered, momentarily grappling with the madness of this world. Anyone encountering such a farce between two sons would surely feel bewildered. At this moment, Owen, unable to maintain his composure, opened his eyes and silently patted Colin Clarence on the shoulder. The absurdity of the situation elicited a sense of irony even within Owen himself. One could only imagine how complex Colin Clarence's emotions must be as the party directly involved. Your Excellency, Owen. Where is my second son now? Colin Clarence regained his senses and gently inquired. Owen smiled and uttered 4 words. Black Domain, Wantang, Chapter 95. Su Ming's method at this moment, within Wantang. Su Ming sat at the center of a vast conference room. Around the circular table, powerful gene warriors gazed at Su Ming with expressions of intrigue. Does Master Su Ming intend to establish a cooperative relationship for the supply of gene potions with all of us? A formidable middle-aged man asked, disbelief evident in his tone. Upon hearing the man's question, Su Ming smiled and nodded, responding, Indeed, Wantang has this intention. You have all witnessed the gene potions produced by Wantang. To speak candidly, having experienced such potions and considering the greater profits and reputation they can bring, would you still prefer the products from those small workshops? At Su Ming's acknowledgement, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. Today, Su Ming had convened the various leaders of the Black Domain to discuss gene potions, using the occasion of mech assembly as a pretext. From the outset, Su Ming made his stance clear. Presenting the matter of gene potions directly to the leaders, as anticipated, the conversation shifted to gene potions, and after Su Ming distributed samples of Wantang's products, the leaders naturally began to overlook the mech-related discussions. Compared to mech matters, the subject of gene potions captivated their interest far more. As Su Ming had indicated, upon witnessing the quality of Wantang's gene potions, the leaders began to entertain various thoughts. The quality, profitability, and sales channels of Wantang's gene potions far exceeded those of the small workshop products previously acquired by the leaders. Should other leaders commence sales of such superior gene potions, it would be impossible for them to compete. Thus, no faction was willing to relinquish Wantang's gene potions. Almost everyone expressed a desire to collaborate with Wantang. However, but Master Su Ming, my sole concern is that your approach essentially amounts to monopolization, which poses risks for us. A level 10 gene warrior seated at the table interjected, furrowing his brow. Mr. Lunt, what concerns do you have? Please share. Su Ming looked at the individual and smiled as he inquired. Firstly, after monopolization, you will face attacks from other suppliers. How will you survive? If you are eliminated midway, it could have significant repercussions for us. Secondly, monopolization means control over pricing. If Wantang survives and truly monopolizes the market, will you not raise the prices of these gene potions, leaving us no choice but to purchase from you? Monopolization is a matter of concern for both competitors and clients alike. Once established, it is all too easy for the larger entity to take advantage of the smaller ones, allowing Wantang to easily increase prices at will. Hearing this individual's words, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully and then stood, addressing the assembly. Therefore, I wish for everyone to participate together for a round. The audience paused, curiosity filling their faces as they asked, What do you mean? Su Ming smiled and explained, I can offer a contract to all present. Representing over 90 factions, I can allocate each of you 0.5 of shares over the next 3 years, thereby making you a part of Wantang. Profits will be distributed to you, eliminating the possibility of price hikes. As for 3 years later, should you wish to continue collaborating with Wantang, those shares remain yours until you cease cooperation or stop acquiring gene potions, at which point Wantang will reclaim the shares. How does that sound? After Su Ming's proposal, the attendees fell silent, deep in thought. Observing their contemplative expressions, Su Ming couldn't help but smile, feeling assured, by offering 0.5 shares to each of the over 90 factions. he would be distributing more than 45 of the shares. This effectively equated to relinquishing half of the profits, a notion that would be unthinkable for a businessman. Yet, Su Ming did not view himself as merely a merchant. The sale of gene potions served to expedite Wan Tong's development. If alternative means could achieve similar outcomes, he would be entirely amenable. Although Wan Tong would sacrifice half its profits, this strategy would unite all major factions within the Black Domain under his banner. With the interests of all factions intertwined with his own, they would strive to ensure Wan Tong's continued prosperity. Any entity wishing to challenge Wan Tong would be opposing the collective interests of these factions, seeking to seize benefits from them. Moreover, for the factions, this arrangement was entirely acceptable. They could acquire 0.5 shares with no associated risks and could opt out at any time. An opportunity too good to pass up. Upon hearing Su Ming's proposal, a glimmer of understanding flickered in the eyes of all present. They regarded Su Ming with newfound respect. Su Ming's method was ambitious. He aimed to consolidate the forces of the Black Domain into a unified interest group, the core of which would be Wan Tong. Ultimately, as Wan Tong flourished, so too would the immense benefits for these factions. The crowd exchanged glances, and then silently nodded in agreement. Su Ming's strategy was indeed clever. Yet one could not deny its allure. "Count me in, I shall invest in your venture." Soon, someone openly expressed their stance. This individual no longer referred to Su Ming as Master Su Ming, but rather addressed him as Sir. Clearly, Su Ming's approach had earned him the respect of those present. As one person declared their support, others swiftly followed suit, standing up to voice their allegiance. Observing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. These individuals understood their aspirations. Su Ming's ambitions extended far beyond the Black Domain. Thus, he remained indifferent to temporary gains or losses. The profits relinquished in the present would undoubtedly be reclaimed by Su Ming through various means in the future. "Now, esteemed guests," Su Ming began, his voice calm yet commanding, "should we not contemplate the expulsion of the small workshop factions from the Black Domain?" Chapter 96. Knowledge of energy. Su Ming swiftly reached a consensus with the leaders of various factions. Subsequently, under Wonka's guidance, the Wan Tong group plunged into an intense phase of gene drug production. Once Su Ming confirmed the collaborative intentions of the faction leaders, he felt a sense of relief and resumed his research fervently. His gaze was filled with curiosity as he observed the workstation below. That moment, an unusual energy was brewing on the workbench. Energy absorption devices had been installed around the area, and it had been 2 days since the Wan Tong meeting. During this time, Su Ming diligently studied various aspects of energy-related knowledge, including insights into humanoid civilizations. This led to, over the past 2 days, the entire base occasionally erupted with a resounding roar, prompting a disheveled Su Ming to scramble from the debris, wryly assuring everyone that there was nothing to worry about. Initially bewildered, the crowd gradually grew accustomed to the situation. They understood that their leader was experimenting with novel energy applications, and the explosions were merely mishaps in the research process. To prevent further structural damage, Su Ming had to install energy absorbers in his workshop. Should an energy explosion occur, the absorbers would contain it, minimizing harm. At that moment, Su Ming carefully manipulated the electronic impact needle. Preparing to strike the atoms resting within the energy vessel, a series of sizzling sounds emanated from the energy vessel as the electrons flowed. Upon hearing this, a hint of tension crept into Su Ming's eyes. A slight miscalculation could potentially trigger an explosion. This was the essence of energy research, constantly navigating through explosions to explore controllable yet potent energy factors. However, as the electronic impacts continued, the atoms within the energy vessel transformed. Scanning revealed that some electrons originally present on the atoms were replaced by those emitted from the impact needle, resulting in a new, balanced atomic structure. These electrons, possessing immense energy, displayed a state of equilibrium. Should this balance be disrupted, the electrons would unleash a terrifying surge of energy. Upon witnessing the atom's newfound form, Su Ming could not contain his excitement. It was a success. He had effectively altered the energy structure of the atoms. Although this achievement was merely at the entry level of energy science, true mastery would allow for changes to neutrons and protons, even altering the properties of energy contained within atoms. It represented a significant advancement for Su Ming. With this progress, he could now apply the energy knowledge gleaned from humanoid civilizations. Among the insights provided by the humanoid civilization was a particular energy form that Su Ming was now capable of realizing: mechanical toxin. Mechanical toxin, Basic paralytic type. Energy effect. The attacking energy carries mechanical toxin. Upon striking the enemy's energy shield or machinery, the toxin becomes effective. Note: applicable only to conventional energy shields, impeding energy transmission and damaging the internal circuitry of the machinery. After 10 seconds, the enemy's machinery will become entirely inoperative and unstartable. Hidden effect. Once the enemy machinery is thoroughly corroded by the toxin, partial control of the mech will temporarily shift to the toxin's wielder, allowing them to commandeer the mech for self-destruction. The knowledge of energy had undeniably opened a new realm for Su Ming. Previously, his grasp of energy manipulation had been rather singular, primarily limited to nuclear energy, electromagnetic energy, and thermal energy. The human society predominantly utilized these types of energy. While their explosive potential was significant, their characteristics were relatively uniform, restricted to straightforward offensive capabilities. Now, it must be acknowledged that the research conducted by humanoid civilizations into energy was superior to that of human society. After absorbing their knowledge, Su Ming developed a profound interest in energy science. Various energy forms could exert different effects in diverse scenarios. In fact, pursuing energy research to its zenith could yield results not inferior to those of mechs, with crystal civilizations serving as a quintessential example. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. If the mechs of human society could be integrated with the energy sciences of the other two civilizations, they could unleash formidable capabilities. A radiant path seemed to unfold before him. Without hesitation, he retrieved his mother-son mech and proceeded to install the mechanical toxin energy converter. Particularly for the subordinate mech, possessing mechanical toxin as an energy offensive means could lead to a devastating ambush. Just as Su Ming was enthusiastically modifying the mech, his phone rang unexpectedly. Taken aback, he furrowed his brow slightly. Typically, he would inform everyone in advance during his work hours, requesting that they refrain from contacting him unless absolutely necessary. The sudden phone call caught him off guard. "What is the matter, Warren?" Su Ming inquired, curiosity piqued as he answered the call. Warren's anxious visage appeared on the screen, panting heavily. "Leader, it's bad. A batch of our gene drug samples has been hijacked, and several of our brothers were captured. The perpetrators demand that you personally attend to negotiate their release." Upon hearing Warren's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Ming's face. "Do you know which organization has seized our samples?" Warren nodded earnestly. "They claim to be from the Shisu family." The Shisu family? Su Ming was taken aback, but felt a tinge of joy. The Shisu family was a well-known gene drug manufacturer within the Black Domain, representing a first-rate force. Logically, upon learning that a first-rate force was targeting him, Su Ming should have felt troubled. Yet, in this instance, a subtle delight graced his features. News of various factions seeking to procure gene drugs from Wantong had circulated for 2 days, and it seemed that these individuals had finally taken action. Su Ming had awaited their approach for 2 days, anticipating that they would eventually seek him out. Given this turn of events, without hesitation, Su Ming ended the call and promptly redialed several numbers. Chapter 97. Space Traction Device. The Shisu family, a first-rate force located on a specific planet within the Black Domain, specialized in the gene drug business. As a leading force within the Black Domain, the Shisu family commanded approximately 50 of the gene drug supply market, effectively monopolizing half of the market. However, the head of the Shisu family was currently in a foul mood. Holding a gene drug labeled prominently with "produced by Wantong," he begrudgingly acknowledged that this particular drug was far superior to those manufactured by his own family. Even from his discerning perspective, he could find no fault. Yet, the absence of flaws posed a significant dilemma. A chilling glint flickered in the eyes of the Shisu family head. The emergence of a gene drug that surpassed his family's offerings, coupled with a lower price, threatened to drive various factions within the black market to prefer Wantong over the Shisu family. This was an outcome he could not tolerate. Furthermore, he had heard whispers that several factions were considering switching suppliers to Wantong for their gene drugs. This was unacceptable. Should these factions alter their suppliers, the Shisu family would be left to wither in obscurity. At that moment, a gene warrior approached the family head and quietly remarked, "Head, the leader of Wantong has arrived." Upon hearing the words of the gene warrior, the family head was momentarily taken aback, expressing his bewilderment as he spoke. "They truly have come? Surely, he does not believe we are here merely to invite him for tea?" The family head had ordered the abduction of Wantong's gene serum, and in the process, had also captured some of his people. The reason for not killing them was merely to instill a sense of dread in Wanton. He did not believe that Wanton's leader would venture into the territory of the Shisu family for the sake of a few subordinates. Wasn't that akin to walking into a trap? Courting death? How many individuals have they brought? The family head furrowed his brow and inquired with curiosity. 3. 2 6th-level gene warriors, along with Wanton's leader. Only 3? The family head was increasingly astonished, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of amusement. Surely, Wanton's leader could not be so naive as to misunderstand the situation in the Black Domain. Did he genuinely believe that negotiations could resolve matters when fundamental interests were at stake? The eradication of Wanton was an unwavering objective of the Shisu family head. Rising from his seat, he calmly proclaimed, "Take me to meet Wanton's leader." "Yes, family head." Shortly thereafter, the head of the Shisu family found himself face to face with Su Ming. As he sensed the energy emanating from Su Ming, a light chuckle escaped him. "A 6th-level gene warrior? I have heard that they are formidable mech warriors capable of unleashing the power of an 8th-level gene warrior when clad in their armor. But what does 8th level matter? Within the Shisu family, there are numerous 8th-level gene warriors, with some even surpassing 10th level. A mere 8th-level mech warrior holds no significance in the eyes of the Shisu family head." A hint of disdain flickered in the family head's gaze as he spoke. "So, you are Wanton's leader? I now present you with 2 choices." He could not even be bothered with preambles. Facing Wanton's strength, he possessed ample leverage, allowing him to speak from a position of authority. Upon hearing the Shisu family head's words, Su Ming displayed a peculiar expression, subsequently responding with a half-smile. "Oh? What are the 2 choices?" Seeing the expression on Su Ming's face, the family head frowned slightly, feeling a sense of displeasure. This smirk felt like an affront to his dignity, igniting a murderous intent within him towards Su Ming. However, his interest in Wanton's technology overshadowed his disdain for Su Ming. If he could acquire Wanton's technology, he would have no trouble monopolizing the gene serum market in the Black Domain. Thus, he tempered his impatience and spoke slowly. "First, you and your people leave, and I shall allow you to live if you leave the technology behind. Secondly, if you refuse, I shall kill you and forcibly abduct Wanton's researchers to Shisu. If they are willing to give, then so be it. If not, they shall die alongside you." The Shisu family head spoke with a dispassionate tone. In his view, allowing Wanton's people to exit the Black Domain was already a grand display of mercy. Otherwise, given Su Ming's current insolent demeanor, he would have to annihilate Wanton entirely. Upon hearing the Shisu family head's words, Su Ming erupted into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. "What are you laughing at?" The Shisu family head frowned, having already resolved that even if Su Ming surrendered the technology, he would still eliminate him. After the family head's remark, Su Ming ceased his laughter and declared loudly, "I choose the 3rd option." "There is no 3rd option?" The Shisu family head frowned, questioning whether he was conversing with a fool. As communication seemed exceptionally arduous, Su Ming paused briefly, his expression growing increasingly icy, and he coolly declared, "The 3rd option is for the Shisu family to vanish from the Black Domain." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the Shisu family head's gaze turned frigid, and he coldly retorted, "It seems you are seeking death. Allow me to fulfill that wish." With that, 2 powerful 9th-level gene warriors appeared on either side of the family head. As soon as they materialized, they charged towards Su Ming. Upon seeing their arrival, Su Ming bellowed, "Everyone, attack!" The Shisu family head was momentarily taken aback, only to see Su Ming swiftly produce an inconspicuous device. This device emanated a potent sense of spatial fluctuations. It was a spatial traction device that Su Ming had assembled. Spatial traction was a technology pertaining to a specific type of mech, which Su Ming had isolated and constructed into this device. The sole purpose of the spatial traction device was to instantaneously pull another part of the device near it. One should never underestimate a mechanic. Su Ming chuckled softly before swiftly activating the spatial traction device. Instantly, several figures were drawn to Su Ming's side. In the next moment, these figures surged forth, obliterating the 2 9th-level gene warriors that had attacked Su Ming into mere pulp. Chapter 98. Masters unleashed. Upon witnessing the emergence of these figures, the Shisu family head was utterly astonished. Who are these people? His eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the scene, and soon he recognized the identities of these figures. They were none other than the leaders or second-in-command of various well-known factions within the Black Domain. The fact that they had materialized from this young wanton leader's mechanical device within the Shisu family was beyond comprehension. Originally, the Shisu family possessed their own defensive system. Even if these powerful individuals wished to launch a coordinated assault, it would be impossible without sacrificing several lives. Yet now, this young man had somehow utilized a strange device to transport the elite from various factions in the Black Domain to the Shisu family, leaving the family head struggling to accept this reality. What do you mean? Do you wish to engage the Shisu family in battle? The family head glared angrily at the figures that had surged forth. Su Ming chuckled lightly, unleashing his energy once more, and activated the spatial traction device again, pulling two more masters to his side. This had all been meticulously planned. If the Shisu family refused to allow him into their territory, the powerful figures from other factions would be reluctant to risk their lives to assault the Shisu family's defenses. Hence, Su Ming had to devise a way to infiltrate the Shisu family. This would enable him to successfully draw the masters lurking outside the Shisu family into this place. Of course, this traction device had its limitations, such as being able to pull a maximum of 3 individuals at a time and being unable to attract anyone more than 10 kilometers away. In the vastness of space, where distances could easily stretch into hundreds of kilometers, this was of little utility. It was only effective on a planet. Moreover, the traction device was not invincible. Certain protective barriers with spatial defense capabilities could intercept it. Su Ming had witnessed similar functions within the protective energy shields of the Colin family. However, this was considered a relatively advanced and core technology, and Su Ming did not believe that a faction within the Black Domain could configure their protective shields to defend against spatial traction. With a series of soft sounds, spatial fluctuations surged violently around Su Ming. Soon, figures began to tear through the fabric of space, descending into the Shisu family. Today marked the day when Su Ming would join forces with the various factions in the Black Domain to eliminate the Shisu family. Seize that device. It possesses spatial teleportation capabilities. The head of the Shisu family was a Gene Warrior exceeding the 10th level. At this level, Gene Warriors could survive in the vacuum of space without a cosmic combat suit. Hence the term vacuum level. This means they can maintain normal physiological functions and survival capabilities in a vacuum. The vacuum level transcends the limitations of the 10 gene locks, achieving a terrifying realm that represents a complete breakthrough in the level of life, reaching an entirely new echelon of existence. Upon reaching this level, one gains various unimaginable abilities. However, while he was vacuum level, many masters in the Black Domain were also vacuum level. The first 2 individuals Su Ming teleported in were 2 vacuum level experts from the Black Domain. As soon as they materialized, they swiftly annihilated the 2 9th level Gene Warriors, then charged straight toward the head of the Shisu family, engaging him in combat. Despite having the advantage of home ground, the Shisu family head found himself struggling against the 2 adversaries. He could only barely defend himself, unable to disengage and prevent Su Ming from continuing to summon reinforcements. Helpless, he could only shout orders to the other powerful members of his family. At his command, the Shisu family seemed to awaken, and a surge of energy erupted from within their ranks. After all, the Shisu family was a formidable first-tier faction, deeply rooted in the Black Domain for many years. Boasting substantial resources in this moment, a multitude of powerful warriors surged forth from the Shisu family, including a significant number of mech warriors. Su Ming remained unfazed. He retreated while increasing the distance from these emerging experts and activated the spatial traction device, pulling one master after another into the fray. With each new arrival, without hesitation, they charged forth to engage the powerful warriors emerging from the Shisu family. Su Ming constantly shifted his position, evading the attacks of numerous formidable opponents. A 9th level Gene Warrior charged towards Su Ming. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming once again activated the spatial traction device, and immediately, spatial fluctuations surged forth, revealing a figure clad in red mech armor that burst forth from the rift. It was none other than Hu Bing. "Go, Pikachu!" Su Ming shouted. Hu Bing, bewildered, replied, "Huh? Who is Pikachu?" "I am Hu Bing." Su Ming, taken aback, scratched his head, realizing he had inadvertently shouted a line from another dimension. His current state made him feel as though he were tossing out Pokballs to summon Pokemon for battle. Hu Bing cast a puzzled glance at Su Ming, noting the seriousness etched upon his face. "How could you mistake me, donned in this flamboyant red mech that you personally crafted, for someone else? Who on earth is this Pikachu?" Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Hu Bing charged forward, swiftly disarming the 9th-level Gene warrior from the Shisu family with a single strike of his blade. Following that, he unleashed a second blow, cleaving the warrior in two. Master Su Ming. Hu Bing exclaimed loudly, now addressing Su Ming as master instead of Master Su Ming. He then turned to Su Ming and asked, "This time, I fight for the sake of Wantin. If my mech sustains any damage during this battle, could you assist in repairing it for free?" Hu Bing felt a pang of heartache. Su Ming's repair costs were exorbitant, and the last time it had cost him over 100,000 star coins. Upon hearing Hu Bing's request, Su Ming chuckled lightly and proclaimed, "Rest assured, everyone, feel free to unleash your full power. If your mechanical equipment gets damaged, come to me for repairs. If it breaks, I'll reimburse you. For free." Hearing Su Ming's words, the skilled warriors exchanged amused glances, their expressions lightening. It was not about the money. Rather, it was the fact that they were assisting Su Ming in clearing obstacles, and his attitude made them feel more at ease while fighting. One by one, the elite fighters were teleported into the Shisu family territory. These warriors were the C Army de la C Army from various factions throughout the Black Domain. Gathering together against a single first-rate faction was beyond what one solitary faction could withstand. Soon, the Gene warriors of Shisu met their demise at the hands of the descending elite fighters. Chapter 99. Rooting out the source. You are all renowned warriors. Why do you submit to the whims of this child? I cannot fathom it. The head of the Shisu family, his eyes filled with rage, glared at the invading fighters as he witnessed his kin being slaughtered by the elite warriors summoned by Su Ming. A vacuum-level fighter attacking him sneered and said, "Master Su Ming has established a profound partnership with you. It's clear that your Shisu family has fallen behind. Being outdated inevitably leads to elimination." Throughout the Shisu territory, clashes erupted in all corners, the mechanical blades clashing, gunfire echoing, leaving the land in ruins. These elite fighters showed no restraint in their attacks, unleashing terrifying killing moves one after another. Energy cannons booming within the Shisu domain. The members of the Shisu family fell one after another at the hands of the warriors summoned by Su Ming, and the head of the Shisu family, consumed by fury, was brutally cleaved into pieces by the summoned fighters, unable to die any more than he already had. The once mighty behemoth of the Black Domain, a major supplier of gene potions with a market share of 50%, crumbled into nothingness within mere hours. Standing amidst the ruins of the Shisu family, Su Ming felt no sense of lamentation. Rather, his heart brimmed with joy. The Shisu family, the largest supplier of gene potions, had fallen. Now, no faction remained in the Black Domain capable of threatening the wanton gene potion industry. The remaining factions were mere small fries, insignificant in his eyes. Master Su Ming, now that Shisu has fallen, we shall take our leave. One of the elite fighters approached Su Ming, smiling. Su Ming nodded in agreement. These fighters had all signed agreements with Wantin for gene potions, each entitled to a share of 0.5, which promised substantial profits. In the future, these warriors would undoubtedly continue to support Wantin, at least. As long as Wantin thrived, these fighters would enjoy considerable profits. Su Ming smiled and addressed the gathered elite. I express my gratitude for your assistance today. You may send your mechanical equipment to Wantin, and I shall personally ensure each one is repaired. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the warriors exchanged knowing glances. Bursting into laughter before nodding and bidding farewell, Warren, send some people to clean up the battlefield. Gather some brothers. We shall sweep away the remnants of Shisua's industry. Without pausing for rest, Su Ming returned to Wantin and immediately set off with Locke and the battle team. Have we confirmed the location of Shisua's factories? Su Ming inquired nonchalantly. At this moment, he was aboard a high-end spaceship with Locke and others. This spaceship, procured through weight, possessed a vast internal space capable of accommodating thousands. Su Ming had purchased it for the day he needed to mobilize his faction, ensuring everyone could be transported within. Currently, over 1,500 individuals were aboard. All recruits Locke had tirelessly gathered. 500 more remained at the base. Totaling over 2,000 individuals, during this time, Locke had successfully recruited a substantial number of followers for Wantin. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Locke grinned, retrieved some data, and projected it onto the large screen. Instantly, a three-dimensional star map unfolded before Su Ming and the others. Locke pointed to the red dots displayed on the star map, grinning as he explained, "You asked me to investigate which gene potion dealers and production bases exist. These red dots represent the locations of small workshops from various factions, while the dark red ones indicate the locations of the Shisu family's factories. During this period, Locke had not been idle. He had diligently surveyed the black domain for factions supplying inferior gene potions, and now the results were clear before Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming nodded, thoroughly satisfied with Locke's capabilities. He was akin to a steward for Wanton, adeptly managing all affairs. Where shall we head first? Locke inquired curiously. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming pointed to one of the dark red dots and declared, "Let us first visit Shisua's factory. With Shisua's downfall, I worry these individuals may flee under the cover of night." Su Ming's intent to eliminate all remnants was not solely because the heads of Shisua's external factories might possess some technology, potentially returning to disrupt his monopoly. More importantly, while Shisua's technology could not match Wanton's, their production equipment was relatively advanced. This included raw materials, reagents, client lists, and various resources held by the factories. Eradicating Shisua's factories would significantly allow Su Ming to acquire a wealth of instruments and materials. These were of no use to other factions, but for Su Ming, they represented tangible wealth. Plundering them would equate to riches. The spaceship sped forward, swiftly approaching the location of the dark red Su Ming had indicated. These factories were situated within the inner star regions of the black domain. After all, the external star regions were perilous and costly, while the inner regions were less critical, allowing for reduced costs and risks in establishing factories. As the spaceship engaged in spatial jumps, it encountered minor contact with a temporal storm, producing a hissing sound. Su Ming maintained a composed demeanor, standing in the command room at the front of the spaceship, gazing at the distant planets. This journey marked the deployment of Wanton's own forces without the aid of other factions in the black domain. However, Su Ming felt little psychological pressure. After all, the true elite of Shisua had been annihilated during the previous massacre, jointly obliterated by various forces within the black domain. Those within the factories were merely standard gene warriors dispatched to oversee and guard the more remote planets. True experts typically did not venture to such isolated worlds. Suddenly, the spaceship experienced a slight jolt, prompting Su Ming to take notice as the ship transitioned from a state of spatial jump to normal navigation. The planet he had previously fixed his gaze upon magnified infinitely as the ship exited the spatial passage. The Shisua factory had arrived. Chapter 100, Nighttime Assault. Without hesitation, Su Ming was the first to disembark onto the planet. The group swiftly made their way to the Shisua factory. The planet's terrain was expansive, with many areas devoid of factions or habitation. Hisoka had established a factory on this planet, an immense structure sprawling over several dozen square kilometers. Upon arriving near the factory, Su Ming gazed upwards, observing the bright lights within, where production of genetic agents continued tirelessly. It appeared that Hisoka's lineage had been eradicated too swiftly. Barely had the news of their demise reached this place before Su Ming arrived, suggesting that the factory remained oblivious to the recent upheaval. Utilizing the system's X-ray capabilities, Su Ming effortlessly discerned the situation within the factory. Inside, there was a predominance of workers, most of whom were either local natives or ordinary individuals lacking significant combat prowess. Su Ming bore no ill will towards these workers, as they were innocent souls. His intention was not to annihilate them but rather to drive them away. The true targets were the guards stationed within the factory and the management personnel seated in their offices, those sent by Hisoka to oversee the factory's operations. However, these individuals were scattered, with several on alert in various locations. About 1,000, Su Ming murmured to himself, estimating the number of combat-capable individuals present. For an organization like Hisoka's, which boasted forces in the hundreds of thousands, 1,000 was not a considerable number, yet exterminating them all would prove challenging due to their dispersion. If trouble erupted in one area, others would have ample opportunity to flee. Nevertheless, this posed no significant issue for Su Ming. He entrusted several mechanical components to members of the Wantong who had previously activated their brain domain levels. You shall encircle the factory and activate these mechanical components, directing them into the factory. Remember, do not release them towards our own, Su Ming instructed in a calm voice. Upon hearing his words, the Wantong members accepted the mechanical parts and nodded in acknowledgement. These components were mechanical toxin energy converters crafted by Su Ming. Once activated, the mechanical toxins would infiltrate the factory, incapacitating the combat-equipped genetic warriors within. There was even a possibility of triggering self-detonation. Without their mechanical gear, the combat effectiveness of any genetic warrior would significantly diminish. Although Su Ming was confident, he preferred to minimize risks. Losing hundreds of brothers in the process of vanquishing the enemy would be far from ideal. Each of you take 100 men and surround the factory. If any combatants attempt to escape, eliminate them. If they are merely ordinary workers, allow them to leave unharmed. Su Ming continued, directing several squad leaders. The squad leaders promptly accepted their orders and led their teams to encircle the factory. After confirming that his subordinates were in position, Su Ming nodded and quietly commanded over the communication device, "Commence the operation." With that, Su Ming, accompanied by over 400 individuals including Locke, surged into the factory. They were all equipped with devices to counter mechanical toxins, ensuring that even if the Wantong members activated the toxins, Su Ming and his team would remain immune. A resounding explosion reverberated through the night sky, awakening many who had already retired for the evening. Su Ming did not conceal his presence. A direct show of force was the most effective approach. The overload electronic ray gun, mounted on his mech, unleashed a powerful energy blast, shattering the factory's entrance. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the chaos that ensued within the factory, guards scrambled to retrieve their mechanical gear and confront Su Ming and his team. Despite this planet not being particularly perilous, it was still part of the Black Domain, where absolute safety was a myth. One could easily be obliterated by another force wielding mechanical weaponry, much like today. Although the Hisoka armed personnel were initially stunned by the assault, they quickly entered combat mode, rushing towards the entrance to ascertain the identity of their audacious attacker. Yet, they were met with another blast from the overload electronic ray. A golden flash illuminated the interior of the factory, creating a massive crater and reducing several Hisoka armed personnel to mere ashes. Utterly lifeless, Su Ming piloted the mech into the depths of the factory, his gaze cold and devoid of any compassion. The mech radiating a chilling metallic gleam in the darkness, akin to a harbinger of death. The genetic warriors within the factory were predominantly of the 7th level caliber, presenting no resistance against Su Ming, who dispatched them with lethal precision. In the midst of the night, brilliant flashes erupted continuously, each illuminating the demise of yet another genetic warrior. The enemy possesses 9th level combat prowess. We are no match for them. Flee! A guard, sensing Su Ming's energy through his level detection device, broke into a cold sweat and fled in the opposite direction. But at that moment, a ghostly figure emerged from the shadows. The guard's pupils constricted as he caught a glimpse of a gleaming blade. The next instant, darkness enveloped him as he was cleaved in two by an unseen entity lurking within the shadows. Death was inevitable. The child mecha operated by Su Ming functioned as a valiant general, while the other resembled an assassin lurking in the night. Their combined efforts left the Hisoka members with no chance of escape, as they were systematically slaughtered. Despite the vast expanse of the factory, some armed personnel sensed the energy levels and managed to flee. However, they were unaware that outside, another layer of encirclement awaited to capture these stragglers. Those who dared resist felt their mechanical equipment becoming sluggish. Some even rendered entirely inoperable. Originally, these armed personnel might have posed a challenge, but the malfunctioning equipment rendered them utterly defenseless against the encroaching Wantong members. Those without combat capability were spared, while those with it were ruthlessly slain. This night was destined to be a bloody one for Hisoka. Yet, as Su Ming continued his relentless assault on the Hisoka members, he remained blissfully unaware that a warship was racing towards his location in the Black Domain. Traveling at a terrifying speed,